Chapter 1 SBR. Chapter 1 SBR. San Diego, 1890. Liu Chen's ears were filled with a cacophony of noises. He was certain he had failed in his extreme sports challenge. In that situation, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying on a beach, surrounded by many people who looked like cowboys. It didn't look like these people were just cosplaying. Liu Chen realized that he must have traveled through time, and this was probably an era similar to the West. At this moment, Liu Chen realized that there seemed to be an extra door in his mind, dim and without light. It seemed that it could not be opened yet. How to use it still needed to be explored. Liu Chen straightened up and listened carefully to the conversations around him. He didn't know why, but he could understand what they were saying. Most of them were discussing how they would spend their $5,000 million. Some were worried about the $1,200 registration fee. Still others were bragging about their abilities. Liu Chen probably had some idea of what kind of world he was in. After all, he had read a lot of comics before. Without listening to the conversations of the passers-by, he walked straight to the registration point to confirm whether this was the world he knew. "Young man from the East, are you here to sign up for the competition as well?" There were several people from the East who participated in the competition before. The employee at the registration point chattered incessantly after seeing another young man from the East. He seemed to be very curious about the people from the mysterious East. "I'm still saving money. $1,200 is really too expensive. It would be better if the registration fee could be lower." In fact, Liu Chen didn't have a penny. Winning would be $5,000 million. Mr. Steele spent a lot of money on this competition, so $1,200 is not too much. I heard that the officials in Congress also attach great importance to this event. The SBR will be a competition that will attract worldwide attention. There was a hint of encouragement in the employee's words, but in fact the registration fee had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to show off what he knew. After learning the exact information, Liu Chen decided not to participate in the SBR competition anymore, but to go directly to find the saint's body, hoping to get a substitute. The remains of the saint are the real purpose behind this competition, so Liu Chen does not need to participate in the competition and can go straight to the ultimate goal. The good news is that Liu Chen knows the approximate location of all the remains. Just as I was about to leave, a man with an iron ball hanging from his waist, a cowboy hat on his head, green paint on his lips, and a mouth full of gold teeth walked in. Liu Chen recognized this person at a glance: Jiro Zeppelin. The characters in JoJo are generally very distinctive. It can only be said that the stand users all have good taste. There was a sneaky man following behind Jello, who pretended to be curious and reached out to Jello's waist. Liu Chen stepped forward and grabbed his hand, and a few gold coins in his hand were thrown out. The man shouted at Liu Chen angrily, "Why are you meddling in other people's business?" He was not ashamed of his behavior at all, but instead blamed the person who disturbed him. Of course, Jello also noticed the man's little action, so he turned around and touched the thief with his hand. And the thief sat down on the ground. The thief yelled, "What's wrong with you guys? What do you want to do to me? I'm just curious about what's hanging around his waist." Jello ignored the thief's yelling and stretched out a hand to Liu Chen and said, "Jello, the man who is ready to win the championship. Are you ready to participate in the competition too? But the championship will definitely be mine." After shaking hands with him, Liu Chen replied, "My name is Liu Chen, and I don't have any idea about the championship of the competition." Because he was not planning to participate in the competition at all. That's a smart idea. The rewards for the top 10 are quite generous. Jello thought Liu Chen was aiming for a different ranking. He had no doubt that he could win the championship. The staff who arrived also subdued the thief. The thief who kept shouting became even more angry when he realized that no one paid attention to him. In his excitement, he pulled out his revolver and pointed it at Liu Chen. He was even more resentful of the person who ruined his plan. Liu Chen was startled when he saw the gun pointed at him. He didn't have the same leeway as Jello. This thug, blinded by anger, wouldn't have any sense either. The moment the thief pulled out his gun, Jello reached for the iron ball at his waist. He was convinced that such a person would not have the courage to shoot here, but the person being pointed at was the one who had helped him, so Jello still responded. However, the thief was immediately pinned to the ground by the sheriff. "You two are going to participate in the competition, right? I will also participate. I will hinder you along the way. I am much faster than you. As long as I am here, you two will have no chance of winning. Are you two listening?" The thief kept shouting. Hearing this, Jello said to the sheriff, "Let him go. I have decided not to sue him." He had to make sure that he won the championship. He had reasons not to lose. Then he kicked the pistol that had fallen to the ground towards the thief and said, "Pick up your gun and fight me like a man. If you really want to cause trouble for me, then show your courage." Duel was a common and legal way to resolve problems in this era, and no one involved had any objection to the solution. The sheriff then let the thieves go, saving them the trouble of solving the problem on their own. The thief picked up his pistol from the ground, cornered by his own words. He was already feeling timid, and Jello's boldness had intimidated him. But the situation had reached this point, and the thief walked out, swearing, "Come on, I'll take your registration fee from your corpse when you're dead." They both walked towards the open space at the entrance. Liu Chen followed suit. Only the registration staff member felt a little disappointed and couldn't follow. The duel naturally attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The cowboys were a curious bunch, especially since they were idle waiting for the match to begin. Soon, the crowd surrounded the two duelists. No one seemed concerned that someone with poor marksmanship might hit them while they were watching the show. Liu Chen was searching the crowd for the protagonist, Johnny Joestar, who was sitting in a wheelchair. The real protagonists always made their first appearance in the corners of the comics. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Storm. Chapter 2 Storm. Before the sheriff could even speak, the thief had already raised his pistol and was ready to attack. However, Jello, on full alert, was no match for such a trick. One of the iron balls struck the thief's shoulder, leaving a spiral wound. The iron ball then bounced back into Jello's hand. "You'd better put down the gun and go see a doctor. Maybe your arm can be saved." The thief fired angrily, but unexpectedly his arm twisted and the muzzle of the gun turned towards himself. Then he successfully killed himself. Most of the people around dispersed after seeing the duel end. Liu Chen praised Ji Luo, "Is this the power of spinning? It's really amazing." Jiro couldn't help but ask, "I didn't expect you to see the secret so quickly. Have you ever seen someone use a similar power before?" Although there weren't many people using this power, there were quite a few. So Liu Chen might have come into contact with someone who used this power. "I've heard of this technique before. I heard that the Zeppelin family has used this power for generations." Liu Chen couldn't explain that he had only seen it in a comic. And there would be another person who would use this power later. "It seems you know me." Jiro grinned, his gold teeth forming a gleam in his eye. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. This Oriental man might be connected to the opposition in his kingdom. Johnny, in his wheelchair, now came beside the two. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the still spinning iron ball. When the force of the rotation was transmitted to him, he miraculously stood up. However, it only lasted a very brief moment. Johnny couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He was overjoyed to be able to stand up again, like a drowning man finally grasping a life-saving straw. He had also heard the previous conversation between the two, so he was very curious about this strange rotation. Johnny asked impatiently, "What is this gyration?" Ji Luo didn't want to answer his question. He said to Liu Chen, thank you for your help earlier. Although that kind of thug wouldn't cause him any trouble, he turned around and walked away. Johnny glanced at Liu Chen again expectantly. This Oriental man clearly knew about this power. Perhaps he could give him an answer. Spin is a magical power, maybe it can help you stand up. But I don't have this technique. You have to hurry and catch up with the gentleman who left. Liu Chen responded to Johnny's expectations. Thank you. After saying that, Johnny used all his strength to drive the wheelchair to catch up with the departing Jello. The protagonist's encounter did not change because of Liu Chen's appearance. The two of them should set out together again to participate in the competition. After getting to know the two protagonists, Liu Chen left here alone. Their goals were different from his own. So there was no need to follow them now. Just a quick acquaintance would suffice. If he could successfully acquire a stand, he would surely meet them again. This was inevitable, guided by fate. After all, stand users were attracted to each other. After selling his watch to someone, Liu Chen earned enough money to travel to other places. Watches from the future were still quite valuable. Liu Chen's behavior made the thugs wary. In this era, the identities of Orientals in this area were not easy to determine. They had no need to cause such trouble. Therefore, all of Liu Chen's actions went smoothly. The next step was to gain power. After some consideration, Liu Chen felt that the Saint's Spine located near the Kansas City Prairie should be the part he was most likely to obtain, and the rest of the parts were mostly guarded. Alternatively, the Saint's Ears and right hand, located on Sweet Sugar Mountain, could easily be obtained. All he had to do was trade the remains to someone else before sunset, and he should have activated them before then. However, Liu Chen had some doubts about this. He wasn't sure if this brief possession could truly be considered his, and he was hesitant about whether he could activate his substitute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Chen finally decided to go to Kansas to search for the Saint's Spine. This part was the easiest for him at the moment. He boarded the train to Kansas, and at this moment he was already far ahead of the others. The race hadn't even started yet, and he was already on the train to his destination. Now, except for the Saint's heart in the hands of the president, the rest of the body has probably not been found yet. Liu Chen spent several days reaching Kansas. The long train journey left him feeling a little tired. Trains in those days weren't particularly comfortable. The moment he stepped off the train, he felt like he was reborn. During the journey, Liu Chen had already figured out his next move if his plan didn't work out. As far as he knew, the Saint's Spine was buried under the ruins of a nearby grassland, and the ruins were called the Green Tombstone by the locals. After asking the locals for the exact location, Liu Chen took the appropriate tools and hurried towards the destination. Just as he arrived at the grassland, a huge storm began to envelop the land. The strong winds prevented Liu Chen from moving forward, and the rain fell on the muddy soil in the wilderness, becoming a huge obstacle to his progress. Every step forward required immense effort. Moving forward in a storm was far more difficult than one might have imagined. But the storm couldn't stop Liu Chen's actions. Those who dared to participate in extreme sports had the inner awareness of challenging nature. And now, if they could defeat the power of nature, they could gain extraordinary strength. Stand in. Liu Chen stood up and continued to move forward in the storm. He didn't know how long it took. The moment the storm appeared, the sky became extremely dark. It was probably already approaching evening. The rain soaked Liu Chen's clothes, and the strong wind continuously blew away his body heat. Every step forward required a tremendous effort of his willpower. Or perhaps it was his willpower that was dragging him forward at this moment. This was perhaps the test the Saint's remains presented him with. No Saint's remains could be obtained at random. The information Liu Chen knew in advance allowed him to move forward with determination towards his goal. Finally, Liu Chen found the cemetery. A huge sense of joy filled his heart. When he eagerly dug up the tomb, the spinal column of the saint's remains suddenly appeared before his eyes. Fate's guidance had quietly changed at this moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Substitute. Chapter 3 Substitute. When Liu Chen's hand touched the spine, he felt a strong sense of discomfort, and then the spine began to merge into Liu Chen's body, accompanied by severe tinnitus and dizziness. A figure with pierced hands and a crown of thorns on his head whispered softly in Liu Chen's ear. "If you believe your heart is determined, don't be confused. Traveler from a foreign land, I hope you can also find your own happiness." The saint seemed to glance at Liu Chen at this moment, and then the figure behind him immediately disappeared. However, the words left by the saint greatly stimulated Liu Chen, and he seemed to realize his identity as a time traveler. Then, Liu Chen, who had just been on the grassland, suddenly appeared in a small town. A blue and green figure appeared beside him. Its body was shrouded in a fluid, silvery metal. A golden heart could be seen within its partially hollowed-out body, and each arm bore a massive gear. Sharp teeth could be seen on its face, giving it a terrifying, ferocious look. It seemed Liu Chen was also someone with the same qualifications. His mental strength was sufficient to support him in obtaining a substitute. Therefore, Liu Chen successfully activated his own substitute. Now his first step had been achieved. Stand, Heart of Steel. Destructive power, B speed, A range, C precision, C endurance, B growth, B ability, imparts metallic properties to soft objects it touches. As the substitute emerged, the storm stopped immediately, and the dark clouds quickly dissipated in the sky. The sun began to shine on the earth again, dispelling the chill from Liu Chen's body. Liu Chen found a nearby rooftop and sat down, breathing in the air deeply. The door in his mind seemed to light up. If he collected all the saint's remains, would the door light up completely? Then he should be able to open this door. However, this would be a very dangerous undertaking. Especially when the remains are completely inside a single person, it would become a human sacrifice. This could cost the victim's life. Therefore, I had to use reasonable means to abandon this portion of the remains first. Once the president had gathered all the remains, I could then seize the complete body. By that time, he might not be able to defeat the president. However, he could definitely find someone to sacrifice after collecting the remains. It didn't have to be Lucy. And perhaps the entire remains of the saint were not needed to illuminate the door in his mind, so he should go to Sugarcane Mountain and try to obtain the remaining parts of the saint. These two parts were also easy to obtain. With this in mind, Liu Chen began testing his stand-S abilities. It was a close-range, powerful stand range C allowed it to move approximately 10 meters, far farther than Jotaro's Star Platinum and roughly the same range as Dio's World Attack. The stands shared vision. Furthermore, the Strength B and Speed A attributes wouldn't necessarily be disadvantageous in a head-to-head combat situation. While not a perfect combination of strength and speed, it was still more than adequate. With a casual punch, the stand created a dent in the ground. The stand-S ability allows one's clothing to instantly transform into armor, effectively protecting oneself from attack. Even soft objects can acquire the effects of metal. For example, a whip can be wielded like a blade. And objects held in one's hand can be altered to possess metallic properties. And the properties of metal extend beyond just sharpness. After testing his abilities, Liu Chen decided to find out how the competition was going. He would decide his next move based on how the plot progressed. This race was a national event, so many people should have known about it. Telegraphs travel much faster than horses, not to mention that the race was sponsored by a newspaper company, which would have reported on the details. Liu Chen shook off the rain and found a small bar. Seeing a soaked customer walk in, the bartender warmly greeted him, saying, "It's been raining heavily here lately, and many people are getting soaked. Come and have a drink to warm yourself up." Liu Chen sat down on a chair at the bar and replied, then give me a drink to warm me up. He then asked curiously, how is the SBR competition going? I heard it already started. The bartender placed a glass of wine in front of Liu Chen, then casually threw out a newspaper and complained, the first round of the competition is over. I didn't expect that the first place would be an Indian boy, but the second place is the famous Diego. It can be seen that he is still very dissatisfied with an Indian ranking first. Liu Chen took the newspaper he casually threw to him and started reading. It seemed that 1/9 of the competition had been completed while he was searching for the saint's remains. Perhaps the second leg of the race was almost over, as this newspaper was already a few days old. They were actually not far from their location, and trains in this era were not much faster than other modes of transportation. At this moment, on a train, a blonde man in gorgeous purple clothes suddenly woke up. The pattern of Liu Chen picking up the saint's spine in the storm inexplicably appeared in Fanny Valentine's mind. The picture shows an Oriental man picking up the saint's spine in a small town, and a sign showing the town's name is also in the picture. He was somewhat surprised that someone had already obtained a piece of the saint's remains, even though the competition had barely begun. This person was clearly not a participant in this competition. Perhaps he had connections to some other faction, but he wasn't the only one desiring this miracle. Perhaps someone else had already obtained the remains, but he had already sent someone from among the contestants to investigate. However, since I knew someone had already taken part of the body, I should have sent someone to retrieve it. The Oriental man probably didn't know that I knew he had taken the body parts. So now I had the upper hand in intelligence. The president ordered a man wearing a rainbow mask and pigtails beside him, Black Moya, go and retrieve the spine. I saw someone get it near Kansas City. He's an Oriental. He was accompanied by a storm, perhaps this is related to the ability he gained. Your ability could be of use. Black Moya nodded and replied, I will bring the saint's remains back for you. Then he stood up and walked out of the carriage. At the front of the train sat still, the organizer of the event, looking like a mere figurehead. The president looked at the backs of his men and said, don't let me down. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Rainbow Catcher. Chapter 4 Rainbow Catcher. Liu Chen was about to take a train out of Kansas, but for some reason all trains leaving Kansas had been stopped. So Liu Chen was going to buy a horse to leave Kansas, but he had a bad feeling that someone might be manipulating all this. He wasn't very rich, so he'd been trying to find a horse these past few days. He knew how to ride a horse. If all else failed, he planned to steal one at night, a task easily accomplished by a stand user. He wasn't exactly a puritanical person. Meanwhile, the assassins sent by the president had already found him. Driven by the power of the state, Black Moya arrived much faster than anyone imagined. It had been raining in Kansas during this time, and perhaps the test the saint's remains had put Liu Chen through hadn't yet ended. The remains were also eager to be reunited. One day, while Liu Chen was looking for another way to leave, he suddenly noticed someone standing in mid-air above him. That person was staring at him intently. Liu Chen realized that his target was clearly him. Black Moya threw several glass-like blades made of raindrops at Liu Chen. His substitute, the steel of his body, emerged and he immediately pulled up the cloak behind him to cover himself. In an instant, the cloak became as strong as a steel plate. The blades made of raindrops were easily blocked. After obtaining his stand, Liu Chen bought a large, thick cloak to protect himself in order to better utilize his abilities. He also bought a long whip, which he couldn't wield yet, but it could still play a certain role under the power of his stand. Then, the substitute's body and mind rushed towards the target, punching through Black Moya's chest. However, it had no effect. His flesh and blood collapsed into pieces at the moment of the punch, dodging the attack. Black Mo then continued to move upwards along the raindrops, with his substitute body steel following closely behind. He dodged all the attacks by using his flesh and blood to collapse. By the time Brack Moya stood on the raindrops high in the sky, Liu Chen's double's range could no longer capture him. After realizing that his double couldn't hit Brack Moya with a close-range attack, Liu Chen deliberately controlled his range to about 8 meters. Maybe I can use this distance difference to catch him off guard later. Brack Moya was extremely cautious about the enemy before him. He didn't know any intelligence about them, so he wouldn't rush down. He raised his pistol and fired repeatedly at Liu Chen below. The sturdy cloak blocked all the bullets. Liu Chen had a natural intelligence advantage here. He knew the abilities of almost everyone here. Aside from the Civil War's abilities, which were impossible to understand after just one look, Liu Chen knew every other enemy's abilities clearly. The gains and losses of intelligence are extremely fatal in the battle between stand users. At this moment, Liu Chen did not dare to move casually. He was not sure which drop of rain in front of him was controlled by Brack Moya. If he moved rashly, he would only get scratched. As long as you enter any house, the enemy will be helpless against you. Or you can hold on until the heavy rain stops. Before this, his cloak should be able to help him withstand all attacks from Brack Moya. Brack Moya's stand's active attack ability is actually not very strong, and the stand will observe the surrounding situation for him. Brack Moya, who was standing overhead, spoke up. Can I ask you a question? How do you know the saints' remains are here, and who is standing behind you? The president had a map of the body parts, but he couldn't find every single one precisely. Yet, this man had actually found a part. He must know something. It's really rude to stand on someone else's head. Why don't you come down and I'll tell you what I know? Liu Chen decided to give him a good beating as soon as he came down. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll just take the body parts back. After saying that, Brack Moya threw a grenade over Liu Chen's head. After seeing that the dagger made of bullets and rain had no effect, Brack Moya chose a more powerful attack method. It depends on whether he can block the explosion. Liu Chen's stand-in punched the thrown grenade away. An explosion resounded within the city, and the violent impact spread outwards. A few drops of rain were firmly suspended in the air, unaffected by the shockwave. These were the raindrops controlled by Brack Moya. If they were caught off guard and hit, they would surely suffer great damage. Brack Moya looked at Liu Chen's actions and realized that the power of the explosion was unstoppable by the enemies below, otherwise he would not have had to throw the grenade away. His stand's range of movement is about 8 meters. His abilities are similar to those of Majid's 20th century boys. It doesn't seem as effective as his, as Majid isn't afraid of any attack. Why don't you move? Can't you move when you activate your ability? You have to stay still when your stand is moving. Brack Moya speculated about his ability. Do you think I will tell you? Guess it yourself. Although many stand users will explain their abilities to the enemy, Liu Chen is not such a person. My own actions of guarding against his raindrops had caused him to misjudge the situation. This was probably also related to Majid. For a moment, neither side was able to do anything to the other. Brack Moya observed the enemy below for a moment, then, as if on a whim, pulled out a piece of paper and began writing something. As he put the note away, a change occurred. Raindrops streamed down Brack Moya's cheeks. His flesh began to disintegrate. Parts of his limbs began to fall with the rain. His hand and the note he had just written appeared next to a pigeon cage. He wanted to pass on Liu Chen's information. While Liu Chen was captivated by this action, another portion of Brack Moya's flesh and blood had already fallen onto his cloak with the raindrops. It flowed down along the trail of the rain. His teeth suddenly appeared on Liu Chen's leg and bit down fiercely. Intense pain immediately set in. Liu Chen immediately gave his pants the solidity of metal. Previously, because he was prepared to move at any time, Liu Chen had not given his pants the properties of metal. After all, it is not easy to move something solid. The substitute hit Brack Moya's teeth, and his flesh and blood collapsed and disappeared in the rain. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Intelligence. Chapter 5 Intelligence. Black Moya's teeth noticed the moment Liu Chen's clothes changed, and realized that he had not fully protected himself. The enemy must have changed the state of his clothes to protect himself. You protect yourself by changing the material of your clothes, right? He felt that he had seen through Liu Chen's ability. You can guess for yourself. I won't reveal information about my stand casually. Maybe I'm just transferring the damage. I understand. Let me see if you have the resolve to hold the saint's remains. Several daggers made of rain were thrown towards Liu Chen below. Liu Chen covered himself completely with his cloak, leaving no part of his body exposed. The dagger of the rain didn't strike the cloak. He wasn't aiming at Liu Chen, but at the puddle that had accumulated beside him. The raindrops fell into the puddle and then jumped up again. These were also raindrops. The raindrops hit Liu Chen's pants, making a sound like metal clashing. Ever since Liu Chen realized that he might be able to bypass his cloak and attack him, he had made all his clothes as hard as armor. Black Moya's plan hadn't worked. It seems that your plan did not succeed. It will be useless for you to stand there all the time. According to my observations over the past few days, the rain should be stopping soon. Liu Chen said sarcastically, trying to provoke the enemy who had been standing above his head to come down. Black Mo realized that the enemy had figured out his stand's abilities, but he began to bluff. He remained calm and said, as long as there's water, I can keep using my stand abilities, so you don't have to worry too much about me. And how long can your abilities last? I hope it's the same as you said. Liu Chen actually knew his ability from the beginning, so of course he knew he was lying. The situation was exactly as Liu Chen said, the rain in the sky was lighter than before. So Black Moya couldn't stand on the raindrops above Liu Chen's head. He decided to move to another location. The telephone pole not far away was a good choice. Whether the rain would stop or not, he could keep his distance from Liu Chen. The substitute body steel flew towards Black Mo, who was standing on the telephone pole. It seemed that due to the lack of distance, he could only vent his dissatisfaction on the distant electric wires. At that moment, a spark flashed, and Black Moya was actually injured by the current. He had often stood on the poles before, so he naturally knew which places were not to be touched. But now was not the time to think about it. Black Moya, who was standing on the electric pole, endured the damage caused by the voltage of about 110V and jumped out from the pole again. The soft outer covering of the electric wires would change the moment it collided with the steel of Liu Chen's stand-in body. Liu Chen was waiting for him to stand on the electric pole like in the comics. Conductivity is also a property of metals, and Liu Chen had just imparted this property to the insulating outer covering of the wire. In an instant, the insulating covering was no longer insulating, and Black Moya came into direct contact with the exposed wire. Furthermore, he was still covered in rainwater. Rainwater, as impure water, is also an excellent conductor. At the moment of falling, Black Mo realized that the information he had just passed on was wrong, and this wrong information might lead to the death of others. Black Moya, enduring the pain, stopped mid-air on the raindrops. He gasped for air, his mind already hazy. The raindrops beneath his feet could easily fall back down. The 110V voltage wasn't immediately fatal. Black Moya's leap was timely. But the pain briefly blinded him, and the raindrops, trapped in the air, began to fall. The opportunity Liu Chen had been waiting for was now. He ran towards Black Mo, and his substitute body steel immediately emerged and flew towards the enemy quickly. The electric current paralyzed Black Moya's nerves, slowing his reaction speed. In this situation, he couldn't quickly avoid the damage by letting the raindrops reassemble his flesh and blood. The speed of the substitute's body steel was A-level. At this moment, a series of heavy punches were thrown. Liu Chen suppressed the urge of himself and his stand-in to shout strangely, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Black Moya, wounded, struggled to let the rain wash away part of his torso. He couldn't let his erroneous information be passed back to mislead his teammates. The rain once again carried away a portion of Black Moya's body. He also opened another pigeon cage. But now he had no chance to write any more intelligence. So he drew a mark on the pigeon with his own blood, hoping the president would understand his meaning. Under the continuous heavy punches, the mask on Black Moya's face shattered. Black Moya, who had been barely able to stay aloft by the raindrops, began to fall. He finally had no way to control the raindrops. As the dove took off, Black Moya fell heavily to the ground. He had done everything he could, hoping that the president could bring ultimate happiness to the country. At this time, the rain stopped and a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. Black Mo looked at the rainbow in the distance and stretched out his hand to try to grasp it, muttering to himself, "It's a pity that I can't catch that beautiful rainbow after all." Unfortunately, rainbows only appear after rain, so he will never be able to catch one. Liu Chen walked over to Black Moya and looked at the first enemy before him. He was not completely dead yet. When the dove flew towards the rainbow, his hand fell to the ground. Black Moya also fulfilled his awareness. Here everyone fights for their own beliefs. At the moment of Black Moya's death, the door in Liu Chen's mind also became a little brighter. It seems that it is not only the remains of saints that can recharge the door. Death also has the same function, or perhaps the death of a stand user. Liu Chen stepped forward and snatched the revolver from Black Moya's body. Now it was his trophy. The pistol had a remarkable performance in this film. In other films, however, the stand users were almost not afraid of bullets. After further searching, he found a few more coins. He didn't carry anything else. Liu Chen placed the fallen umbrella on Black Moya and strode towards the city gate. Since the enemy had found him, it meant he had been exposed to the president's sight. He didn't know why the president knew of his existence, but now there was no way to proceed with his leisurely plans. Fate would always bring those who possessed the remains together. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Heading to Sugar Candy Mountain. Chapter 6, Heading to Sugar Candy Mountain. Behind an inn near the city gate, Liu Chen found an unattended horse. He used his double to open the stable door and carefully led the horse out. According to current laws, stealing livestock is punishable by hanging. So Liu Chen doesn't want to be caught, otherwise he might end up infiltrating like in Assassin's Creed. But everything went smoothly and no one realized that a horse had been stolen by a double. Liu Chen mounted his horse and headed towards the Great Lakes. With a patchy map to rely on, he could only take things one step at a time. Staying put would inevitably lead to the next assassin. Especially during the Civil War, Liu Chen didn't want to encounter one at all. He had never understood this stand-in thing when he was reading the comics. Such an unkillable enemy was difficult to deal with. As for the saints' remains in Kansas, turning back wouldn't be enough to get them. So, I'd just wait near the Great Lakes for the others carrying the remains to arrive. Those people were probably moving much faster than I was. After all, they were participating in a speed race. After making the decision, Liu Chen started riding his horse along the road on the map. Just as Liu Chen was moving forward, the pigeon released by Black Mo had returned to the president's side. The two pigeons arrived at the president's hands almost at the same time. The first pigeon brought a note that stated the enemy's capabilities, while the second pigeon carried nothing but a bloodstain on its feathers. By this time, the third stage had begun, and the body's left hand seemed to have been taken. The president thought for a moment and felt that the two pigeons sent by Black Moya must have their own ideas. It was possible that what he wrote on the first note was incorrect, so he released another pigeon. If that were the case, Black Moya had definitely been defeated. The president was mentally prepared for this. After all, he hadn't been able to contact Black Moya in the past few days. The president felt somewhat short-handed. Apart from those already dispatched, there were hardly any stand users left. and sending only ordinary assassins to deal with the stand users would be nearly ineffective. The unexpected enemy who was able to defeat Black Moya must be very powerful, so he cannot send out weak subordinates. The president was furious after receiving 2 pieces of bad news in a row. Johnny and Jiro disappeared, and the saint's spine was not obtained. This made him feel that his plan was out of control. Call back all my stand users. We need to all work together now. Gather everyone to Kansas. We need to adjust the plan there. The silver-haired man beside him nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mr. President, I will have them come here as quickly as possible. The president nodded and asked again, why hasn't Lin Kei's pigeon returned yet? With Lin Kei's ability, there's no way there could be a problem. It's a pity that the hot air balloon didn't see anyone. There are too many people participating in this event, a full 2,000 people, which is a big difference from the 500 people we expected. So it is difficult for the hot air balloon to monitor everyone. The followers on the side were unable to answer Link's question. Link was not an easy person to get along with among them. Perhaps someone betrayed us. I believe the person who planned this event will definitely betray us. Send someone to execute him secretly. The president casually decided the life of a person, even if that person was considered a high-ranking figure by others. Steve Steele possesses rare talents, and this operation cannot be without him. If he were to disappear, the entire operation would be thrown into chaos. Then, the operation would be impossible to proceed. The silver-haired man explained the current difficulties. Then keep him for now and execute him after everything is over. Perhaps we should send another person to hold back that Oriental man. I'll consider that. I must get the saint's spine. It's the most important part. Indeed, before everything was ready, someone had to stop this mysterious Oriental man, lest he escape with the saint's remains. He even considered whether he should personally retrieve the remains. The president quickly came up with a plan. He had recently acquired a subordinate, and even losing him wouldn't be a big deal. So, let him do this. Those people weren't part of the country he'd sworn to protect. Furthermore, their presence was an obstacle to manifest destiny. So, let him serve as a sacrifice. When the president and the others were discussing how to proceed with the plan, everything they planned was seen by a person outside the window. Liu Chen had been walking towards the Great Lakes for several days. Unfortunately, he had no experience traveling alone on horseback, so he was not making fast progress along the way. Liu Chen had done his best to bring everything he needed, but he still felt like he didn't have enough. Especially since he wasn't familiar with the stolen horse, making the journey extremely difficult. After walking for many days, Liu Chen finally arrived near the shore of Lake Michigan. The next step was to find the Humandan spring to exchange the saint's ears and right hand for his. Or he should wait here for Johnny and Jello to use the saint's remains in exchange for his own. After all, the conditions here are to spend all the items. For this, I can exchange the saint's spine for them. On the way here, Liu Chen carefully considered the various details in the comics. It seemed that the complete remains of the saint could only be nurtured by Lucy. She herself was the head of the saint. If the various parts of the body are not handed over to her, it is very likely that the complete body of the saint will not appear. Perhaps the person chosen by the saint is Lucy. If this is really the case, then I should find a way to hand over the body in a reasonable way. Liu Chen decided to eat first, so he sat under a big tree and ate the simple food he brought with him, some biscuits and dried meat. He also made a fire and brewed some extremely bitter cowboy coffee to refresh himself. He also wondered what stage the competition was at. Where were the protagonists now? Although Liu Chen was familiar with the comic's plot, he couldn't remember the time period clearly. He didn't know how long each stage of the competition took. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The Way of Silence. Chapter 7, The Way of Silence. Just as Liu Chen was considering his next move, the tree he was leaning against was cut off. The tree fell with a loud noise. Liu Chen was startled and immediately jumped to the other side. Strange words began to gather towards him in front of him. Liu Chen immediately realized that he was under attack by a stand. This was clearly the sound man's way of silence. Although he didn't know why he was in this position, he knew that the enemy he faced this time was also a strong opponent. The way of silence can attach onomatopoeia to anything, and the words carrying the onomatopoeia possess corresponding power. When the object carrying the onomatopoeia collides with another object, the corresponding power is manifested in that object. The tree just now was struck by the sound of cutting. Liu Chen thought it was the fire he had built that had exposed his position, but now was not the time to draw conclusions, he had to respond immediately. He didn't know if the attacking enemy had any companions. In the comics, Sound Man sets out with Diego. Even without his teammates, his abilities are very restrained. Sound Man's voice can easily cut through metal. His own stand abilities are no match in this situation. The substitute body steel then emerged and looked around, and soon noticed that most of these sound characters were floating down from the upwind direction. Liu Chen knew that the place where these strange characters were most densely populated should be the direction where the sound man's body was, and the precision of his substitute was not high. Through his stand-in's keen observation, Liu Chen realized that the sound man had attached the sound to the leaves, and the wind had carried the leaves over. The enemy was upwind. So Liu Chen threw the biscuit in his hand towards the place where the words were most densely packed. After the biscuit hit the words, it immediately broke into powder and burned. The sound person mixed together several different words with different effects. He himself should be hiding behind a tree behind the dense text. Liu Chen ran a few quick steps toward that direction. He saw densely packed leaves carrying sounds floating in the woods ahead. The sound person was standing in the woods in the distance, watching him quietly. Yinren was the first to speak after seeing Liu Chen. Hand over the body, and I will not take your life. Otherwise, I can cut you into pieces with just one blow. Liu Chen responded by raising his gun and firing at the sound man. The bullet was shattered by the sound before it reached the sound man. However, this also confirmed that he was alone. Without Diego, the sound man's intimidation was less powerful. Without other help, the text he recorded the sound with would not move very fast. Previously, he relied on the wind to transport these things to his side. Liu Chen looked at the words in the air while moving forward carefully. Suddenly, a wound appeared on Liu Chen's left leg. At the same time, a feeling of nausea emerged, accompanied by a sense of loss of balance. Yes. Sound Man can also create invisible sounds. These are probably the effects of infrasound or ultrasound. Liu Chen realized that he had definitely collided with the sound he had made. And what was he recording these invisible sounds on? This wasn't underwater, so he didn't have a very convenient way to record the sounds. Liu Chen quickly glanced around and was sure that he had not touched any leaves. He threw another biscuit forward, and as it hit the ground, it shattered. The sound man recorded that invisible sound on the dirt. He had already set a trap here, waiting for the prey to find it. Perhaps there were more traps in the dirt behind him, leaving a path for himself. The substitute body steel picked up a stone and rolled it forward, and it was quickly shattered. However, the path the stone had rolled over was safe. Seeing his trap had been discovered, Yinren no longer held back. He threw a stone forward. It struck the words depicting the sound of an explosion, and an explosion immediately occurred. Under the impact of the explosion, the leaves with words on them began to float towards Liu Chen quickly. Liu Chen's stand-in suddenly punched the tree beside him, and the leaves flew in the direction of the force. When the leaves were about to touch the words, they all became hard. Of course, the soft leaves could trigger the substitute's steel effect. Suddenly, the woods erupted in a cacophony of sounds, explosions, slicing, and burning. The sturdy leaf fragments fell to the ground, triggering another attack. It was indeed a dangerous place. Burning leaves set fire to the dry branches on the ground. Smoke rose from the woods. After the sounds on the leaves triggered each other, Liu Chen fired several shots at the sound person. Because Liu Chen had no experience with firearms, and at this distance, even experienced marksmen couldn't hit accurately. Experienced marksmen like Link had to move within 5 steps before firing. The bullet didn't even graze Yin Ren's side, it deflected by a significant distance. However, Liu Chen's main purpose in firing was to attract Yin Ren's attention. The moment the gunshot sounded, the audience's attention was drawn to the bullet. This is human instinct. At the same time, Heartsteel slammed the tree again, using the hardened leaves to pave a safe path for itself. Liu Chen also took the opportunity to collect many leaves. Liu Chen rushed forward quickly along this safe road. Yin Ren wasn't afraid, for he was a seasoned Indian warrior. He drew his dagger. His stand materialized behind him. Crucially, he knew next to nothing about his stand, and his own stand's strength and speed were the same as a normal human's. So in his impression, everyone's stand should be like this. Of course, the president would not explain the various abilities of the stand to him. In other words, he did not have enough information. The sound man's stand-in continued to make sounds of cutting, explosion, and burning. Liu Chen continued to throw those leaves forward like flying knives. As long as he could touch the sounds in advance, the sound man would not be in any danger. The sounds in front of the sound man were touched off one by one. The impact of the explosion was partially blocked by Liu Chen's cloak. Soon the two of them were very close, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The distance was within 10 meters. Heartsteel suddenly accelerated and punched the sound man's stand-in with a heavy punch. Then came the continuous blows like raindrops. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Sand Man? Sound Man. Chapter 8 Sand Man? Sound Man. The Sandman's stand was beaten so hard he couldn't fight back. He quickly released the stand and knelt on the ground. He threw the dagger in his hand at Liu Chen. The stand punched the dagger away. Then he punched the sound man again, knocking him to the ground. Liu Chen did not kill the sound man, so the damage caused by the stand-in's punch was not serious. Then he walked to Yinren and deliberately asked, "Your name is Sandan, right? Shouldn't you be participating in the SBR competition? Why did you come here to attack me? Who ordered you to do it?" Of course Liu Chen knew all these questions. The Indian boy lying on the ground said viciously, "Sandman is just a derogatory name given to me by those white bandits. My real name is Soundman. The one who plays sounds. You, an Oriental, will never understand me." Liu Chen immediately retorted, "You hate white people, yet you know full well that I'm from the East. You harbor hatred for white people, yet you vent your violence on me. So, how is your hatred for me any different from that of those bandits you're talking about? I'm just here to complete the mission. I don't hold any grudge against you. Go ahead. I won't tell you anything. Don't even think about learning anything from me." Liu Chen squatted down and stared into Yinren's eyes and asked, "President Valentine asked you to come, right?" Yinren was not panicked by this. The grudges and hatreds between other people had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to make money to buy back his land. If you come to kill others, you must be prepared to be killed. Since you have lost, you must be prepared to give up your life. He is not afraid of death. He only feels regret for his sister and hopes that she can be happy in the future. Seeing that Yinren didn't answer, Liu Chen asked again, "Do you know what the president asked you to seize?" "Some of the remains, I don't know whose they belong to. He also told me that your ability should be related to defense. It seems that this is not the case." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the tone of Yinren. "You think he cheated on you?" Yinren felt that the possibility of him being deceived was not very high. After all, the president should also hope that he could successfully bring back the body. "I wonder what the president has promised you." If I help him get his body back, I can get enough money to buy back our land. Give up this dream. No one will go forward with you in the direction you are going now. And never believe that you can buy back your tribal land with money. The white people are waging a war against you. You will never achieve your goal through trade alone. Your very existence is a sin against them. Liu Chen gave him advice. This was a dream doomed to fail. The man fell silent again. He had previously tried to imitate the white man's ways, but today this Oriental man told him that all that was wrong. Especially since what he said seemed to make sense. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Liu Chen continued to ask, perhaps you should go back and visit your tribe. Aren't you going to kill me? Yinren was a little surprised. In his worldview, it was normal for the loser to die. Liu Chen did not answer directly but asked, let me ask you a question. How long do you think your tribe can survive? Though our lives are a little difficult, we can still hold on. So we should be able to hold out for a long time. Yinren was optimistic. Then let me tell you, they won't survive more than half a year before being wiped out. Liu Chen glanced at Yinren's increasingly unsightly face and continued. And guess who would do it? Someone would impose civilization on you. And call it manifest destiny. The Yinren roared, this is impossible. Nothing will happen to my tribe. You actually believe it, right? If you go back now, you can at least save your sister. With your newfound power, you and your sister can definitely survive. Anyway, I don't see how important the rest of the tribesmen are to you. They wanted to punish you before. Liu Chen's voice was like a poisonous snake tempting Eve. How do you know all this? Yinren was obviously getting panicked. It was impossible for this person to know so much about him. It was as if he was watching everything. Think carefully about your sister. She believed in you so much. Even though she knew it was impossible, she still gave you the ancestral gem. Perhaps she hoped you could leave that place where you were doomed to die. Yinren's tone became very excited. What do you know? Why do you know all this? It can be seen that he has begun to collapse. Sure enough, his sister is his weak spot. Now you understand what we're fighting for. All of this was told to me by God, of course. Your tribe is about to be destroyed. If you die here, then in a month everything you value will be gone, including your sister. She will die with the happiness of your victory, unaware that you've already perished in the wilderness. Liu Chen was like a charlatan, talking to himself with a pious look in his eyes. Anyway, the musicians now had no power to resist. Yinren, on the other hand, calmed down. Although this Oriental man was talking nonsense, he must have his own needs if he didn't kill him. His life itself was valuable to him. Why are you willing to let me go? Since he needs me to live, then he certainly won't mind if I offend him. And he will definitely be willing to answer my question. Although you are not my friend, there is someone who will definitely become your enemy. And that person happens to be my enemy. I won't help you deal with the president. The entire country is behind him. Yinren supported himself with his hands and answered. Once you have nothing, you won't be afraid of possible retaliation. Yinren frowned and asked, whose body are you stealing? What kind of power does he have? He felt that if the god he was talking about really had divine power, then the body would definitely be able to save his people. Liu Chen didn't answer his question but continued, let's go, while there's still a chance. Go save your sister. Then go find the president and ask for clarification. I hope you can survive until then. What if I keep following you? Then you will lose your sister. Every moment from now on is precious. I hope you can rush back when your tribe is destroyed, instead of a day or an hour later. Liu Chen ignored the revenge in Yinren's words. Seeing that Liu Chen was really unwilling to answer his questions, Yinren stood up while enduring the pain in his body, and then started running towards his hometown. Before leaving, he left a message, if what you said is true, I will find a way to repay your kindness later. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Johnny. Chapter 9 Johnny. Liu Chen watched the Sandman walk away, wondering if he could be of any use to him later. But the fact that he was alive was enough to attract the attention of a certain president. If an assassin sent out escaped control after contact with the target, it was obviously a problem, so he would definitely find a way to figure it out. I hope Yinren can return when his tribe has just been destroyed, so that he will definitely develop the most intense hatred towards the president. Hatred is the most powerful driving force. His love for his family will eventually transform into rage and be unleashed upon the president, especially now that he has the ability to do so. This will draw a significant portion of the president's attention, making his subsequent actions much more convenient. And if he succeeded in rescuing his sister, given his personality, he would probably be grateful to me. No matter what the outcome, Liu Chen had already received his reward the moment Sandman returned to the tribe. After that, it was just a matter of how much profit he would make. After the Sandman's back was completely out of sight, Liu Chen prepared to go back and take all his things away. The thick smoke from the burning would definitely attract many people to come and check it out. Just as he put away his kettle, Liu Chen realized that someone else had come here. Then he looked up and saw that it was Johnny and Jiro. This surprised him. Was he really so slow? Not only did the sound man catch up, but now even Johnny and Jello appeared here. Then almost all the main characters should be around here by now. However, the remains of the saints will all appear here, and then the scramble will begin. When the two men saw the person standing there and knew him, they rode their horses closer and closer. So Liu Chen stopped packing his things and stood there waiting for the two to approach. The two men rode their horses and stopped beside Liu Chen. Liu Chen was the first to greet the two protagonists with a smile. We meet again. I didn't expect to see you here. Liu Chen really didn't expect to see them here. He had originally planned to wait here for a few days for the contestants to participate in the competition. Johnny immediately realized from the saint's remains in his left hand that the Oriental man he had met at the starting point also held a saint's remains. This was a mutual induction between the remains. Furthermore, by this time, Jiro had already revealed who the saint's remains belonged to. So this Oriental guy who didn't participate in the competition came here directly for the body parts? I didn't expect to see you here. Johnny looked at Liu Chen thoughtfully. Were you fighting someone earlier? He whispered to Jello that the man in front of him had a piece of the saint's remains. You encountered an assassin. I guess your journey wasn't smooth, was it? Liu Chen also realized that Johnny had not lost the saint's left hand, so they must have suffered several attacks. They knew the answer to this question. Jiro asked directly, you knew about this before you participated in the competition, right? It was obvious that this Oriental man was not sent by the Vatican, but he recognized himself as a member of the Zeppeli family at a glance. The person in front of me is not simple. Liu Chen looked at Ji Luo and replied with a hint of meaning, if you ask that, then I do know about this. And I'm not the only one who knows about this. Obviously, there are other people who know about it, such as the person who organized this event. Jello shook his head and said, I know who is behind all this. Maybe he is not the same person as you are talking about. They had met Lucy before, so they naturally knew that Mr. Steele was just a target set up in the open by the president. I think it's the same person. Your goal from the beginning was to find the saint's remains, right? You know the location of the remains. Do you have the missing map? Jello knew that there was a missing map. Don't you think the route of this race is a coincidence? The map must be in the hands of the organizers. Jello agreed with this answer. Combined with Lucy's previous intelligence, it was obvious that the president was the one behind all this. But what role did this Oriental man play in this? Johnny blurted out, then how do you know all this? Why would an Oriental like you come here to look for the remains of a saint? Liu Chen replied as a matter of course, isn't this the welfare of all mankind? Then I naturally have the right to touch it. Then his face suddenly darkened. Aren't you participating in a competition? Or are you here to compete with me for the saint's remains? As soon as these words were spoken, a substitute, YA1, immediately appeared behind Johnny. He was ready to strike if things went wrong. Furthermore, he also wanted the saintly remains of the man before him. No one could stop his determination to stand up again. Seeing this, Jello reached out and patted Johnny, indicating that now was not a good time to take action. Liu Chen didn't panic. Instead, he reached out and took out the copper kettle from the bag on his horse's back. Then he shook it and asked the two of them, "Would you like a cup of coffee? I just made it." Jello threw the cup in his pocket over and said, "Give me a drink then." Johnny was still a little wary of the tense situation just now. He looked a little surprised, but he still took the substitute back. After Liu Chen took the cup, he poured a cup of coffee for Jello with his own kettle and handed it back. After taking the cup, Jello said to Johnny, "Don't you want to drink something to refresh yourself? We still have a long way to go today." It was obvious that Jello didn't have to worry about Liu Chen poisoning him. So Johnny handed his cup to Liu Chen, and he also got a cup of extremely bitter coffee. Jiro took a sip of coffee and continued asking, "Now you can tell us why you know so many unusual things. All of this was naturally told to me by God. Every step I take forward is guided personally by the saint." Liu Chen made a pious expression. "Really?" Jello was a little skeptical. "Haven't you heard the guidance of the saint? I got a piece of the saint's remains a long time ago, and since then I have often been able to hear the saint's guidance to me. I always feel that I am the one chosen by the saint." These lies were beyond their ability to expose. Both of them had heard the saint's whispers when they obtained the saint's remains, so what Liu Chen said was possible. According to what Lucy said, the president was also sending people to hunt down the Oriental man in front of him, so it can be known that Liu Chen is not his enemy at the moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Destiny. Chapter 10 Destiny. What did the saints tell you? And why are you at the starting point of the race? Jiro asked, wondering if anyone in the Vatican knew about this Oriental man. Headpans was clearly sent by the Vatican. She seemed unaware of Liu Chen's existence. The saint told me that if I followed the race route, I would be able to witness the miracles he performed. However, since I am not a good rider, I set out by train. Jiro glanced at Johnny. They had seen many miracles caused by corpses on the road. But he always felt that the words of this Oriental man were full of lies. This was his intuition. Although Liu Chen acted fanatical, he could tell that he wasn't devout. After all, who would take a train on a pilgrimage? Johnny thought for a moment and asked, "I also obtained a part of the remains, but I only heard a few words of revelation. Why were you able to hear so many revelations?" He thought that the saint seemed to have only said one sentence to him. "Perhaps it's because you are determined in your heart, while I am confused. Saints always guide the confused. So you came here specifically to witness the miracles of the saint?" Johnny looked at Liu Chen's facial expression suspiciously, trying to find evidence that he was lying. "No, I want to obtain another part of the saint's remains. I pray that the saint can give me more instructions." Liu Chen stated his goal frankly. The two of them probably wouldn't try desperately to seize the saint's remains from others. After all, they knew Diego also had an eyeball. "Have you got any clues?" Jello asked casually and didn't expect Liu Chen to answer him. "Of course. There's a portion of the saint's remains nearby, which is why I'm searching for them. But if you two can find it, I won't fight with you. The remains will choose their own owner. Whoever gets it will be God's will." Liu Chen told the two of them some of the information, and at the same time established an image for himself that was in line with God's will. The two were surprised that Liu Chen actually told them all the information he knew. Johnny said solemnly, even if you tell me the information, I won't return the body to you once I find it. Of course, the body belongs to whoever finds it. Liu Chen seemed quite open-minded about this, knowing that whoever found the body couldn't keep it. This was because it was a test from a saint, or perhaps a test from the Hugo Mandan Spring. To obtain it, one must first give it up. It didn't matter who found it first. Jiro thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know how many copies of the saint's remains your attackers found?" He had only heard from Lucy that the president possessed a saint's heart. He didn't know the details of the situation now. But they weren't the only ones searching. Hurtpans and Diego were also searching for the remains. The moment he saw Liu Chen, Jello realized that there might be other people looking for the body. Liu Chen was not sure how the president was doing now. He remembered that the legs in the comics were obtained by the stand messenger he sent out. Then he shook his head at the two of them and said, "I don't know. The saint didn't tell me this." "Do you really think the saint chose you?" Johnny was very curious about this. "I think so." Just as they were talking, the burning caused by the sound man's stand ability began to gradually extinguish. The smell of fireworks gradually dissipated. And the surroundings became quiet again. A rabbit, dodging something, appeared near the three of them. Johnny immediately created a substitute when he saw it, and then fired his claw bullet, successfully hitting the unfortunate rabbit. His action might be to show Liu Chen the strength of his side. Liu Chen looked at his actions and felt that there might be a pull of fate here. With this rabbit, he might be able to exchange it for the saint's ears and right hand. Jello jumped off his horse, walked over and picked up the rabbit that had been shot, then shook it towards Liu Chen and said, "It's a very fat rabbit. I'm sure it can be made into a pot full of stew. Just consider it as a reward for the cup of coffee. You can use it to make a lucky rabbit's foot, which will definitely bring you luck. So you should keep the rabbit for yourself." Liu Chen thought of the saint's right hand and rejected his suggestion. Although this rabbit appeared here out of misfortune, or perhaps it was drawn here by fate. Jiro seemed to sense something from this. "It seems that the saint has indeed said a lot to you. Don't you need luck? Believe me, luck is the most important thing on this journey, so don't share your luck with others." Liu Chen thought that only Poklok, who was focused on the competition, would be the final winner. It was as if the goddess of luck was sitting on his horse. After saying that, Liu Chen looked at Jiro's horseback. Was his death in the comics because he shared his luck with others? Just as he said. Ji Luo followed Liu Chen's gaze and looked at his horse's back. He said jokingly, "Can you believe it? The goddess of luck is sitting behind my horse. I believe." This made Jello a little confused about how to answer. Generally speaking, no one would answer this question in this way. "Will you come with us?" Johnny invited Liu Chen after seeing Jiro's awkwardness. He was still very concerned about the saint's remains on Liu Chen's body. Although he wouldn't take them away right away, he still hoped Liu Chen would stay by his side. "You're still going to participate in the SBR competition, right?" "Actually, my riding skills aren't very good. If I follow you, I'll definitely slow you down. You all have reasons to win, so let me walk slowly behind you, and I'll take the train later." Liu Chen rejected the invitation to go with them. If he walked with these two people without the aura of the protagonist, something bad would definitely happen. Jiro waved at Liu Chen and said, "We'll be leaving first. I hope to see you again somewhere in the future. When I become the champion, I'll treat you to a drink in New York. You'll definitely be there then, right? Fate will always bring us together again, and it won't be long. I'm afraid we'll meet before the end." Johnny also waved to Liu Chen, and the two of them walked away along the road. Liu Chen also gathered his belongings, then mounted his horse and slowly followed the two men. The moment the rabbit suddenly appeared, Liu Chen knew for sure they would find the Hugo Mandan Spring. This was the mission the saint had given them. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, The Spring of Hugo Mandan. Chapter 11, The Spring of Hugo Mandan. After the two protagonists walked away, Johnny couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Jiro, "Do you believe what he said?" Jello replied with great certainty, "Some of what he said was true, but there were more lies." "Will he be our enemy?" Jiro shook his head and replied, "It's hard to say for sure right now, but the president is also his enemy. Our goals are different from his." He couldn't understand this person. Liu Chen knew too much, and it was impossible for all of it to be told to him by the saint. So this must be his stand-ability. What is his purpose in asking us to bring this rabbit? Johnny was very distrustful of Liu Chen. "I don't know, but he probably didn't lie to us about the saint's remains here. Maybe it has something to do with his stand-ability." As they were talking, a few mushrooms on their horses' backs fell into the spring in the forest during the bumpy ride. Jiro had picked them up in the forest earlier and was going to stew them in the pot when he was about to cook. Suddenly, a short figure wearing a hat appeared and quickly disappeared into the woods. The two immediately became alert. They were a little worried about the sudden appearance of a figure in this sparsely populated forest, especially since Liu Chen had previously told them that the saint's remains were there. Jello reached for the iron ball at his waist, but it slipped out of his hand and fell into the spring. This made Jello even more panicked. Everything here was wrong. The two of them hurriedly rushed towards the direction where the figure disappeared. It was only by a big tree that the two of them could see clearly that the figure just now was a little girl. Johnny wanted to go up and talk to him, but Jello stopped him. Instead, the little girl took out a piece of gold and a diamond the size of a pigeon egg and asked, "Which one did you drop into the water, the gold or the diamond?" Everyone had heard of the legend of the river god. The two looked at each other and immediately realized that this girl must be the guardian of the remains. Considering Liu Chen's previous suggestion of making a lucky rabbit's foot, Jiro felt the saint's legs might be here. He carefully replied, "What I dropped into the river was an iron ball." The girl was very happy to hear this and stuffed all the things into Jello's hands. She said, "This is a reward for your honesty." Johnny felt that this test was too easy. But Jello had other ideas and threw more things into the spring, including a rabbit's left leg. He then succeeded in obtaining a large amount of wealth in the right hand of the saint. He then seemed to have received inspiration and disassembled the rabbit into its parts, throwing them into the spring. He then obtained a pair of saintly ears and a large amount of prey. The rest of the remains never appeared. Jiro pondered. Are these the only saint's remains here? This location doesn't seem difficult to find. Why didn't Liu Chen come and take the remains away? What was he planning? Hugo Mandan warned them, "Be sure to use all you have gained before the sun sets." Johnny wanted to return all the money he got to the little girl, but she refused and explained the rules to them both again. You must use up everything you get before the sun sets, and you cannot give it to others. Otherwise, it would be their turn to line up. Only then did the two men see many human faces on the side of the tree. These faces must have been living people before. This test might be more difficult than they thought. The two men took their found treasure and left. Liu Chen arrived at the tree where Hugo Mandan lived shortly after the two left. He had been following them, so the time difference was not too long. After carefully examining the tree for a moment, he prepared to leave. He had no intention of throwing anything into the spring. Who knew what purpose this huge pit had for? At this time, the little girl Hugo Mandan appeared from the tree house she lived in. She stared at Liu Chen with her blind eyes without saying anything. Seeing this, Liu Chen said to her with a smile, "Everything here will be over soon." Hugo Mandan looked at Liu Chen with a strange expression and replied, "The chosen one will end all of this, and you will be lucky enough to witness it." The one speaking at this moment might be the saint himself. Am I just a witness? Liu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Liu Chen knew that in this world, corpses had their own will, and his own power was also triggered by the corpses. Hugo Mandan said firmly, "No one can possess this power alone, not even the saint himself. Shouldn't my existence be the only exception? My existence must have had an impact on the world. Instead of answering the question, Hugo Mandan turned back to the tree and looked at the faces growing on the sides of the tree. Her empty, blind eyes seemed to be able to see everything here. Liu Chen followed her to the side of the tree. Looking at the face on the trunk, he asked, "Do you think the two of them can untie the restraints here? They are the two chosen by God. All of us here exist for them." Hugh Mandan's tone was calm. "This tree must be hundreds of years old. When did all this begin? God saw this many years ago, and you can't change it. So everything that's happening now was planned by the saint many years ago? Do you think God would be satisfied if the script turned out exactly as the saint had predicted? Or did the saint just set the stage? No one can decide the fate of mankind. All choices are made by ourselves." Really? Liu Chen didn't believe this at all. In JoJo, fate is predetermined. Su Gamondan didn't respond to Liu Chen's words. This person's existence was like a go piece on a chessboard. It didn't play any role, but it was very conspicuous. Since fate has made him involved, there must be a meaning for his existence. Liu Chen looked at the little girl and continued, "You've been here for over 50 years, right? You haven't grown at all. What will happen to you and the people in the tree after the two of them complete their so-called mission? Has time really left no trace on you? I have understood the mission God has placed on us, and today our mission will be completed." Hugh Mandan ignored the horror in Liu Chen's words. Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh, "This story is really cruel. It's time for you to leave. If you really want to get involved, why don't you catch up with them quickly? You should understand the rules here." Su Gamondan ignored Liu Chen's sigh. "So I can't change the outcome of this story, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Yellow Bird. Chapter 12 Yellow Bird. After Hugh Mandan ordered him to leave, Liu Chen tactfully left. This person who looked like a little girl was at least 60 years old. Of course, the final question remains unanswered. Since fate is fixed, can one gain more benefits from this predetermined destiny? I'm afraid that with my current strength, I'm not even qualified to touch the complete body. It seems that there is a setting that people with selfish desires cannot pick up the complete body. As his thoughts wandered, he couldn't help but think of that terrifying name. Fortunately, Tulong hadn't been born yet in this era. Disaster didn't have a spokesperson at the moment, so naturally, it wouldn't come looking for you just because you thought of a miracle. So, is there a chance for him to get the Rococaca fruit? Liu Chen barely remembered that Rococaca seemed to have been first discovered on the island of New Guinea. Unfortunately, he wasn't very familiar with the 8th installment. He'd only given it a quick glance. Perhaps he could look for it after finishing his work here. I don't know what the function of the door in my mind that needs to be charged is. According to Liu Chen's analysis, this door should be able to lead to another world. Liu Chen's mind was full of random thoughts as the horse slowly moved along the road. The trees on both sides began to decrease, and large farms began to appear. Not far ahead, a group of people were measuring something around a piece of land. One of them was crying loudly. Liu Chen was curious and went over. Of course he had to join in the fun. A farmer was regretting his previous transaction because he discovered a gold mine in the land he had just exchanged today. The people around him listened to his constant regrets. He had so much wasteland, but he casually exchanged the only piece with gold mine. Liu Chenro, mingling in the crowd, listened with interest. The others were also very happy. This kind of thing was a great pleasure for them. Behind the crowd of onlookers, a small team of 11 people rode their horses in unison and galloped towards the town. They did not see Liu Chen mixed in with the crowd. It's also possible that their targets were only Johnny and Jiro. The president should have assigned different tasks to different people. These people might not even be aware of Liu Chen's existence. A knowledgeable villager sighed, this team is full of skilled fighters. I never wanted to face such opponents when I participated in the war before. Although these 11 people are jokingly called the Free 11, in fact their fighting ability is not bad. Liu Chen slowly set off only after these people had left for a long time. After walking a short while longer, a town appeared in the distance. Liu Chen glanced at the sun. It was probably around 3 p.m. at this point. It would still be a long time before the sun set. Sitting at the gate of the town, Liu Chen thought that he must have been involved in this dispute when he got the saint's spine. Could his appearance affect the fate of others? I wonder if Yinren can safely return to his hometown to save his family. If he survives, it means his presence will affect the fate of others to some extent. Perhaps because he is not a major character? His survival or failure does not affect the ripples of fate. At this moment, the door in my mind has not been completely illuminated, so I can't do anything too extreme. In this world, the power of fate is the most terrifying. After sitting at the town gate and resting for an hour, I suddenly heard gunshots in the town and a conflict broke out inside. Listening to the dense gunfire in the town, Liu Chen realized that the fight for the hands and ears of the remains must be intense. Jiro and Johnny were certain to win, for fate was on their side. After undergoing this inner struggle, Johnny suddenly understood why the Oriental man had told him to bring the rabbit and why luck was paramount. He had known many things in advance but hadn't shared them with him. Jello gradually recovered from his plant state. The remaining man among the 11 hurriedly rode his horse towards the town exit. When he ran out of the town and just breathed a sigh of relief, a strange figure appeared and knocked his horse down with a punch. Liu Chen, who had been waiting at the door early, was waiting for him to appear. As soon as he saw the enemy appear, Liu Chen immediately activated his stand to attack. The horse fell sideways to the ground, and the enemy was thrown to the side. He struggled to get up from the ground. But Liu Chen wouldn't give him this chance. He quickly stepped forward, raised his pistol, and fired several shots, killing the enemy in front of him. The door in his mind was recharged. Then he stepped forward and took the saint's ears and right hand, which he was holding. The body melted into the body as soon as he took it. There was no left hand, so it seemed the body's left hand was still in Johnny's hand. As the remains merged into his body, the light of the door in his mind suddenly appeared. Liu Chen had an intuition that if he killed another stand user or found the remains of a saint, the charging of the door in his mind would be complete. The body must have been traded to him by Johnny, which was Liu Chen's main reason for not going to the Hugo Mandan Spring to retrieve the saint's remains himself. If you want to gain, you will inevitably lose. Waiting patiently is the best way to obtain the body. Then Liu Chen squatted beside the corpse and began to check whether he was carrying any intelligence, as he might have orders from the president. Finding some money can also facilitate the next journey. Touching the corpse is an important process. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, and at the same time, a revolver was pointed at Liu Chen's back. "Sir, please put the gun down and turn around slowly. Not too quickly. Otherwise, I might shoot." Liu Chen slowly put the pistol in his hand on the ground. His stand-in suddenly appeared, hardened the cloak behind him, and then knocked the gun pointing at him away with a punch. It was only then that Liu Chen saw through his stand-in that the person coming was actually Cowboy Mandan Tim. Because Liu Chen had taken the saint's spine and killed Brak Moya in advance, he was able to live here safely. If he reaches this position, the president should be not far away. Fate will continue to gather these people in the network together, and the more they struggle, the faster this process will be. Only the saint's legs and torso remain, yet to be found. However, the legs aren't far from here. Once all the parts are found, they will inevitably be brought together by the power of fate. This is an inevitable process. In Mandantum's eyes, Liu Chen was a murderer and robber. He had just killed a traveler coming out of town and was now robbing him. As a man with a strong sense of justice, he could not allow such a thing to happen. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Mandantum. Chapter 13 Mandantum. After his gun was knocked out of his hand, Mandantum immediately fought back. He first split his body into several parts along the rope. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Liu Chen. Liu Chen held his hardened cloak in front of him, unable to touch his ropes or he would break them into pieces. While this ability wasn't fatal, it was troublesome. A substitute, made of steel, emerged and attacked Mandantum. As his body stretched out, Mandantum's other hand picked up the pistol that had been knocked away. Instantly, he fired several shots at Liu Chen. However, all the bullets were blocked by the metal cloak. At the same time, Liu Chen shouted at Mandantum, "I am not your enemy. This man is an assassin sent by Valentine. You are on Lucy's side, right? Johnny and Jello told me about you." Johnny and Jiro hadn't mentioned Mandantum to Liu Chen, but that didn't stop him from saying so. After all, the two protagonists were in this town. Whenever Liu Chen and Mandantum appeared in front of Johnny, they would never discuss the issue. After hearing this, Mandantum released his ability, but he remained on guard. Liu Chen's next move would determine whether he would continue the attack. After Liu Chen saw that he had regained his composure, he immediately removed his substitute. Then he slowly walked up to Mandantum and said, "Johnny and Jiro should be in this town. I met them in the woods before. They were going to participate in a competition, so we didn't go together. But we haven't been apart for long, so they should still be in town." "How do you know them?" Mandantum asked his question. The man in front of him didn't look like he was lying. "I knew them before the competition started. Didn't Jello duel with a thief at that time?" Mandantum knew this fun, and when he saw that Liu Chen didn't seem to be lying, he relaxed his guard. So he asked, "Have you found any clues on him? Does he have any instructions from the president?" "Nothing was found except $12. They must have communicated over the phone." Touching the $12, Liu Chen secretly complained in his heart that working for the president didn't seem to pay much. Then he took out a few of them and handed them to Mandantum, saying, "Whoever sees the spoils shall have a share." Mandantum waved his hands repeatedly to reject Liu Chen's kindness, which always made him feel like he was his accomplice in highway robbery. "I didn't take part in the fight, so the spoils don't belong to me." Although cowboys sometimes took spoils from bandits. Seeing that Mandantum didn't want it, Liu Chen stuffed it all into his pocket. The US dollar is still very valuable these days. If I plan to go to New Guinea in the future, I have to start planning the travel expenses now. I don't know how much it costs to travel to other countries these days. After seeing Liu Chen put the money into his pocket, Mandantum continued to ask, "You said Johnny and Jello are here. They should be here. We just separated from the woods this morning. They shouldn't be moving very fast. Besides, they still had to find a way to spend the money and then face the attack of the 11. They should be drinking together in the snow right now, which is a famous scene. Then let's go into the city and look for them together," Mandantum suggested. Although he already believed Liu Chen, he still needed to confirm it. If he lied again, he couldn't afford to be fooled. Liu Chen understood what he was thinking and nodded in agreement. "Let's go, then. I think they're both still in the city. It's a good opportunity to get more information about this group. They certainly don't have much information about the president, but you can ask them what they think of Hugh Mandan." Seeing that Liu Chen showed no sign of resistance, Mandantum returned his revolver to his waistband. He had been keeping a close eye on Liu Chen. No matter what he said, he wouldn't let down his guard until he was truly convinced he was a friend. This was fundamental to being a cowboy. Liu Chen also put the gun back on his waist, and then asked, "Why are you here? Is Mr. Steele nearby?" "If Steele is here, Valentine should be nearby as well." Seeing that Liu Chen seemed to be aware of what was happening to him, Mandantum explained, "That's probably the case. I learned that the president had sent 2 assassins to find the saint's legs, so I followed their footsteps, but I didn't meet them. Liu Chen guessed that the 2 people were probably Majid and Vika Bibo. Had Lucy successfully infiltrated the president's side? So, because of his presence, Lucy was not suspected. So who holds the saint's heart now? Because the changes he has undergone have gradually caused Liu Chen to lose his intelligence advantage. As expected, the current situation is a mess. Then let's go to the city first. On the other side, the president, who had been waiting for contact from the 11, realized their failure. The failure of the 11 men left the president unable to remain calm. Although the men he had sent out successfully obtained the saint's legs, this still couldn't mask his own decline. According to his plan, he now had to possess at least half of the saint's remains. So now we have to go and retrieve the remaining parts. Except for the torso, the rest have already been revealed. Valentine decided to send all his men out now to recapture the various parts. The first was the Oriental man who was not in his plan. He seemed to know the location of the remains and was also following the map. And the Sandman seemed to have betrayed himself after coming into contact with that Oriental man. Although Valentine had little hope for this Indian, his blatant betrayal was unforgivable. For now, he could only let him go, primarily because he had no remains and he was short on manpower. Once he had the remains, he would make sure he knew the consequences of betrayal. The president ordered his men, Majid, you and Wika Bibo go get the bodies from Johnny and Jello. Majid, Vika Bibo, Disco, Maiko and others expressed their loyalty to the president. Valentine was about to personally take the saint's spine from Liu Chen's hands. This was the most important part and he had to do it himself. After obtaining Jiro's saint's right eye, Lucy has been looking for an opportunity to seize the saint's heart from the president. However, since the president's plan has not been progressing smoothly during this period, he has tightened his defense on his side, and she has not found a good opportunity. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The ball hits the net. Chapter 14 The ball hits the net. When Liu Chen and Mandan Tim found Johnny and his partner after asking around in the city, they were sitting in the snow, drinking a bottle of cheap red wine. Johnny looked calm, a man who had been through a lot. Jello was a little surprised that Mandantam and Liu Chen arrived together. The 2 of them actually met each other. Liu Chen spoke first before anyone else. I said it wouldn't be long before we meet again. Jiro nodded helplessly, then said with a slightly teasing tone, it's indeed not too long, not even more than a day. So have you been following us all the time? He is a relatively lively person. Mandantam lowered his guard only after he saw that he knew the men. Johnny felt the body parts in Liu Chen's body. It was obvious that the body he had just exchanged fell into his hands, and the bodies could sense each other. This made Johnny feel a little disappointed, as if he had been tricked by the Oriental man in front of him. Liu Chen nodded, of course, there is only one way forward. It is inevitable that I will follow behind you. Jiro noticed Johnny's expression and asked thoughtfully, it seems you've finally gotten the saint's ears. You should know the rules of the Hugo Mandan Spring, right? Although it was a question, he was very sure that Liu Chen knew the rules. He might even know how to obtain the remains. Seeing this, Liu Chen did not quibble and answered frankly, of course, I know the rules. If you want to get something, you must first give it up. Only those who dare to give everything can finally gain everything. Johnny said with a hint of complaint in his tone, but it seems that you haven't given up anything. You are the ones who need to be tested, not me. The saint's remains will not fall into my hands in the end. I just hold it for a period of time. So fate will not test someone who is not in its plan. Obviously, I am such a person. The 2 were sure that it was Liu Chen who took the saint's body that Johnny had given to the assassin, but as mentioned before, Johnny would not give the body to Liu Chen even if he found it, so the body would naturally belong to whoever got it. As for whether Johnny would agree after hearing Liu Chen's explanation, no one knew. Mondentum understood a little bit. It turned out that when he met Liu Chen before, he was really killing and robbing, but the other party was just an assassin sent by the president. So he asked Johnny the question that concerned him most: how long do you plan to keep the body? I will hand over the body to the most appropriate person at the appropriate time. As for who is the right person, it depends on the specific circumstances at the time. All rights of interpretation belong to Liu Chen. Jiro stopped dwelling on the body's whereabouts and asked a different question: so this is your stand ability? You know things that others don't. If someone could predict the future, it would be much easier to deal with the president. Liu Chen did not answer directly. Maybe it is impolite to directly ask others about their stand abilities. Think about what Dongfang Xianzu said about stand-ins. At least you could tell us about Valentine's abilities. You should know quite a bit about him. He's the enemy of all of us, isn't he? Even if we knew about the president's stand ability in advance, it would be difficult to deal with it. So it doesn't matter if we tell these three people. Thinking of this, Liu Chen spoke: do you believe in parallel worlds? Jiro frowned and replied: since you ask, it seems that there is, so you are from a parallel world. If that was the case, it would explain why Liu Chen knew so many things. He came from a parallel world. Liu Chen understood that Jiro and the others had misunderstood him, so he quickly explained: no, I'm not from a parallel world. What I want to tell you is that Valentine can travel to a parallel world. And there are an infinite number of parallel worlds. The three of them were confused. What good could it mean to be able to travel to a parallel world? Could he have obtained other information in advance? Liu Chen continued to explain to the three people: his stand ability allows him to synchronize the memories of his selves in different parallel worlds. Once his original body dies, the self in the parallel world will take his place, so he has countless lives. Perhaps the self in this world has already died. An unkillable enemy made all three of them feel terrified. Liu Chen glanced at the two cheaters. Diego's methods were definitely not suitable for them. But Yafor was capable of interdimensional attacks. Chu Mimi would personally cross the dimensional wall to beat him up. This seems to be related to gravity. Let the protagonist discover this on his own. We can't tell you all the information at once. The so-called growth is to let the protagonist discover the secrets on his own. There should be limits on Valentine's ability to travel across dimensions, right? It's true that there are necessary conditions for activation, but they're not restrictions. They can be easily met. After all, there are strengths and weaknesses among stands. For example, Mondentum's abilities aren't very strong, and my own abilities aren't particularly impressive either. Perhaps it's because I haven't developed them yet. These simple abilities are generally quite powerful. What is the use of the saints remains? Although almost everyone was fighting for it, Mondentum actually didn't know. Jiro should know this feeling. The existence of saints is of course to trigger miracles. Jiro picked up the remaining half bottle of red wine on the ground, gave some to the two people who had just arrived, and said, "We are toasting to the ball that hit the net." "That's a good reason," Liu Chen praised repeatedly. The fate of the others was almost certain. Only he was the one who hit the net and flew up. So he took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Mondentum thought for a moment and invited Liu Chen, "Since I have already withdrawn from the competition, why don't you come with me?" He wanted to keep the body by his side. Liu Chen shook his head and rejected Mondentum's invitation to go with him. "I plan to go back and take a look at Hugh Mandan. Johnny has completed the Saints test. Those who were imprisoned in the tree should be released. They are at least from decades ago. I plan to go back and see if they have changed." Liu Chen wanted to see what fate had done to them. At the moment when the power of the saints disappears, will the power of time reappear in them? What is their current state? Hopefully, thanks to the saints' miracle, they will be unharmed. Will the substitutes made of spring water and trees disappear after the test of the remains is over? Mandan Tim would not give up his idea easily. I am actually quite interested in the people from decades ago. Why not take me with you to see them? It's very dangerous to follow me. You must have other things to do. Liu Chen once again refused his request to go with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Journey. Chapter 15 Journey. Jiro, on the other hand, deduced some questions from Liu Chen's words. Since there are infinite parallel worlds, what's so special about ours? Valentine shouldn't need to be obsessed with our world. Why bother dragging himself from other worlds into this? Because the saints' remains are unique, there are no saints' remains in other worlds. Only this world is special. This is the basic world. There are no saints in other worlds. Johnny was a little surprised after hearing this. I don't know whether there are saints in other worlds, but what is certain is that only this world has the remains of saints. It is said that only the basic world has the remains of saints, and the other worlds should have saints. Is that so? Does that mean there are no stand users in other worlds? Johnny only knew that the remains of saints could inspire stands, and he knew almost nothing else. Stands aren't just activated by corpses, they're a person's spiritual power, and sometimes they awaken naturally without external stimulation. Liu Chen explained some basic concepts. At the end of the comic, Zero successfully activated his own stand, the Iron Ball Destroyer, through his own skill. What's the difference between the parallel world and the basic world besides the remains of the saint? I don't know, I haven't been to a parallel world. The comics don't talk about the basic situation of the parallel world. Shouldn't you know this? Jello kept testing Liu Chen. Intelligence-type stands are not as powerful as you think. How could I know everything that happens outside the parallel world? Taking Chiao's stand as an example, it is impossible for him to know so many things. Even the most powerful intelligence-type stand does not know as much as Liu Chen. Jiro didn't know whether he believed it or not, then let's just leave it at that. For a moment, Johnny actually wanted to attack Liu Chen and snatch the body away, but Liu Chen was too unpredictable. He didn't know if his opponent would expect him to attack now. He didn't know if Jiro and Mandan Tim would help him if he attacked directly. Liu Chen saw that he had almost finished talking, so he said goodbye to the three of them. I'm going to go back and see Huguemondan again. Do you have anything to say to her? Johnny shook his head and said, I understand the test the saints' remains pose to me, but I don't have anything to say to her. Jiro frowned and asked, the tree should have been freed by now. Is there any point in going back to see it? Is it the same as in fairy tales? The princess and the prince lived happily ever after. The ending of the story doesn't tell us what happens to the dwarfs. I have to go and see what kind of ending the supporting characters of the story will have. I'm pretty sure I'm a supporting character in this story. Liu Chen answered with a hint of meaning in his tone. Then who is the protagonist? Us or the president? Jiro asked his own question based on the test that Liu Chen had mentioned before. What kind of story do you think this will be? Is it about fate, enlightenment, or growth? I hope this is a fairy tale and I can achieve victory like the knight in the story. Achieve my goal. Jello replied with a grin showing his gold teeth. Liu Chen took off his hat and said to Ji Luo, I hope that after this long journey, you can overcome your fate. This is my most sincere blessing for you. Jiro sensed the respect in Liu Chen's words. He always showed respect to nature. Nature understood Liu Chen's meaning. It seemed his fate wasn't destined to end well. He suddenly grinned, his gold teeth edged, and said, at least it'll be a good story, right? By this point, he had come to his senses. If fate couldn't be changed, then at least make this journey more fulfilling. So, Johnny was the protagonist of this journey. He felt honored for his friend. He hoped that at the end of the story, he would have a fulfilling journey. Yes, it will be a wonderful story. What role will you play in this story? I don't know. I hope the story will eventually change because of my existence. Valentine's stand requires him to be at an angle between two objects. Then Liu Chen took out the saint's right hand and threw it to Johnny, saying, "Take it. I'll give you this part first. I still have a use for the rest. Perhaps I will just hand the remaining parts over to the president. I hope you won't blame me. The gathering of the remains is inevitable, from a story perspective. The president will inevitably obtain all the remains, so it doesn't matter who holds the remains now. In the end, it will all be gathered in the hands of the person chosen by fate." Johnny didn't understand what he heard, but Jello already understood a lot. For the first time, Jiro felt a fondness for this oriental man in front of him. "I hope this won't be the last time I see you. If this story really has an ending, then I hope I can have another drink with you at the end of the journey. Hope to see you in New York, if I ever get there. Goodbye." Liu Chen waved to Johnny and Jiro, then set off with Mondantum to see Hugh Mandan. Mondantum insisted on following Liu Chen, his curiosity now growing even stronger. What kind of courage did it take to casually hand over the remains of a saint to someone else? Mondantum rode his horse and followed Liu Chen, and Liu Chen's horse also listened to Mondantum more. "What about me in the story you're telling?" Liu Chen glanced at him and replied, "You are no longer in this story. Why don't you choose a better ending for yourself? Before fate drags you back into this story. Struggling will only make the net tighter. A cowboy never deserts a battlefield. I have been looking for an end since I started this journey. Now I can see it. I will not give up because of your words." Mondantum answered nonchalantly. At least every character in JoJo is very aware, and that is their charm. Looking at Liu Chen's departing back, Johnny held the saint's right hand and asked Jiro in confusion, "What did this oriental man say to you in the end?" "Nothing. Just telling me that no matter which way the ball lands, I should accept it. We should move on." Johnny, Lesson 3, Trust the spin. Just trust it. Johnny also understood that Jello might suffer misfortune at the end of this journey, which made him afraid of this journey. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 D4C. Chapter 16 D4C. When the two came out of the town, the sun had already set completely. "It's hard to walk after dark. Why don't you go tomorrow?" "I don't know if they'll still be there tomorrow, so I want to go check it out now." "You don't have to come with me." Mondantum suddenly asked, "Your stand's ability is not actually to obtain intelligence. You can see the future, right? Otherwise, you don't need to take a look. And the future you know does not include you. You are afraid of your future fate." The tone of confirmation was beyond doubt, and Liu Chen did not need to answer this question. These people were indeed more perceptive than the other. I had only given them some information, but they had already guessed the situation on my side. After Liu Chen pulled the horse back, he asked, "You're worried about the saint's remains, right? But you don't have the confidence to take it from me. You don't really want the saint's remains, so what drives you to keep moving forward?" "Of course it's the glory of a cowboy. Do you think death is something to be feared?" Having already died once, Liu Chen thought carefully about it. He used to despise death, but the moment he fell from the mountain, his thoughts changed. Only when facing death will the most primitive fear arise. Yes, death is something to be feared. Liu Chen nodded affirmatively. When I was about to die of thirst in the clutches of the devil, I was also so afraid of death. But in the end, I realized that what I feared was not death itself. It was the loneliness of having nowhere to go, the loneliness of being extremely empty. He is also a person who has faced death. Since everyone has their own values, no one should try to criticize anyone else. The remains of the saints will eventually come together to form a whole. This is inevitable in fate. So there is no need to worry too much about the remains. I will die in this inevitable process, right? Just like Jello will also die in the torrent of fate. Mondentum has already realized it. Perhaps. Mondentum interrupted Liu Chen and said, since this is an inevitable fate, it must be unchangeable, right? Then I must find my inner home while I am still alive. The two of them set out on their journey again in the twilight. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the Hugo Mandan Spring again. It was already late at night. The faces in the trees had all vanished, and any trace of human presence had vanished. It was as if Hugh Mandan had never existed. The tree released all the people it had captured, but where were the traces of their departure? Liu Chen searched carefully. Mondentum looked at Liu Chen's actions and said, what did you find? This place was a place similar to the Devil's Palm in the morning. Now that the power of the remains has disappeared, everything has changed. I'm asking what you learned about fate. I don't know anything. It's so peaceful here, as if nothing has happened. It's as if their presence is truly to hand over the remains to the person being tested. What are you worried about? Liu Chen was worried that fate had spent so much effort to set up such a stage, and whether he would be included in it. There's a tree hole here where you can rest for the night. We'll start again tomorrow. Don't worry too much about fears that haven't come yet. Fear is inevitable and will come to you. The two rested in the tree house until they set out again the next morning. After leaving the Hugh Mandan Spring, we set out on the road again. This time, we found nothing. It was almost noon. Mondentum suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist with a serious expression, as the enemy was attacking. Liu Chen saw a most unexpected enemy on the side of the road, Fanny Valentine. Shouldn't Valentine, the boss, appear at the end? Why is he here? What boss would show up before all the minions are defeated? Liu Chen blurted out, fuck. Why is the president here? Then Valentine disappeared from the spot. He reappeared soon after. Valentine was also a little surprised and said, I can't find you in any parallel world. It seems that you are also unique. Valentine originally planned to use the mutual annihilation of two people from different dimensions to deal with Liu Chen, but unexpectedly, after searching several worlds, Liu Chen did not exist in any of them. So he could only pull a Mondentum from another world. After meeting another Mondentum, Liu Chen warned him, don't touch the other you. The same objects from different worlds will be destroyed when they touch each other. Mondentum sensed something was amiss when he saw his other self and immediately replied, I'll be careful. Could that be our enemy? I don't know, there is a gap between parallel worlds. If there is no fight for the remains, will Mondentum, as the sheriff, be the president's subordinate? The president looked at Liu Chen with a strange expression. It seems you know a lot about me. Then I need to make you leave here completely. Suddenly, people from all directions started shooting at Liu Chen. Almost all of them had a big president between them. There weren't just one or two presidents here, D4C had brought dozens of them into this world. They all raised their guns and fired at Liu Chen. The bullets were too dense, coming at us from all directions. The condition of being sandwiched between two objects was too broad. The steel of the stand's body was immediately activated. Although skin is of course soft, at this moment Liu Chen's skin was as hard as steel. This was Liu Chen's newly developed use of the stand's ability. The bullets only caused a slight pain when they hit the surface of my body, and the enemy's bullets failed to penetrate my armor. However, Liu Chen took the full impact, and I could only be thankful that the impact of bullets in this era was not very strong. Then Liu Chen shook the cloak behind him, and as usual, the cloak covered Liu Chen to avoid bullets. Suddenly, there were some subtle differences in the surrounding scene. The most important thing was that Mondentum beside him disappeared. The presidents in all directions also disappeared. Liu Chen immediately realized that he had been sent to a parallel world by the president. The cloak he had been using for defense was used by Valentine, and the cloak formed a sandwich with the ground. Once the conditions were met, Valentine could naturally activate his ability. So Liu Chen was tricked by his own actions, and Valentine took advantage of Liu Chen's actions and threw him into a parallel world. Diego seemed to have been sent to a parallel world in the same way. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Trading. Chapter 17 Trading. At this time, a great president appeared in front of Liu Chen. After all, the body was now on Liu Chen. People like Mandantim were not important to him. More presidents continued to appear from the gap between the two objects, and bullets continued to be fired at them densely. Liu Chen's metallic skin can block the damage from the bullet, but the impact of the bullet alone causes great harm to Liu Chen. Liu Chen tried to give himself the fluidity of mercury to allow the bullet to pass through his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this with his current strength. The growth of the stand required continuous development. Perhaps after obtaining the insect arrow, he would evolve this ability. Heartsteel flew towards the nearest president and punched him through the body. But most of the presidents didn't even frown, they just kept firing. Luckily, 2 bullets collided with each other beside Liu Chen, and the bullets were immediately destroyed. A powerful force knocked Liu Chen to the ground. Fortunately, Liu Chen was now very strong. The fall to the ground did not cause any greater damage. D4C flew directly towards Liu Chen. Although D4C did not attack many times in the comics, it actually had both strength and speed. When Heartsteel started fighting him, the difference in their attributes was immediately apparent. Although there is not much difference in speed between the two stands, the power of Heartsteel is still far behind that of the president's D4C. D4C suppressed Liu Chen's substitute, the steel of the body. If the stalemate continues, defeat is inevitable. In another world, Mandantum saw Liu Chen suddenly disappear from his side, and immediately started shooting at the president. He didn't know what his companion had endured, but he thought his fate had ended here. Perhaps his own end would also be here. That Oriental man who had tried so hard to avoid his fate actually died here before me. How tragic! The remaining presidents fired at Mandantum, but he dodged the fatal bullets by splitting his body, while some less fatal bullets still managed to hit him. You are the sheriff of the country, why do you resist my will? You must know that my will is the will of the country. I will bring happiness to this country. And you are now blocking the path to happiness for this country. Put down your gun and show your loyalty to me. You will be part of the future of this happy country. Valentine asked Mandantum, and at this moment he was in a good position to win, so he was now qualified to speak. Mandantum's response was only 1 bullet. After emptying his gun, he slowly spoke. I don't see that your actions are for the sake of this country. Everyone in this country is free. Even you, the president, cannot decide the fate of others at will. Of course, Lucy is also a major reason for Mandantum. Valentine laughed contemptuously, haha, people like you have no patriotism at all. A lowly person like you cannot understand the great mission of patriotism. He now had no room for mercy for this man who had no patriotism. D4C is unique, so in the basic world, the presidents are suppressing Mandantum with bullets. Mandantum used his stand ability to dismantle the remaining presidents one by one. None of the presidents feared death. This was necessary to bring happiness to the nation. More bullets severely wounded Mandantum, his abilities were still too weak. In the parallel world, the suppressed Liu Chen felt he couldn't continue like this. His defeat was inevitable against the stand SA level. So now I have to find a way to change this situation. Liu Chen suddenly shouted at the president, you should be able to tell that I'm not from this world, so I have a way to leave. Don't force me to leave this world with part of my remains. That world isn't a parallel world. Once you lose my remains, you'll never get them back. D4C stopped what he was doing. Then a Valentine stepped out from the shadows. After seeing D4C stop, Liu Chen took a breath and then proposed a deal to Valentine. It doesn't necessarily have to be the remains of the saint. All I've been pursuing is power. This world seems to be vying for diamonds. You give me the diamonds, and I'll give you the saint's spine. What the world is fighting for seems to be a diamond with magical powers. The body is unique, but the diamond is not, so there is a possibility that the diamond could be taken away by Liu Chen. Johnny in the parallel world wins by doing nothing. In fact, as Valentine himself said, the body loved him, so it was inevitable that the body would fall into his hands. Because in this story, he is the only one who possesses the belief of selflessness. He doesn't even care about his own life. Johnny also possessed the body later, but the effect of the body was not as strong as when it was in Valentine's hands. Fate played a trick on him in the end, and Johnny showed his golden spirit in the end, because at that time fate had already called for his exit. Valentine stared at Liu Chen and began to digest the various messages in his words. Could there be a world he didn't know about? Where did this Oriental man come from? Seeing Valentine's troubled expression, Liu Chen immediately spoke. I'm not from this world. Since you've traveled through so many parallel worlds, you should understand that world walls can sometimes be unstable. I won't threaten your country. I have to leave. As long as I kill you before you leave, I can still get the body. Valentine said without changing his expression. You won't gamble. You don't know how I will leave. If the body is missing the most important spine, I'm afraid your country will never have a chance to be happy again. Liu Chen continued to bluff. Valentine really wouldn't gamble on whether Liu Chen could take the body away. He needed to make sure he got the saint's body using the most foolproof means. How do you prove you're from another world? Liu Chen thought for a moment and replied, as long as there is such a possibility, you can't just sit back and watch. You have the upper hand now. If I deceive you, even if the diamond falls into my hands, you can still take it back. The president was silent for a moment and then agreed to the suggestion. He then said, I will cover you with my cloak. There are no diamonds in this world. I will take you to another world. Diamonds weren't the most important thing to him, after all, he had already given up many worlds with diamonds. But there was only one copy of the saint's remains. And only the saint's remains could bring happiness to the nation. Liu Chen bet right that Fanny Valentine would not take such a risk. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Diamond. Chapter 18 Diamond. As the cloak successfully covered Liu Chen, the surrounding scene shifted slightly again. A gravely injured Mondentum collapsed to the ground, still alive. Liu Chen and Valentine returned to the basic world. Then the scene changed again. The president brought Liu Chen to a new world. He didn't notice Mondentum lying on the ground. A doomed sheriff wouldn't have any impact on his plans. Liu Chen figured out the mechanism of his teleportation. He could return to the door he had come from, and there was no need to rely on the power of D4C. In other words, the power added by D4C was for round trip. Diego had also used this to return to the previous world from where he came from. So he could return to the basic world on his own without the help of D4C. In this world, there is a president holding a diamond who is waiting for Liu Chen. It seems that Valentine in this world has successfully obtained the diamond. Valentine said seriously, now give me the saint's spine, and I will give you the diamond. I swear to the goddess that I will give you the diamond. I don't know if the diamond in your hand is real. Throw the diamond to me first. If it's real, I will give you the saint's spine. I still want to stay in this world for a while. So I have no reason to lie to you. Since you are willing to give me the diamond, why are you hesitating now? Valentine was silent for a moment and then threw the diamond away. Liu Chen immediately used the steel of heart to catch the diamond. The moment Liu Chen's double took the diamond, the portal in his mind suddenly glowed. The diamond's power fueled the portal, and now that it was fully charged, Liu Chen immediately knew that this portal could indeed lead to other worlds. However, he didn't know which worlds. He had to push the door open, but once it opened, he would be transported through time. so there was no way to prepare in advance. However, the words he had used to threaten Valentine before became true at this moment. Since there is a means to leave, the fear of fate will not be so deep. Moreover, Liu Chen felt that this diamond could also enhance the ability of the stand, so he would have to study how to use it specifically in the future. I've already given you the diamond. Now give me the saint's spine. Dozens of Valentines spoke in unison, dozens of pistols aimed at Liu Chen simultaneously, and the D4CS were ready to attack at any moment. If Liu Chen violated the agreement, the Valentines would immediately launch an attack. Liu Chen first grinned, then used his substitute to pull the saint's remains out of his body. The remains long to be reunited, so I will not break my promise. I will give you the saint's spine. I also hope that you will be able to gain enough awareness to obtain the complete saint's remains. Fanny Valentine, if you want happiness, you must face disaster. This is your destiny. After Liu Chen finished speaking, Heartsteel threw the saint's spine at Valentine. Liu Chen felt secretly pleased with himself for verbally attacking the president. In comics, it was always the president who verbally attacked others. Valentine used D4C to take the saint's remains that Liu Chen had thrown over. He then laughed loudly and said, I will keep my promise. You and Diamond will stay in this world until you get tired of it and leave. He planned to leave Liu Chen in this world, lest his return affect his plans. He also wasn't about to break his promise to retrieve the diamond. However, he hadn't promised to bring Liu Chen back. For now, he could only stay in this world and fend for himself. He was about to leave this parallel world when his body suddenly sensed that the Oriental man before him still possessed the ears of a saint. The spine was the most important part, so his previous attention had been focused on it. Valentine then stopped and returned to the basic world. Liu Chen looked at Valentine's puzzled expression and explained, I was only talking about the saint's spine, not all the saint's remains in my possession. So the saint's ears still belong to me. Valentine was puzzled by Liu Chen's actions. Since he was willing to give him the saint's spine, it meant he had no desire for the saint's remains. Regardless of whether his claim of seeking power was true, it made no sense for him to keep the ear in his hands. Valentine then spoke up, since you understand that the remains long to be reunited, why do you want to go against the saint's wishes? If you hand over all the remains to me, you can do whatever you want in this parallel world. After all, you are unique here. When you have had enough fun, you can return to your own world. I will never return to this world again. This is another deal. You have to make a new offer. Valentine hated Liu Chen's greed. But it was good, as greedy people could be made to give up what they had at a price. After a moment's silence, Valentine offered his own advice, give me the saint's ears, and I'll give you a large sum of money so you can have fun in this world. I can also use my position as president to grant you some privileges. He was ready to give up this world. The basic world was the most important. Liu Chen was somewhat dismissive of this offer. However, he thought for a moment and asked, do you know about insect arrows? Are there arrows in any parallel world? If so, I'm not against making another deal with you. Valentine had never heard of worm arrows, but knowing the request made things easier. He immediately searched for them throughout the infinite worlds. Then, somewhat wearily, he reappeared and said, I've asked my various selves in different worlds, and there's no such thing as you describe. Liu Chen pondered for a moment. Was there no insect arrow here? Was it because the world had been rebooted, or was it for some other reason? It seemed that if he wanted his stand to become Requiem, he would have to go back to the first 4 films. What a shame, it seems you don't have what I need. Valentine threatened, do you think you can leave without handing over the saint's ears? Think about why you made a deal with me. You're not strong enough to make a deal with me. Maybe now I have a new idea and I'm ready to try again. After saying this, Liu Chen immediately covered himself with his cloak again, and in an instant, he was back in the basic world. Leaving was just as easy as coming in. However, it seemed like the trip back and forth between parallel worlds was only once. When Liu Chen returned to the basic world, the power D4C had applied to the cloak disappeared. After realizing the details of D4C's abilities, Liu Chen would no longer cover himself with a cloak. The president also appeared and looked at Liu Chen with a gloomy face. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Cowboy. Chapter 19 Cowboy. The seriously injured Mondentum lay on the ground, watching Liu Chen appear and disappear repeatedly. There were so many Valentines that he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Wait until Liu Chen appears beside him again. Mondentum understood that Liu Chen must also be fighting with the president, and their battle should be taking place in a parallel world. This Oriental man was indeed not on the same side as the president, and he was also fighting his fate in his own way. Since this was the case, I had to help him and absolutely could not let the body fall into the hands of the president. The resurfacing Valentine now harbored murderous intent towards Liu Chen. Since he had already understood his abilities, he couldn't let him live. Unfortunately, Liu Chen had the possibility of taking the body away, so he couldn't harbor murderous intent towards him until he got the body. But he couldn't leak his information at will. He was walking on a tightrope. Although you now understand D4C's abilities, victory still rests with me, Valentine. Give me the saint's ears, and I'll spare your life and the cowboys. Mondentum cried out, you can't hand over my body to the president. If death is my fate, then let it come. Aren't you afraid that I will just take the saint's body away? Liu Chen threatened again. I understand now. You won't leave now. Even if you truly have the means to do so. You still have things you want to obtain in this world. And you won't leave until you get them. After saying this, Valentine emptied his gun towards Liu Chen. At this moment, Valentine was still confident. He was able to suppress the two men just now, and this time was no exception. The president's arrogance was fully revealed at this moment. In fact, he was right. Liu Chen really wanted to stay in this world for a while longer. It wasn't an emergency yet. When that moment came, Liu Chen would naturally leave immediately. At the moment the bullets hit, the steel of the heart emerged and touched Liu Chen's clothes. His skin and clothes became hard again and blocked all the attacks. Valentine was not impatient. He first approached Liu Chen while loading bullets into his pistol, and his stand-in D4C flew towards Liu Chen. Although the range of D4C is also C, it is smaller than the range of Liu Chen's stand. All I can say is that there is a gap between C and C. Now his distance does not allow the stand to attack Liu Chen, so he has to move forward a distance. At this time, Mondentum struggled to break himself into several pieces through the rope. His right hand successfully touched Valentine, and a rope was wrapped around Valentine's right foot. No one paid attention to the seriously injured Mondentum, so he successfully approached the president. Valentine was immediately broken into several parts and put on the rope, and Valentine's attack was immediately alleviated. After doing all this, Mondentum shouted to Liu Chen, "Take the body to Johnny and the others. Don't give it to Valentine. He is a man who only brings misfortune. Leave here quickly. I will buy you the last time." Then Mondentum whistled, and his mount galloped to Liu Chen's side. He could easily make the horses obey because Mondentum was the most legendary cowboy. Liu Chen's stand-in, Mind Steel, touched Mondentum's rope, and the wound that was bleeding began to stiffen. Use this method to stop the bleeding first. And the bleeding will subside as the skin and muscles become stiff. Valentine was distracted for a moment and was ambushed, but this ability with little lethality had no effect on him. D4C turned around and cut the rope that was wrapped around Valentine with a single knife move. Even though the rope had been imbued with the properties of steel, it was rendered useless by the D4C's power. With the rope severed, Valentine successfully recovered. However, Mondentum's right hand was severed by the D4C. Seeing that Liu Chen had not left yet, Mondentum became a little anxious. Hurry up, the two of us are no match for the president. Since you fear fate, you know that this is the inevitable fate of mine. Now fate is calling me. Mondentum's remaining left hand wrapped the rope around the president's leg again. Valentine was once again broken into pieces and strung together. The rhythm of the attack was once again interrupted. After seeing Mondentum's determination, Liu Chen was not a pretentious person. Since he couldn't save Mondentum, he drove his horse forward at a gallop. The body really couldn't fall into the hands of the president yet. As Liu Chen rode away, he didn't forget to raise his gun and shoot the horse he had ridden. He couldn't leave the president with any means of transport to catch up with him. By the time Valentine returned to normal, Liu Chen had already ridden away on his horse. Valentine couldn't help but fly into a rage. He could have gotten the saint's ears from the lucky Liu Chen. As long as he didn't endanger Liu Chen's life, he would have been able to get the saint's ears. Then, whether Liu Chen left or was killed wouldn't be a problem. You lowly poor bastard, you're preventing this country from achieving happiness. Valentine angrily kicked Mondentum. A large amount of blood spurted out of Mondentum's mouth, and after he could no longer see Liu Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Valentine kept cursing him, as a citizen of this country, you should have patriotism for this country, but now you have become an obstacle to the country's happiness. The president's anger towards Mondentum far outweighed his anger towards Liu Chen, because Liu Chen looked distinctly oriental. Furthermore, he came from another world. But Mondentum lacked any patriotism, which made the president feel his beliefs were being insulted by this cowboy. Patriotism? You're just using it as a pretext for your despicable actions. Everything you do is motivated by your vile, shameless, and hateful selfishness. What Mondentum didn't know was that Valentine was really doing these things out of love for his country. But that didn't stop the president from doing despicable things. Just like the name of Fanny Valentine's stand-in, evil is easy. Those sacrifices are just the cornerstones to happiness, and even the president himself can become this cornerstone. People like you have no way of understanding the greatness of patriotism and will never be able to achieve happiness. After saying that, Valentine fired all the bullets in his pistol at Mondentum. Mondentum glanced toward the rising sun. In his heart, he had already found a place to return to. This was the glorious path that belonged only to cowboys. On this morning, just as the sun cast its rays upon the cowboy's face, the legendary cowboy, Mondentum, died at the hands of Fanny Valentine. Mondentum lived for Liu Chen, and finally died for Liu Chen. At this moment, fate turned its somewhat deviated trajectory back. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Evolution. Chapter 20 Evolution. After galloping for a long time, Liu Chen confirmed that there were no pursuers catching up. When escaping, Liu Chen discovered that the president did not bring a horse with him, so Liu Chen killed the horse he stole. When the sun was high overhead, he paused for a moment. Since Mondentum had used his life to hold Valentine back for him, he had to help him realize his last words. Liu Chen decided to give the saint's ears to Johnny and Jiro. This was a man's promise. Liu Chen knew that his wisest choice was to trade the saint's ears to the president, and then use the president's power to find the Rococaca fruit in a parallel world. He thought there was nothing else he could obtain in this world. However, not everything is based on profit. It's like Liu Chen said that Jello's death was fate, but he still told Jello the information because Liu Chen hoped that Jello could defeat fate and survive. He would wait until the remains of the saints were gathered together and then see if he had any hope of getting them, but Liu Chen didn't have much hope for this. The body will not be owned by anyone, and fate will inevitably stop you the moment you want to take it away. As for the president, Liu Chen naturally wanted to find an opportunity to retaliate. It had nothing to do with any position, only personal grudges. Liu Chen thought that after he overturned the president's car, he would get some money and go to New Guinea to look for the Rococaca fruit. After finding the fruit, he would leave this world. I just feel a little regretful about Mondentum's final realization. It's a pity that after struggling, Mondentum still couldn't defeat his fate. However, it can also be said that Mondentum took the initiative to face his own fate. What about Yinren? Has fate overtaken this man who escaped a certain fate? Perhaps he has been destroyed along with his tribe. Maybe Yinren was still alive, but he didn't look like someone who could face his fate calmly, especially since he was so anxious to save his sister. While riding a horse at a gallop, his mind was wandering. After walking all morning, Liu Chen realized that not only was he exhausted, but his horse was also extremely tired. If they continued walking like this, they would not be able to hold out for much longer. So Liu Chen found a shady place and stopped the horse. Both he and the horse needed to rest for a while. Liu Chen dismounted and took out the water bottle from the horse's back. Then, leaning against a tree, he slowly drank from it. After finishing the water, he took a long breath. The feeling of hunger immediately appeared. After a morning of running around, Liu Chen was thirsty and hungry. After a short rest, he took out a few extremely hard biscuits from the bag on his horse's back and started to chew them. These extremely hard biscuits could be used to block bullets. It took him a lot of effort to swallow the biscuit crumbs in his mouth. Being a cowboy is not an easy job. After taking a few casual bites, Liu Chen finally had time to experiment to see what use the diamond he had obtained before could have. Everyone in the parallel world was fighting for this thing, so it should be quite precious. Liu Chen took out the diamond containing magical power from his arms and looked at it carefully. The diamond sparkles in the sunlight, and just by holding it in your hand you can feel the powerful power contained in the diamond. Since it is a magical item in JoJo, this diamond is most likely used to strengthen the stand. So it is definitely not something that can be used by the stand itself. If it were Jianlucan, he would know how to use it. Thinking of this, Liu Chen threw the diamond above his head, and his substitute, the steel of body and mind, emerged and took the diamond. No magical changes occurred. Liu Chen wondered if he had to manipulate his avatar to eat the diamond. However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. No matter how he thought about it, it was definitely not how it should be used. He then placed the diamond on the devil's face and shone it in the sun, but it didn't do anything, so Kaz said he was an expert. It seems that the usage is different from that of Ichi Redstone. When the diamond was close to the devil's chest, the golden heart began to beat violently. So Liu Chen placed the diamond through the hollowed-out gap next to the golden heart. The moment it touched the heart, the diamond melted and turned into a liquid that flowed into the heart. Fortunately, the middle part of this stand-in's body is hollowed out. Liu Chen also felt that something seemed to appear in his heart, and the substitute affected the real body. A faint glow seemed to emanate from the devil's surface, but it quickly disappeared. After the diamonds were fully integrated, the stand's appearance did not change much, except that the gears on the shoulders became diamonds, which were crystal clear. Previously, the gears were brass. The stand evolved due to the power of the diamond, but it did not evolve to the level of Requiem. It's like upgrading from Tooth 1 to Tooth 2. Now Liu Chen can impart more subtle types of metal properties to soft objects, rather than being limited to the characteristics of common metals such as strength and conductivity. However, the radioactive and chemical properties were not enhanced. Perhaps such an improvement would only be achieved when the insect arrow pierced the chest. Thinking of this, Liu Chen once again hoped that the world behind the door was the first 4 parts. For him, as long as he could go to the first 4 parts, the insect arrows would be very easy to obtain. The stand-in touched Liu Chen's arm, and the flesh and blood on his arm immediately began to flow. At this moment, the arm successfully possessed the fluidity of mercury, but bones were not soft objects, so there was still no change. If you need to dodge a bullet this way, you'll need to avoid your own bones. Furthermore, the bullet is more likely to embed itself in your flesh than to pass through it. Therefore, it is better to use hard skin to withstand bullets. This kind of fluid application can be used to heal wounds. When blood and flesh can also flow, wounds can naturally be easily healed. Fake Crazy Diamond Restoration Items. The real Crazy Diamond acts directly on the flesh and blood. The ability obtained by using diamonds can be called Crazy Diamond. Generally speaking, after this evolution, Liu Chen's means of dealing with enemies are more diverse, and from now on he can act as a semi-nursing nurse. However, the effect is far inferior to that of Headpan's Frost Traveler. Then, Headpan's application of Frost Traveler gave Liu Chen some inspiration. If flesh and blood could flow, then he could naturally change his appearance. Although height and weight could not be changed, the face could be modified. He did it right away. And soon Liu Chen's appearance changed. This ability of mine is just a simplified version of Frost Traveler. After a short rest, Liu Chen set out on his journey again. Now he was going to catch up with Johnny and Jello. The good news was that the distance between them should not be too far. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Diego. Chapter 21 Diego. We continued to move forward in the direction Johnny was walking. There were sparse trees on both sides of the road, and the sun was emitting scorching heat. It was already afternoon, and Liu Chen, who had been traveling all day, felt a little sleepy. The sleepiness made him consider whether he should take a short rest on the side of the road. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure right in front of him. After seeing this person, Liu Chen patted his face to keep himself awake. The man was riding a chestnut horse, wearing a blue coat, had blonde hair, and a hat with 3 big letters DIO on it. This person is Diego. He fell behind in the rankings because his horse was injured while competing with Johnny and Jiro for first place, but he was still in the first tier. After seeing Diego, Liu Chen began to wonder whether he had reached a deal with the president. If Lucy hadn't taken the saint's spine, Diego wouldn't have known that Lucy was the traitor to the president. Then Diego wouldn't have enough leverage to impress the president. So Liu Chen believes that Diego should be moving forward with his own will now. In other words, not many people knew that he had the saint's right eye. At least in the eyes of the president, Diego was just an ordinary contestant. Diego also discovered Liu Chen at the same time. Stand users are attracted to each other. Diego also realized the extraordinary nature of the Oriental man in front of him, especially after the saint's right eye began to emerge on his body. This change only occurs when encountering someone who also possesses the remains of a saint. He already knew this when he met Johnny before. During the game, Diego had already begun to guess the real purpose of this competition. Now he didn't know much because of the lack of information. This Oriental man in front of him might know something. Diego was sure that this man was not a contestant because he remembered all the top contestants. Liu Chen also knew that he could not hide the fact that he possessed the ears of a saint from Diego, because the ears of a saint in his body also began to emerge. Diego deliberately slowed down his horse, waiting for Liu Chen to catch up with him. Liu Chen didn't get too close to him. Diego's ability Terrible Beast possessed extremely powerful close combat capabilities. Even the president with A-level strength and speed was no match for him. The most important thing is that Diego is an unpredictable person, and you never know whether he will suddenly take action. The president's pursuers might be following him, and he has no time to deal with him. Diego grinned and said to Liu Chen, "Why don't you come over and walk for a while together? You're a competitor in the SBR, right? You're definitely aiming for $5,000 million. My horse is slow, so I won't go with you. Otherwise, it might affect your chances of victory." Diego spread his hands and replied, "My horse was injured so I fell behind. It won't affect me walking with you for a while." He wanted to get some information from Liu Chen, and it would be a good option if he could seize the remains of this Oriental saint. Liu Chen said with a teasing tone, "Oh? Is the nobleman of the horse racing world also feeling depressed?" Liu Chen certainly knew that Diego was not such a person, and every word he said was a lie. Diego also understood that since the Oriental man in front of him knew him, he should also know his bad reputation. After a closer look, Liu Chen realized the man in front of him was riding Mondentum's horse. Why was he riding Mondentum's horse? Liu Chen couldn't tell the difference between horses. But in the eyes of these masters, the characteristics of horses were more obvious than those of people. You seem to know Mondentum. This surprised Liu Chen a little, as there should be no intersection between the two of them in the comics. Yes, I know Mondentum. Diego asked curiously, you are riding his horse now. Did something happen? And the horse showed no resistance. Just some things happened. The implication of his words was that Liu Chen didn't want to tell him these things. Diego showed a friendly attitude and said, you may have heard some rumors about me, but unfortunately, they are all false. People always look down on people like me who come from poor backgrounds. They think people like me can't be on the same stage with them. But they can't beat me in the competition, so they make up those rumors to slander me. Liu Chen didn't know whether the information was true or false, such as marrying an 83-year-old rich woman and framing Johnny's brother. He didn't know whether it was true or false. However, Liu Chen fully understood what kind of person Diego was. So Liu Chen echoed Diego's words and said, people are always blind. They don't care about the truth of things. They only care about having fun. For example, Liu Chen didn't care at all about Diego framing Johnny's brother, but he was extremely curious about the 83-year-old rich woman. This remark struck a chord with Diego, who immediately began to apply his own pigeon theory. Yes. Humans are like a flock of pigeons. If one flies right, the rest will follow. You can truly see how foolish humans are. Liu Chen felt like he was one of those foolish people. The truth or falsity of this kind of celebrity gossip didn't really matter to people, everyone just watched it for fun. So he thought about stealing the president's line about napkins. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Diego took the opportunity to ask what he wanted to know. There seems to be something unusual behind this competition. I wonder if you can tell me something about it. Liu Chen thought that it would be a good opportunity to say some bad things about the president to Diego, since he would definitely confront the president later anyway. Of course, spending such a huge amount of money on an event must be for some purpose. Think about it, is it worth spending at least 70 to 80 million US dollars just for a competition? If you don't have your own purpose, you definitely wouldn't spend that much money. So what is the purpose of this competition? It seems like you know. Liu Chen pointed at the eyeball that appeared on Diego's face and replied, of course, it's to find this thing on your face. Diego pointed to the saint's right eye that appeared on his face and said, then what is this thing? This is a rare treasure that can trigger miracles. You can sense its power, right? The organizers of this event are hoping to obtain this kind of thing. Diego squinted his eyes and looked at the ears that emerged on Liu Chen's body, and thought of Jello's other eye. This seems to be someone's body, right? It's obvious, isn't it? To obtain this rare corpse, you must be the chosen one, so the moment the corpse chooses you, this power should belong to you. But the organizer of the event doesn't think so. Liu Chen began to bring in his own private goods. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Hungry. Chapter 22 Hungry. So it was Steve Steele who wanted this miracle. Diego said with contempt. He could see that Steele had neither the resources nor the ambition. Steele was also a pigeon that needed to be led. Do you think Steele has the funds to host an event like this? He was a homeless man a few years ago. He couldn't afford such a large sum of money, he was simply pushed into that position. His fate won't be good when this is all over. If nothing unexpected happens, Steele will be liquidated by the president. Diego already had his own guesses, but he still asked out of habit, so there really is someone behind him, right? Who do you think it is? You already have a guess, don't you? Diego's answer was decisive, it's the state, right? Only the state can come up with such a huge amount of money. The fact that the remains are wanted at the national level shows that they are more valuable than one can imagine. Whose body could this be? Diego looked at Liu Chen with eager eyes. The man before him possessed the remains' ears. If he acted now, he might be able to obtain them. However, he was about to ask more questions, and Liu Chen wasn't close enough to him. Liu Chen sensed the aggression in Diego's eyes and prepared himself in advance. As soon as Diego transformed, he would immediately launch a counterattack. Diego casually asked a question that concerned him. You also gained strength from this miracle, right? I won't tell you this. Just think of it as me gaining this power. I gained the ability to manipulate magnetism from a distance. This was of course a lie from Diego, he was just trying to trick Liu Chen into revealing his abilities. He also hoped Liu Chen would get close enough to him. As long as Liu Chen got close enough, it would be easy for him to attack. Is that so? Then I'll tell you about my ability. I can actually control the weather. It's not a very powerful ability. It was just a lie, as if no one would know it. Liu Chen could easily tell him dozens of stand abilities, and none of them would be the same. It seems we are all blessed with this power, which is really happy. Diego thought that his ability to control the weather didn't seem very strong, so he could easily get the body from Liu Chen by tricking him over. Want to come over for a drink? I brought a bottle of good wine. Let's celebrate our good fortune. Diego made a hypocritical invitation, while reaching into the saddlebags on his horse's back, as if he was really taking out a bottle of wine. Liu Chen decisively rejected the proposal. No, I still have to travel. And as I said before, there are pursuers behind me. It's not good to stay here for too long. It won't take too long. Have a drink to relieve your physical fatigue. This way you can feel more relaxed on the road. After saying that, he really took out a bottle of wine. Diego was a professional at acting. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Liu Chen prepared to take a detour. Seeing that Liu Chen couldn't deceive him and was even about to leave, Diego said, the remains on your body are really touching. At the same time, his body began to change. Sharp teeth and claws grew out, and the letters DIO were printed on his tail. A dinosaur appeared here. Liu Chen said quickly. Are you ready to fight me here? Don't you want to know why Mondentum's horse is in my hands? Then I'll tell you. You're not the only one who wants the saint's remains. Someone who is neither you nor I can match is chasing me from behind. The president must also be interested in the saint's right eye. Liu Chen wouldn't panic if a fight really broke out. Diego's weakness was obvious. After transforming into a dinosaur, he couldn't see stationary objects. As long as his original body remained still, he wouldn't be able to detect himself. Diego immediately realized that Mondentum was probably dead, so he ran towards Liu Chen and asked, so the people chasing you were sent by the president? Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that. Our president is actually this powerful. He defeated the two of us alone. While speaking, Liu Chen had already taken off his cloak, hardened it, and threw it at Diego. He quickly completed the movement when Diego's vision was blocked, and the stand-in body steel also stopped on the path he had to pass, so as long as Diego got close, he could take the opportunity to sneak attack him. After Diego flung the cloak away, he realized he couldn't see Liu Chen anymore. Liu Chen must still be there, but he was completely motionless, making it impossible for him to find him. He had thrown the cloak just now to obscure his vision and allow him to move. He must no longer be where he was just now. Perhaps there was a trap. Liu Chen seemed to have known this weakness from the beginning. He must have come into contact with Johnny and the others knew his abilities and weaknesses. So, had he already exposed his intentions when he mentioned his abilities? So, his claim of weather control must be fake. This made Diego feel a little uneasy. The man in front of him clearly had his information, while he knew nothing about him. Diego then removed his stand and transformed back into the polite and courteous gentleman. Then he saw Liu Chen's stand parked not far away. Diego then explained, "I had no intention of fighting you. I just saw a rider appear in the distance. I thought he was a pursuer sent by the president. Fighting this Oriental would be too costly, especially since there were pursuers behind them. It would be better to seize the remains from Jiro and Johnny first." He knew their abilities well, and could easily ambush them in the dark. Thinking of this, Diego drove his horse forward and galloped forward, leaving this Oriental man with poor horsemanship to block the pursuers from behind. His speed was definitely not as fast as his own. Looking at Diego's quickly departing figure, Liu Chen shouted loudly, "I will tell the pursuers that you possess the right eye of the saint, and I will also tell you all the information I have shared with you. The president's power is not something you can contend with alone. They will attack the moment they see you. Forget about cooperating with the president. As long as there is any suspicion of this, you are a hidden danger that must be eliminated." Diego was extremely angry when he heard what Liu Chen shouted. He was actually fooled by this hateful Oriental man. He contacted me in order to bring my hidden self out into the open. Knowing so much information naturally put me in opposition to the president, even if I knew nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Church. Chapter 23 Church. Diego wanted to stop his horse and fight with him again, but considering that there were unknown pursuers not far behind him, he did not pay much attention to Liu Chen's words. After all, the president wouldn't necessarily give him a chance to speak. Liu Chen was also currently fleeing for his life, so he certainly wouldn't stay and spread his news. Therefore, he still hadn't surfaced. There is no need to continue to tangle with that Oriental man now. There will always be opportunities later. Looking at Diego's disappearing figure, Liu Chen didn't know how much effect his words would have. However, given Diego and the president's personalities, it's unlikely they'll work together again. They're both self-centered. If hidden dangers need to be eliminated, then a confrontation is inevitable. The remains are also attracted to each other. Diego is also a man of great luck. Perhaps he has the ability to kill the president. Hopefully, he can cause trouble for the president. In a parallel world, the president has pulled out a Diego from a different world. Perhaps in that parallel world, Diego wins. If, under the extremely small probability, the two of them put aside their differences and united together. That requires a more metaphysical approach. Diego is a true team killer. Being his teammate is like being Liu Buletin's godfather. So, for the sake of your own life, it's best to keep your distance from Diego. With that in mind, the president certainly won't live long. Liu Chen looked behind him again and saw that there was no one behind him, no pursuers were catching up. Judging from this, the president should stop him somewhere else, most likely Philadelphia. Once in Philadelphia, all the remains should be in the hands of one person. When Liu Chen met Diego, the killer sent by the president also met Johnny and Jello. Just like in the comics, Wicca Bibbo was defeated by Zero, and then persuaded by Zero to rebel on the spot by using his sister's story. Then Jello asked Wicca Bibbo to fulfill his creed, because the lady was also within his protection range. So he needed to protect Lucy and Still. Jello's eloquence was always persuasive, and Wicca Bibbo was easily persuaded. Keep moving forward, and the rest of the journey will be smooth sailing. After chasing Johnny and the others for nearly a month, Liu Chen finally arrived at the church near Gettysburg on December 12. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated church appeared in Liu Chen's eyes. In this generation, faith is no longer needed by many people, so this remote church naturally fell into disrepair. However, several waves of people have come here today. Except for the nun who arrived first and longed for salvation, most of the others had no respect for God. They each believed in other things. and more people are on the way. Watching the two speeding along the road from afar, Liu Chen realized that he had finally caught up with Johnny and Jello. Their current destination was the abandoned church. According to the plot, the civil war took place in this church. As for the name of the owner of the civil war, Liu Chen didn't know. The road that was originally not that far took Liu Chen nearly a month to chase, and even then the two protagonists only caught up after being attacked several times. Liu Chen could only sigh sincerely, how fast these two people are walking. Then he made up his mind to take the train from now on. This horse was not rideable at all. Although Diego was ahead of Liu Chen at first, his horse was injured. He fell behind Liu Chen at some point, but Liu Chen was so anxious that he didn't notice. Diego then quietly followed Liu Chen, feeling that the Oriental man held a secret. Therefore, Diego didn't rush to attack Liu Chen. He planned to see what abilities and secrets he possessed first. This pursuit lasted only 10 days. During this time, Diego realized who Liu Chen was chasing. They were almost the vanguard of this competition. In front, apart from Poklok and Dongfang Zizu who were participating in the competition seriously, only Johnny and Jiro were left. The horseshoe prints left by Liu Chen were very clear to him, so he followed Liu Chen. Liu Chen, of course, was completely clueless. After all, he wasn't a professional rider and didn't know how to erase any traces. The most crucial thing was that in Liu Chen's subconscious, Diego was walking ahead of him. And behind the two of them there was a third person, Valentine, who had also arrived nearby. Liu Chen's previous guess was not accurate. The competition was almost completed, but the president only obtained the saint's legs and spine, which was far from his plan. So after learning about the itineraries of several people, he personally went to Gettysburg again. Everything here is inevitable. Now that he saw the church, Liu Chen didn't rush in. Instead, he filled a nearby river with clean water. He had 3 water bottles, all prepared in advance, too many would hinder his movements. Then they went to the church, tied the horse to a tree near the church, and took out the prepared water bottles from the horse's back and took them all with them. These were important props for dealing with the civil war. Clean water has the power to wash away sins in every civilization, and baptism is particularly sacred in this culture. After checking the bullets in the pistol, Liu Chen walked towards the church cautiously. As I walked, I was secretly wondering how the fight was going inside. Liu Chen didn't hear any violent noise in the church. There were no gunshots or fighting sounds, but Jiro and Johnny used an iron ball and claw bullets respectively, and neither of them made any loud noises. Diego watched Liu Chen walk into the church and followed him. He had a hunch that this church was important. It seemed like someone was behind him, pushing him in. The president knew that his subordinate Asaro was in the church, so he decided to go and see what his subordinate had been doing during this period. As far as he knew, Asaro was a man of bad character, someone who could abandon his comrades and had no patriotism. It was very likely that he had already obtained the body but had not told him. So the president has to go and inspect the work in person. In the president's mind, with Asaro's ability, he can easily defeat Johnny and Jello, and there is no doubt that the stand-in civil war is powerful. At this moment, the holders of the remains began to gather towards the church. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Sin. Chapter 24 Sin. Liu Chen had not walked far into the church when he saw a lot of strange things around him. Under the statue lay sister headpans, wrapped in a thin film, and Jello, who was not far away, was also hit. The gate to the backyard was open, and it seemed that Johnny had escaped from there. Only the lame man escaped. The things that Liu Chen had abandoned began to appear around him. The dead black mo, the horse shot dead while escaping, and the things that had been discarded during this period appeared out of thin air and began to appear beside Liu Chen and kept moving closer. These were all things that Liu Chen had abandoned in this world, and they began to gather around him. The distance between them kept shrinking. There was nothing from the previous world because death had washed away all of Liu Chen's previous sins. The meaning of the stand-in civil war is whether people need to constantly discard useless things in order to move forward. Apparently, the stand-in for the civil war was currently in this church, and Liu Chen's presence hadn't changed that. The sin-bearing person stayed in the church. This was the stand user Liu Chen least wanted to encounter. His abilities were nearly unstoppable. However, his stand's range wasn't very large, so as long as he took this opportunity to exit the church, he would be able to escape its range. But before that, Jello needs to be rescued first, while the attention of the civil war is on Johnny. At this time, a robot-shaped substitute suddenly appeared in the church hall, and Isaro of course also discovered this sudden intruder. New sins appeared in the area where his substitute was continuing, so he naturally needed to come and take a look, and this sight made him overjoyed. Liu Chen's appearance was a double blessing for him. That strange Oriental man also showed up here. For him, today he had to complete 2 major presidential tasks. So he put aside his concern for Johnny for the moment, saving the main course for last, and let him play with his father and the white mouse. After capturing that Oriental man, he will face the baptism of fate. So with this mentality, Isaro appeared in a corner of the church. He looked at Liu Chen who was desperately trying to avoid the objects and said, "I will tell you my weakness. Clean water can wash away my sins." Liu Chen said sarcastically, "So you mean to say that despicable won't become stronger? Don't dream. Your sins can never be fully repaid. Even if someone else uses your substitute ability to help you bear your sins. Because in your heart, you can't let go of your own sins. The power of a stand is a manifestation of the mind, and Isol will forever be trapped in that famous war. The guilt will always accompany him until his true death. This is impossible. I have already received my salvation. God has finally placed the path of salvation before me. Tomorrow will be my new life." Isaro screamed heartbreakingly. "Have you never tried to have someone else bear your sins before? You certainly have, but you've never succeeded. Because these are your own original sins. Liu Chen was a professional at stabbing people in the heart. Especially someone with an unstable heart. Most importantly, Liu Chen knew his experience. Of course, Isaro tried to let others kill him within the range of the stand to atone for his sins, but this did not work at all. The pain and guilt for the sins he committed continued to burn his heart. This made Isaro believe that only those chosen by the saints were qualified to bear his sins. Johnny was his chosen target, and there seemed to be a saint accompanying Johnny. When Johnny kills himself, he will bear the sins of the world. When the saint's remains enter his body, they will also take away all the sins in his heart. Isaro believed that only then would he be able to find inner peace, because the saint would bear all the sins of the world. Even someone like him who had committed a serious mistake would be redeemed. Isaro shouted in a voice that became increasingly agitated, "No, the saint will come personally to save me. And you will be surrounded by eternal pain in this church." The objects that had been surrounding Liu Chen began to vibrate violently, and then moved towards Liu Chen collectively. "All I can say is that if you don't have a plan to win, it is recommended not to provoke the boss." After Liu Chen had his fill of mocking, he had to face the attacking objects. "These are the sins you have committed, and you will eventually die in your sins." After saying this, Isaro burst into laughter as if he had successfully counterattacked. Of course, Liu Chen did not feel any guilt for the people he killed. He knew that these were just the abilities of the civil war. These things cannot be killed or touched. If you touch them, they will merge into your body. Liu Chen used his hardened cloak to block these things, and then fired several shots at Isaro, but missed. At this time, an iron can thrown away by Liu Chen had touched his legs, and a thin film appeared. The film began to spread upward from the legs. This effect was not something that could be ignored without any guilt. Liu Chen immediately poured out clean water from the kettle, and the thin film began to dissipate after being washed by the clean water. The other objects on the side had bypassed the obstruction and began to approach. Liu Chen was forced to run. Seeing Liu Chen in such a state of distress, Isararo asked, "Do people need to constantly discard useless things in order to move forward?" Of course, people need to constantly discard useless things to move forward, but you can't. You don't have the courage to face your own sins, nor can you become a truly evil person, so you can only let yourself be trapped in endless regret and pain. After uttering this taunt, Liu Chen had already approached the church's gates. Although he was suppressed by the civil war, the conditions for counterattack had already emerged. Isararo himself had appeared. The civil war wasn't large in scope, and one could simply run out of the church to avoid his reach. Then, I can kill the civil war in the same way as the president. The continuous bleeding bullets will take his life. This will prevent his ability from entangled with me. Distance is the key to defeating him. Liu Chen suddenly opened the door and successfully escaped from the church. Just when Isararo was about to continue chasing forward, he suddenly found that Johnny in the backyard had shown signs of escaping. In this case, Liu Chen is not that important anymore. He must first help Johnny cleanse his sins. Then he can deal with that damn Oriental man. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Civil War. Chapter 25 Civil War. Liu Chen, who had just run out of the church, heard a whistling sound coming from the side, and the sharp claws of a dinosaur appeared in front of him. Liu Chen quickly activated his stand ability and hardened his skin. At the same time, he dodged to the side, but his movement was still a little slow, and an extremely harsh sound was heard. It was the sound of claws pulling at metal. The dinosaur's sharp claws tore a wound on Liu Chen's face. Diego cut off his right ear, and the saint's right ear flew out of his body. Seeing this, Diego first rushed towards the saint's right ear, which was the most important thing at the moment. When Liu Chen entered the church, Diego followed him. Then he heard several gunshots, so he did not enter the church but turned into a dinosaur and waited outside the church door. No matter who comes out at that time, he will be attacked by surprise. No one can escape his swift movements. Liu Chen took this opportunity to quickly pick up his ear, then rolled over and entered the church again. Civil War's abilities were at least not that deadly, while Diego's attacks were aimed at the vital points. The substitute body steel then slammed the church door shut with a powerful punch. Then Liu Chen activated his ability and his flesh and blood began to flow, and he put the ear back on his body. It was a pity that Diego had just successfully taken the saint's right ear. Boom! The church door was kicked off, completely damaged by Heartsteel's punch and then the dinosaur's blow. It spun in the air before crashing hard to the ground, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Diego, transformed into a dinosaur, rushed in through the broken wooden door, but he didn't see Liu Chen. After Diego turned into a dinosaur, he could hardly see stationary objects. After learning that it was Diego outside, Liu Chen remained still. After Diego came in, he would still be attacked by the civil war. As expected, Diego rushed in and more things appeared around him. To get to this point, he had to give up far more than others. For example, Diego's mother once paid the price of her life for him to uphold the dignity. His mother, Johnny's brother, his 83-year-old wife, and all the things he had discarded began to move towards Diego. Seeing the enemy attack, Diego instinctively counterattacked. The reappearance of the dead gave Diego a bad feeling. He didn't know whose ability this was, Liu Chen's or if there were other enemies here. Diego deduced that there should be other enemies here, and this person should be an assassin sent by the president. After all, Liu Chen had just escaped in a panic. But now was not the time to dwell on it. Since there were enemies, he would tear them all apart with his sharp claws. These long-dead undead could not stop his determination to climb to the top. The sharp claws swung past, and after touching the things he had abandoned, these undead were not torn apart but directly merged into Diego's body. Immediately afterwards, a thin film immediately wrapped around his wrist and began to spread. Diego had no guilt, so the film was not moving fast enough. But more and more things began to merge into Diego's body. Diego's close combat stand was naturally restrained by civil war, although he was agile and could easily dodge these undead and objects. But Diego, who had attacking skills ingrained in his bones, could not help but initiate an attack. However, as soon as he touched these things, he would be attacked. Diego was horrified and quickly removed the substitute to see how Liu Chen, who had escaped, was dealing with the situation. Since he was facing the attack of everyone, it was impossible that Liu Chen, who had entered earlier, had not encountered this situation, and he had not moved yet. He saw Jiro, who was completely wrapped, a nun he didn't recognize at all, and Liu Chen, who was squatting in the corner, trying hard to endure being wrapped in the film. After seeing Diego entangled in the film and losing his offensive ability, Liu Chen controlled his stand to pour the remaining half pot of water over his head to cleanse away the newly acquired sins. Diego now understood why Liu Chen had gone to the river before, and he quickly shouted, "Oriental, you must have other canteens. Help me neutralize this attack. The enemy here is not something you can easily deal with alone. Rescue me. I will help you deal with him. Just throw the canteen at me." Diego's words were filled with urgency. He tried to negotiate with Liu Chen to help him. This kind of enemy was definitely not something Liu Chen could handle alone. Otherwise, Liu Chen wouldn't have had to escape just now. It's obvious that I have a better choice, right? Liu Chen rejected Diego's proposal without hesitation. If Liu Chen hadn't heard the fierce fighting in the backyard, he would have wanted to kill Diego first. This man was a big hidden danger. Although Diego was wrapped in a thin membrane that affected his mobility, he had not yet lost his fighting ability. He definitely could not kill him in a short time. The top target now is civil war. After killing him, he will join Johnny and Jiro in a righteous 3-on-1 fight against Diego. This may be a manifestation of Diego's good luck. At least Liu Chen did not attack him at this moment. Johnny, who was no longer confused, occupied all of Isser Ro's attention, so Isser Aro had no intention of paying attention to the two people who had just appeared in the church. When Liu Chen saw that the real body of civil war did not appear, he realized that he must have been held back by Johnny. And now is a good opportunity to save Jello. So Liu Chen threw the kettle towards Jello, and when the kettle flew over Jello's head, he fired a shot. But unfortunately, he missed. Liu Chen had originally planned to shoot the kettle open and let the water flow onto Jello. He saved Jello handsomely, but his poor marksmanship didn't achieve the desired result. The kettle hit the statue directly and broke, then slowly flowed towards the bound head pansy. Her escape was inevitable. Liu Chen looked at the kettle that he had thrown away with regret and thought that it seemed unrealistic to kill the civil war in the same way as the president. His marksmanship was indeed not good. Liu Chen realized that he needed to practice more, and he made up his mind to find an opportunity to practice his shooting skills again. Diego was heartbroken when he saw Liu Chen wasting a pot of water like this. The most urgent task is to rescue Jello first, and then use his omnipotent iron ball to kill the civil war. The strength of the substitute's body emerged and he threw the only remaining water bottle at Jello. The kettle hit Jello's head directly, and the lid, which was not tight to begin with, fell off immediately, and the clean water still managed to clean Jello. When Jiro recovered, he saw that it was Liu Chen who appeared here to save him. Although he didn't know why he appeared here, now was not the time to think about these things. Johnny must be facing the enemy alone, and I must go to help him. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Destiny. Chapter 26 Destiny. Jello took out an iron ball from his waist and prepared to go to the backyard. Before he was completely surrounded, he saw Johnny being forced in this direction. Liu Chen grabbed Jiro and said, it's impossible to kill the original body within the range of this stand's ability. Let's leave the church first and then find a way. Johnny is still in the inner yard. I can't leave without him. Especially since Johnny has limited mobility. Johnny will be fine. As long as this stand user is alive, no one can kill each other. Liu Chen explained to Jello. Ji Luo knew that Liu Chen knew a lot of things, so he believed this statement. Liu Chen continued, let's get out of the reach of the civil war first, and then I'll tell you how to kill him. Then let's go quickly. The two of them left the church without further ado. As soon as they left, the abandoned objects surrounding them vanished. The civil war's ability to sustain itself was indeed limited. Liu Chen began to explain to Jello how to kill civil war. Civil war's abilities can probably only be maintained within the confines of the church. When you see his true form emerge, attack him with the iron ball. But don't kill him outright, make him bleed to death. Jello nodded thoughtfully and replied, can't just kill him? I see. I'll make him bleed to death. Now that the plan has been made, the next step is to wait for the opportunity. The two of them lay at the door and watched the movements in the church, waiting for Isar to appear at any time. Unexpectedly, Headpans, who was lying under the statue, stood up first. Diego saw another person standing up, as if grasping a lifeline. He quickly called out to the nun, please pour some clean water on me. The kettle is right at your feet. There must be some water left in it. Headpans looked at Diego silently, then picked up the kettle at his feet and prepared to rescue Diego. At the same time, Saro, holding the saint's arms, escaped from the courtyard. Although he did not let Johnny bear his sins, he successfully seized the body. At least the mission was accomplished. Seeing the saint's body, Headpans casually threw the kettle to Diego, and then the frost traveler appeared in her hand. To her, the saint's body was the most important thing. Isar Ro's plan to make Johnny bear his sins is completely shattered, and Johnny successfully escapes confusion with his own will. Johnny's right hand stretched out from a vortex and shot a claw bullet at Isar. Headpans also ran towards him, ready to subdue him with Frost Traveler. However, she couldn't take more than a few steps before she was once again enveloped by the sins of the Civil War. She, too, had a profound flaw within her heart. The Civil War's true form appears, hurry up and act while all the sins are upon him. Jello stood outside the church and watched the scene inside carefully, then threw the spinning iron ball towards Isar. The iron ball flashed by like a streak of light, and then appeared in the right position. The iron ball successfully passed through the artery in Isar Ro's neck, and a huge gap immediately appeared, and blood began to flow unstoppably. It worked. Jello managed to severely injure Isar without killing him immediately. Golden Spin is indeed trustworthy. The blood loss brought severe dizziness, and Isar Ro knelt on the ground facing the statue. He was still muttering. It turns out that the one who was truly abandoned was myself. Only by finding myself can I keep moving forward. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the statue and saw a figure wearing a crown of thorns who seemed to be looking at him. His consciousness was gradually fading. So this was what death felt like. Perhaps he had already died on the sentry post, and what remained was only a ghost burdened with endless sins. Those who cannot let go of the past will eventually be taken away by the shadow of the past. The Civil War was just the last struggle of an ordinary man with a guilty conscience. With the death of Isar Ro, the ability he activated was instantly dispelled. Headpans, who was closest to him, immediately got up from the ground and snatched the saint's left hand from his arms. Johnny also took advantage of the bullet hole to move quickly and regained the saint's right hand. The remains merged into their bodies respectively. Diego recovered from his restraints. He needed to find an opportunity to seize the saint's remains from the others. However, rashly attacking the people in the room would certainly not gain any advantage. The Oriental man was clearly in cahoots with Johnny Jello. The nun before him seemed to be on an independent side. At this time, a figure appeared silently from the gap behind Liu Chen and Jello. Bang bang bang! A few gunshots were heard, and the bullets flew straight towards the backs of the two men. After hearing the gunshot, Liu Chen immediately manipulated the steel of his heart to harden his skin. But it was too late. Liu Chen did not notice someone behind him. At this time, a force pushed Liu Chen out. It was Jello, who had noticed the enemy's presence just before Valentine fired. With this sudden push, all the bullets aimed at Liu Chen were fired into the air, but Jello was hit directly by a bullet. Valentine hit Jello with a bullet, and the fact that Valentine hit Jello with a gun was complete. The bullet hit Jello's arm and torso, but fortunately the location was not fatal. Liu Chen quickly used his substitute to help Jiro remove the bullet and heal the wound. At this point, all the people chosen by fate have arrived. Fanny Valentine, Diego Brando, Johnny Joestar, Hutpans, Liu Chen. Each of them has his own purpose and awareness. Except for the person who will give birth to the complete remains, all the others carrying the saints' remains have now gathered in this abandoned church. The holders of the remains all sensed each other's presence, and the battle for the remains was about to break out. Everyone knew at the same time that except for the saint's head and left eye, all other parts were here. In this dilapidated church. On February 12th. Planned by the King of the World. Ambitious people have experienced fighting. The Zeroers and the Golden Ones participate together. Travelers from another world serve as witnesses. The nun and God watched simultaneously. This is where disputes will arise. Here there is sin and redemption, rebirth and death, baseness and nobility, purity and complexity at the same time. All this must be the will of the saints' remains, which long to be united. Liu Chen could even sense a figure wearing a crown of thorns watching over him. He seemed to exist behind every person carrying a corpse. At this moment, a female image appeared in the minds of all those who were carrying the remains of the saint. The image shows the saint's head on the body of this woman, who is Lucy Steele, and the saint's left eye also happens to be on her body. Those who win here will be eligible to take the final reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Melee. Chapter 27 Melee. Valentine was somewhat surprised to see this scene, because Lucy was almost always near him. However, he did not notice anything special about Lucy. This made the president even more convinced that the corpse loved him. Valentine, otherwise how could everything be arranged so reasonably? Now he just had to kill everyone here and retrieve the remains of everyone else. Happiness will be born from Lucy, and he, Fanny Valentine, will bring happiness to the whole country with this treasure of mankind. The napkin was now at his Valentine's hand, and the next action was to lift it up. According to the plot, Lucy was supposed to take his body at some point, but because Valentine had left the organizers' team early to take the body himself, Lucy never found any opportunity, and she didn't even know where Valentine was. Ji Luo touched his clothes and had a new guess about Liu Chen's ability. It was impossible for a person to have two completely unrelated abilities. However, he had already realized that Liu Chen was at least one of his own for now, and he had certain purposes for the saint's remains. Diego was thinking about how to gain his own benefits from this situation. The fact that he was surrounded by enemies made his blood boil. He liked this kind of situation. The more chaotic the scene, the better. Only in this way could he step on this group of pigeons and become their leader. Hetpanza looked up at the statue and prayed silently. She was grateful to God for giving her this precious opportunity for redemption. Johnny struggled to crawl from the backyard into the church hall, and as soon as he came in he saw this standoff. After a brief moment, dense gunfire broke the deadlock. The first to strike was naturally President Fanny Valentine. Several figures identical to him randomly shot at everyone in the room. He could pull a parallel Valentine from the space between any two objects. So he is a team by himself. To the president, everyone in the room is now an enemy, and they are all standing in the way of the country's happiness. Bullets were fired from all directions. The bullets were now of little use to Liu Chen. He took off his cloak and stood in front of himself and Jello as a shield. He also began to pay attention to not being caught between two objects, to prevent Valentine from pulling him into the parallel world. When Diego transforms into a dinosaur, his movement speed is incredibly fast, and coupled with his superior dynamic vision, bullets fired from that distance are basically ineffective. Even shots fired at his face are likely to be dodged by him. Headpans can heal himself as long as he is not hit in the vital parts. The healing ability of Frost Traveler is very useful. Only the two protagonists are not immune to bullets. Throwing iron balls and shooting nails are quite limited. Liu Chen didn't dare to use his cloak to completely cover Jiro because he was afraid that he would be caught by the president and taken to a parallel world. A Valentine may appear in the gap between any two objects around. Liu Chen warned Jiro, "Be careful not to put yourself in the squeeze of two objects. Not even a drop of water. Otherwise, you might be pulled into a parallel world." Jello held an iron ball tightly in his hand, ready to attack Valentine at the right moment. After hearing Liu Chen's words, he said, "You haven't said this before." Liu Chen explained. "The situation has changed a bit. As far as the current situation is concerned, I stand on your and Johnny's side. Naturally, I have to tell you all the information." As he spoke, Jello's iron ball flew out of his hand and successfully hit a Valentine who was behind them, preparing to shoot. Johnny also began to use Fang 3's ability to move his hands into the right position to fire claw bullets. However, Johnny only had 10 powerful bullets. Seeing this situation, Diego felt that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight alone, so he set his sights on another lone person on the field, Headpans. The president is a team all by himself, and he always has the advantage in terms of numbers. Headpans' previous willingness to help him gave Diego some confidence. At least this nun still had good intentions towards him. The dinosaur quickly ran to the nun's side, and Headpans immediately sprayed Diego with Frost Traveler. The flesh mist attacked Diego. Diego quickly removed his stand to show his goodwill, and then extended an invitation to Headpans. "You see, the most powerful person doesn't need teammates. He's enough to suppress all of us by himself. The remaining 3 are standing tightly together. Only the 2 of us can win the favor of the saint by joining forces. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to leave the church today." Headpans didn't think much about it and directly gave her conditions. "Diego, all I want is the saint's body. As long as I can get it, I will do everything I can to help you win the championship. The money and fame will all belong to you. And I know the whereabouts of your father, Dario Brando. I will tell you his whereabouts after everything is over. Okay, I promise. Now let's work together. Once we get the body, you'll help me win the game." Diego agreed immediately, deciding to kill all the powerful opponents first, and then he wouldn't mind falling out with Headpans. She would never be his opponent alone. Diego already understood Headpans' abilities. Diego transformed into a dinosaur again and pounced on the Valentine in front of him. His claws tore through him and the Valentine died immediately. Then he turned into a dinosaur and climbed up again. As long as there is enough time, Diego can also create enough subordinates. In a split second he had created several dinosaurs. The dinosaurs began to attack the enemies everywhere. A dinosaur pounced towards Liu Chen, and his substitute body and mind of steel immediately appeared and he struck the little dinosaur to death with a series of blows. Then Liu Chen emptied the revolver in his hand towards Diego. Bullets were flying everywhere and the statue was being hit by bullets from all directions. The others all had some sort of long-range attack method, except Liu Chen, who had none, because his shooting skills were not accurate at all. Headpans pressed forward towards Johnny, who was unable to move, and still had the saint's right arm on him. After seeing this, Jello threw the iron ball towards Headpans. The iron ball successfully hit Headpans, causing one of her arms to twist violently. However, she successfully recovered the arm damaged by the iron ball by converting it into flesh mist. Diego is constantly hunting Valentines around him to create new little dinosaurs. These little dinosaurs attacked Valentine, Liu Chen, and Jello respectively. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Sacrifice. Chapter 28 Sacrifice. Liu Chen continued to control his stand-in to kill all the approaching little dinosaurs. There weren't many soft things here, so I had to rely on what I brought with me. The only things I could use were a large cloak and a whip that I had hardly used since I bought it. Diego, who was red-eyed with anger, attacked anyone he saw. After Valentine disappeared, he ran straight towards Liu Chen. Or maybe it was a revenge for Liu Chen's previous actions. Liu Chen grabbed the cloak next to him and used it to block the dinosaur's sharp claws. Diego thought he understood Liu Chen's ability. Liu Chen could make things hard, and he would not be fooled by the same trick twice. The little trick of using the cloak to block the view and then complete the movement will no longer work. I have already memorized his position, and he cannot move too far in this short time. Although the cloak will become hard, it will still be torn into pieces by the dinosaur strength that he is proud of. This time, however, the hard steel gave the cloak a flowing quality. The dinosaur's claws swung through it, as if it were stuck in a pile of mud. Liu Chen took the opportunity to throw the cloak at Diego, and the cloak immediately stuck to Diego's body. Diego was caught off guard by this move, and his judgment of Liu Chen's stand-in ability was wrong. Then the hard steel once again imbued the cloak with its strength. The cloak, which had just been like mud, became as strong as steel. The complete cloak was like a fitted shackle, completely controlling Diego. At this time, Jello's next iron ball had already been shot towards Diego, and Jello did not just stand by and watch. The stand-body steel also flew towards Diego and prepared to start a combo attack. Now is the time to defeat Diego again. The dinosaur struggled frantically, but even its iron cloak could not withstand Diego's strength. The shape of the cloak had begun to change, and it wouldn't be long before Diego would be free. At a certain moment, Valentine disappeared from the church, and he also discovered that the 5 people opposite him were not in the same group. Since most of them are not afraid of bullets, let them consume each other first. When the time is right, I will naturally launch a sneak attack. As the main body, D4C will basically not go up and fight the enemy head-on. The president himself is expendable, but D4C is unique. So Valentine was hiding in a parallel world, observing this place. He would occasionally appear and shoot someone randomly, then quickly disappear again. When Diego was restrained by Liu Chen, the conditions for activating Valentine's ability had been met, and Diego was trapped between the cloak and the ground. The hard cloak fell to the ground with a thud, and the iron ball aimed at Diego missed. Diego was taken to a parallel world by Valentine, who found an opportunity, and the Diego in this world disappeared. And at the moment when Valentine suddenly appeared, Johnny's claw bullet had hit him. Fang 2's claw bullets are powerful and have built-in tracking. Johnny had long been paying attention to Valentine, who would appear in the cracks at random. Liu Chen's previous intelligence made him fully prepared to deal with any possible Valentine. Johnny also used claw bullets to clear out any debris around him. He knew that his limited mobility would likely make him a prime target for Valentine's attack. So, he prepared in advance and observed his surroundings intently. So Johnny attacked Valentine the moment he appeared. After being attacked, Valentine disappeared again. The abandoned church was littered with all sorts of jumbled objects. There were plenty of things Valentine could use. After the original body was severely damaged, Valentine from another world took over D4C and became the original body. If Valentine's ability to freely travel between worlds cannot be restricted, then killing Valentine no matter how many times is meaningless. The number of parallel worlds is infinite. Johnny saw Diego and Valentine disappear and yelled at Headpans. Headpans, you are not our enemy. Stop and let's deal with the president together first. He is our real enemy. With salvation right before his eyes, Headpans could no longer listen to Johnny's words. And of course Valentine would not allow them to reach a cooperation, so he appeared from the gap and fired several shots at Johnny, interrupting him. At the same time, more Valentines appeared in the church and shot at the rest of the people at random. Only the one with D4C is the real one, and the rest are helpers brought by Valentine from other worlds. Everyone is willing to sacrifice for the real one. At this moment Valentine, who was near Headpans, threw his empty pistol at her body. Headpans was unable to dodge and was successfully hit by the pistol, and the conditions for D4C to activate its ability were met again. So half of Headpans' body was pulled into another world by the president. This time he did not pull all the enemies into the parallel world. The president planned to kill Headpans directly and then deal with the remaining 3 people. There was no suitable place next to Johnny, and Liu Chen and Jello couldn't take care of each other, so Headpans was naturally the easiest target. After Headpans was controlled, a Valentine appeared from between 2 objects beside her. The candlesticks that had been scattered on the ground during the fight provided the conditions for Valentine to appear. Headpans raised the Frost Traveler in his hand and prepared to fight back, and a ball of flesh mist immediately hit Valentine's face. Valentine felt that he could not breathe, and the piece of flesh blocked his airway, but the effect was not immediately fatal. He still had at least a minute or 2 to complete the beheading of Headpans. D4C appeared in front of her and swung his knife towards the nun's neck. D4C chopped off Headpans' neck, and her head flew high into the air. In her final moments, Headpans glanced at the statue. The Frost Traveler in Headpans' hand fell off, rolled on the ground for a few times, and disappeared without a trace. Blood immediately spurted out from the broken neck, and a lot of it splashed onto the statue, staining the old statue's base with blood. The statue watched as the nun who believed in him fell beside him. The saint's right arm emerged from within Headpans' body. Valentine grabbed his right arm and once again relied on the candlestick to disappear into the parallel world. Sister Headpans was the first to leave the stage. After her neck was cut by the president, she fell under the statue of God. The first sacrifice was the apostle who was beheaded by the king. Seeing this, Liu Chen sighed inwardly that he really couldn't be teammates with Diego. This person was a natural nemesis for his teammates. Not long after Headpans teamed up with him, he was killed by the president. The tragic traces at the scene tell how difficult this battle will be. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The World and the Horrible Beast. Chapter 29 The World and the Horrible Beast. Diego was pulled into a parallel world and met another self. Diego immediately became alert. He didn't know what kind of attack this was. He had already suffered too many attacks from the stand. So he didn't dare to attack the one in front of him anymore. This is indeed Diego, the helper hired by the president. He wants to use the fact that 2 identical objects will annihilate each other when they collide to kill 2 Diegos at the same time. They would not know this kind of information, so Valentine offered Diego from this parallel world an unimaginably high price. The most important thing is that the 2 Valentines once came into contact with each other in front of Diego in the parallel world, which is also a psychological hint. The 2 Diegos from different dimensions certainly wouldn't cooperate. To them, even their parallel selves were still competitors. He didn't have Valentine's awareness. Only he was himself. Diego in this parallel world was unaware of the saint's remains, he was merely acting as a thug for the president. Killing his parallel self wasn't a difficult decision for him, as long as the reward was generous enough. Dinosaur Diego looked at the other person and asked, "Are you the me of this world?" "Don't believe what Valentine says, he is a liar." A yellow double floated out of Diego's body. He planned to subdue his other self first before listening to what he said. Didn't he know what kind of person he was facing? The stand in front of him had different abilities from his own. Dinosaur Diego began to think quickly. His own stand ability was obtained by relying on the remains of the saint. His parallel self had different abilities. And the president did not go to the parallel world to look for the saint's remains. This means that the parallel world does not have the saint's remains. After figuring this out, Dinosaur Diego came up with an idea. Why do you think the president asked you to deal with me? I have a valuable treasure in my hands, and what price did he offer you? What kind of treasure would require such a price? World Diego didn't continue his attack. World's ability was invincible. So could the other side also stop time? I hadn't seen him release his stand yet. Diego replied as he walked forward, then tell me, what is the president looking for? Don't come near me first, I will tell you everything I know. Several fruitless attacks today made Diego feel cautious, and he couldn't let the person in front of him come close to him. World Diego followed the advice and stopped. The distance was enough for him. The distance between them was already close to 10 meters. The attack range of the alternate world was already enough to hit the other self. In that case, let's listen to his information. What we are fighting for is the remains of the saint. Whoever possesses the complete remains will be able to control the entire United States. Dinosaur Diego didn't know what he would get after collecting all the remains, but it didn't stop him from speaking in a lofty manner. The remains of a saint? It sounds like you've obtained a portion. Diego squinted his eyes and asked. He had already made up his mind. No matter what the remains were for, he would kill himself to obtain them. Then he would kill the president, and he would be the leader of the pigeon flock. I know what you're thinking. Because we're all alone. Valentine is watching us nearby. If we fight now, he'll only gain the upper hand. World Diego laughed indifferently. No matter who it was, they would be defeated in his invincible world. You didn't understand his power, did you? How do you think he brought me from another world here? There's more than one Valentine. I've killed many of them. So what are his abilities? Dinosaur Diego refused to reveal any more information. You think I will tell you now? I have to find a way to return to my own world. I will not tell you this information before then. I'll use my own methods to make you tell me. The alternate world reappears. The two immediately engaged in a fight. Dinosaur Diego pulled out his dagger and threw it at World Diego. The only lesson learned today was not to rush into an attack, try something else first. After the dagger flew towards World Diego, he then transformed into a dinosaur. Diego felt somewhat relieved when he saw his enemy transformed into a dinosaur. Since his other self's ability was to transform into a dinosaur, these 5 seconds were his own, and being able to stop time made him invincible. The world. Time stops. As if to show off his ability, World Diego stopped time and threw a similar dagger at the flying dagger. Then he threw the other throwing knives he was carrying at the dinosaur. In the basic world. After all the enemies on the field disappeared, Liu Chen and Jiro rushed to Johnny's side. Valentine, who could appear and disappear at will, was very difficult to guard against. Liu Chen didn't expect that Valentine would follow him all the time. He thought Valentine would set an ambush in Philadelphia. Liu Chen quickly introduced the current situation to the two of them. After leaving you, Mondantum and I met Valentine. Valentine killed Mondantum and took the saint's spine. I didn't expect him to still be following me. If Diego was also killed in the parallel world, then only the saint's right arm and left ear in your body would be missing from his hands. He is already close to completing the collection. After saying that, Liu Chen handed the remaining left ear to Johnny. At the same time, he explained, the other one was taken away by Diego. He attacked me at the door just now. Johnny took the ear and quickly confirmed with Liu Chen, you saw it too, right? The saint's head is on Lucy's body. Liu Chen confirmed his words, yes, everyone here may have seen it. The president must have known about it. His men are right next to Lucy. I'm afraid she will be controlled soon. By that time, the telephone had been invented, and any of the president's men could subdue Lucy. Lucy doesn't have a stand ticket for tears yet, and Heartpans has already fallen here. Although Jello didn't see this scene, he understood the current situation after hearing the conversation between the two. He was silent for a moment and then said, "We asked Wakabibo to protect Lucy. Maybe he can help Lucy escape." Johnny immediately replied, "Let's go find Lucy so that the president doesn't get the saint's head. She should be in Philadelphia now." Diego had been dragged away to a parallel world, and the three of them, guarding here, had no way to fight back. At least the three of them, who possessed a portion of the saint's remains, would surely encounter Valentine again. Liu Chen repeated his warning to Jiro to Johnny. The three began to prepare to leave the church. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Return to Chapter. Chapter 30 Return. In the parallel world, after the 5-second time stop ended. When Dinosaur Diego saw so many flying knives suddenly appear in front of him, he dodged quickly. His actions were very fast. He dodged most of the flying knives with incredible movements. With a waving of his claws, he knocked away several flying knives that could not be avoided. The oncoming flying knife did not cause any harm to the Dinosaur Diego. The dazzling daggers collided with each other, exploding into annihilation. This result was beyond the expectations of the two Diegos. They had not expected this to happen. Especially World Diego became alert after seeing this scene. This was obviously not something they could do. So the situation is still very complicated now, and I acted too early just now. World Diego paused his attack and asked, "Now is not the time for a fight. I feel like the president has deceived me. You don't have the ability to cause that kind of explosion, right?" After hearing this, the dinosaur glanced at the site of the sudden explosion. His dagger was gone. A typical explosion would have produced debris, but he saw nothing. This wasn't an ordinary explosion, and considering the other question I had raised, this explosion must be related to Valentine. Diego the dinosaur then replied, "Yes, you should be able to see my ability. I can't create any explosions. What did you do just now? How did the explosion occur?" "I threw a similar dagger in the direction you threw it, and when they hit each other, there was an explosion," World Diego answered truthfully. Now was not the time to deceive each other. He knew far less than Dinosaur Diego did. Identical daggers exploded when they touched each other. Dinosaur Diego immediately had his own guess. He had encountered more situations, so he came to a conclusion quickly. "Do you have any dollars on you? Throw one on the ground. Then stand back." World Diego didn't waste any time and immediately took out a bill, rolled it up into a ball and threw it over. After the dinosaur returned to its human form, it took out a similar coin from its pocket and threw it towards the money on the ground. When the two coins collided with each other, there was an immediate devastating explosion with extremely powerful force. The two of them understood Valentine's intention almost at the same time. He had never thought about paying a reward from the beginning, so he could offer such a high price. As long as Diego and his friends fight, the outcome will inevitably be a lose-lose situation. It was all such a coincidence. If Diego in the other world hadn't thrown the dagger to show off his skills, the two of them would have surely died together. This was Diego's good luck. He had relied on it to avoid the scheme. Diego of the world immediately spoke, "Very good, now let's keep our distance. Don't come any closer. We will find a way to get you back later." Having such a hidden danger is unacceptable to any Diego. Traps that disappear once touched cannot exist in one's own world. Diego the dinosaur agreed with him and continued to ask, "How did you meet the president? Did he bring you here?" "No, I was already here. He just came to me and said he wanted to make a deal with me." "What is Valentine's ability?" "It just so happens that Diego from a parallel world is also here. I'm not entirely sure. He seems to be able to pull himself out of different worlds. Death doesn't affect him that much." Diego originally thought that his ability was invincible, but now he finds that there are people who can ignore death. However, he still firmly believes that his ability is invincible. Valentine, who was watching them from the shadows, saw that his plan had been discovered and that the two Diegos had actually begun to analyze his abilities. He suddenly appeared and fired several shots at the two Diegos. The moment the gunshots rang out, the world time stopped again. Diego first dodged the bullets, then threw several throwing knives at Valentine, and finally took advantage of the time stop to move into the attack range of the world. Now let the president see the invincible world. 5 seconds passed and time began to flow again. Valentine was caught off guard by the flying knife and the approaching enemy double. D4C instinctively emerged. The world immediately launched a series of attacks on the president, while Diego kept yelling, "Muda muda 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 muda." D4C was forced to start fighting. Both sides' stands had double A in strength and speed, so the result of the fight was naturally evenly matched. Diego shouted triumphantly, "Poor! Poor! Poor!" It seemed that he had the upper hand now. D4C rarely fights against such enemies, and for Valentine, the stand is obviously more important than the real person. Valentine cannot afford the risk of his stand being damaged. Since he is worried, the stand naturally cannot exert its full strength. A stand is a manifestation of mental power. At the same time, the flying knife also pierced Valentine, who fell to the ground. Then he struggled to pull out the flying knife from his body and put it on himself. The flying knife and the ground pressed Valentine in the middle, and when the conditions were met, Valentine disappeared again. The next Valentine to appear will surely be intact. Diego's offensive tactics helped Valentine leave this world, but this trick meant nothing to Valentine. A moment later, several new Valentines appeared again with the help of the flying knives that fell from the ground. Dodging the bullets amidst the volley of gunfire was no big problem for the two Diegos. Whether it is stopping time or transforming into a dinosaur, they are both extremely powerful abilities, but the president's output methods are still too simple. Here, the dinosaur Diego is waiting for Valentine to appear again. If he hadn't been concerned about the possibility of accidentally bumping into another self, he would have launched an attack just now. These Valentines who suddenly appeared were instantly torn into pieces by the dinosaurs who were well prepared. Valentine realized that he had no way to deal with these two people together. Or find a chance to bring Diego, who is carrying the remains of the saint, back to the basic world, or pull half of his body into the parallel world. So Valentine disappeared into the cracks again. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. And the three people in the church couldn't just leave. This was the best time for him to pick up the napkin. He had to get the saint's remains from everyone. Therefore, Diego still has to return to the basic world. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Steal. Chapter 31 Steal. After the three people from the basic world were cautious and vigilant for a while, Liu Chen thought that Valentine should have left. After all, he still had several men at his disposal, and it was obvious that he alone couldn't defeat the three of them here. He should be preparing to attack the three of them again in Philadelphia. So Liu Chen couldn't hold back and spoke, but his tone was not at all uncertain. The three of us have been on guard here for more than 10 minutes. Valentine should have left the parallel world, right? Why don't we pack up and get ready to go? Johnny and Jiro nodded repeatedly. They both knew that Liu Chen knew more than they did, so there shouldn't be any big problems doing what Liu Chen said. They also felt that it was a waste of energy to just be on guard all the time. Jiro was the first to agree. Indeed, let's hurry to Philadelphia. The bear I ordered should have arrived by now. Seeing the other two wanting to leave, Johnny did the same. Then let's go quickly. We have to get there before the president arrives in Philadelphia. In the parallel world, many Valentines suddenly appeared and fired at the two Diegos from different positions. The two Diegos naturally dealt with it quite easily. Dinosaur Diego pounced towards Valentine and easily took the life of the enemy in front of him with a wave of his claws. The dying Valentine lunged at the dinosaur, and the dinosaur's claws pierced his chest. However, Valentine's body held Diego down. The conditions for D4C activation have been met again. Teleporting half of him would only benefit Diego, Liu Chen, and the other two in the parallel world. Therefore, he had to be teleported back in full to allow the enemies to fight each other. Diego yelled, "I understand. The activation condition of your ability is squeezing. I won't give you any more chances from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, Dinosaur Diego appeared near Liu Chen and the other two. Liu Chen and the other two were originally preparing to leave here. Liu Chen and the other two had already helped Johnny up and were ready to take him out. As a result, at this moment, Diego and Valentine appeared in the church again. Especially since Diego was yelling something. Then in an instant Valentine disappeared into the church again. Diego looked around and saw his tragically dead teammates. It turned out that after he was dragged into the parallel world, Headpans had already been killed. Who did it? Valentine or those three? Was he going to face a combined attack from Valentine, Johnny, and the other two? Diego felt that things couldn't continue like this. He would undoubtedly lose. Especially since the three opponents knew his weaknesses. They had defeated him before. He has to survive, he has to become rich, he has to reach the top of everything, he, Diego, has to become the best. So he absolutely cannot fall here. To get to this point, he has given up so much, from his mother's teachings to his own dignity. Diego then shouted to the three men, "I already know what the president is capable of. Let's deal with him together first. He is our biggest enemy. There is not much conflict between us." Liu Chen was a little dismissive of this. "Do you think we don't know? I knew Valentine's ability from the beginning. No big conflict means you just tried to kill me at the church door." Liu Chen has decided to kill Diego here. Although there were some minor accidents in the plan, it is still a just 3-against-1 fight. Diego's tone was filled with urgency. "You need my abilities. Without me, you have no way to restrict the president's movements. I've found his weakness. Let me help you. The greatest help you can offer us is to die here now." Behind Liu Chen, a substitute, body and steel, emerged. Seeing that language communication was impossible, Diego understood the president's intention in throwing him in front of these three people. The Oriental man in front of Diego had great malice towards him, and he glanced at the remaining two people. Johnny and Jiro had no objection to Liu Chen's decision. Diego did not leave a good impression on them. Diego saw that since they were unwilling to cooperate with him, he would let them see the true power of the terrifying beast. If they wanted his life, they would have to pay the price. A dinosaur appeared in front of the three people and ran towards them. Johnny was the first to attack, his claw bullet successfully hitting Diego. Fang 3 could fire the claw bullet from a position he couldn't see. Then, using Fang 2's ability, he guided the bullet into the dinosaur's body, leaving a huge gaping hole in the dinosaur's leg. Diego is no match for Johnny now. At this time, Liu Chen's substitute, the steel body, swung out a heavy punch and successfully hit the injured Diego. Diego endured the pain and leaped towards Liu Chen, and Liu Chen made himself stronger again. The sharp claws made a harsh sound, and Liu Chen's defense was enough to withstand Diego's attack. At this moment, the winner is decided. At the moment when the substitute's body and mind steel successfully hit Diego, the balance of victory had completely tilted towards Liu Chen. Of course, the dinosaur's skin is also soft, so Liu Chen can use his stand ability on Diego. Liu Chen activated his stand ability. Diego's hard skin limited his ability to move quickly, and his heavy muscles became a burden. Furthermore, his leg had been injured by Johnny. Diego lost his proud movement speed, and death successfully came to him. Liu Chen removed the effect of his own strength and swung the whip, and the tail of the whip wrapped around Diego's neck. Then the stand-in exerted force, and Diego was hung up by the hands of the statue. Diego struggled to tear at the whip that was hanging on him with his heavy claws, but the whip had become hard and it was so difficult to break free from his restrained claws. In order to breathe, Diego even tore his throat. He was extremely eager to live. Liu Chen will not give him any chance and will not show any mercy. When Valentine saw Diego, whom he had just teleported, being hung up in an instant, he wanted to shoot to stop him, but as soon as he appeared, Jello's iron ball hit him. The shadow of death finally fell on Diego's head. Diego finally seemed to see the moment when he successfully won, and everyone was cheering for him. As Diego's stand ability was lifted, his dream finally stopped here. The capricious one was hanged before the statue, and Diego the thirsty one was the second sacrifice. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Spin. Chapter 32 Spin. The saint's right ear and left eye emerged from Diego's body, and were grabbed by Liu Chen's stand-in just as they were about to fall to the ground. Liu Chen would not create any possibility of two objects being sandwiched here. During this time, Johnny and Jiro prevented Valentine from getting close. Valentine appeared and disappeared in the distance and tried to move forward. He wanted to go up and seize Diego's saintly body, but all his attacks were repelled by Johnny and the others, and there was nothing nearby that could provide him with the conditions to appear. The saint's body that was about to fall to the ground gave him a chance, but it was taken away by Liu Chen before it landed. Valentine could only watch from afar as Liu Chen took away the saint's remains from Diego. The current situation made him feel a little difficult to deal with. Diego, whom he had difficulty dealing with before, was defeated so easily by these three people. These three people were much stronger than he had expected, and they seemed to have realized the conditions for activating their abilities. They did not give them any chance to be pulled into the parallel world. Otherwise, they could be pulled into parallel worlds and defeated one by one. The other Diego seemed to be very powerful, and Valentine had not yet understood that Diego's ability. There is no point in fighting alone like this, so let's go back and retrieve the saint's head. After making his decision, the president left the parallel world. If he tried to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The only one who could chase him into the parallel world and attack him was Yafor. The three of them now have no means of pursuing him to the parallel world. If it weren't for the fact that Yafor finally had the ability to cross the dimensional wall and attack people, Valentine's ability would normally be unstoppable. Chu Mimi is invincible when hitting people. After Valentine disappears, the remaining three wonder if he will appear again. After all, they had just been slapped in the face, so the three of them were on guard for a long time this time. Johnny was the first to speak. I feel like Valentine should have left. Liu Chen, who had just been slapped in the face, didn't want to be hit again, and Jello happened to think the same. So neither of them responded to Johnny's words. As long as they didn't express their opinions now, they would definitely not be slapped in the face no matter what the situation was later. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Seeing that his two teammates were unwilling to speak, Johnny could only continue. We can't just sit there and wait. The most important thing right now is the saint's head in Lucy's hands. If we can't get to Philadelphia quickly, both Mr. Steele and Lucy will be in danger. Isn't that right, Jello? Johnny chose Jiro, who had a close relationship with him, as a breakthrough point, hoping that he would say something casually. Jello is actually a person who likes to joke, so he told a joke. The president is definitely a lonely person, because he talks to himself all day long. In fact, he also thought that the president had left, otherwise he would not be in the mood to tell this joke. But it's clear that his ability to tell jokes is very limited. Johnny looked at Jello helplessly, then laughed perfunctorily a few times. Liu Chen felt that the funniest thing about Jiro's jokes was actually himself. It can be seen that the president must have left, otherwise he would definitely express his opinion about the jokes about him. In the end, it was Johnny who made the final decision. Since you two have no objection, let's go. Philadelphia is not far from here. Let's head in that direction. This is also the right path for the SBR competition. Jello regained his composure. Valentine will probably ambush us there. This journey won't be easy. Johnny said with a hint of anticipation, I hope Wicca Bibbo can protect Lucy before we get there. He's a reliable man. Liu Chen had no hope for this. Valentine has several powerful subordinates, so this is not going to be easy. It's highly likely that Wicca Bibbo will not succeed. Jiro then asked, who else is under his command now? What are their abilities? He probably still has Maiko, Chocolate Disco, and Majid under his command. With Wicca Bibbo's abilities alone, he probably can't defeat Valentine's men. One can blow metal objects, one can move objects on the ground, and one is invincible. Liu Chen then explained the abilities of the three in detail. However, it was uncertain if Lucy would obtain the tier train ticket. Having already met the two of Majid, Jiro and Johnny began to seriously consider the abilities of the remaining two. With this intelligence, they would be able to easily deal with the enemy. After saying that, Liu Chen handed all the saint's remains that he had just collected from Diego's body to Johnny. Johnny took it with some surprise. I thought you would keep these for yourself. Aren't you also pursuing the remains of the saint? Liu Chen explained nonchalantly, they'll eventually be reunited anyway. It doesn't matter who holds it before then. And Mondantum wanted me to hand the body over to you. He helped me block Valentine's attack in the end. If it weren't for him, I might not have been able to escape. Speaking of Mandantim, the atmosphere became a little depressing. The legendary cowboy had done favors for several of them. Johnny's eyes seemed to be burning with fire as he said, I will avenge Mandantim, even if the target of my revenge is the president. Once the body is intact, Liu Chen will try to retrieve it. Until then, Johnny will hold onto it. If the body resists, he won't force it. Fate is a very important concept in JoJo. If you can't get it, you definitely can't get it. It seems that only Huang Zhen has successfully broken the fate. Without saying anything else, they began to load their belongings onto their horses. Then head towards the end of this section. The destination is Philadelphia. The journey was relatively peaceful, as if the president had given up on attacking the three people. On the way, Liu Chen was curious about Jello's rotation, so he asked, what kind of ability is Golden Spin? Liu Chen thought that if Johnny could learn the ability to spin, maybe he could do it too. Jello did not hide anything in response to Liu Chen's question, but stretched out his hand for Liu Chen to see. Our ancestors discovered the golden circle in nature and drew strength from it. Can you see the golden rectangle in my hand? There are many golden rectangles on Jiro's body, which serve as a reference for him when he uses the iron ball. Liu Chen stared at Jello's hand with wide eyes, but naturally couldn't see anything. Thinking carefully. Johnny was actually a genius in the setting, just like De Chiao was the genius of Ripple. Liu Chen shook his head and replied, I can't see anything. It seems that I don't have the qualifications to learn the spin. He had to rely on a substitute. Jiro consoled him, your stand abilities are already very strong. There's no need to learn my techniques. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Wicca Bibbo. Chapter 33, Wicca Bibbo. Johnny also felt a little sorry for Liu Chen, but this kind of skill required talent. He could see this from the beginning. Liu Chen felt that since he couldn't rely on learning the spinning technique to improve his strength, he should first practice his stand ability. Perhaps in the next world, there would be other ways to gain other powers. I've also heard that there's a legendary technique called the cavalry maneuver. Liu Chen decided to give Jello some hints. Jiro laughed and replied, that's a legendary technique, mainly used to penetrate defenses. He didn't answer the question directly, but began to wonder why Liu Chen suddenly brought up the topic. This Oriental man was not one to speak without a purpose. I can reveal a piece of information to you. The president doesn't travel through dimensions on his own, gravity is also involved. Without gravity pulling him, his body would be shattered into pieces by the dimension as he travels. Jiro muttered thoughtfully to himself, gravity. Gravity is one of the most amazing forces in the world. After a long silence, Jiro asked, so the cavalry's rotation can penetrate the dimensional wall with gravity? Liu Chen didn't know whether it was the power of Y4 or the power of the cavalry's rotation that penetrated the dimensional wall. I don't know, but do you two believe in prophecies? Liu Chen suddenly asked a question. Do you believe it yourself? Jello asked after a moment of silence. I believe. Liu Chen thought about how Enya had predicted to Poklok that he would win the championship. Was this the power of prophecy or the power of luck? This must be the power of fate. Jello answered nonchalantly, since you believe in the prophecy and know the ending, then what is there to worry about? The result you know is not too bad, right? Jello saw that Liu Chen was a little worried about the upcoming journey. Liu Chen hadn't expected to be comforted by Jello. There was indeed a difference in the purity between the two. Jello was right. He had a trump card that allowed him to leave at any time, so there was really no need to worry about Valentine. And Jiro had already made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, Julius Caesar Zeppeli was ready to face everything. Jiro had one last question, the purpose of his journey. What would become of that young man? Since you know the ending, tell me. Can that boy be saved? Jiro didn't say which boy it was. He believed Liu Chen knew. He can be saved, but not in the way you imagine. As for the ending in which the boy died of illness, there was no need to tell Jello. Jello didn't ask how to achieve it, as he was afraid that the result would not satisfy him. But whatever. After that, I had no way to worry about these things anymore. Maybe Johnny went to the prison and snuck the person out. That's enough. My goal for this trip has been achieved. Now I can go help Johnny to seize the saint's remains without worry. Liu Chen suddenly became curious about Jiro's idea. Have you ever thought about getting the saint's body yourself? It is a treasure for all mankind. What do I need the saint's remains for? Only Johnny needs this kind of thing. He has to rely on the saint's remains to stand up, and I have been standing all the time. Jello grinned with his gold teeth. Johnny was filled with gratitude. It was great that he could meet Jello at the beginning of his journey. Just as Johnny was about to express his gratitude, Jello said to them, we need to hurry up and leave. I have a feeling this trip will be over soon. All the remains have been discovered, and only 2 parties remain in the competition. The final decisive battle is about to begin. The 3 of them rode their horses and began to move forward. Since they no longer had the determination to win, there was no need to exert their physical strength. It would be bad if they were ambushed along the way. Neither Johnny nor Jiro participated in the competition for the purpose of winning. Then let's go. All 3 mounted their horses and began to head in the direction of Philadelphia. As they walked, Johnny finally overcame his inner conflict and asked. So, have I finally stood up? He hadn't asked before because he was worried about hearing an answer he couldn't accept. Now he had overcome his inner confusion. No matter what the prediction said, he would not give up his goal. You won't give up no matter what the answer is, right? Johnny replied with a firm look, I set out for this very purpose. If your prediction is not what I want, then I will not believe it. Liu Chen didn't keep the secret any longer. You'll be able to stand up eventually. Johnny could already stand up. The image of Y3 already had legs, and the stand-in was the embodiment of his spirit. Jiro was relieved to hear this answer. It meant his journey was complete. It was great that all his goals were achieved. Congratulations in advance, Johnny. Jello was also happy for his friend. He didn't know if he could see that moment. A tear appeared in the corner of Johnny's eyes. This was the result he had been longing for in the past few years. Now that we know the wonderful outcome, the journey from now on will be easier. The 3 of them traveled for a few more days. That day, Jiro was telling the two of them about their family's ancestral cavalry maneuver. In the past 2 days, he had basically figured out how to use the cavalry maneuver. It turned out that Jiro didn't answer before because he was worried that he might say something wrong, because he didn't know this technique yet. Actually, these were mainly for Johnny's ears. Liu Chen practiced with him for a few days but couldn't find any golden rectangles in nature. However, Johnny's skill in polishing balls with claw bullets improved a lot, all because Liu Chen broke many of them when he threw them. The only thing Liu Chen gained during this period was that his technique of throwing the iron ball became much more accurate, but he didn't learn the spinning technique at all. Because Liu Chen couldn't see any golden rectangles with his own eyes. But he had already basically understood the technique that Jiro taught him. As long as Liu Chen could see the golden rectangles in time, he would be able to perform the golden spin. The cold winter wind made the three of them pull their clothes tighter. At this time, a shaky figure on a horse appeared in the distance. Liu Chen looked closely and saw that the person was Weka Bibo. I don't know what Weka Bibo has been through, but now he is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Weka Bibo seemed to relax after seeing Jello and Johnny from afar. His grip on the rein slackened, and he fell off the horse. The three of them hurried towards the direction where Weka Bibo fell off his horse. The situation must have changed. The image of Weka Bibo was very tragic, with many piercing wounds and burn marks on his body. Jello was the first to jump off the horse and use the spinning iron ball to help Weka Bibo perform some treatment. Then Liu Chen's heart steel emerged and helped Weka Bibo heal all his wounds. But it seemed that all this was only helping Weka Bibo's pain. He had only gotten this far through his own willpower. He himself was at the end of his rope. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Secret. Chapter 34 Secret. Weka Bibo opened his eyes and saw Jello. He immediately said, "The woman you asked me to protect has been imprisoned by the president's men. I failed to protect her." Jiro comforted him, "It's not your fault. Things have changed. Lucy's identity has become important." With a pained expression, Weka Bibo said, "I fought with the president's men, but I didn't win. In the end, I just used all my strength to escape from the encirclement." Johnny looked at Weka Bibo and said with admiration, "You have done well enough. You are a true knight. I felt I had to tell you this, so I started searching along the path you might have taken. Luckily, I met you before I collapsed completely. I hope you can save that woman." "We will." One of the president's men has the ability to blow nails into shape. He needs to tell the three of them the information he knows, and the next battle between the three of them must be won. Jiro grabbed his arm and said firmly, "We all know, don't worry. No matter what the president is planning, his plan will not come true." "That's great." After saying this, Weka Bibo's hand dropped. Perhaps he still wanted to see his sister who was far away in his hometown. Lucy had been captured, so there was no point in rushing on. Jiro and Liu Chen dug a hole on the side of the road and buried Weka Bibo in this land that did not belong to him. Johnny watched Jiro and Liu Chen digging a hole there, thinking that many people had died since the journey began. He suddenly became curious about Liu Chen's actions. This Oriental man hadn't participated in the competition and had given him his body. He wasn't seeking either wealth or fame. He couldn't understand why he was standing there. Philadelphia was right in front of him. If he went any further, it would be difficult to leave. So Johnny spoke up, "Hey, Liu Chen. Why did you come to this continent?" Liu Chen thought to himself that he hadn't come here on his own initiative, but had traveled through time after his death. Although it wasn't something that needed to be kept secret, it was too low-key to say so. So he stopped what he was doing and answered like a riddle teller, "It was fate that drew me here." Johnny said with a sigh, "Fate? Fate is truly marvelous. We, people who would never have met, ended up together because of a competition. I felt before the competition started that you would be a very mysterious character. I didn't expect you to participate, and I was secretly glad for a while. I'm always striving for strength, and I know the saints' remains have this power. It has already brought me many changes. Liu Chen took the excuse of talking to Johnny to start slacking off. Digging a hole in this kind of land is an extremely laborious task. Johnny was a little confused. But didn't you give me the saint's body? If you wanted the saint's body to give you strength, shouldn't you hold the body firmly in your hands? I want to wait a little longer. Perhaps the intact body of the saint would be willing to go with me to take a look somewhere else. Liu Chen didn't think he could take the body away, but maybe it would be willing to follow him to take a look at other worlds. Jello, who was digging a hole alone, was a little dissatisfied with the two people's behavior of not working after talking. Hey, stop chatting. Liu Chen, come and help me. I can't dig out such a big hole by myself. Seeing that his plan to slack off was discovered, Liu Chen smiled and returned to work. After burying Wicca Bibbo, Jello and Johnny took off their hats to pay their respects. Liu Chen tied a solitary ribbon around the simple branch. This reminded him of Mandan Tim. The president certainly wouldn't have taken care of his body. Perhaps a wild animal had dragged it away. After bidding farewell to Wicca Bibbo, the three of them set out on their journey again. The journey from here is nearing its end. After spending a few days, Liu Chen and the other two were finally able to see Philadelphia from afar. It was a somewhat modern city. This will be the end of it all. Jiro stared at the city in the distance and suddenly said, "Johnny, I'm going to tell you a secret. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Remember to tell me one of your secrets." After that, he looked at Liu Chen again. After traveling together for the past few days, Jiro realized that this Oriental man was not a bad person. If he had been traveling with him like Johnny since the beginning of the competition, perhaps they could have become good friends by now. Johnny agreed immediately, "Of course, I will keep it a secret for you. The name you keep calling me, Jiro, is actually a nickname. My real name is Julius Caesar Zeppeli." After saying this, Jiro was rarely embarrassed and quickly added, "I don't know what my father was thinking at the time. He actually gave me such a name. Even my brother doesn't know my real name. You two must remember to keep it a secret for me." This was the name of an ancient Roman emperor. Jiro's father must have been a Roman. But the meaning behind Jiro's words was self-evident. He felt that today was the day to accept his destiny. After hearing this, Johnny replied sheepishly, "I actually like the little red rashes on girls' hands and feet after they get bitten by mosquitoes. You must keep this a secret for me." Jiro was shocked after hearing this and quickly replied, "I will remember to keep it a secret for you. No one will believe your secret if you tell others." After sharing the secret, the two looked at Liu Chen. Liu Chen decisively rejected the proposal, "Don't even think about it. I won't tell you my secrets. But I will remember to keep it a secret for you." Liu Chen didn't want to participate in this kind of behavior that was like setting a flag. If he told them that he would go home and get married, would this battle still be worth fighting? Moreover, one of these two people exposed his XP in public, while the other only exposed the identity of his father Jing Luo, who was ecstatic. This behavior is no different from shouting in the street that you are an idiot. You must not participate in such activities. So even if they traveled together, Liu Chen's relationship with the two of them could not be as good as Johnny and Jello's, because he could not let go of himself. Jiro muttered, "How stingy! We've all told you our secrets. But since Liu Chen is unwilling to share his secret, let's move on." Then his expression hardened, and he had said everything he needed to say. Philadelphia is not far away. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Commitment. Chapter 35 Commitment. There are many tall buildings standing in the distance, which are already magnificent enough in this era. Liu Chen and the other two rode their horses towards the city, each of them silent. They could already smell the scent of a decisive battle. At this time, a tired figure was chasing the team of 3 from behind, shouting as he ran, "Eastern people, wait for me." Liu Chen turned around after hearing the voice and was surprised to find that the person calling him was actually the Yinren who had returned to help his tribe. Jiro was a little surprised that this competitor disappeared in the previous stages. He thought that Yinren had withdrawn from the competition and left here or died quietly in a corner. Liu Chen stopped his horse, and then Yinren rushed up in a few steps. Then he looked at Liu Chen with a determined face and said, "I am repaying your kindness as promised. The battle between you and the president for the remains isn't over yet, right? Count me in for the rest of the fight." Liu Chen got off his horse and looked at Yinren seriously, saying, "I didn't actually expect you to repay me. Your departure also helped me attract Valentine's attention. I can't say I did you any favor in this matter. No one will care what Yinren does after leaving the competition. If someone comes to help him at this time, he may not be able to come back alive." While it wasn't the love train yet, the president's power was equally unreasonable. Anyone could die here at any moment. My margin for error was too low. If I couldn't use the cavalry maneuver, I wouldn't be able to cross the world and defeat Valentine. Since I promised to repay your kindness, I will not break my promise. We Indians will always fulfill all our promises. This is my own decision, you don't need to worry about me. If you don't want me to follow you, then I will go alone." The man was determined to fulfill his promise, and he was also angry at the president because the white people led by him had destroyed his tribe. The flame of hatred burns in the heart of the musician. After seeing Yinren's expression, Liu Chen asked, "Is your tribe okay?" I don't know if he managed to protect his tribe, but judging by the anger in his eyes, I'm afraid the outcome wasn't good. So, did Yinren request to join the team to vent his anger? My tribe has disappeared, but I saved my sister. I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't told me that, I don't know what would have happened to my sister. Yinren was grateful for this. His sister was the most important person to him, and he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Liu Chen thought this ending was pretty good. In this world, having such an ending was already considered a happy ending. So he continued to advise, "Then go live a good life with your sister, leave here, leave this country. Go north and there will always be a place where you can survive. Now that you have finally escaped from your fate, don't get involved again. Since someone has successfully escaped fate, don't get involved in this matter anymore." Liu Chen could leave at any time, but they couldn't. Furthermore, the Yinren were not necessary for the upcoming battle. Fate always lies with Johnny and Jello. Even so, Jello has already done this with the determination to die, even though he is one of the most important people in this fate. Death shows no mercy to anyone. Yinren said with a determined look. "I have already settled my sister. If I haven't returned by spring, she will go find a suitable place to live on her own." Yinren's awareness was clearly revealed, he wasn't afraid of death. Seeing this, Ji Luo said to Liu Chen, "This is the awareness of a man. He has the courage to face his own fate. You can't let such a belief go to waste." Then he extended his hand to Yinren and said, "I'm sorry for getting in your way during the first stage. Welcome." He had been dissatisfied with this matter before, but at this moment all the resentment in his heart disappeared. "You didn't throw that iron ball at me on purpose." Yinren didn't care. He had already given up on the competition, so this matter was meaningless to him. What he wanted to protect had been destroyed, and the outcome of the competition was no longer within his concern. Johnny also said with emotion, "Our competitors with the advantage in the first stage have basically withdrawn from the competition. Those gamblers who bet on these people will definitely lose money." Jiro smiled and said, "Including the sound man, we have 4 people on our side. The same number as the president's side. And we have the advantage in intelligence." Although what Jiro said seemed like a bit of a halftime champagne toast, Liu Chen felt that there was nothing wrong with what Jiro said. Indeed, he was now at a greater advantage. In addition, Yinren himself has 4 stand users, and these 4 people are the type with very strong stand abilities. Then fighting Valentine will be like a piece of cake. Valentine had the remaining stand users. Mudget was just a vulnerable target, Disco wasn't very powerful, and only Maiko's stand was reasonably strong. But he was no match for Johnny. Thinking this way, I have the upper hand. As the saying goes, when there are more people, they beat the fewer. Everyone dares to do it. Liu Chen agreed, then let's go together, thank you very much. Don't worry. If you hadn't let me go before, I would have died in the wilderness. The battle that follows is also entirely my own will. Jello made the decision, okay, let's rest here for a while. I feel a little tired. After this, I'm afraid it will be the last battle of this journey. I must have another cup of coffee. Jello had actually noticed that Yinren was in poor condition, and going directly into the city now would be like taking him to his death. So, let's all rest here for a while. Liu Chen nodded and took out a bag of coffee he had filled from his horse's back and handed it to Yinren, who took it and drank it in one gulp. Then the 4 of them sat on the floor, drank some coffee, and had a simple cold meal. Johnny, will you continue to compete after you defeat the big president? This tournament is almost over. If we don't suffer any losses after defeating the president, I'll continue competing. We're almost across the United States. But ranking isn't that important to me anymore. I've found something more important in this tournament. Yes, I also gained a lot from this competition. Then Jello raised his coffee cup and said to the remaining 3 people. This is really a good trip. It feels like I have taken a long detour. It turns out that taking a long way is the real shortcut. Jello took a long way to participate in the competition in order to save people. After resting for about half an hour, the 4-member team set out again, heading towards Philadelphia. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Philadelphia Showdown. Chapter 36 Philadelphia Showdown. Liu Chen and Ji Luo thought that their strength was superior, but in fact it was far from what they expected. The strength of the president far exceeds Liu Chen's psychological expectations. Valentine had recently pulled back all of his former fallen men from parallel worlds. In one of those parallel worlds, they were still alive. The dead didn't have to worry about touching their other selves. Therefore, his strength had barely suffered any loss. What's about to take place here is not a duel, it's a war. And war must be won with all one's strength, and Valentine will use all his strength to pick up that first napkin. Valentine's forces in Philadelphia are Tomb of the Prosperous Era, the Yin family, Listen to My Beat, O Yebamoba, Connection, Porter Pie Heart, Rainbow Catcher, Black Mo, Ferdinand the Terrible Beast, Maiko Tubular Bells, 20th Century Boys, Majit, Chocolate Disco, Disco, and of course, the most important one, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, Fanny Valentine. Men's Realm, Link and Civil War, Isar did not appear in it. Link from the parallel world rejected the president's invitation. He had his own beliefs. Duel was a noble cause for him, a glorious path he was destined to embark on. He couldn't bring himself to join the president in beating up someone from another world who had once defeated him. As for Isar, the president felt that once his ability was activated, it would affect his own side even more, so he did not bring him over. Among those who remained were those making preparations for war. The existence of Chocolate Disco is like a card player suddenly appearing among a group of tough guys. It would not be surprising if he took out a stack of cards. The most awkward situation was Black Moya. It hardly rained in Philadelphia in winter. He was completely useless in the upcoming battle, lacking a stand-in for weather forecasting. Fighting in such unsuitable weather, he could only be considered a battlefield atmosphere specialist. The rest of the people were making their own preparations, some were blowing balloons, some were catching dinosaurs. On the other side, Liu Chen and his 4 companions, who had taken a long detour, walked into Philadelphia cautiously. There were hardly any people on the streets of the city, and it didn't look like the prosperity of a big city at all. Something must have happened here. In order to deal with Liu Chen and his men, the president implemented certain controls in the city. Everything was done to make it easier for his men to freely display their abilities. Just as Liu Chen was looking around, a group of metal balloon dogs floated down from the sky towards the four of them. Few people were walking around in the city, so the new smell would naturally attract the attacks of the stands. The attack has arrived. Tubular Belmiko was the first to appear. This ability was already anticipated by Liu Chen and the others. When the balloon floated over, the characters written by the sound person with the cutting sound had already appeared around them. The metal balloon dogs were chopped into pieces. At this moment, a lot of small dinosaurs suddenly rushed out from an alley on the side of the road. This is the power of terrifying beasts. The moment Liu Chen saw the dinosaur, his pupils shrank instantly, and he immediately realized that there was something wrong with his judgment. Valentine's forces were much greater than he had imagined. He had definitely pulled back all his dead men from the parallel world, even those dead enemies had appeared here now. Johnny even exclaimed, "Didn't we kill Diego already?" Liu Chen quickly explained loudly, "These people were definitely pulled out by Valentine from the parallel world. It is very likely that other enemies we killed are also in there. The president's troops far outnumber us." It seems the champagne was opened too early. As soon as he finished speaking, a hook dropped from something above him and hooked the horse away from under Liu Chen's crotch. Liu Chen reacted quickly and jumped off the horse. The remaining three people also realized that the hook would fall from their heads. After seeing this ability, Johnny immediately remembered the enemy he had defeated. With this person harassing him, the next battle would definitely be difficult. Be careful of things floating in the air. If you get hooked, release the attack in the direction of your hook. Johnny has experience with this enemy. Then his stand-in appeared first, and he used claw bullets to kill two nearby small dinosaurs, and more dinosaurs followed behind. Liu Chen held his cloak in one hand like a shield, and with the other hand he pulled out a pistol and fired several shots at the remaining dinosaurs. The sound man made an explosion sound and fired it in the direction of the dinosaur. This wave of dinosaur attacks was resolved. The four of them began to move quickly towards the end of the road. They couldn't stay still when hooks could appear in the sky at any moment. Two of them rode horses, and two of them ran. The real bodies of these stand abilities did not appear, and simply killing dinosaurs and balloons would not cause any damage to the enemy. Just as several people were about to run to the intersection, a figure wearing a top hat appeared at the end of the intersection, and Majid was stuck there alone. His abilities allow him to act as a barrier to his opponent's movement, allowing him to absorb damage and shoot at his enemies at will. While he can't defeat his opponent, his abilities as a mobility-restricting character are quite impressive. Majid's existence is like an indestructible bunker. This guy is a heavily armored operator. Zero's iron ball struck Majid, and a stand emerged from his body. The iron ball did no harm to him. The 20th century boy's ability was simple, pure invincibility. As long as the stand existed, no matter what damage was done, the original body would be invulnerable. The four people's way forward was blocked by him alone. Just when the remaining three people didn't know what to do, Liu Chen shouted loudly, "Keep running forward, I won't let him attack." After saying this, he took off his cloak and had it carried over Majid's head by his stand-in, body steel. Majid remained motionless. If he released his stand, heart steel would attack him repeatedly. If he didn't, he would be controlled by Liu Chen. The cloak was thrown down, and the flowing cloak quickly enveloped Majid completely. Then the cloak became extremely solid. Majid could not break free from this control. The four of them managed to run past him. Control skills are the answer to this version, and this trick is called reducing the number of blocks. The four people's top priority is to find the real bodies of these substitutes and kill them first. Otherwise the number of enemies will only increase. The president also has many stand-ins under his command, although most of them are defeated by him. But when they appeared together, the difficulty increased exponentially. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Chaos. Chapter 37 Chaos. A tattooed figure wearing a strange hat appeared next to the imprisoned Majit. Oyebamoba appeared here. He first mocked Majit, "You incompetent scum, absolutely useless. You couldn't even hold it off for a minute. Is this really the level of you guys?" Then he reached out and touched Liu Chen's cloak, and then the safety pin appeared. A violent explosion completely blew off the cloak, and Majit was able to escape. After he came out, Majit mocked him back, "Your taste is terrible, like a giant cockroach. In our country, only those who hang out in the Hook district would dress like you. Each of these stand-ins is unruly and only the president can suppress them, so naturally they are all unwilling to submit." Oyebamoba ignored the trash talk, touched Majit's hat, and quickly walked towards the direction where Liu Chen and the other four escaped. He was also not immune to the explosions he created, so he quickly left the place after making the attack. A safety pin appeared from Majit's hat, and a few seconds later a huge explosion occurred. Majit, who was inside, was not hurt. When Majit saw Oyebamoba touching his hat, he had to activate his stand again to avoid the attack from his teammate. After Liu Chen and his three companions escaped from the street, more little dinosaurs began running towards them, and the sky was filled with densely packed metal balloon dogs. The four of them were somewhat disconnected at this point, with Liu Chen running the slowest and falling behind. The walking musicians were also running at speeds comparable to those of the horses, and the three of them were at the front. At this moment, Jiro, who was at the front, suddenly noticed that the door on the side suddenly opened, and some blood splattered towards the two people on the horse. The blood had already been splashed on several people. This was an attack from the Yu family. People who were sprayed with blood began to be affected by magnetism. Zero wanted to throw the iron ball at them, but then remembered that his previous attack hadn't worked. They could control metal. But now Johnny has grown up, and he has already prepared countermeasures for this kind of enemy. Johnny immediately launched Fang 3 at himself, and then a hand appeared from inside the house, firing a tracking claw bullet. It hit the iron sand they were using for defense, and the bullet mark quickly moved along the iron sand. Soon a bullet hole appeared in Benjamin Chifen's chest, and his heart was shattered by Johnny. One of the three of them, father and son, quickly withdrew. Johnny's attack was much sharper than at the beginning. "You dare to kill my son? I will let you all die here." André Zifen became more and more crazy after seeing his son's tragic death. The surrounding iron objects began to vibrate violently, and he began to release his abilities unscrupulously. Jello grabbed the iron ball that was vibrating at his waist and would not attack until he could accurately hit the enemy. At the same time, the sound man directly attached the cutting sound to the stone that had been prepared long ago, and then threw it towards the enemy. This material, which was neither metal nor magnetic, completely restrained the family. They could not manipulate the stone. Iron sand rushed up to resist these characters, scattering all over the ground. Then the scattered iron sand began to gather again. The cut iron sand would not affect its properties. They also began to notice the bullet holes that moved on their own. Johnny's next claw bullet only caused damage to Andre's leg. At this time, the metal balloons behind the few people quickly attacked the three people, and La Fen directly pulled those metal balloons over quickly through magnetism. A metal dog suddenly appeared and struck Yinren's shoulder, then instantly transformed into a spike and pierced Yinren's body. Then, with a sudden magnetic pull, it pierced Yinren's shoulder directly, causing him to bleed profusely. Jello threw his iron ball at the other balloon dogs, but it was crushed by the enemy's magnetic force in mid-air, and he successfully lost one of his iron balls. At this time, Liu Chen also rushed over, took out the whip at his waist and waved it to block the balloon dog. The tail of the whip had supersonic speed, and at this moment it also had the sharpness of metal. Now the whip in Liu Chen's hand was like a long sword with astonishing speed and power. Although it has a metal tip, the leather whip is not controlled by magnetism. Liu Chen can precisely control any characteristic it imparts. Therefore, the whip will not be controlled by the enemy's stand. Then the substitute body and mind steel touched the sound man's shoulder, his flesh and blood began to flow, and soon the wound healed successfully. Be on guard against the balloons and dinosaurs attacking from behind. I'll take care of the people in the house. After saying that, Liu Chen's substitute, body steel, flew towards the house. After hearing this, the people in the room did not sit still and wait for death. The controlled iron sand flew towards Liu Chen, and the power of each iron sand was like a bullet fired from a shotgun. Liu Chen only blocked all the iron sand after his clothes and skin became solid. The impact of the iron sand made Liu Chen almost unable to stand. After hearing Liu Chen's words, the two began to focus their attention on Liu Chen's substitute. At this time, Johnny once again seized the opportunity and emerged from the bullet hole behind them. Immediately afterwards, a claw bullet was fired, hitting the iron sand floating beside him, and then quickly moved to L.A. Shifen's neck and exploded. This blow successfully killed L.A. Shifen. He only had time to let out a cry of pain before he died. When André Zifen heard another scream from behind, he couldn't help but look back. He was furious that both of his children had died at the hands of the same man. However, with just this one movement, the substitute body steel appeared in front of him. A series of heavy punches dissipated the substitute floating on André Zifen's body. Finally, Heart Steel punched through André Shifen's chest and killed him. Without the control of the stand user, the iron sand floating around all fell to the ground. After killing the Yu family, Johnny used the iron sand that fell on the ground to make a new iron ball for Jello. Johnny returned his upper body to the horse from the bullet hole, and then threw the iron ball at Jello. Jello took it and said, "Thanks, Johnny." At this time, the dinosaurs that came over were all equipped with safety pins. Oyebamoba had already appeared here. During this time, the other stand users were moving quickly towards Liu Chen and the other three. All the enemies had received the order from the president. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Invincible. Chapter 38 Invincible. Seeing this dinosaur appear, Liu Chen swung his whip to the other side of the road. He tied this end to the pillar at the door and gave the whip a hard property. A long whip held in the air stopped the dinosaur from running towards the four people. The safety pin will appear and then fall off quickly, and then an explosion will occur. Although the dinosaur was very fast, as long as they made a little defense, the explosion would not reach the four people. Violent explosions occurred one after another not far away, and this wave of enemy attacks had no effect. Seeing this, Oyebamoba no longer attached his stand ability to the dinosaur, but let the dinosaur attack on its own. He wanted to find another opportunity to deal with Liu Chen and the other three. Boom! A bullet flew towards the few people, and then Jello's left arm was hit by the bullet. In the distance, Brak Moya was standing behind with a spear aimed at several people, although the weather conditions today were not suitable for him to fight with a substitute. But he couldn't stop fighting just because the environment was not suitable for him. Fortunately, he was still a shooter with good shooting accuracy. Liu Chen stepped forward to heal Jiro's wound. He couldn't let the wound bleed freely in this situation. It was still unknown how long the battle would last. At this moment, a hook dropped from the air again, hooking Yinren's right leg. Soon, his lower body was pulled into a floating feather. The sound man remembered what Johnny had said before and threw the object with the sound of explosion in the direction of the hook. The sound of an explosion occurred next to Link Porter Pi Hate, and the sound person's leg was also damaged by the explosion. After the explosion, the hook on his leg disappeared. Liu Chen quickly went over and pulled Yin Ren out. His right leg was already covered in blood. Liu Chen could only help stop the bleeding. He couldn't treat the injured bones. After simple treatment, the sound man was able to move barely, and he kept releasing objects that recorded various sounds forward. Jello used an iron ball to smash several approaching metal balloons, and the iron ball turned and returned to his hand. Bang! In the distance, Black Moya fired another shot at the four people. Although the shot missed, Liu Chen felt that he could no longer allow him to attack him so unscrupulously. Heartsteel appeared in the room and pulled out the curtains, then turned the curtains into a steel plate and smashed it in front of the four people. First use this curtain to block the enemy's attack from behind. The bullets hit the curtain and made a bang. Johnny said in a panic, "Let's think of a solution quickly. If we continue to be exhausted like this, we will only end up dead. There are more enemies than we imagined. Almost all the enemies we encountered before have appeared. Now we can only find a way to kill them one by one. Have you ever encountered so many difficult enemies before?" Yinren now understood how difficult the journey they had gone through was. They had actually managed to make it this far under such an attack. "This is the first time I've seen so many," Johnny replied. Ji Luo said to Liu Chen, "Liu Chen, please lower the curtain in front of me. I will first defeat the enemy who keeps shooting in the distance." "Okay, get ready. I'll remove my ability in 2 seconds." Hearing Jiro's request, Liu Chen partially released his power. The curtain that was covering him softened and fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Jello threw an iron ball at Black Mo, and the ball successfully hit the enemy. Black Mo, who looked almost the same as an ordinary person on a sunny day, was hit in the throat by the spinning iron ball. The man who controlled the rain fell to the ground and died in this rainless weather. The enemy's number continued to grow. Furthermore, Fanny Valentine, the enemy's main force, had yet to show up. Meanwhile, Majet appeared on the other side of the road. Now, there were enemies on both sides of the road. All the texts that the voice person had previously spread were blocked by him. Neither the slash nor the explosion had any effect. The ability to take damage is so overbearing. The four of them faced Majid again, and Liu Chen certainly knew how to deal with this opponent. "I had used the cloak to control him before, and I could do the same this time. I just copied the ready-made answers." Although the cloak has been destroyed, Liu Chen now has a larger curtain in his hand. After controlling him, all he had to do was have his stand pick him up and throw him into the river to finish him off. It was a shame that he had too many teammates, so it was enough for him to just stand there and take the damage. "Shall we retreat into the house first?" The house where the Xian family was staying was right next to them. In this situation where there are enemies everywhere, hiding inside a house is also a good option. Once inside, the balloons and dinosaurs will have a much simpler route to attack. If we want to hide in the house, we have to kill Oyebomoba first, otherwise he will throw the bomb in and we will have nowhere to hide. He was at the intersection earlier, but now he's gone. He must be coming towards us. Liu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'll find a way to block the intersection first. You guys quickly find out where Oyebomoba went." The double tore the curtains apart and hung them on the power lines, leaving the tattered curtains hanging to the ground. Liu Chen waited for someone to pass by. If someone did, he would grant the curtains the ability to conduct electricity. Jello placed the iron ball on the ground and listened carefully to the noises nearby, but the sounds were very chaotic this time. He heard a lot of footsteps and dinosaurs running around. There was no way to determine the enemy's position. Just when the four of them had not yet made a decision, Liu Chen noticed that many grids appeared under his feet, and Chocolate Disco also appeared here. "I think there must be more enemies behind him, and the presidency should not be far away." Suddenly, several long spikes fell from the sky. Liu Chen gave his clothes a hard effect and helped his teammates block the long spikes. Jello threw the iron ball at Disco. After seeing the iron ball, Disco activated his ability. The iron ball disappeared immediately while in mid-air. He appeared behind several people in an instant. Disco's ability is to move things above the grid at will. Jello quickly threw another iron ball to knock down the one he had thrown before. The attacks from all directions made the four of them exhausted. Seeing this, Jiro said to the three people around him, "No, let's go into the house first. If anything is thrown in, I will find a way to deal with it." Liu Chen pulled the impaired musician into the house. Jello jumped off the horse first and then helped Johnny into the house. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Bloody Battle. Chapter 39 Bloody Battle. After entering the house, Jello said, "Johnny, I'll leave that guy in the distance to you." Johnny understood what Jiro meant and immediately used Fang 3 to transfer part of his body. The other person leaned against the window and watched Disco's actions. Liu Chen changed his bullets and continued firing at the approaching little dinosaur. It was indeed difficult for metal balloons to float into the house. At the same time, Jello threw another iron ball at Disco from the door to attract his attention. Johnny's right hand began to move along the bullet hole and soon appeared behind Disco in an unnoticed position. Then the claw bullets were fired continuously, and the bullet marks moved quickly and successfully hit Disco. Disco's ability is indeed not very strong. The grids he can control are all in front of him. And he must see it before he can activate it. Johnny's Fang 3 perfectly countered his abilities, a tactic they had previously agreed upon. One person would stand in front to draw attention and allow Johnny to launch a sneak attack. At this time, Liu Chen caught a glimpse of a strangely dressed figure through the window. He quickly warned the others in the house, "I saw Oyebamo near the house. Be careful that he might throw a bomb in through the window." After hearing this, the sound man recorded the cutting sound on the four walls of the house. If anyone accidentally touched the wall near the house, he would be cut into pieces. This is a trigger-type trap, and the enemy may not know his stand ability. At the same time, Oyebamoba's hand had touched the room where the four people were staying. Then the cutting sound directly cut Oyebamoba into pieces, but at the same time his goal was achieved. The safety pin slipped off the wall and he turned the entire wall into a bomb. When Liu Chen saw the safety needle appear, he immediately had his stand-in quickly gather all the soft objects in the room and pile them around him. He then gave the outermost layer a solid property and pressed down the bodies of several teammates next to him. Soon an extremely huge explosion occurred. The entire house was blown up, debris flying everywhere. The fragments of the explosion collided with the cutting sound recorded by the musician, making the situation even more chaotic. The huge impact force made the four of them spit out blood. If there was nothing to resist the impact, I am afraid that no one would be able to move. Many of the small dinosaurs nearby were killed by the shock wave of the explosion and the debris of the house. Majid, who was standing not far away, immediately activated his stand to block the attacks. He had just witnessed Oyebamoba being chopped into pieces. He secretly felt relieved. He actually held a grudge against Oyebamoba for his previous actions, so he deliberately did not remind Oyebamoba to be careful of the writing on the wall. Unity is a problem faced by the president's men. They all fight for their own goals. At this point in the battle, all four of them were covered in wounds. Johnny has used up all of his claw bullets. Although he has started eating herbs, it will take some time for them to be replenished. Jello only had one iron ball left, and the margin of error for the next enemy with only one iron ball was too low. Yinren had multiple wounds on his body and his bones were broken by the explosion he created. Liu Chen also looked distressed. The explosion had caused him the most serious damage. The loud noise had caused tinnitus and dizziness. He shook his head vigorously to recover as quickly as possible. The battle isn't over yet. By now, the enemy's number had been reduced by half. Amidst the rubble, Liu Chen removed the blankets surrounding him. He had been able to withstand the explosion primarily because they were thick. They were like a steel plate several centimeters thick blocking the front. Jello quickly looked around and found that only Majid was still standing in the distance intact. The rest of the enemies were lying on the ground. "We killed these guys, didn't we?" Cough cough cough, that's what it looks like. The explosion was really powerful. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Liu Chen's eyes began to shrink, and another group of people came from the distance. The huge explosion finally attracted all the remaining enemies. The president then appeared on the battlefield with the tubular bell, Maiko and the terrifying beast, Ferdinand. Maiko pulled away the strips of cloth hanging from the wires, thinking they were the result of the explosion. After all, this was not something the president could do personally. Seeing this opportunity, Liu Chen triggered the trap he had laid earlier, and Mike instantly convulsed from the electric shock. Although the voltage was not fatal, it still caused great pain. It was impossible to concentrate mentally. Mike's consciousness collapsed due to the electric shock, and the metal balloons that were originally floating in the air became ineffective and turned into long spikes and fell down. Ferdinand quickly commanded a little dinosaur to rescue Mike, who was electrocuted. But all the preparations Mike had made before were ineffective, and now he has to use his abilities again. Ferdinand complained to the president, "These people have destroyed this land. I will never tolerate their destruction of the land." Seeing this, Valentine replied, "Then let your dinosaurs eliminate those criminals who are destroying the land. This is the president's will. Eliminate all those criminals who stand in the way of the nation's will." After seeing the president bringing people over, Majid hurried to the president's side. The president, a military man, didn't care about his own casualties. All sacrifices were for the well-being of the nation. This was the foundation for progress. Instead, he asked the survivors directly, "What is the current situation of the battle? We have dealt a heavy blow to the enemies of our country and will recover the remains for you shortly." Of course, Valentine also saw the four people not far away, and their current situation did not look very good. This made Valentine in a good mood, as the power was right in front of him. So he couldn't help but excitedly declare his victory to his subordinates: power, glory, happiness, civilization, law, wealth, food, people's hearts. I have already picked up that first napkin. The happiness of the country is at hand, and you are the ultimate winner. Go and take back the most important cornerstone for the country. With Valentine's order, a large number of dinosaurs rushed towards Liu Chen and his three companions. Mike also blew up a lot of balloon dogs again. Majid was walking alone in the front. Then the president disappeared from where he was, and at the same time he was everywhere. In this debris-filled area, he could appear from anywhere. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Another Horrible Beast. Chapter 40 Another Horrible Beast. Jello looked at the enemies charging towards him and said to the three of them, "I'm glad to meet you. It wouldn't be bad if this story ended here." Liu Chen encouraged them, "We are still a long way from the finish line. Today is not the end of the story." After hearing this, Jello became interested, "So where will the story end?" Liu Chen looked at the attacking enemies and shouted anxiously, "Anyway, it's not here, stop talking nonsense. The enemy is coming. Hurry up and throw your iron ball out. If we don't beat these people, our story today will end here." At this time, a group of small dinosaurs rushed up. Jello grinned with his gold teeth, and the iron ball shot out instantly, killing the one rushing in front. The spinning iron ball returned to his hand again. The sound man also drew out his short knife and chopped out a few words with cutting sounds. Cutting is always useful for this little dinosaur with low IQ. The little dinosaur could avoid obstacles, but was defenseless against the barely moving characters. An unintentional touch cut the little dinosaur into small pieces. Johnny's nails had already grown several blades, but facing such a large number of dinosaurs, it was far from enough. He didn't attack casually. He had to kill the main body. Otherwise, the number of dinosaurs would not decrease. There was no way to know how many dinosaurs he had created before the battle. A substitute emerged from Liu Chen's body. This kind of substitute that can attack in close combat is also very useful in this situation, especially since Heartsteel is a fast attack. It can definitely hit these dinosaurs. Heart of Steel knocked out a small dinosaur with one punch. Ferdinand was originally very confident in his creation's ability to withstand damage. But he didn't feel good when he saw the little dinosaur being defeated so easily. The enemy the president had chosen this time seemed formidable. No wonder he had to come to the parallel world to find them. In the basic world, I would have been defeated by them long ago. Liu Chen used the touch of the steel of his heart to harden the skin of the dinosaurs. This was not only a protective ability, but also an ability to control. At this time, Mike also blew out a few more metal balloon dogs and released them. This time, the attackers were all creatures with stand abilities. Ferdinand's style was different from Diego's. He didn't like to engage in hand-to-hand combat with his enemies. All I can say is that everyone has a different style. Therefore, the only enemy stand user at the front is Majid. After seeing this, Liu Chen pulled off the cloak from behind Jello and said, "Lend me your cloak. You have to get close to the enemy to defeat them." This kind of profession, like a summoner, requires getting close to them to defeat them. But before that, Majid must be controlled again. His presence will limit the range of movement of Liu Chen's people. The main reason for not having the curtains was that they were too large, making it difficult to carry them while running. Meanwhile, the stand-in, Body Steel, had to deal with the constantly attacking dinosaurs. Jello had no objection to his cloak being ripped off. "Do you want me to go with you? Let me restrain Majid first, then you bring Johnny over. It's up to his Fang 3 to take down the enemies." Liu Chen answered with a firm look. After Heartsteel touched everyone's clothes, Liu Chen rushed up with Jello's cloak. The cloak could now also be used as a shield to block enemy attacks. The bullets fired by Majid and the metal balloon dog were blocked by the cloak that turned into a shield. At this moment, the president suddenly appeared behind Liu Chen. Objects everywhere here could provide conditions for the president to appear. Valentine raised his hand and fired 6 bullets at Liu Chen. The bullet hit Liu Chen's clothes, which had been keeping them in a hard state. So Liu Chen only felt severe pain but was not injured. However, Liu Chen immediately hardened his skin and muscles. Perhaps the next wave of attacks was coming. At the same time, his substitute, Body Steel, turned and looked behind him. The small dinosaurs nearby had been almost wiped out, and the president's attack was even more deadly. When all the bullets hit Liu Chen's back, they only made him stagger, without causing much damage. After blocking the bullet, Liu Chen finally released his ability and remained in a hard state, unable to move easily. Muscles provide movement through movement, remaining firm means they cannot move. Seeing that his attack failed, Valentine drove D4C up and started fighting with Liu Chen's stand. Heart of Steel is inferior to D4C in terms of panel, but it is not incapable of holding up. Of course, Jello would not just watch Liu Chen get beaten. The iron ball flew out of his hand instantly, and the extremely aggressive iron ball flew towards the president. The president had no choice but to recall D4C and disappeared here again. After seeing Valentine disappear, the stand-in continued to drive away the approaching dinosaurs, while Liu Chen continued to move towards Majid. Looking at the current situation, Jiro felt that he couldn't delay any longer, so he asked, "Johnny, how are you recovering now?" Johnny immediately replied, "The claw bullets have almost recovered, but Fang 3's range is not enough. We need to get closer to hit the enemies behind that created the dinosaurs and balloons." Johnny's mobility was limited and he couldn't move forward on his own. Yinren had also been injured in the explosion and his legs were difficult to move. There are now 2 people with limited mobility here, and Jello has to protect them. After seeing this, Yinren said, "You can take Johnny with you. I don't need your protection." Jello didn't think any more and ran forward with Johnny on his back. "No place is safe here. So we have to kill the enemy first, and before that everyone has to fight for their lives." After his teammates left, Yunren began to attach cutting sounds to small objects near him. He also created a lot of invisible sounds to protect himself. Under this heavy protection, neither the dinosaurs nor the balloons could easily get close to the sound man. Liu Chen had already approached Majid, and Jello followed behind him with Johnny on his back. When Majid saw Liu Chen rushing towards him with a cloak, he immediately understood his plan. Liu Chen planned to use the same move twice, and the most important thing was that he had basically no means of resistance. Majid's attack could not break Liu Chen's defense. His ability was mainly in defense. Although Liu Chen also had no way to cause harm to himself. But he was able to control himself. The same moves worked for him. Majid fired several more shots at Liu Chen and began to retreat. His two teammates should have some way to deal with Liu Chen. The big president appears again, and this time he shoots Jello. However, before Liu Chen left, he had already made his teammates' clothes stronger. In this era, bullets can be blocked by steel plates. The president has to hit a more deadly spot, such as the head where there is no clothing, so his next attack will be more deadly. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Awakening. Chapter 41 Awakening. The president's attack was ineffective and he quickly disappeared from the spot. Johnny's claw bullet was already aimed at him. If he disappeared later, the claw bullet would have hit him. Majid looked at the approaching Liu Chen and shouted to his teammates, "Come and help me quickly. If I'm controlled, there will be no one to stop the enemy." As soon as Majid finished speaking, Liu Chen had already approached him by 10 meters. Although Majid was still thinking about retreating, the speed of the substitute was much faster than the original. In an instant, Heart Steel appeared in front of Majid, and then started to beat Majid continuously. Majid had to use his stand ability to protect himself. Of course, Mike couldn't let Liu Chen go over and tie Majid up again so easily, so he quickly commanded his metal balloon dog to float towards Liu Chen. The little dinosaurs also pounced on Liu Chen's real body, who had no substitute to protect him. Because his stand-in wasn't around, Liu Chen could only strengthen himself to withstand this round of attacks. At the same time, he used his arms to protect the important organs on his head, where the skin was thinner. The metal spikes couldn't penetrate Liu Chen's muscles, leaving only scratches on his skin. The dinosaur's claws weren't very effective either. The created dinosaur wasn't as powerful as the original. The harsh sound of metal colliding continued to be heard. Not only Majid has teammates, Liu Chen also has them. Johnny was almost at a distance at this time. When he saw Liu Chen being besieged, he immediately activated Fang 2 and shot at Mike. Mike's attention was attracted by Liu Chen at this time, so he did not notice that a claw bullet was coming towards him. The claw bullet with built-in tracking passed through the little dinosaur and the balloon dog and successfully hit Mike's body. Then the bullet hole quickly moved upwards to Mike's neck and exploded instantly. All the metal balloons besieging Liu Chen fell to the ground instantly. Mike O struggled and fell to the ground, holding his neck, unable to get up. Ferdinand saw his teammates fall, and immediately transformed himself into a dinosaur. He was also afraid of such a sudden attack. The dinosaur's dynamic vision could help him guard against such a possible attack. At the same time, after seeing that the little dinosaur did not play the expected role for Liu Chen, he ordered them to change their target and pounce on Jiro and Johnny. The number of enemies around Liu Chen suddenly disappeared. With the pressure suddenly relieved, Liu Chen quickly pulled out his pistol, shot down the only remaining dinosaur with a few shots, and then ran towards Majid with all his strength. Majid, who had been under attack from the substitute, saw his teammate being killed so easily. He cursed Mike in his heart, saying that he was useless and could be killed so easily. Liu Chen walked to Majid and was about to use Jello's cloak to restrain Majid. Majid's expression suddenly became determined. He released his stand-in and fired several shots at Liu Chen's face. He could see that Liu Chen's body was not afraid of bullets, and the action of using his arms to block his face just now made Majid believe that the head must be Liu Chen's weakness. This is not wrong, because the skin under the head is mostly bones and not much muscle, so this layer of armor is very thin. This attack caught Liu Chen off guard, so he didn't have time to dodge. The bullet successfully hit Liu Chen's face. Although Liu Chen hardened his facial skin at the last moment to block the bullets, the impact of the bullets caused him to feel dizzy. However, the hardened muscles in his neck helped Liu Chen protect his cervical spine. Therefore, these bullets were not fatal. However, the dizziness caused Liu Chen to stumble and fall to the ground. As Majid released his stand, he was also struck hard by the stand's steel body. This punch pierced Majid's chest. Majid could not use his stand ability when performing the action, so he chose to take Liu Chen's attack head-on to counterattack. He couldn't really allow Liu Chen to control him at will. He would never be hit by the same move a second time. The seriously injured Majid was no longer able to use his stand ability to maintain his life, but he smiled with satisfaction when he saw Liu Chen fall to the ground. Then he collapsed to the ground. The invincible Majid died in battle. After being hit by the bullet, Liu Chen insisted on using his body to hit Majid, and his stand immediately disappeared. The severe dizziness forced him to take a rest. The impact just now made it impossible for him to maintain his stand ability, and the clothes on everyone became soft again. By now, an entire city block in Philadelphia had been destroyed, affecting many houses. At the same time that Liu Chen and his team defeated Majid, the president suddenly appeared next to the sound man, although the sound man had set up many traps around him. But Valentine was able to jump right over these traps and appear next to the sound man. A nearby recording of a cutting sound severed one of Valentine's legs. However, this was meaningless. As long as the president wasn't killed immediately, he would be able to reappear unharmed. This injury wasn't a big deal for Valentine. Yin Ren, whose movement was restricted, was knocked to the ground by a heavy punch from the attacking D4C. The reason why he was not killed instantly by the punch was that Yin Ren used his stand to block it slightly. Even so, Yin Ren still spurted out a lot of blood from his mouth. This punch almost took Yin Ren's life. The president, having achieved initial success, was excited. The two previous misses had made him doubt the damage of bullets. So this time, he chose to use a double to launch a direct attack. The president held the sound man down with his D4C and said calmly, "You betrayed me, Sand Man. How kind of me to give someone like you a chance. And you didn't even cherish it." Yinren replied with resentment in his tone, "I only fight for my tribe, and you are the devils who took our land. All of you. If you had continued to serve me, I would have allowed a lowly blood like you to occupy a place in a happy future. But you gave up this opportunity with your own hands. Now go to hell with your regrets. The land of our ancestors has been occupied by you. You people are like a plague that is wreaking havoc on this land. You people have brought nothing but death and fear." The Yinren was fearless and just kept shouting and cursing. "Death to you, vile bloodline!" D4C swung his knife down fiercely. Yinren recorded the final explosion on his own body. As D4C split the musician's neck, an explosion ensued. The sound man was blown to pieces by his own ability. And the president hid in a parallel world the moment the explosion occurred. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 The End. Chapter 42 The End. Jello saw one of his teammates lying on the ground, his life or death uncertain, and the other one was willing to self-destruct in order to cause harm to the president. Unfortunately, the president's body was not left at the scene. It seems that he successfully escaped to a parallel world. Now the only enemies left are the president and the one who can transform into a dinosaur. Johnny and I can definitely defeat them. Jello still had the last iron ball in his hand, which Johnny had made for him earlier. Jello prayed silently in his heart that this iron ball would play the most crucial role. Then he habitually encouraged his teammates, "Johnny, it looks like it's up to us to finish all this in the end. As expected, it's going to be up to the two of us to save everything in the end. At this moment, fire burned in Johnny's eyes. We will definitely be able to defeat the president and take back all the remains. He must stand up, even if it is this country that stands in his way. Get ready, Johnny, the enemy is coming soon. Jello held the iron ball tightly in his hand. Valentine reappeared beside Ferdinand and urged him, hurry up and kill those two poor bastards. I will find a way to help you. At this time, the little dinosaurs created by Ferdinand had been constantly consumed and there were only a few left, so the president's order was actually for him to go up and fight personally. This put him in a difficult position. He wasn't the type of warrior to personally lead a charge. He was a doctor, a scholar. He wasn't the type to engage in such vulgar activities. However, due to the intimidation of the president and the reward he had promised him, Ferdinand could only rush towards Johnny and Jello with the remaining two little dinosaurs. Valentine disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was not alone. Several Valentines also appeared beside Jiro and Johnny at the same time. After lying on the ground for a while, Liu Chen struggled to get up. The dizziness had begun to disappear. So Liu Chen quickly looked around. Then we saw dinosaurs and the president surrounding Jiro and Johnny, and the situation was very bad. Just after he fell to the ground, Yinren was killed by Valentine, and he ultimately could not escape his fate. Several presidents raised their revolvers from different directions and shot at Jiro and Johnny. The dinosaurs also took the opportunity to pounce on them. Johnny activated Tooth 3 and moved his upper body along the bullet hole and appeared behind Dr. Ferdinand. The dinosaur he transformed into was the largest and very easy to distinguish. After seeing this situation, Liu Chen quickly brought out his substitute and re-endowed the clothes of his two teammates with strong properties. The bullets made a bang as they hit the clothes, but did not penetrate them. After his clothes became solid, Jiro immediately realized that Liu Chen had woken up, so he used his arms to protect the vital parts of his head that were not covered with clothes. Pistols in the 19th century were not very powerful, and some could not even penetrate a pot. Therefore, the clothes we wore in winter were already thick enough. Johnny's upper body had disappeared from the spot along with the bullet hole. Of course, the bullet could not hit a person who no longer existed there. The president was a little angry when he saw that his attack had failed again. That damn Oriental man was not dead yet. So several Valentines fired another round in Liu Chen's direction, and the cloak that had not been used before turned into a shield to completely protect Liu Chen. Johnny found an opportunity to fire a claw bullet, but the dinosaur's excellent dynamic vision helped Ferdinand dodge it. However, the bullet marks left by Johnny's claw bullets could be traced for 8 seconds. The claw bullets struck the ground, leaving a hole that immediately began to crawl up Ferdinand's leg, then headed for his vitals. Ferdinand had seen how Mike was killed and panicked. He was certainly no warrior. He quickly reached for the bullet hole, but it began to move up his arm. Johnny had originally aimed for a vital area like the heart or throat, but the hole's duration expired. Finally, it exploded in Ferdinand's arm. A large hole was blown out of Ferdinand's left arm, and a large amount of blood flowed directly out. Ferdinand screamed in pain from the injury. The second claw bullet was fired again. Ferdinand, who had lost his will to fight, had no way to stop Johnny's attack. In the end, he was also killed by Johnny's claw bullet. After watching his subordinate who had no fighting spirit being killed so easily, Valentine cursed in his heart that he was a waste. If Ferdinand had the same fighting spirit as Diego that he had faced before, the current situation would definitely not be like this. After Liu Chen's substitute went up and killed the two Valentines, he began to walk towards Valentine's real body. This made the president a little angry, so D4C immediately appeared and rushed towards Heart Steel. In the president's mind, Liu Chen's stand-in was no match for him at all, yet he actually dared to come up and seek death. Heart of Steel and D4C started fighting, and Liu Chen was at a disadvantage for a while. The difference in the board was soon reflected. Heart of Steel could only hold on under D4C's heavy punches, but fortunately the speed of the two stands was not much different. Finally, Zero took action. He determined that the person with the double must be Valentine's real self. If he could kill him before he escaped from this world, he would be completely killed. Take advantage of this moment when Liu Chen has attracted his attention. The iron ball passed by like a meteor, and then hit the president heavily. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he disappeared on the spot. Jello's attack was ultimately unsuccessful, and the president disappeared from the spot and never appeared again. However, in these series of bloody battles, all the men the president brought from the parallel world were killed. Now, the president was the only one left. He had actually died several times. However, he had an infinite number of lives, so dying a few times was not a problem for him at all. With Valentine disappearing again, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't completely killed the president yet, at least they could breathe a sigh of relief. After Johnny released Tooth 3, he said to the two of them, "Jiro, the most important thing for us now is to find Lucy." Jiro gave his own guess. From the previous news from Vika Bibo, we know that Lucy was imprisoned by the president. Maybe she is in a prison somewhere. Liu Chen concluded, Lucy should be imprisoned in a house in Valentine's mansion. Valentine will definitely not let her out of his sight. So where will the president live? Jello made a reasonable guess, of course it's the most magnificent building. How could the president live anywhere else? The president's residence should be not far from here, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared on the battlefield so soon. Let's look for a suitable building nearby. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 The Complete Remains of the Saint. Chapter 43 The Complete Remains of the Saint. As the three men rested, their horses came running back. All three horses were still alive, and as the dust of the battle settled, the horses began to return to look for their owners. Jello first picked up the iron ball that he had dropped on the ground, and then the three of them got on their horses. They could see Valentine at the corner of the street, so the three of them drove their horses towards where Valentine was. The president seemed to be guiding the three men step by step, leading them to follow him. If he couldn't defeat the three of them head-on, he must have a new plan. Liu Chen realized that Valentine was definitely leading them forward. We can't keep following Valentine. He must have some conspiracy. Johnny was a little impatient, but it's impossible to catch him if we don't follow him now, and we don't know where Lucy is now. There's no way to kill him even if we follow him. He could escape to a parallel world at any time. As a result, when they turned a corner, the president, Liu Chen, and the other two saw two extremely surprising figures. The two are Lucy Steele and Stephen Steele. Lucy actually escaped on her own, a result that was beyond everyone's expectations. According to the normal script, it shouldn't have taken Liu Chen and the other two to go through so much hardship to rescue Lucy. This is just like when Mario is halfway through his run and the princess comes out on her own, and Link goes to save the princess, and the princess comes out on her own as well. However, this is possible with the help of the saint's remains. Lucy's awakened stand, the tier ride ticket, is incredibly powerful, rivaling Miracle for You in every way except for its activation conditions. Both stands appear to possess the ability to manipulate disasters. The battle that had broken out earlier had drawn away all of the president's stand users, leaving only ordinary people to guard Lucy. Naturally, these people were unable to prevent Lucy from escaping. Stand users have a natural advantage over ordinary people. This also made Liu Chen sigh at how terrifying the Valkyrie was. Fate always draws the protagonists closer, and the gathering of the remains is inevitable. No one can change it. Seeing this, Liu Chen and the other two felt somewhat relieved. At least Johnny and Jiro had some friendship with Lucy. They could be considered allies for now. Valentine became even more annoyed when he saw this scene. His plans hadn't been going smoothly since today. His once foolproof situation had suddenly turned into this. The president disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, the three men rode their horses and galloped towards the two men. Johnny shouted to the two of them, "Lucy, be careful of the objects around you. Valentine could appear at any time with these things." As soon as he finished speaking, the president appeared beside Lucy and reached out to grab Lucy. Stephen Steele stood in front of Lucy, and the president raised his hand and shot Stephen in the torso. After a gunshot, Stephen fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. At this time, Jello's iron ball had already hit Valentine directly, and blood splattered. This Valentine fell to the ground, and then another Valentine appeared here, sandwiched between this Valentine's body and the ground. Valentine grabbed Lucy and put the gun to her head. Johnny stretched out his hand and fired claw bullets, but all these attacks were blocked by Valentine, who rushed out in a row. Now was the time to show each other's determination, and Valentine had already given everything for the happiness of his country. The blood-soaked president pointed a gun at Lucy's head and said firmly, "Don't move, or I'll kill Lucy. None of us will ever get the intact remains of the saint. You want to threaten us foreigners with the lives of your people? And even if Lucy is dead, her body will come out." Liu Chen found the president's remarks funny. "Jello is from Naples, not to mention myself. I can tell at first glance that I am not an American. The only American here is Johnny." Although Liu Chen said so, Valentine actually didn't care about these people's lives. The only ones who cared about these people's lives were Jiro and Johnny. Good guys have to be held at gunpoint. So Liu Chen could only continue to refute Valentine and said, "Besides, you are reluctant to kill Lucy. Aren't you sure whether the saint's body can still give birth after Lucy's death?" The president replied viciously, "Then I will take her to a parallel world. You have no means of getting there. As long as I take Lucy away, you will have no hope of gathering the remains. I will lurk in the parallel world and keep an eye on the three of you every day. From today on, you will never have a single day of peace." Liu Chen immediately countered, "If you take Lucy away, the three of us will immediately divide the body and leave the United States together. And you know I have the same countermeasures against you. Don't force me to use them." Valentine was worried that what Liu Chen had said before was true. If he took Lucy away, she would leave this world with part of her body, without even having the chance to retrieve it. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. "Then let's decide the winner here and see who is more favored by the corpse." Lucy struggled and used the tear blade transformed from the tear ticket to slash at Valentine, who was controlling her. Valentine was even more shocked. Lucy had become a stand user without his knowledge. The current situation was beyond Valentine's control. However, since everything was out of control, it would depend on which side had the stronger will. The stand D4C emerged, and dozens of Valentines, armed with revolvers, appeared around them. They lunged at the three with determined looks. The stand-in D4C, who had just been present in the crowd of Valentine, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The president, who only has a pistol, is actually not very powerful in combat. Although the president has participated in wars before, he does not have any particularly strong combat power without relying on his stand. Johnny fired claw bullets continuously, and Liu Chen's substitute body and steel emerged, and they easily killed all the Valentines. During this period, D4C never appeared, and the stand should have been holding Lucy's body hostage. At this time, Johnny's hand appeared behind the president where he could not see through the ability of Ya-3. The claw bullet fired and successfully hit the president's heart. The damage from this shot was so staggering that the president seemed to have no time to hide in a parallel world. Valentine's body was lying on the ground next to Lucy, and D4C had disappeared without a trace. The body also contained the saint's spine, heart, legs, and left arm. It looked as if Valentine had indeed been killed. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Pregnancy. Chapter 44 Pregnancy. Now the three of them have finally collected all the remains, and Lucy is right by their side. All they have to do next is use Lucy to bring the complete remains into being. The complete remains of the saint are now within sight. Liu Chen was somewhat puzzled as to how the president could be killed so easily. According to the president's ability, he should not be killed so easily. So Liu Chen asked doubtfully, wasn't the final process a little too easy? Did Valentine die so easily? Valentine's death seemed a bit too frivolous. He should have had a backup plan, but he didn't use it. Generally speaking, shouldn't this kind of boss have a second phase? This battle has been going on since they entered the city. The three men are already covered with scars and it doesn't look like they are having an easy time. After expressing his doubts, Liu Chen immediately went over and took all the remains of the saints that emerged from the president's body. All the remains of the saints had been collected. Lucy quickly pounced on Stephen, who had been shot by the president before. Stephen struggled, stroked Lucy's head with his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His tone was full of pampering. Jello went forward to check Mr. Steele's injuries. Jello was actually a doctor. The examination results were good. Stephen was not seriously injured and the bullet hit locations that were not fatal. Jiro reassured Lucy and said, "Mr. Steele is fine. Let our Oriental boy heal your husband's wound and everything will be fine." Then, as if remembering something, he added with a grin on his gold teeth, "Don't forget to remove the bullet from his body first. You have to say this first." Liu Chen stepped forward and used his stand to help him take the bullet out of his body, and then used his stand ability to help still heal the wound caused by the bullet. During this time, Johnny looked around and didn't find any enemies, but he still said cautiously, "Let's leave here first. All the remains are in our hands. Maybe there are pursuers coming. I finally achieved my goal, and I can't let any accidents happen at the end." Jiro looked at Johnny and Liu Chen, who were a little worried, and decided, "Then we should leave here first. You two can take the steels with you. I already have a passenger on my horse." Johnny said somewhat helplessly, "Of course, Liu Chen and I will bring the steels along. We all know there's a goddess sitting behind your horse." Jello grinned smugly. So Mr. Steele rode on Liu Chen's horse. If he had not been injured, he would have been the one to carry his wife on horseback, and Lucy sat on Johnny's horse. Behind Jello's Valkyrie sits the goddess of luck, so he can't let anyone else sit on it. The five men rode their horses towards the suburbs and soon left Philadelphia. Liu Chen had never ridden a horse with someone before, so he seemed a bit flustered along the way. The two of them almost fell off the horse several times, and the main reason for this was that the double pulled them up in time. Steele couldn't help but sigh, "With your skills, you can actually catch up in this stage." Even Johnny, who was limping, rode more steadily than Liu Chen. He didn't remember Liu Chen being among the top contestants. The only Oriental person ahead of him was Dongfang Zizhu. However, he had been imprisoned by the president for some time. So it was possible that Liu Chen had suddenly emerged. Liu Chen replied rather embarrassedly, "I didn't participate in the competition. Before this, I traveled by train." "Oh, so you're looking for the remains?" Still then continued with some doubt, "So the president's real goal behind this competition is also to find these remains." He had been deeply invested in this competition, having done it with romantic dreams, but it was a pity that he was being used by the president. However, Lucy was more important, so he did not regret leaving now. Yes, this is the purpose of the president pushing this competition behind the scenes. Still was actually still a little confused, what are these things for? Why is Lucy involved in this? For him, he and his wife did not want to obtain the so-called remains, so there was no possibility of being involved in the dispute. Liu Chen explained in a mysterious manner, "Of course it's because she has a mission. Lucy is the most important part of this story." Jiro added seriously, "Although Liu Chen doesn't seem very trustworthy, you have to believe that what he says is true. He can indeed predict the future." Jello's words made the Steele couple look at Liu Chen a few more times. Lucy then added, the president had wanted to attack you before, but he stopped because we were still needed for the competition. Stephen was a little worried. He could hear the risks involved from Liu Chen's tone. Does it have to be Lucy? Can't I take her place? This is Lucy's mission. She will become a saintly figure. Of course, you can't do that. Lucy was a little overwhelmed. Even the Valkyrie would get flustered in the face of such a big thing. Is this really my mission? Of course, all of us who were in the church at the time saw this. Johnny remembered the split images that flashed through everyone's mind when they were at church. So he confirmed Liu Chen's statement, yes, the saint's head is inside you. When all the parts are gathered, the complete remains will be born by you. All of this is predetermined by fate. So, Lucy, you must shoulder your mission. Still thought for a moment and continued to ask, what use would an intact body be? Although this could really be Lucy's fate, she couldn't take the risk if it was of no use. Of course, D4C can be evolved into Love Train. In fact, Liu Chen is not sure what the others will do with the remains. Diego and Johnny both got the remains for a period of time, but their stands did not evolve. So Liu Chen answered in an uncertain tone, it should bring happiness, right? This is the welfare of all mankind. So you don't know either, right? Then why bother chasing after illusory happiness? Human happiness isn't determined by someone's remains. Not even if they're a saint. At this time, Jiro spoke up, at least it should be able to help Johnny get back on his feet. For me, that's enough. Still was a little surprised. So, after all this talk about fate and humanity, is the ultimate goal just to help one person stand up again? I've never heard that the president has any problems with his legs or feet before. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Sudden Change. Chapter 45 Sudden Change. After galloping for a while, Philadelphia was left far behind by several people. The horses crossed a wide but shallow stream, and the trees on both sides began to grow denser. At this moment, Liu Chen, who was being pulled by a double, saw that the atmosphere was somewhat silent and suddenly said, since we killed the president, we will probably be hunted by the government. What are you going to do next? When I read the comics before, I was surprised that these people could continue to participate in the competition as if it was their right after killing the president. Shouldn't they contact the ship and run away immediately? This heinous crime of assassinating the king is not comparable to bad students traveling to Egypt to beat up a centenarian, bullies in Morio Town bullying men and women and humiliating ordinary office workers, or thugs plotting to gain power and beating up gang leaders. Johnny immediately objected, as an American, this country can move forward into the future without a great president, and that future will be better without a selfish leader. Mr. Steele thought for a moment and said, Valentine hasn't told the public about collecting the saint's remains. He's only planning this with some stand users. And ordinary people like us can't see the stands on your bodies. Furthermore, what he's doing isn't actually allowed by Congress. The country can't let any one person keep control of it. The vice president must be waiting for such an opportunity. So we won't be hunted down. So the president is essentially using his power to do his own thing, and his successor might be delighted. A dead president is not a president. Liu Chen understood a little, so he suggested, I see. Then, after we have nurtured the complete remains of the saint, we will each go our separate ways. Those who should participate in the competition will continue to participate, and those who should organize the competition will continue to organize the competition. I will also leave here to pursue my next destiny. I feel like we're ready to break up and divide our belongings. Johnny asked, are you going back to the east? I'd like to go there, too. How about you, Jiro? Liu Chen told his plan, I'm planning to go to New Guinea. There are some great treasures there. After that, I don't know where I'll go. Of course I'm planning to go back home, but since there's no danger now, I still have to finish the competition. Maybe fate will come true in a different way. Jello finally joked with Liu Chen. Seeing that the three had already started making plans for the future, still reassured, isn't it dangerous to nurture the remains of a saint? Liu Chen replied affirmatively, yes, this is a very risky matter. During this period, Lucy will gradually be replaced by the remains. However, as long as we seize the opportunity and remove the remains in time, it will not cause any harm to Lucy. Mr. Steele objected vehemently, this is too dangerous. I can't let you do this. You already have all the body parts. Give them to that guy named Johnny and maybe he can stand up. Although Johnny wanted to stand up, he couldn't sacrifice the lives of others. He had grown during this journey, and the golden spirit in Jiro began to shine in him. Jello stopped by the horse's reins and said, perhaps we should ask the person concerned. Lucy, are you willing to do this? As Jello stopped, several people also stopped. Noticing Jello's gaze, Lucy fell silent. After a moment, she said in a firm tone, if this is really my mission, then I will do it. Still immediately stopped her, no. Lucy, you can't do such a dangerous thing. Liu Chen still harbored some hope, believing he might be able to retrieve the intact body. Johnny's goal, however, was simply to stand up, and he could already do so. However, Liu Chen would not force anything for the body. He had already obtained a substitute, and it would be a bit greedy to desire more. She has to bring the complete remains to term, otherwise more people will be drawn into this matter. As long as the remains are not assembled, they will continue to attract more people to participate in this matter. And Lucy can't escape this fate at all. Liu Chen glanced at the troubled still and continued, the next time she meets someone, it might not be someone like us. We will still care about your lives. But someone like Valentine will only use more brutal means to do it. Still grabbed Liu Chen's wrist and said, you have to make sure nothing happens to Lucy. He was persuaded by Liu Chen. If all the problems couldn't be solved now, who knows what the next person would do? Liu Chen answered firmly, I promise that nothing will happen to Lucy. Jiro and Johnny trust Liu Chen very much. So they parked their horses near a big tree, and Liu Chen cleaned up all the debris around them. Then several people took out the remains of the saint in their bodies and pieced them together. The separated body parts immediately merged into one when they touched each other, as if they had never been separated. Lucy made up her mind and touched the body, an ray of light shone on her. The body immediately disappeared from the spot. From everyone's perspective, they saw a ray of light shining on Lucy, and then her belly grew bigger. As time went on, Lucy's belly quickly deflated again, and then Lucy herself began to be replaced by the remains. Then the whole world began to move towards Lucy. Plates were torn apart and the water was split in two. It's as if the world is on a pilgrimage. At this moment, Fanny Valentine suddenly crawled out again from under Lucy, who was lying there. Valentine did not die, but pretended to be killed and hid in a parallel world, and then watched everything here through the cracks. He knew that he couldn't get the body back with his own ability, so he transferred his stand-in D4C to another self in advance. Then he deliberately allowed himself to be killed by Liu Chen and others, leaving his body inside. For the president, it didn't really matter who collected the remains, he only needed to show up at the most critical moment to take away the complete remains. The fact that he was dead could also help his opponents relax their vigilance. When Lucy's body began to stiffen and her breathing became difficult, the moment the complete remains emerged from Lucy's body, Valentine jumped out from the parallel world and grabbed the complete remains of the saint. After her intact body was taken away, Lucy's body began to recover towards its original condition. At this time, a wall of light began to gradually form, and Valentine successfully entered the crack between the worlds. From now on, all misfortunes will stay away from Valentine, who is caught in the cracks of the world. His stand D4C also successfully evolved into D4C Love Train. Fate requires Johnny to evolve his stand into Fang 4, which is a necessary part of fighting the torrent of disaster. Therefore, the president will inevitably obtain the complete remains of the saint within a certain period of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Cavalry Chapter Xian. Chapter 46 Cavalry Turns. The president, standing in the light wall, felt in great shape. Only at this moment did he truly pick up his own napkin. Now the whole world is on his table. The wall of light began to spread to both sides, and Valentine's range of movement began to expand. Johnny fired several claw bullets at Valentine the moment he snatched the body and entered the light wall, but the claw bullets disappeared the moment they touched the light wall. Standing in the wall of light, all misfortunes will stay away from Valentine. Somewhere, a man who was hunting was suddenly hit by a misfired gun and died on the spot. Happiness and misfortune are mutually unified, their sum is 0. When someone is lucky, someone else must suffer misfortune in their place. After the president saw that his opponents were unable to do anything to him, he gave a speech to the losers with a smug look on his face. You have helped me accomplish all this, and now the future happiness of this country rests in my hands. In return, I will make you die in agony. As that damned Oriental said, all this was planned by fate. In the end, it is I who will lead this country to happiness. Valentine wanted to humiliate these lowly poor people who stood in the way of his happiness. He had been secretly observing everyone in a parallel world, so he naturally knew what everyone was saying. Seeing the president appear again, Liu Chen felt a sense of relief. Valentine's previous death was too quick, and his abilities made it difficult to kill him instantly. So there had to be something fishy going on. However, Valentine, hiding in a parallel world, had no defense because he could appear from anywhere. Now that the boss has finally entered his second phase, all they have to do is defeat him. The three of them have a plan for this situation. Before entering Philadelphia, Liu Chen explained to Johnny and Jiro the D4C Love Train's abilities and countermeasures. The key to defeating the light wall lies in the cavalry's maneuver. Now is the time to strike back. Jello on the side jumped on the horse and drove it to gallop. Johnny said to Steele, "Take Lucy away from here. You can't interfere in the battle between us and the president." After saying that, he also got back on the horse with the help of the spinning force. Jello held the iron ball and waited for the right moment. When he and the horse achieved a perfect golden turn at the same time, the iron ball in his hand carried the force and flew towards Valentine in the light wall. This golden spin was so perfect that even Liu Chen could see it. After seeing Jello's attack, Liu Chen finally began to understand what the golden spin was. Unfortunately, the light wall suddenly extended forward at this moment, and this movement happened to cut off a part of the iron ball, making it no longer perfect. The blow that could have shattered the light wall only grazed Valentine's body. So this attack naturally missed, and this was Jello's last iron ball. In Valentine's eyes, this was just a failed struggle of a loser. But Valentine was full of the margin of victory. Then Valentine laughed arrogantly and said, "Ha ha ha, fate is indeed on my side. You have lost your last chance to win. Now let me bring you the most desperate death. From now on, the world will be on my side. Everything in the world is constantly moving towards the saint's remains. Branches, gravel, and all kinds of debris flew towards the few people." Valentine was unscrupulously using the power of the remains. The rebel hit Jello's arm, then the rebel merged into Jello's body and began to spread rapidly to a more dangerous place. When Jello touched these things, he immediately realized the danger and warned others loudly, "Be careful with these things, they can integrate into our bodies." Liu Chen quickly ran to Jiro's side and revealed his substitute. Heartsteel grabbed the gravel from Jiro's arm and threw it into the distance. At the same time, a huge gaping wound appeared on the arm. The wound began to move towards the heart. The Heartsteel helped Jiro heal the wounds on his body. Now he couldn't leave these wounds alone, as any wound would move towards a fatal position under the influence of the corpse. Johnny saw his companions, after treating their wounds, spurring their horses to a gallop. He also began to try the cavalry maneuver. The force of the rotation was transferred from the stirrups to Johnny's legs, and he felt the existence of his legs again. This fact made Johnny very excited, but now was not the time to feel it. Johnny aimed his claw bullets at the president in the light wall and fired several rounds. D4C appeared beside Johnny along the light wall and began to attack. Johnny's stand, YA3, appeared to block it. As soon as the attack started, Johnny was suppressed by the president. However, Johnny still bought some time for Liu Chen. Liu Chen took off his coat and wanted to make another iron ball for Jello. The stand-in steel's hands stroked the coat, and under the power of the stand-in steel, the coat first turned into flowing liquid, and then gradually became two solid balls. Liu Chen handed one of the iron balls to Jiro and said solemnly, "Jiro, it all depends on you from now on. You must hit the target with this shot. Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes this time. It's all about the glory of the Zeppeli family." Jello held the iron ball tightly. And Jello's demonstration just now has made Liu Chen understand what the golden spin is. Now Liu Chen can also throw iron balls with spinning power. So Liu Chen nodded to Jello and said, "I will help you attract Valentine's attention." After saying that, Liu Chen rode his horse forward again. When the horse ran out of the golden spin, Liu Chen threw the iron ball in his hand and shouted, "Valentine, take my iron ball with infinite spinning power." Then Jello followed closely behind, and his beloved horse Valkyrie started running again. When the iron ball thrown by Liu Chen hit the light wall, the substitute's body steel followed the iron ball closely and arrived near the light wall and began to hit the light wall continuously. Except that the heart steel cannot tear through the light wall, the other sound and light effects are the same as Chu Mimi. In fact, Liu Chen had not yet learned the cavalry maneuver. He had only just learned the most common golden maneuver. But this did not prevent him from acting as if he could defeat Valentine. As the saying goes, you don't have to be able to solve the questions, but the sound of turning the pages must be loud. Valentine was indeed captivated by Liu Chen's actions. This Oriental man always had unexpected tricks. Valentine only regretted not having been able to eliminate him sooner. The appearance of heart steel helped Johnny relieve the pressure. At this time, Jello took action again. With the blessing of the goddess of luck, he threw out the most perfect cavalry spin. His substitute emerged. Perfect skills can also inspire a stand, and Jello clearly has this qualification. Iron Ball Destroyer. He sent Valentine the most fatal greeting. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The Final Time Stop. Chapter 47 The Final Time Stop. Jello's iron ball hit the light wall, and at the same time, the light wall was pierced by the heavy punch of the iron ball destroyer. The moment the light wall shattered, the iron ball actually hit Fanny Valentine. After Valentine was hit by an iron ball transformed from his clothes, his body began to age rapidly. In just a few breaths, he went from a middle-aged man to someone who looked like he was in his 70s or 80s. His hair fell out, his eyes grew dim, his movements slowed, and his muscles felt weak. The power of time seemed to be added to him in an instant, and the fear of aging was far greater than that of death. D4C's appearance also became extremely old, and the stand that was originally full of power was also filled with a sense of decay. Valentine struggled to drape the flag he had brought with him and traveled to the parallel world. As Valentine disappeared, the saint's body fell into the crack formed by the light wall. He wanted to give up his useless body and regain a young one. This was an easy thing for Valentine. However, in the parallel world, Valentine discovered to his horror that no matter how many bodies he changed, aging would be transferred to the new body along with D4C. The power of aging is engraved on D4C with infinite rotation, and the new body that is replaced will also be affected by infinity. The fear of death appeared in Valentine for the first time. His original body had died many times, but he had never been afraid of it before. As long as everything he does is for the country, he can face death calmly. He believes that his patriotic spirit will definitely be passed on by his parallel world self. Sacrifice will be the cornerstone of this nation. But now, Valentine was about to die in obscurity in this wilderness, without any meaning, and without anyone knowing. He, Fanny Valentine, must not end up like this. He had to save himself. That infinite whirling force, the Oriental man had shouted, yes. That must be their tactic. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. They must have their own goals. Was it the final prize money? Valentine still had his last weapon, language. In the basic world, the three looked at the saint's body that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, victory was not far away for them. Johnny even turned over and got off his horse and stood up. The change happened inadvertently. At the end of this journey, he was actually able to stand up. This wasn't due to the saint's remains, but rather to the gains he had made during this journey. Jello looked at Johnny in surprise. You can already stand up. Johnny's face was filled with tears. He excitedly said to the two of them, I can finally stand up. Thank you for your help along the way. This time, the infinite golden whirlwind triumphed over fate, and with the help of the outsider, Jello also triumphed over the fate that would have inevitably led to his death, and over the fate of the Zeppeli family. Liu Chen was not just a witness, he personally participated in this fate and changed it. At the end of the story, Johnny also got the standing he had always wanted. The happy ending is assured. Perhaps in the future, Johnny's infinite rotation power won't necessarily be needed to deal with the torrent of disasters. Jello can also use this power. Given the close relationship between the two of them, Johnny will seek help when facing unstoppable difficulties. By then, Johnny should still have a chance to learn the cavalry maneuver, but this time, let Jiro Zeppeli come to his rescue. The extremely old Valentine reappeared in the shrinking wall of light, and his first act was to pick up the saint's body again. Then he looked at the three of them and said, Everything I do is for the country. You cannot let your own personal desires stand in the way of the country's happiness. This is all for justice. The people will live a happy life thanks to the appearance of the saint's remains. Valentine's voice had grown hoarse with age, but the moment he opened his mouth he spoke with moral blackmail. I'm not from this country, and neither am Jello. This kind of thing of sacrificing other places for one's own happiness has nothing to do with us. Liu Chen dispelled all of Valentine's words with just one sentence. Jiro righteously accused him, you are only using the name of the country to realize your own selfish desires. Aren't those innocent people you killed so casually part of this country? You just treat them as objects that can be discarded at will, Commander Valentine. Seeing that moral kidnapping didn't work, Valentine turned to Bribbery. Then help me remove this power. I will give you whatever you want. Whether it's money or power, I will give you everything I can. Don't worry, I will never retaliate against you. The country will gain happiness, I will gain power, and you will gain money. Isn't this a happy outcome for everyone? You have absolutely no integrity at all, and you're definitely still plotting how to deal with us. Saving you would only put us in danger. All three of them were well aware of Valentine's true nature. Seeing that he couldn't convince them, Valentine suddenly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the three of them, saying in a firm tone, the body must remain in the United States, and you have stood in the way of this country. Then Valentine made a reassuring comment about all his actions. My heart and my actions are as clear as a clear mirror, and everything I do is righteous. After saying this, Valentine fired several shots with trembling hands, unable to even hold the gun steady. Naturally, no one knew where the bullets went. The decrepit D4C floated over and prepared to attack several people, but unfortunately the old Valentine no longer had enough mental strength to launch an attack. D4C's continuous attacks were powerless, and Heartsteel dissipated the stand D4C with one punch. There should be no mercy for such an enemy. When Liu Chen was about to kill Valentine, Valentine had already died naturally due to aging. Liu Chen took out his gun and fired 2 more shots at Valentine's body, one for Mondantum and one for Yinran. The saint's body, which Valentine had been holding tightly in his hands, fell out of his hands as he fell to the ground. The president did have a backup plan, and the ambitious Diego was his final bet. And the person who could stop time had the potential to seize the body from the 3 men. As Valentine said, in the end, as long as the saints remain in the United States, it will be enough. Even if the person who finally achieves this is not himself. Liu Chen walked towards the saint's body next to Valentine's body, and he would be able to get the complete body in his hands soon. The world. Time stopped. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Resistance. Chapter 48 Resistance. When time flowed again, the body in front of him had disappeared. A man on a horse was galloping not far ahead. Liu Chen recognized that person immediately. He was Diego. Diego, who had the ability to stop time for 5 seconds. 5 seconds was still too short. His horse couldn't move during the time freeze. So the 3 of them still had a chance to defeat Diego and retrieve the saint's body. Liu Chen, who had climbed onto his horse, warned the other 2, "Be careful, this Diego's stand has the ability to pause time for 5 seconds. Stop time? We've encountered enemies who can rewind time before. Stands like this are not easy to deal with. So be careful, he likes to throw knives after stopping time." After chasing for a distance, Liu Chen and the other 2 reached the river. Diego was riding a horse across the river. This was a great opportunity for Liu Chen, just like flowing water, which was a very soft thing. The constant use of substitutes during this period had already improved Liu Chen's abilities. He now had more routines, and the soft things in life were simply countless. Hard steel punched the water. Diego's horse hooves were immediately trapped by the river water, and then the horse's legs were broken due to its own speed. The sudden stop threw Diego off the horse, and the saint's body was also thrown extremely far away. The soft surface of the river was now as hard as steel. At Diego's horse speed, falling onto it would surely result in serious injuries. Diego's stand world was activated and caught him in the air, preventing him from falling to the ground. However, because his horse was injured, he could no longer escape. Yet Diego remained confident, for his ability to stop time was invincible. No one could defeat a world with its own unique time. Not even 3 enemies. Liu Chen also believed that when dealing with an evil heretic like Diego, there was no need to talk about the code of conduct. Now it had to be a righteous 3-on-1 fight. When Johnny saw Diego fall off his horse, he immediately activated the claw bullet, and the Fang 2 bullet flew towards Diego. Liu Chen's substitute, Mind Steel, also flew towards Diego. Jiro was at the back, having to pick up the fallen iron ball first. Seeing the enemy launch an attack, Diego once again paused time to dodge Johnny's claw bullet. Then he threw the throwing knife he was carrying at the Oriental man that the president mentioned was the most difficult to deal with. At this moment, the world surrendered to Diego. 5 seconds passed and time began to slip away. A row of flying knives suddenly appeared in front of Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who had always been on guard against time stopping, had been trying to harden his skin since Diego fell off the horse. The flying knife made a thud as it struck his skin. Seeing that his moves had no effect, Diego felt that the president was right. And that Jello was also an opponent that the president feared. Johnny, whom he despised, dealt Diego the most fatal blow. The claw bullet he dodged hit Diego's horse, and the bullet mark turned back and climbed directly onto Diego's body and exploded. A huge gap appeared on Diego's chest. Johnny, whom he despised, was the most dangerous killer. Furthermore, gravity-based stands can also gain the ability to move while time is stopped. Johnny's stand, Yi, is a gravity-based stand, so he's somewhat resistant to time stops. During the time stop, his claw bullets continued to fly towards Diego. Several more claw bullets approached his face, forcing Diego to stop time again. The stand whirled emerged and flew towards Johnny. Killing the stand user would automatically neutralize his attack. The stand prepared for attack. Time began to flow again. The stand whirled punched Johnny hard, but at the most critical moment, it was hit by the iron ball thrown by Jello. The claw bullet hit Diego in the face, and the hungry and thirsty man died again at the hands of the three men. At this time, several Valentines also appeared here. They ran towards the body thrown aside as fast as they could. These were ordinary Valentines. They hadn't accepted D4C as their substitute. They were merely the president's last hope in obtaining the saint's remains. If possible, he still hoped to obtain the saint's remains himself. This was Valentine's last resort. Liu Chen removed the solid effect of the river surface, and they stumbled and fell into the river. Liu Chen removed the solidity effect on his body and drove the horse towards the body. These Valentines who had no stand abilities were easily dealt with one by Liu Chen's stand, steel of the body. Without a stand, they were at a great disadvantage in the battle. Standing in front of the body, Liu Chen suddenly had many thoughts. Johnny no longer needed this body. So, could he take it? Looking at the intact remains of the saint, it was impossible for Liu Chen not to be moved. And now he also had the ability to take it away. No one could stop him. He only needed to take the saint's remains and leave this world to possess this luck forever. Liu Chen suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, as if everything was about to attack him. He suppressed his inner uneasiness and walked towards the intact body, feeling that the whole world was full of malice towards him. The saint's remains belong to all mankind in this world, and they will inevitably show great resistance to someone like Liu Chen who has the ability to take it away from this world. A saint will not leave this world, he will leave happiness in this world. Just as Liu Chen's hand was about to touch the body, he suddenly realized the immense danger. It was as if the entire earth was against him. If Liu Chen didn't stop, there was no telling what danger would arise. The ground seemed to be about to crack at any moment, the sky was thick with dark clouds and lightning, and the grass and trees began to spread. It seemed that if Liu Chen moved again, the whole world would attack him in the next moment. So Liu Chen gave up the idea of taking the saint's body away. If he tried to forcibly seize the body, he would end up standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaz. As the outstretched hand was put back, the uneasy feeling disappeared. Would you like to go with me to see other worlds? Worlds with different scenery and human beings. Since he couldn't take it away by force, it would depend on whether he could convince this legendary saint with words. A finger bone from the intact saint's body suddenly fell to the ground, as if it was a reward for Liu Chen. Or perhaps it was a part of him that was willing to follow Liu Chen out of this world. Liu Chen stepped forward and picked up the finger bone. In an instant, the finger bone merged into Liu Chen's right hand. Liu Chen felt that this finger bone might bring him luck. The other two also came to the side of the saint's body at this time. Johnny looked at Liu Chen putting his outstretched hand back and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you going to take the body away?" "I don't need it now." He knew that Liu Chen was also longing for the body. Liu Chen shook his right hand and said, "No, I've already taken what I can take away. Greed is not a virtue." End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Lucky Man. Chapter 49 Lucky Man. Jiro looked at the two and said, "So who will the body be given to now?" "Johnny, you don't need it anymore, right?" Johnny nodded and replied, "I can stand up, so I no longer need the saint's body." Johnny has achieved the purpose of this competition. Jello didn't really need this kind of thing. The treasure he had been snatching for a long time was now unwanted by everyone. Johnny remembered headpans and suggested, "How about handing it over to the Vatican?" Jiro objected, "I don't want to deal with those people. I think they're weird. The remains shouldn't belong to any country or individual. I used to think it was a good idea for Liu Chen to take it away, but he gave up." At this time, Steele, who had hurried over, suggested, "I know that the president built an air raid shelter under the Holy Trinity Church, and almost no one knows about it. Why not have Lucy put the body there? Lucy doesn't have any national identity, so the body won't belong to any country. The body was conceived by Lucy, and her identity held special significance. Perhaps, in a sense, the body belonged to all of humanity because she held it." The three of them fell into deep thought. Liu Chen actually thought it was a good idea for Johnny to take the body, as he would definitely need it in the future. However, this matter still had to be decided by them. Johnny nodded, "I think Lucy can take it away." "So be it." After the remains were settled, Liu Chen would not accompany Jiro and Johnny for the rest of the journey. He was exhausted from all the riding. Liu Chen said to the two of them, "I won't be following you two in the rest of the race. I'll be waiting for you two at the finish line in New York." Jiro said in a tone full of temptation, "We've walked such a long distance together, why don't you finish it with us? Think about it, this is a feat that spans the entire United States. Even if there is no reward, we should give it a try. If I follow you, I will only hinder your victory. Besides, we met halfway. I took the train before. Now I will take the train to the destination." Liu Chen answered firmly. Liu Chen had to travel half the distance by train, so there was no way he could get the achievement of traveling across North America. Then Liu Chen began to persuade Ji Luo, "Why don't you take the train with us to the destination? Anyway, your goal will definitely be achieved. Johnny and I have walked here, and we are going to finish the rest of the game." Then Liu Chen pointed at Mr. Steele and continued, "I think they're definitely planning to take the train. I don't even need to buy a ticket myself." Lucy wrapped the body in a cloak and placed it on Liu Chen's horse. Then the three of them began to walk towards the town ahead. Liu Chen planned to take the train directly to the finish line to wait for them. Since the horse couldn't get on the train, still, using his position as the race director, had someone help Liu Chen get the horse to the finish line. The horse belonged to Mandan Tim, and Liu Chen planned to give it to Johnny or Jello later. On the train, Liu Chen began to plan his future. After this competition, he planned to go looking for the Rococaca fruit. He would search for it for a while, regardless of whether he could find it or not. When the time was right, he would simply leave this world. The original Rococaca fruit had significant side effects. There was no need to obsess over it. If he truly couldn't find it, he wouldn't force it. However, Liu Chen believed that with the saint's blessing, he could achieve his goal. Now luck is on Liu Chen's side. At the finish line in New York, many onlookers were waiting to see the outcome of this unprecedented race. The winner of the $50 million prize is about to be announced. There was a commotion in the crowd, and a man looked at Johnny with tears in his eyes. He was holding Johnny's brother's riding boots in his hands. This man was Johnny's father. The man was about to shout something to Johnny when the starting gun sounded. Johnny spurred his horse forward. Jello shouted to Johnny, "It seems that your father has come to cheer for you, but I will not give the championship to you." Jello knew Johnny's family situation. "Come on, Jiro, the championship will definitely be yours." Liu Chen sat on the steps next to the Holy Trinity Church at the finish line and watched the race. He had previously helped Lucy put the saint's body into the church's air raid shelter and locked it. The race came to an end very quickly. The first person to cross the finish line was of course the lucky Poklock. It is reasonable that the contestant who participated in the competition wholeheartedly won the competition. The crowd around burst into enthusiastic cheers. Finally, a winner emerged in this competition that spanned the entire United States. Jiro followed closely behind and crossed the finish line in second place, followed by Dongfang Zizu in third place, and Johnny followed behind in fourth place. Johnny no longer had any desire to win the competition, but he briefly considered giving the first place finisher a claw bullet to secure victory. Finally, he recalled Liu Chen's words that Jello's goal could be achieved in other ways, and so he abandoned the idea. Zero ultimately didn't win the competition, but compared to losing his life in the comics, this was a pretty good outcome. Moreover, a coup was about to happen in their country, and he wanted to rescue the boy so that he could get out of prison on his own. Liu Chen watched the audience rush towards the winners and send them their blessings. The crowd cheered when they saw the game was over and waited for President Valentine to make his speech. The person who came out was actually the vice president. He first told everyone that he didn't know why the president disappeared mysteriously, but then said that he could still lead the country to prosperity. Finally, Steele was called in to present the prizes to the winners of the competition. The SBR competition has officially ended. In the tavern that evening, Liu Chen and Jiro Joni celebrated their victory. Second and fourth place both received good rewards, but they both gained something more important than just the prize money. Of course, the lucky Pocklock was also in the tavern, holding up his glass and laughing loudly. I also bought a glass of wine for everyone present. In the cheerful atmosphere, Liu Chen said to the two of them, "I'm leaving here soon. It's time for me to return home. Even though I didn't win the championship. But you said I would achieve my goal, so I believed in you. I asked Mr. Steele to help us find Yunren's sister. She's planning to leave the country. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. She can come with me to Naples if she wants. I'll leave Mondentum's horse to you, Johnny. I'll take care of it." At this time, Johnny's father squeezed next to the three of them, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Liu Chen tactfully walked out of the tavern, and Jello followed him and left. "Let the rest be left to them, father and son." Liu Chen looked at the moon in the sky and said to Jiro, "Actually, Johnny might encounter a difficulty in the future. I wonder if he can get through it. I will help him. Even if the opponent is a disaster." "Of course. Then I wish you good luck. I can't give you any advice because I don't understand it all." "That's enough. How could there be so much information that seems like cheating? Good luck to you, too." End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Farewell. Chapter 50 Farewell. The next morning, Liu Chen finally met Johnny and Jello again at the port of New York. They came to see Liu Chen off. Mr. Steele had helped Liu Chen buy the boat ticket to New Guinea, and now he was a successful businessman. With the conclusion of this event, he had made a fortune. His name had become known throughout the country thanks to the competition. "You're leaving without even telling us," Jello said with a hint of complaint in his tone. Liu Chen smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you yesterday when I was celebrating with you that I would be leaving soon? A man's farewell doesn't require so many words, so just let me leave quietly." Jiro also smiled. "Johnny said he was going to the east, too. Maybe he'll run into you again in the future. I don't think we'll meet again. I'll leave Yunren's sister in your care." Liu Chen felt a little sorry about Yunren's death. If it weren't for Yunren, the three of them might not have been able to escape Philadelphia. Jello grinned, "Don't worry, I'm going to take her to Naples. No one there will discriminate against her because she's Indian." Liu Chen felt that since he was about to leave, it didn't matter if he revealed some more information. "A revolution will break out in your country in a few years, and your original goal will be achieved by then." Jiro was a little surprised, but he still answered, "Whether there is a king or not, there will always be doctors and executioners. Don't worry about us." "Where will you go next?" "I don't know, maybe I'll go to a place you can't even imagine. I'm constantly traveling. And there's no end to the journey." Johnny said with some envy, "That's great. I also want to travel to different places. Next I plan to go to the east to have a look." Liu Chen had no advice for Johnny regarding the disasters he might encounter in the future. He paused for a moment and said, "Practice your cavalry maneuvers, you'll definitely need them in the future. If you encounter any problems, you can go to Naples and find Jiro. Together, you two will definitely be able to overcome fate." Jiro said confidently, "Of course. We too gave up the greatest luck in the world. So we can definitely overcome all disasters." The ship's whistle had begun to blow, and the crew on board were shouting for those who had not yet boarded to hurry up. Everyone around them quickened their pace. The ship is about to depart. Hearing the shouts, Liu Chen said goodbye to the two of them. "Nice to meet you." After saying that, Liu Chen pretended to be nonchalant and supported his cowboy hat with his hand, then turned around and climbed up the ladder with his suitcase in one hand. After walking a few steps, Liu Chen suddenly stopped and turned back to the two of them and said, "Then let me finally share with you a secret of mine. I'm not actually from this world." Jiro answered casually, "From the future, right?" He had a guess a long time ago, but he would not have asked if Liu Chen hadn't told him. "That's about right. So good luck to you guys." "So has the ending of the story changed now?" "I don't know, it's a whole new story." After saying that, Liu Chen walked up the ladder. The two watched one of their friends leave the country, or rather, leave this era. Liu Chen stood by the boat, waved to Jiro and Johnny, and shouted, "I'm leaving now. I've had a great time on this journey with you too." The two also waved to Liu Chen. Johnny also shouted loudly, "I am also very happy on this journey, thank you Liu Chen." Ji Loyal looked at the boat going away in silence for a while and then said, "Johnny, when are you going to leave?" "Mr. Higashi Katazisuk said he's going back to his country in the next few days, so I'm going to follow him to the east to take a look." Jello patted Johnny on the shoulder and said, "Remember to write to me." "Of course, it would be even better if you could come to Naples to see me." "I'll remember to look for you." "Have you reconciled with your father?" "Well, people always have to let go of the burdens of the past that linger in their hearts before they can move forward. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to come to me, and I will write to you." Next, the two of them will go their separate ways, and the separation in this era is likely to be a final farewell. Everyone has his or her own future. Liu Chen sincerely hopes that Johnny and Jello can overcome disasters in the future, just as they have overcome fate now. Before leaving the United States, Liu Chen gave Johnny the cowboy Mandan Tim's horse and asked Steele to exchange almost all the money he had earned, or seized, for gold, although it wasn't much in total. He only kept a little change on him for travel. The US dollar is certainly not a universal currency, but gold is used in most parts of the world, and in this era, the US dollar is pegged to gold. The only drawback is that the amount of gold you can exchange for is quite small, taking up only a small amount of space in your suitcase. If Liu Chen had asked, Johnny and Jello would have probably loaned him some of his winnings, but there was no chance Liu Chen would pay them back. So Liu Chen didn't say anything. He had to leave a highbrow impression on Johnny and Jello. This money is enough for Liu Chen to start in other worlds. Liu Chen is not a materialistic person. The boat was first class, paid for by Steele, so the journey was quite comfortable. The crew didn't give Liu Chen any hard time. This was certainly to save Steele's face. Liu Chen was bored during the long voyage and started fishing like a sailor. He was so empty that he even wanted to use a stand-in to fish for him. Finally, they arrived at Liu Chen's destination. On a deserted island in New Guinea, Liu Chen began another search similar to wilderness survival. The locals are actually not optimistic that Liu Chen can find this magical plant, and they have to be very lucky to find the rococaca fruit. Liu Chen finally found the rococaca fruit in the jungle. It was a short plant with 3 fruits that looked like dragon fruits. The locals also use this kind of thing. The old man who showed Liu Chen the way had a mouthful of stone teeth. This was the price he paid. Liu Chen carefully placed the 3 rococaca fruits into the suitcase, and then tidied his clothes. He hid the revolver inside his clothes. He didn't know what the next world would be like, and leaving the gun exposed might cause trouble. After everything was packed up, Liu Chen pushed open the light door in his mind that had already been opened. Then comes the next story. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 Tokyo. Chapter 51 Tokyo. As the door emitting light in my mind was opened, Liu Chen suddenly appeared from the primeval forest in a bustling metropolis, and the light of the door in his mind dimmed again. The place where Liu Chen appeared was a small alley with no one around. At the same time, my clothes became much cleaner. The time travel included a laundry function. My clothes had already become very dirty after surviving in the wilderness. After walking out of the alley, I looked around and confirmed that the world I came to this time looked more modern. After looking around and seeing many advertisements on signs, Liu Chen realized that this was Tokyo. I can still understand the advertisements on the big screen and the conversations between passers-by. It seems that the first time he passed through the light gate, he had gained the mimetic ability to recognize words and communicate with people. This time, his learning ability has also been greatly improved. Jello had previously explained to him the techniques of cavalry maneuvers, and he suddenly understood a lot at this moment. Liu Chen was certain that he would gain further advancements the next time he passed through the light gate, which made him look forward to it. As long as he continued to pass through the light gate, he would eventually become a powerful being. As soon as I thought about it, my substitute appeared. It was great that the power I gained could travel with me. Then he controlled the avatar to walk around in front of passers-by and waved. Good thing the people around you can't see the stand-in either. Liu Chen decided to ask someone about the basic situation here first to make a judgment. Liu Chen, who had just come out of JOJ07, guessed that this might be the world of JOJ03. A man dressed like a cowboy suddenly appeared in the bustling city, attracting many passers-by to take a look. Especially since this guy was a very handsome and elegant young man. However, it is normal for people to appear here in any costume, and people often play cosplay in this place. Then Liu Chen saw a group of people marching to protest against the resurrection of the ancient savages. In the distance, there was also a sign with the name of the Divine Heart Society written on it. After seeing this, Liu Chen thought about it carefully and realized that this world is Bakey's world. And the most important thing in this world is purity. I naturally don't have purity, but as a stand user, I should have no problem protecting myself in this world. This is a good opportunity to fill in my shortcomings. Learn fighting techniques to make your original body stronger. How many stand users died because their original body was killed by others? Especially now that my learning ability has improved, I can now dream of things like sonic punch and force elimination. But before that, I should find someone to get some specific information. Liu Chen can adapt to this era perfectly and will not fall into the same situation as Peak and Musashi. After all, the timeline before he crossed over is similar to this era. Liu Chen found a small shop with few people in front of it. The owner, who was over 50 years old, was looking at people in the distance with boredom. Although Liu Chen wanted to buy something first and then ask questions, he had no Japanese yen at all. He only had a few US dollars in his pocket that were 100 years old. Which would make people think they were counterfeit. And using gold to buy it was even more strange. So I had to shamelessly go up and talk to him. "Excuse me, sir, what are these people doing?" The shopkeeper looked at Liu Chen's outfit in surprise and blurted out, "Are you a cowboy resurrected from the cowboy era?" Although Liu Chen's words were very formal, it is rare for people to address others as sir in spoken language. If primitive people can be resurrected, then it is normal to resurrect a cowboy. Liu Chen replied helplessly, "I'm cosplaying. There's no cowboy with my skin color. I heard this place is very friendly to cosplayers." Only then did the shop owner take a closer look at Liu Chen. He was taller than he was. He immediately recognized that this person must be from across the sea. This was, of course, a result of cultural differences. So, his words were perfectly normal. So the shopkeeper explained to Liu Chen awkwardly, "Young man, you're here for tourism, right? I recently heard that some primitive people were resurrected, and I've been thinking about these things. I thought you were also a resurrected ancient person. Then he pointed at the crowd and said, those people are protesting that the United States sent barbaric primitives to us. Liu Chen nodded. When he saw these people, he understood that the current timeline was probably in the Primitive Man chapter, but he didn't know exactly when it started. There are good things in the box that Liu Chen brought. I don't know if King Lai Ha's legs have been eaten. As long as Rei Kaiu is brave enough, the Rokakaka fruit in the box can restore his broken leg. The shopkeeper then continued to say to Liu Chen with a lewd smile, you may not know that when that primitive man was first brought in, he directly used a female reporter as a live camera to grow up. This is a big news recently. Liu Chen immediately pricked up his ears and ignored what the shopkeeper continued to say about size, time, and so on. He really doesn't want to know these details at all, really. Seeing that the shop owner was already interested in chatting, Liu Chen took advantage of the situation and asked, why did you transport the primitive people here? Liu Chen really didn't know this. He just glanced through the comic when he read it. The shop owner replied with a hint of pride, of course it's because the strongest man in the world is here. They are afraid of the savages, but we are not. I heard that some martial artists went to challenge primitive people, right? This is the question that Liu Chen cares about most. The first one to challenge is Rei Kaiu. Once you know this, you can try to go to the hospital to find Rei Kaiu. Otherwise, Rei Kaiu, who is preparing for a battle, will most likely ignore him. The shop owner, already talking excitedly, immediately chimed in, I heard from the neighbor's kid that someone did go. He's a member of the Shinshinkai, so he went to see the fight. I heard that primitive people only eat humans and nothing else. I have no idea why scientists would want to resurrect such a beast. So how did the game turn out? I heard that the first person to challenge you was a martial artist from the same country as you, but he was eaten by the beast. It seems that Rei Kaiu has indeed lost, and one of his legs was indeed eaten by the primitive man Peak. Now is a good time to find him. Given his personality, the Rokakaka fruit will definitely come in handy. As long as Retsu Kai Wang eats the fruit and recovers his broken leg, he will definitely owe me a favor. This favor should be enough for me to become his disciple and learn from him. After that, Yudi Katsumi would also lose an arm and use the remaining fruit to exchange for a favor from Yudi Tubu. Being able to learn the skills of these people was enough for Liu Chen. Do you know how to get to the Shinshinkai hospital? I'm actually a friend of that martial artist. I heard he was admitted to the hospital after being defeated. I'm going to go see him. The shopkeeper seemed to understand thoughtfully, oh, so he wasn't eaten? I was wondering how he could eat people. Then the enthusiastic shop owner pointed Liu Chen in the direction of the hospital. After watching Liu Chen leave, he had something new to talk about. Scientists had resurrected another cowboy. He couldn't wait to share this with others. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, King of the Sea. Chapter 52, King of the Sea. Liu Chen asked for directions as he walked towards the Shenzhenhui hospital. The directions the shop owner had given him earlier were not accurate. His appearance attracted many young girls who asked for his contact information. Liu Chen then realized that his top priority was to get some money to buy a cell phone. These young girls were happy to show Liu Chen the way. In the 19th century, Liu Chen had already started to get used to life without a mobile phone, but now whenever he thought of a mobile phone, he always felt like he was missing something. So Liu Chen decided to buy a mobile phone after everything was settled. After passing through several busy streets, Liu Chen finally saw the Shenzhenhui hospital. Liu Chen thanked them and walked towards the hospital. Before he could enter, a hand blocked his way. The guards of the Shenzhen Society stopped Liu Chen from entering the hospital. They did not recognize the Chinese man in front of them. This hospital was a private hospital of the Shenzhen Society and was not open to the public. Sorry, buddy, you've come to the wrong place. This is a private hospital. It's not open to the public. Liu Chen was not angry. This was the normal job of the security guard. So he explained his purpose. I want to meet Retsukaiu. I'm his friend. I heard that he had some problems recently, so I came to see him. He's staying in this hospital now, right? The minions looked at the man in front of them, who seemed to know no martial arts at all, and wondered in their hearts how the king of the sea could know such a person. However, they were from the same country, so it was not surprising that they knew each other. Liu Chen's outfit made him look more like a student cosplayer, a common sight in this country. He just didn't seem like a martial artist at all. He should be at a comic convention or school. Please wait a moment, I have to go in and make a report. Can you tell me your name? The minion replied to Liu Chen in a good attitude. This is perfectly normal. How could there be so many instances of people pretending to be awesome but then getting slapped in the face? In a normal, orderly society, it's impossible for so many things to happen. Generally speaking, those who can work as frontline personnel in large companies are smart and clever, and they will not mock others casually. And those who cause trouble will naturally be dealt with by those with stronger hands and feet. Liu Chen thought about it and decided to borrow the identity of Li Hai Wang's master Lu Hai Wang. Anyway, they didn't know who Lu Hai Wang's friends were. So he replied, I was sent by King Lihai's master, King Liuhe, to see him. He knew something had happened to King Lihai. My name is Liu Chen, and King Lihai doesn't know my name. He is very sorry for what happened to King Lihai. This is much more believable, and with a name, you will know what to say when you go in. It seems that the young man in front of him is indeed here to visit the patient. After all, he knows a lot of information. So a minion walked in to report the situation. Liu Chen asked another minion, what should I do if I want to learn some martial arts? What are the requirements for the Divine Heart Society to accept disciples? Although Liu Chen believed that he could enroll in the course by paying the money, he still had to inquire about the teaching staff first. The most important thing is whether Doppo Yuchi will come to teach in person. In the comics, it is usually Katsumi Yuchi who is in charge of the affairs of the gym. These gatekeepers were considered decent within the Divine Heart Society, and should be able to easily defeat a few thugs. If Liu Chen didn't use a body double, he would definitely not be their opponent. And if he did, Liu Chen believed that with his own strength, he would at least be a strong man on the level of a 5 death row prisoner. The guard didn't think much of it. Every day, there was a constant stream of people wanting to join the Shenzhen Society. Most people who joined for entertainment were there to pay their tuition, and those who joined on a whim wouldn't stick with it for long. In his eyes, if Liu Chen was really interested in martial arts, he would have started practicing martial arts a long time ago. It would be impossible that he still doesn't know anything. So he introduced it with great enthusiasm. Your choice is definitely a good one, choosing our Shinshinkai. Shinshinkai is the largest martial arts organization in Tokyo. Its general is known as the martial god, Yudi Tubu. And although our organization is powerful, the requirements for joining are actually not high. If you want to join, I'll take you to the dojo to sign up after you get out of the hospital. After saying that, he pulled out a piece of wood from the side, threw it up and kicked it to pieces to demonstrate his skills. Liu Chen secretly complained in his heart, so these people always have wooden boards to show off? And it seems that there must be commissions for recruiting people to learn, otherwise he would never be so enthusiastic all of a sudden. But now I just nodded and agreed, okay, if I want to sign up in the future, I will definitely find you. You must come, little brother. A handsome guy like you will definitely be able to attract many young and beautiful girls as long as he learns karate. I feel like this commission should be quite high. A moment later, the security guard who had just gone to ask Li Hai Wang came out and took Liu Chen into the hospital. King Li Hai looked at Liu Chen with confusion. He really didn't know the person in front of him. Excuse me, what news did my master bring me? Lai Hai Wang felt very guilty when he thought that he lost to a primitive man while using Chinese martial arts. Just at this time, the master brought him news again, which made him wonder how he should face his master. The members of the Shinshin society tactfully left the ward. Even if Rei Hai Wang was injured, the man in front of them would definitely not be his opponent, and the words brought by Rei Hai Wang's master should still be relatively private. It is extremely difficult to accept that one's outstanding apprentice lost a leg in a foreign country. Liu Chen glanced at the members of the Shenzhen society who had left, and then spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, Retsu Kaiu. I lied to you." Even Rei Kaiu had never seen such a way of apologizing as soon as they met. Liu Chen continued to explain, "It wasn't King Lu Hai who asked me to come. I just used this as an excuse to come see you. Otherwise, the guards at the door wouldn't have let me in." Rei Hai Wang, who was still thinking about how to reply to his master, asked, "So, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't know you. My name is Liu Chen. King Lai Hai, you are the pride of our Chinese martial arts. So when I heard that you lost a leg in a fight, I immediately came to see you with a treasure that could help you." Then he opened the suitcase he was carrying and took out one of the 3 fruits. There was also a little gold, some clothes, and some bullets in the suitcase. Then Liu Chen stared at Lai Hai Wang and continued, "The Rococaca fruit can repair all lost cells. Even a lost leg is no exception. Believe me, it can heal your injury." End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Exchange. Chapter 53 Exchange. Hearing Liu Chen's words, Lai Hai Wang's breathing quickened. Although he didn't quite believe that a piece of fruit could heal his broken leg, the look of the man in front of him told him that it was all true. "Can this fruit really make my legs grow back? How does it do that?" Rei Hai Wang asked in disbelief. He had never heard of such a magical thing before. "Just try it and you'll know. You don't have a better choice anyway. The world is very magical, and anything can happen. The primitive people have been resurrected, right?" Retsukai Wang, who was lying on the hospital bed, nodded, "Although I don't really believe in this fruit, but as you said, I have no better choice." Seeing that Lai Hai Wang decided to give it a try, Liu Chen began to explain the side effects of the fruit. When selling something, he would not point out the shortcomings of his product right away. The Rococaca fruit can cure all diseases and disabilities. I don't know what principle is at work, but it's actually an equal exchange. I don't know what side effects this fruit will bring to you. But it does have side effects. You will lose something. Equivalent exchange. It was obvious that King Rei had never seen Full Metal Alchemist, so he seemed a little confused. Liu Chen thought about it carefully and it seemed that it was not an equal exchange. Some people paid a relatively small price. Then he corrected it with a serious look. It can regrow a lost leg, but only if a random part of your body turns to stone. So, are you willing to take the gamble? The parts are completely random. Lai Hai Wang immediately thought of the most dangerous possibility. Yes. If it's your brain or heart that turns to stone, you'll die instantly. If you want to obtain it, you'll have to make a trade. I can't predict which part will be the replacement. So it's up to you to decide whether or not to use this fruit. Martial arts was what Retsukai had always pursued. Everything else was impure. Therefore, he could give up everything else, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Losing a leg made the path of martial arts difficult for Rei Kaiu, and he also carried the glory of martial arts on his shoulders. Lai Hai Wang looked at Liu Chen solemnly and said, "Even if it has such side effects, this fruit will definitely not be cheap. What do you want from me? If you're willing to take a gamble, I'll wait until you've recovered and then I'll make my own offer. Now, are you willing to pay the price? No matter what the price, my life's pursuit is to move forward firmly in the direction of martial arts. Then please show your awareness." After saying that, Liu Chen handed the fruit in his hand to King Lai Hai. Rei Kai suddenly grabbed the Rococaca fruit and ate it all in 2 or 3 bites. For him, only a complete body could continuously carry out his martial arts beliefs. Losing a torso would hinder his path forward. If I am destined to die, then I will die here with my body intact. After eating the fruit, Liu Chen began to wonder how long it would take for the effect of the fruit to take effect. King Li Haiwang didn't feel any unusual effects, just eat it. He thought this magical thing would take effect immediately. Liu Chen could only forcefully explain, you have to wait a while for it to take effect. It won't work the moment you take it. So he quickly changed the subject and asked, O King Li Hai, after your foot recovers, will you challenge the primitive man again? Now I am no match for the primitive man, but this is not a failure of martial arts. It is that I cannot represent martial arts. I will continue to hone my skills until I can defeat the primitive man. The glory of martial arts cannot be lost in his hands. After the big competition, everyone has realized the power of martial arts. Guo Haihuang is the first person who can fight with Yujiro for so long. And Yujiro is obviously an alien, so this wave is a victory for martial arts. After a while, Li Haiwang seemed to realize something, and he tore off the bandage wrapped around his broken leg. Retsukai's feet miraculously grew back quickly, and at the same time his ears turned into stone. Liu Chen saw that Li Haiwang's ears had turned into stone, so he asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" "Very good. I feel great." Rei Haiwang shouted loudly. Rei Haiwang was lucky, it seemed his hearing was still there, only the outline of his outer ear had been lost. This was the lowest price of all. I don't know whether this is Li Haiwang's luck or Liu Chen's luck. Liu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried that if he succeeded in poisoning Li Haiwang, he would have to rely on the power of the stand user to escape from the Divine Heart Society. If he didn't want to learn the technique, he could walk sideways in this world. Even Yujiro has a soft heart. The stand can directly affect the internal organs. Liu Chen then realized that he was a little impulsive and he should find a safer way to do this. Then Rei Kai jumped off the bed and performed a set of martial arts moves. Even Liu Chen, who was in good health, was unable to perform any of his moves. And King Rei felt the sensation of his body. It was indeed the feeling of his feet stepping on the ground. He, King Rei, really regained his feet. As for his ears turning into stone, King Rei had felt it just now. Such trivial matters were of no concern to him, as Li Haiwang never cared. Losing his ear did not affect his martial arts progress, and he was ready to lose something more precious. After recovering, Li Haiwang bowed to Liu Chen and said, "Now that I have recovered my limbs, please tell me what you want. This kind of thing must be expensive, right?" Liu Chen patted his suitcase and said, "This is one of only 3 Rococaca fruits in the world, and there won't be any more in the future. So its value is infinite. I brought all the fruits here, and I don't know how to cultivate this plant." "No one can." Rei Haiwang replied seriously, "It is truly a valuable item. Since I have agreed to your proposal, I will definitely help you with whatever request you make as long as I can do it." Li Haiwang was a man of strong character and kindness. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by his own methods. So, if Liu Chen asked him to teach him some skills, he would definitely not hide anything from him. He also has many friends who are good at what they do, and those people might also give him some benefits after seeing Li Haiwang recover. In short, Li Haiwang has a good relationship with people. The most important thing is that Guo Haihuang regards Li as the inheritor of martial arts, and Guo Haihuang is the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Apprenticeship. Chapter 54 Apprenticeship. So Liu Chen prepared to propose his conditions for becoming a disciple. Liu Chen then spoke solemnly, "Actually, I'm an adventurer." Liu Chen suddenly remembered that the word adventurer should not be used casually. Then he paused. After thinking for a long time, he continued. I'm actually a traveler, and I've encountered many dangerous situations during my travels. So I want to learn some techniques to protect myself. And I heard that you are one of the strongest people in the world. So, can you teach me martial arts? I also want to become as strong as you. Liu Chen's request stunned King Li Hai. This condition was far from what he had expected. He also needs to continue training to improve his skills, so he has little time to teach his disciples. But since I have already made a promise, I must fulfill it. Or can I find a suitable master for Liu Chen? Thinking of this, Li Hai Wang looked at Liu Chen and asked, have you learned any fighting techniques before? Martial arts or boxing? From his stance, it was clear that Liu Chen was physically strong, but he had no martial arts background. There were 2 iron balls on his belt, but they didn't look like weapons. However, King Lihei could tell from Liu Chen's aura that he was not powerless, and that he possessed means no less powerful than his own. This was the intuition of a strong man. The young man in front of him had experienced many battles. Liu Chen thought about it and realized that he could practice simplified Tai Chi, but it was definitely useless. He also learned some Sanda techniques, but these were probably useless in this world. The golden spin shouldn't be considered a fighting technique, right? However, it was the most impressive skill he had besides his stand. Pistol. I'm pretty accurate with a pistol. Also, I can throw iron balls. It's a technique related to the golden spin, and it's very powerful. During his later journey in the JoJo world, Liu Chen practiced his shooting skills hard, and now he can shoot anywhere within 10 steps. Not to mention the golden whirl, which has the power to penetrate the dimensional wall. King Li Hai ignored the pistol mentioned by Liu Chen. The moment he saw the bullets in Liu Chen's box, he knew that Liu Chen must be carrying a pistol. So I continued asking, so your goal is to protect yourself? Is there a style you'd like to learn? I know quite a few martial arts masters. Rei Hai Wang has a good relationship with Yu Dikami who practices karate. If Liu Chen is willing to learn karate, he can directly follow Yu Didu Bulletin to learn with his recommendation. For other techniques, he also knew relatively free masters like Shechuan Genki or his master Lu Hai Wang. They also had enough time to teach their apprentices. Liu Chen thought carefully about what he wanted to learn. Ever since arriving in this world, he had planned to find Li Hai Wang to learn martial arts. And what exactly did he want to learn? Of course, it was Xiaoli. Only Xiaoli was the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. Ghost Back and the like required the bloodline of the Fan Ma family. After a moment, Liu Chen revealed his thoughts. No, I'm pursuing strength. I'm not pursuing any particular style. If I must say a technique, I want to learn force elimination. Looking at Liu Chen's style, Li Hai Wang felt that it would be more reliable for him to go directly to the headquarters Zhang. His own concept of fighting was completely different from that of the man in front of him. He was the kind of person who only pursued victory and did not have the same obsession with martial arts as himself. The most important thing is that King Xiaoli himself doesn't know how to do it. If he wants to learn, he must ask King Guo Hai. With Liu Chen's current skills, it was impossible to learn to dissipate force. He had no idea about the principles of boxing. Since Liu Chen had made a request, Li Hai Wang had to meet his request. As long as his talent is sufficient, he will definitely ask Guo Hai Huang for advice in the future. Then Retsukai said, then you will live with me in the Xinqingkai for now. I will teach you some martial arts during this time. I hope you can feel the spirit contained in Chinese martial arts. It doesn't take long to teach a novice, and everything after that depends on his talent and hard work. If he can endure the pain of learning martial arts, I will teach him all the techniques I know. Liu Chen was very grateful to Li Hai Wang for being willing to teach him. The time of these strong people was very precious in order to improve themselves. So I said sincerely, thank you, Master. At this time, Yudi Katsumi rushed to Rei Kaiu's ward, and then he saw an almost intact Rei Kaiu. He heard some noise in Lai Hai Wang's ward, so he came over to check. Kami said in a surprised tone, "Master Lai, your feet have grown. That's great." Lai Hai Wang pointed at Liu Chen standing beside him and said, "Yes, I recovered my body with the magical medicine Liu Chen brought. This is my new disciple. I will teach him martial arts from now on." Only then did Kami see Liu Chen, who was still in the ward. Just now, his attention was all on Lai Hai Wang, who was recovering his health. He understood that Liu Chen must have reached a deal with Lai Hai Wang, a deal of treatment and apprenticeship. However, he was very happy that he could heal his friend. Yudi Kemi said to Liu Chen sincerely, "Thank you for curing Lai's injury." Then Kemi had some doubts, "Are you planning to go back to your country?" Since King Rei Kai accepted a disciple, it is possible that he would take his disciple back to the place where he had been practicing martial arts. Lai Hai Wang smiled and replied, "No, I still need to think about how to defeat Peak here. So I hope you can provide Liu Chen with a place to stay. You also need to lend me your dojo." Kami agreed immediately, "Of course, that's no problem. You can stay here without worry. I still have many questions to ask you." Lai Hai Wang said to Liu Chen, "Now that my body is healed, training will begin today. We must seize every second to improve our skills." Kemi took Liu Chen and Lai Hai Wang out of the hospital and went to the Shinqingkai dojo, where they provided Liu Chen with a room where he could put down his belongings. At the same time, several dojo uniforms were provided. After all, you can't practice martial arts wearing the same outfit as a cowboy. As soon as he changed his clothes, Lai Hai Wang called Liu Chen to the dojo and taught him the most basic techniques. Martial arts require gradual progress. Only through continuous practice can one improve, which can only rely on one's own efforts and talent. After helping Liu Chen arrange his training, Lai Hai Wang also started his own training. Next, he would continue to study how to defeat the human from ancient times. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Spin. Chapter 55 Spin. Over the next few days, Liu Chen began to learn basic martial arts techniques from the people in the gym. In private, Lai Hai Wang also taught Liu Chen some martial arts techniques. He made rapid progress. His learning talent, enhanced by the light gate, was brought into play at this time. He learned many moves right away and was able to use them in actual combat immediately. The apprentices around him were all very envious of Liu Chen's talent. Liu Chen had made rapid progress in the past few days and could already compete with those top players in actual combat. Lai Hai Wang marveled at Liu Chen's talent, but also felt sorry for him. If Liu Chen had started practicing martial arts since childhood, he would have been a far superior fighter by now. It was a pity that he was already a little too old. At the gym, the guard who was guarding the door before said with a bit of resentment in his tone after seeing Liu Chen, "Didn't you say that I would take you to register?" Liu Chen felt a little embarrassed when he saw the guard, so he explained to him, "I was actually recommended by King Lihei to study here. Not only did I not have to pay tuition, I even got a meal at the gym." After listening to this, the guard extended his hand to Liu Chen, "Tarada, I am also a leader in this gym. If you have any questions, you can come to me." Liu Chen stepped forward and shook hands with him. "Liu Chen, I am currently learning martial arts from King Lihai." Tarada said with some envy, "Retsukaiu is the master of martial arts. You are so lucky to be able to learn martial arts from him. When will I be able to become as strong as him?" Liu Chen had no way to comfort him. The strong in this world could not be trained in this way. Some people were destined to be strong from birth. Tarada looked at Liu Chen carefully for a while before saying enviously, "That's great. I haven't seen you for a few days and I feel like I can't beat you. Strong people must have talents like you. Do you want to fight with me and give it a try?" Even if ordinary people tried their best, they couldn't even see the backs of these people. And the world's number one, Yujiro, was destined to be extraordinary from his bloodline. Liu Chen agreed, okay. At this time, Kami came out and said to the people in the dojo, I heard that the primitive man Pai K has escaped. Now go out and find him. I must avenge Master Lai with my own hands. Okay, Director. I will definitely find the primitive man. That man-eating monster will definitely be defeated by you. Various voices were heard all around, and they were all very excited about Kami's order. The members of the Shinshin society in the dojo immediately packed up their things and went out to look for the primitive man peak. The new friend waved at Liu Chen and said, we'll talk about the battle later when we get back. Now I have to go and complete the Admiral's mission. If you become a strong man like Lai Hai Wang in the future, I will definitely tell others that I fought you before. Liu Chen nodded at him and said, okay, I will make sure you can go out and talk about this. Terada will work with Kaoru Hanayama's minions to find the primitive man. Baki will also appear later. Don't get involved in this for now. Nothing will happen to him this time. Liu Chen knew that it was still a long way for him to challenge the primitive man now. But he would definitely fight with the primitive man peak in the future. The dojo, which had been quite noisy just now, suddenly became quiet, with only Liu Chen, Lai Hai Wang and a few people guarding the dojo left. Katsumi sat on a mat in the dojo, waiting for news from his men. He was accumulating his own momentum. It was already dark when a man came running in and said to Kami, we have found traces of primitive people. Kami immediately put on his clothes and said to his men, come on, take me there. Then he looked at Lai Hai Wang and said, Master Lai, I'm going out to look for Pai K. Wish you all the best. The rest of the people also walked out of the dojo at this time, leaving only Retsukai Wang and himself here. The two of them were silently training their skills. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and Liu Chen curiously asked Lai Hai Wang, who had not left, Master Lai, aren't you going to find the primitive man? Rei Kaiu replied sternly, no, since I was defeated by Pico, I won't seek him out privately. He defeated me fair and square. I promised him that I would eat a part of my body. Next time, I will challenge him openly in the arena. The others were looking for Peak just to challenge the strong, although some of them were doing so in the name of helping Rei Neptune to avenge his father. However, Lai has never cared about these things. He is a tolerant person. Liu Chen thought that King Lihei was still thinking about how to deal with the primitive man Peak, so he decided to use the golden triangle to give him some inspiration from other worlds. Master Lai, I have a technique called rotation. Would you like to see it? It's a very interesting technique. Lai was a little surprised. Liu Chen had told him about this technique when they first met. It seemed that there must be something extraordinary about it. So he nodded and said, oh, you said before that you have a magical power. Then take this opportunity to show it to me. It is good. Liu Chen took out an iron ball from the clothes thrown beside him. He took a deep breath, held the iron ball tightly in his right hand and threw it towards the wooden pillar in front. The iron ball kept spinning and shot towards the distance, breaking the wooden stake directly. Then the iron ball embedded itself into the wall with a bang. The power of this iron ball shocked Lai Hai Wang. He didn't understand how it was done. This force was not comparable to that of a flying knife. Can you tell me the secret? This is the technique of the golden convolution. By continuously cutting out the largest squares in the golden matrix and connecting all the points, an infinitely extending convolution can be created. This contains the power to shatter everything. After saying this, Liu Chen took out the second iron ball, and the iron ball began to spin in his hand. This was Liu Chen's unique skill in this world. You first need to find a golden rectangle around you as a reference, and then inject the infinite gyrating force into the iron ball to emit this force. Liu Chen pointed out the golden rectangle he had just referred to. Lai Hai Wang took the iron ball that Liu Chen handed him, then stared at the reference Liu Chen pointed out to him and thought silently. His new disciple was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Magical fruit, mysterious technology, and extraordinary talent. After a while, Kemi, who had taken his men out, returned to the dojo with a somewhat lost look on his face. Katsumi did not catch up with the primitive man peak. After he arrived at the scene, the primitive man had already been taken away by Baki and Kaoru Hanayama. King Lihai Wang asked, "Didn't you achieve your goal? Once I develop new techniques, I will challenge him in the fighting arena." End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Guo Hai Huang. Chapter 56 Guo Hai Huang. While Liu Chen was learning the basics of martial arts from the members of the Shenzhen Society, Yudi Kemi had already decided to challenge the primitive man Pico. After meeting Pico that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with Pico. Retsukai offered to teach him some martial arts techniques, but Katsumi refused. He wanted to take a step forward for karate. So during this period of time, he and Lihai Wang have been researching technology that can break through the primitive people's defenses. Liu Chen knew their achievement was the supersonic punch, but he had no way to give them any hints. They would figure it out on their own. At this time, an old master came to the Shenzhen Society. Although he looked very old, every step he took was very precise. He glanced at the apprentices practicing martial arts and walked straight to Liu Chen. He stood in front of Liu Chen and watched his moves. Liu Chen was excited when he saw the person coming. This person was Guo Hai Huang, the pinnacle of martial arts. So Liu Chen stopped what he was doing and stepped forward to salute. At this time, Guo Hai Huang spoke up. "Lai told me that he accepted a very talented disciple. That person is you, right? You can see that his moves are quite good." Liu Chen answered modestly, "Master Lai was just being polite and saying something nice about me. I'm actually far from that. No, Lai never lies. If he says you are talented, then you must be." Guo Hai Huang suddenly punched Liu Chen in the face, and this punch seemed to contain endless danger. Liu Chen was suddenly startled and his substitute appeared, which immediately gave Liu Chen's whole body a strong effect. The fist stopped in front of Liu Chen. If this punch hit Liu Chen, he would definitely fly away. Oh, all the muscles in the body tensed up instantly. "Is this your special ability?" After Guo Hai Huang finished speaking, he unclenched his fist and tapped Liu Chen's hardened skin with his fingers, making a thumping sound. "Even the skin has become hard? What an amazing technique! How did you do it?" Liu Chen had no way of explaining the stand's abilities to Guo Hai Huang, so he could only forcefully explain, "I can make my muscles and skin as hard as steel. I don't know how it works. Maybe it's a superpower." Guo Hai Huang sighed, "The human body is truly amazing. There's an American whose muscles are just as strong as yours. Monsters like you are completely unafraid of bullets and sharp weapons, it's like your bodies are cheating. And some even have muscles as strong as steel, and they can move at will. It's true that people like you are the biggest obstacle to the inheritance of martial arts. You can achieve things through sheer talent that would take the average person years of practice. But it's also people like you who can propel martial arts forward." After sighing, he continued, "You can't move when you activate your superpower, right?" "Guo Hai Huang, you're right. I really can't move. My muscles must be soft to move." Guo Hai Huang did not continue the question but asked, "I heard Lai say that you want to learn to eliminate power." Liu Chen wondered how Lihai Wang had told Guo Hai Huang everything, so he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, I want to learn to eliminate power. But I'm still a long way from it. If you want to learn how to dissipate force, you must control your instinct to become stronger. Don't be afraid of being hit by your enemy. Don't just resist the damage. You must guide the force out of you." After saying this, Guo Hai Huang looked at Liu Chen again, seeing that he now had the appearance of a martial artist. Liu Chen nodded repeatedly, Guo Haihuang personally instructed him to grasp the key points of dissipating force. Lai has to shoulder 4,000 years of martial arts history, so he doesn't have time to continue teaching you. I will teach you from now on. I won't take care of you like Lai did. If you want to give up, then leave now. Liu Chen was very excited after hearing this. Guo Haihuang was actually going to teach him personally. I will definitely work hard. What did you use to cure Lai? Guo Haihuang was very sad when he first heard that Lai had lost a leg. He was so sad that the inheritance of martial arts had encountered such an accident. But a few days later, he received good news that Lai's leg had been cured. It's an extinct fruit. Master, please wait a moment, I'll bring it to you right away. Liu Chen still understood the gift of becoming a disciple. Guo Haihuang shook his hand and said, "Don't worry. Lai also said that you have a magical skill in throwing iron balls. Show it to me. Throw it at me now." So Liu Chen walked to the place where clothes were placed and took out the iron ball placed there. He first looked around and found a golden rectangle as a reference. Then the iron ball flew out of his hand and hit Guo Haihuang like a streak of light. When Guo Haihuang was hit, he immediately began to spin in the direction of the iron ball. After turning a few times, Guo Haihuang stood still with the iron ball in his hand, and his clothes were torn where he was hit. This blow still caused some damage to Guo Haihuang. Guo Haihuang looked at his new disciple with satisfaction. It's a powerful technique. Even my power dissipating abilities can't completely eliminate the power contained within. I'm very pleased with you. So, be prepared for some great pain. I won't waste your talent. Liu Chen said to Guo Haihuang solemnly, "Please rest assured, I will definitely work hard. Then follow me and tell Lai that he doesn't need to worry about your martial arts progress anymore." After saying that, Guo Haihuang threw the iron ball in his hand to Liu Chen. Guo Haihuang looked at Liu Chen and was certain that he and Lai would become the inheritors of Chinese martial arts. Strength could not be passed on, but skills would be passed down through inheritance, just like the past thousands of years. After Liu Chen took it, he found that the iron ball was still spinning. This spin was thrown by Guo Haihuang, although it did not contain the power of the golden spin. But Guo Haihuang had only taken one look and already begun to understand the surface of the golden spin. If someone were to teach him the essence of the golden spin, he would probably be able to master it in no time. Is this the strength of someone who has immersed himself in martial arts his entire life? Liu Chen followed behind Guo Haihuang in admiration. Although Guo Haihuang did not defeat Hanma Yongjiro, Liu Chen also admired him immensely. This was the power of human beings forcing the monster to use its full strength. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Because I want to be strong. Powerful? That's a good reason. I thought so too when I was young. We young people are always pursuing these. No, Lai is pursuing inheritance. He is a rare genius, so I can't let you influence him by his side. His time is precious. And I am already old. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Supersonic Speed. Chapter 57 Supersonic Speed. In the inner room of the dojo, Rei Kaiu and Kozu were studying their special moves, and they had made some progress. Komi twisted his body joints and swung his fist forward, and sure enough, a sonic boom sounded. At that moment, his fist reached the speed of sound. Kami asked Rei Haihuang with some disbelief, "Master Lai, is this enough?" He also felt that this attack was far from enough. This attack would definitely not be able to cause any damage to Pico. Rei Kaiu had faced the primordials before, so he immediately responded, "Of course not. This is still far from enough to defeat Peak. I think this move still has a lot of room for improvement. But I've already used every joint in my body. What should I do next?" Guo Haihuang laughed after seeing their actions. Liu Chen, who was following behind Guo Haihuang, knew that they were studying supersonic punches. How can humans only have these few joints? As long as you want, you can have as many as you want. Imagination is limitless. As long as you want it, you can achieve it. Only then did the two of them notice Guo Haihuang, who suddenly appeared behind them. They had been immersed in their own world. Liu Chen had tried to imagine before that his bones could be divided into many joints, but in the end he still couldn't imagine it. The two of them immediately saluted Guo Haihuang. Guo Haihuang ignored these empty formalities and looked at Liu Chen and said, "Go get me an egg, and I'll show them a technique they won't believe in." "Okay, wait a minute." Liu Chen walked out and asked for an egg in the cafeteria, and at the same time found a rope to tie it up. Guo Haihuang was very satisfied after seeing Liu Chen's preparations and said, "Very good, Liu Chen, just stand in front of me with this egg." Guo Haihuang's attack was completed in a flash. This was the first time Liu Chen faced Guo Haihuang's attack directly. Although Liu Chen was just a prop holding an egg, Guo Haihuang's move shocked Liu Chen greatly. He had just released his substitute. His naked eyes only saw a shadow, and Guo Haihuang's attack was already completed. It was like a gust of wind blowing through an egg. If Liu Chen wants to see this attack clearly, he has to rely on a stand-in. The substitute, Body Steel, saw clearly Guo Haihuang's series of actions from the time he attacked to the time he completed the attack. The egg then realized that there was a smooth cross-section. Emperor Guo Hai stepped forward and caught the falling egg in his hands. A person can have an infinite number of joints, hundreds or even thousands. But you have to imagine them first, and then believe them. After instructing the two, Guo Haihuang finally spoke out his purpose. "Lai, it seems that your foot injury has healed. Then don't give up your pursuit of martial arts." The purpose of his trip was to confirm the future of martial arts. Lai then answered loudly, "Don't worry, Guo Haihuang, I will definitely not let you down. Then I'll take Liu Chen with me. He'll still be living in the gym, but his training won't be here anymore. I'll take him somewhere else to train. You should also train well, and when the time is right, I'll teach you some new techniques. Don't let down your standards." Lai nodded quickly and said, "Thank you for your help, Emperor Guo Hai." Then he said to Liu Chen, "You must seize this opportunity to learn from Emperor Guo Hai. Almost no one can get this opportunity now." Liu Chen thanked Lai Haihuang, "I will, thank you." Emperor Guo Haihuang must have said a lot of good things about him in order to accept him as his disciple. Lai Haihuang smiled and said, "You have this talent. If Chinese martial arts want to develop, we can't waste everyone's talent. You will become a benchmark for the era. Rikaiu, you are the future of martial arts." Liu Chen's words made King Lai Hai feel a little embarrassed, especially in front of King Guo Hai. "Okay, stop saying that. Now Liu Chen, follow me. You guys continue to practice well." The two walked out of the gym and walked along the path. Soon they arrived at a flat area on the mountain, which was the place chosen by Guo Haihuang. He was able to accept Liu Chen as his disciple not only because of Lai Haihuang's recommendation, but also because Liu Chen's identity as a Chinese was very important. And martial arts are best passed down among Chinese people, so there won't be any other people disturbing here. From now on, you will come here to exercise every morning, and I will guide you. Thank you very much, Master. Liu Chen was very grateful. Practice well. Martial arts need to be passed down. And you have the talent to pass on martial arts. So Liu Chen practiced with Guo Haihuang for the whole morning, and when they were about to leave for lunch at noon, Liu Chen asked Guo Haihuang his question, "What should I do if I want to exceed the speed of sound?" He was still very much looking forward to the move Guo Haihuang had just used. Guo Haihuang pondered for a moment and said, "Your method can be different from that foreign guy's. Perhaps you can use your continuous spinning technique and make your muscles spin along with it. This way, the distance of muscle movement will be long enough." And the speed of the fist at the end will exceed the speed of sound. After saying that, Guo Haihuang demonstrated a move casually, and a huge sonic boom broke the air. Guo Haihuang was already able to perform this attack, or rather, he had always known this technique. Liu Chen couldn't help but feel curious, why haven't you used this attack method before? I'm past the age where I need to use this kind of attack. For older people, it's better to use a more peaceful method of attack. After saying this, Guo Haihuang placed his fist on the ground. A large pit immediately appeared in the earth, followed by spider web-like cracks. The ground seemed to have shaken a bit. Liu Chen looked at the power of this attack. He could understand the sonic boom caused by the speed just now. But now, this punch, whose power he hadn't felt, had caused such tremendous damage. So this was the power of attack eliminating force? It was indeed powerful. This was the power Liu Chen longed for. After demonstrating his skills, Guo Haihuang smiled and said, "For now, you should learn the fighting style of the young people. When you master the ability to throw a punch at the speed of sound, I will teach you this technique." He saw the desire in Liu Chen's eyes, which was not a bad thing. People must have desire to keep moving forward. Guo Haihuang thought Liu Chen might be the one to defeat Yang Jiro. Because they were both monsters, and this monster would learn martial arts from him. This was the victory of martial arts. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Fighting Will. Chapter 58 Fighting Will. After a few days of continuous practice, Liu Chen's strength had indeed improved significantly. Those ordinary people in the Divine Heart Society were no longer Liu Chen's opponents. Liu Chen had just returned to the Shengzhen Dojo after finishing another day of training when he heard an explosion that broke through the air, and then all the glass in the dojo shattered. Yudi Kesi has successfully practiced the sonic punch, and his battle with Peak is about to begin. The entire dojo was in an uproar at this moment. The explosion indicated that the director of the Shinshinkai had successfully practiced the secret technique he had researched. Next, it is time for Katsumi Ichi to prove his karate prowess. After Liu Chen returned to his room and washed up, he went out and found Li Haiwang sitting alone in the dojo. "Master Li, congratulations on the success of your research." Retsukai Wang replied modestly, "It was all Katsumi's achievement alone. I played no role in it." Liu Chen asked with a hint of embarrassment, "Have you learned this technique?" "Actually, I want to learn it too." This sentence made Li Haiwang a little confused. Guo Haihuang should be able to teach Liu Chen this technique. After all, they succeeded with Guo Haihuang's guidance. "Didn't Emperor Guo Hai teach you?" "Guo Haihuang told me some of the secrets, but I still don't understand them. So I came to ask you for your advice on how to succeed." "I see." Katsumi managed to imagine enough joints. He swung his fist like a whip at the speed of sound. Then King Li Hai taught Liu Chen what he understood. Liu Chen nodded. "This is the power of my thinking. It turns out that everyone in Blade Fang is green-skinned. Then I will think about it too." The next morning, Liu Chen arrived at the place where he had been training and practiced for a while. Guo Haihuang arrived here on time and watched Liu Chen's training for an hour before speaking. "Today, Katsumi is going to challenge that primitive man. Come with me and take a look. It will be good for you to see more battles between strong men." Guo Haihuang also prepared to see what kind of enemy could take away Li's foot. So today's training came to an end. Guo Haihuang took Liu Chen to the stands of the underground fighting arena. The primitive man Peak was already waiting in the middle of the ring. His opponent Yudi Kemi came out from the passage on the other side after a while. The Shinshinkai members in the surrounding stands stood up and unleashed a flurry of fists at Katsumi, who was standing in the middle of the underground fighting arena. 55,000 fists flew towards Katsumi. This was the fighting spirit of the entire Shinshinkai. The battle soon began. After a few moves between the two, Keishi was at a disadvantage and his body was covered with wounds. At this time, Peak got on all fours and assumed a sprinting posture. Guo Haihuang then asked, "If it were you down there now, what would you do?" Liu Chen looked at Peak's stance and replied, "Although his stance is quite aggressive, I won't resist it head-on. I'll try to dodge it." Taking this attack head-on would definitely not end well. While Peak's stance was moving forward quickly, it made it difficult to turn. Guo Haihuang watched the scene on the field and asked, "Li fell to this move, right? He's too rigid. And if something is too rigid, it will break easily." Yes. It is true that Ria Wang was defeated by Peak using this move. Although Ria Wang had been at a disadvantage before, with Ria Wang's strength at this stage, he could not defeat the primitive man Peak. The gap between the two of them was still quite large. Guo Haihuang nodded in satisfaction. "You are very good. You have no obsession with martial arts. So you can use any moves without hesitation. Even running away is your choice if you can't win." Liu Chen felt that Guo Haihuang seemed to be calling him despicable, but running away when he couldn't win was also a normal move. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never worry about having no firewood. If I use force elimination, can I avoid this attack from the primitive man? He seems to be biting with his sharp teeth. Guo Haihuang took the opportunity to teach, a sudden attack will break the effect of force dissipation, so you have to make your own judgment. Keep your body strong to defend, or use force dissipation to dissipate the force. Only when you can switch between the two can you become a perfect fighter. When that time comes, you will naturally know how to deal with such attacks. So I need to be in a state of dissipating force while maintaining the hardness of my muscles." This made Liu Chen a little confused as to how an object could be both soft and hard at the same time. Although everyone here is green-skinned, this is still beyond my imagination. No, what you need is to suppress your instincts and transform them into a skill you can control at will. Then, you can freely switch between the force-dissipating and solid states. Only in this way will the enemy have no way of figuring out how you will defend yourself. At this time, Peak rushed over at the fastest speed. Katsumi Yuji also used his strongest attack. The sound of a sonic boom resounded throughout the arena, and Katsumi's fist successfully hit Peak's face. The primitive man fell to the ground. The onlookers burst into extremely loud cheers. It seemed that Yudikeshi defeated the primitive man at the cost of one of his arms. His arm had lost its muscles and the bones were clearly visible. Guo Haihuang looked at the situation in the arena and continued to ask, "Did he win?" Liu Chen knew the outcome of the match, so he replied, "No, he didn't win. He didn't even break the primitive's defense. His boxing skills have improved over the past 50 years, but unfortunately he still can't break the primitive man's defense. Peak also survived the ancient battles, and his talent is even more outstanding." Guo Haihuang nodded and said, "You are right. Such an attack still cannot cause any damage to such a strong person. Talent is the gap that no one can overcome. And only time can overcome such talent. Can your move break through the primitive man's defense? How can I be sure without fighting an opponent like him? Only by fighting him can I know if I can break his defense." After saying this, Guo Haihuang glanced at Katsumi on the field with regret, and then continued, "If you are facing such a strong opponent, you can't relax your pursuit." Yudi Katsumi bowed and thanked everyone on the field. The crowd was still cheering, but at this moment the primitive man suddenly turned over. This level of attack would only make Peak want to sleep. Even with his sonic punch, Katsumi couldn't defeat the primitive man Peak, and just like in the comics, he ended up losing an arm. The martial artist lost again in his battle against the primitive man Pico. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Requests and Transactions. Chapter 59 Requests and Transactions. After watching the game, Liu Chen returned to the venue to continue training. How could a primitive man not train hard when he was so powerful? When he returned to the gym at night, Liu Chen found that Yudi Dubu was waiting for him. When Liu Chen saw Yudi Tuobu, he realized his purpose. When Yudi Tuobu saw Liu Chen coming back, he knelt solemnly in front of him and said sincerely, "I heard you still have 2 of the fruits you used to heal Rei. So I hope you can give me one. Just as a father's wish." Although Yudi Tuobu stopped people from saving his son as a warrior during the battle, he was still a father after leaving the battle. He hopes to heal his son's broken arm, as hands are crucial in karate. Liu Chen had originally planned to give the remaining 2 Rokakaka fruits to Guo Haihuang, but after taking a look at them, Guo Haihuang returned the Rokakaka fruits to Liu Chen and said that he did not need this kind of thing. So at this time, the 2 Rokakaka fruits are still in Liu Chen's hands. Liu Chen wasn't stingy, but he was a little worried about the outcome of the exchange. After all, he was still living in the Yudi family's dojo. If he defeated Yudi Kemi and someone started to cause trouble, it would be difficult to deal with. It would be better to go directly to Hongyi and see if you can transplant someone else's, just like in the original novel. There is no need to be obsessed with the Rokakaka fruit. So Liu Chen continued to suggest. You may not have heard of the side effects of this fruit. Rokakaka can indeed treat it. But it comes at a price. The result may not be what you wish for. Don't be complacent just because the price paid by Retsukayu is not high. The final result may not be what you wish for. Yudi Tuobu replied seriously. King Retsukai has already told me everything, so you don't need to worry. I won't blame you no matter what the outcome is. After all, this was my own choice. I can accept any outcome. Katsumi has also made plans for the worst. Apparently, they'd already discussed it, so there was no need to hesitate. If they didn't use it, the fruit might go bad. Might as well exchange it for something better. Liu Chen did not refuse him again. Okay, I will give you a fruit. I hope the final result will be what we want. After all, Liu Chen still lives on his territory, so it is difficult to refuse such a thing. Yudi Tuobu offered his own plan of repaying the debt. Thank you very much. If you need a sparring partner, I will help you. He knew that Liu Chen was learning from Guo Haihuang, and it would be helpful to have someone to practice with him. Especially with a battle-hardened opponent like himself, he would definitely be able to help him improve. Liu Chen also understood what he meant, so he thanked him and said, I'll trouble you from now on, Mr. Du Bulletin. Liu Chen returned to his room, took out a fruit from his suitcase and handed it to Du Bulletin. After taking it, Yudi Tuobu said, Oh, so this is what it looks like. I've heard Lai talk about it before. Now that I see it, it really does look like a dragon fruit. I hope my son is lucky enough for the price he paid. In fact, everyone has a sense of luck, but only those who are aware can accept bad results. Actually, current medical technology can replace an arm. With your ability, you can definitely do it. There's no need to gamble on this. Your torso is the best to use. If you want to improve in karate, you must pay the price. The next morning, Liu Chen learned the result of his idiocy. He had indeed regained his arm, but he had also lost one of his legs. His left leg, from the knee down, had completely turned to stone. He wondered if they would accept this outcome. The next afternoon, after Liu Chen came back from training as usual, someone came to Liu Chen again hoping to get the last Rokakaka fruit. The visitor was Tokugawa. As soon as they met, he said to Liu Chen earnestly, I heard that you have a magical plant, so I want to buy it. Martial artists are very likely to be injured and disabled, which makes me very sad. I will find scientists to continue studying this plant so that it can grow again. Tokugawa is the one who cherishes martial artists the most. Every fighter is like a treasure to him, so he must protect the body of every martial artist. The Rokakaka fruit seems to be of some use. The side effects of the Rokakaka fruit are very serious. You also saw that Katsumi lost one of his legs. This result is for Katsumi. But his arm did recover, and he might be able to use one again if he had a spare. There's always a good outcome, right? Maybe the next result will be worse. I don't know what will happen if I use this fruit twice. Tokugawa said he could totally accept this outcome. I know this is the last fruit left, and it must be priceless. But please sell it to me. After saying that, he signaled to his men, who opened a lot of boxes and pushed them towards Liu Chen. These boxes are full of money. If Liu Chen accepts this money, he will never have to worry about money again in this world. Liu Chen took a look at the box and replied, "Since you really want it, I'll give you the fruit." Liu Chen didn't plan to use this fruit himself because of its severe side effects. Who knew what the price would be? Selling it now was also a good option. Tokugawa was also very happy. "Very good, thank you Liu Chen. Thank you for your contribution to the development of fighting. Every fighter who has been cured by the fruit will thank you for your name. A fruit that can heal anything, even if it comes at a price, is worth it. There are endless business opportunities here, as there are always some ailments that remain uncured. And the wealthy don't skimp on their money." Liu Chen pulled over a box of money and said, "I don't need so much money. Mr. Tokugawa, you can take the rest back." No, this is a fair trade. I won't treat you unfairly. This unique piece is worth this much." Money is not a problem for Tokugawa, what he pursues is a wonderful fight. Liu Chen offered his own suggestion, "I might challenge Szechuan Goki and Hanbuizo later. I hope you can help me contact them." Tokugawa looked at Liu Chen in surprise and said, "Have you reached this level now? When the time comes, please let me watch your battle. Fighting is not something I will be stingy with." Liu Chen's face was filled with smiles. "Then I will accept all of these, thank you for your kindness." A large bag of money would bring a smile to even Sekiro's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 First Battle. Chapter 60 First Battle. In the following days, Liu Chen made exceptionally rapid progress under the guidance of Guo Haihuang and the sparring partner of Yudi Tuobu. Guo Haihuang was very satisfied that he had mastered the speed of sound and force elimination so naturally. He definitely did not have such strength when he was his age. During training that day, Liu Chen realized that Guo Haihuang was a little unhappy. Liu Chen looked at his master's unhappy expression and asked, "You seem a little unhappy today." Guo Haihuang said to Liu Chen with an extremely dissatisfied expression, "My foolish son and Long Shuen went to cause trouble for Huashan Sun and his younger brother yesterday, but I was very dissatisfied with the result. They simply insulted martial arts." Liu Chen understood the reason, but he couldn't continue the topic about his master's son. Guo Haihuang can naturally say whatever he wants about his son, but Liu Chen has no right to say anything. "No matter how I answer this, it will be suspected of trying to sow discord between the father and son. So it's better to play dead and keep quiet." Seeing that Liu Chen was speechless, Guo Haihuang continued. "Your skills have improved. So just practicing here won't do. Go challenge Hanayama Kaoru first, and then I'll find a suitable opponent for you. You must fight constantly to gain combat experience." Liu Chen then quickly nodded and agreed, "I will challenge them today." It seems that Long Shuen and Guo Chuncheng did make Guo Haihuang a little angry, especially his son Guo Chuncheng, who seemed to have been the one being beaten since he appeared on the stage. "Very good, don't let me down. Chinese martial arts can't continue to fail like this. We must win." In his eyes, Liu Chen and Lai would shoulder the future of martial arts. One of them would stand before the world with dignity, while the other would strangle all voices of dissent. Then Liu Chen found King Lai Hai and asked him. "Kyokai Emperor asked me to challenge Hanayama Kaoru, so can you tell me where the Hanayama group is?" During this period, Liu Chen did not go anywhere, and all he did was practice martial arts. Purely adding a plug-in equals powerful. Retsukaiho was a little surprised. "Have you reached the level where you can challenge Hanayama?" Although Yudi Dubu sometimes talked about Liu Chen to lie, he still didn't expect Liu Chen to improve so quickly. I think it's enough, and Guo Haihuang also agrees with this. Okay, I hope you can fight me after you challenge Hanayama. Of course can. So King Lihei pointed out to Liu Chen the places where Kaoru Hanayama usually hangs out, where he usually drinks with his brothers. After a while, Liu Chen, wearing a large cloak, stood at the door of the Huashan group bar. 3 iron balls and a pistol were hidden in the clothes covered by the cloak. Then Liu Chen began to hesitate whether to kick the door open and walk in arrogantly, or to go in first and then smash the cup to provoke. Liu Chen was a little overwhelmed as it was his first time to smash someone else's place, as he still had no relevant experience. After thinking about it, Liu Chen decided to go in first, just in case the target wasn't there. It would be awkward if he kicked the door open and found no one inside. Entering the bar, Liu Chen immediately saw Huashan's extraordinary figure. He was sitting at the bar, drinking with someone. So Liu Chen took the empty seat next to Hanayama-sun, who was drinking. This move made Huashan's younger brothers extremely dissatisfied. This move was undoubtedly a provocation to them. No one dared to sit next to their boss. So they all clamored to teach Liu Chen a lesson. Huashan looked down at Liu Chen, who was sitting next to him, and said, "Are you here to avenge those 2 people from yesterday?" His Chinese identity was very obvious to these people. "It seems you know exactly what you did yesterday. They were the ones who started the trouble. It's not important. I don't care about the grudges between you two." Huashan squeezed the cup in his hand into a ball. This is the first time that Chai Chien-chun, who was sitting on the side, jumped out and kicked Liu Chen directly. He did not affect Liu Chen's provocation of his own team leader. This was the simplest kick. Chai Chien-chun raised his foot just to kick. There was no routine. Liu Chen immediately jumped off the chair he was sitting on to avoid the kick. This move had no way of hitting Liu Chen now. Then Liu Chen fiercely kicked the leg that Chai Chien-chun used to stand. Chai Chien-chun fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, Liu Chen bent down and pressed one knee on Chai Chien-chun's back, and then punched Chai Chien-chun's head continuously. The substitute also emerged and looked at the enemies around him. If someone wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Liu Chen, he would not care about martial ethics. The stand won't have much trouble dealing with everyone present. Even if Hanma Yujiro comes out, it will be useless. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. The heavy punches fell on Chai Chien-chun like raindrops, and the blood had dyed Liu Chen's fists red. Liu Chen would not let him rest on the ground enough before getting up again. He would beat him so hard that he could never stand up again. Seeing this, the Huashan group's younger brother drew his dagger and was about to stab Liu Chen. They couldn't bear to watch their companions being beaten like this. These people are essentially a group of gangsters, so they don't care about winning unfairly. Especially in their eyes, Liu Chen was here to provoke them. Although this was indeed true. At this time, Huashan reached out to stop his younger brother. In his eyes, Shiba Shiharu had not lost yet. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Liu Chen stopped and stood up. "After all, you really can't beat someone to death. I didn't come here to kill anyone." Liu Chen looked up at Huashan-sun and said, "Are you ready to fight me now?" "No, my little brother hasn't lost yet." Chai Chien-chun struggled to get up from the ground. He could not be easily knocked down by ordinary attacks. He roared loudly and threw a punch at Liu Chen. Liu Chen began to add the power of rotation to his fist. This punch broke the speed of sound and created a sonic boom, hitting Shiba Chien-chun directly on the head. Chai Chien-chun doesn't know any fighting techniques and relies entirely on his body's instincts to fight. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Chai Chien-chun was knocked onto the wine rack behind him by a punch, directly smashing many bottles. Liu Chen's fists were covered in the enemy's blood, and Chai Chien-chun fell to the side and could no longer get up. "Don't joke around. How can you possibly defeat technology and cheats just by relying on admiration for predecessors and perseverance? Then Liu Chen walked up and wiped the blood off his fist with Chai Qianchun's clothes, who was lying on the ground. Then he slowly walked up to Hanayama Kaoru and said, "Now it's our turn. You just finished fighting, so I won't attack you in this situation. Come challenge me again tomorrow." A true man would never refuse a challenge from anyone, especially one who was a disciple of Guo Haihuang. But he also didn't want to face an opponent who couldn't use his full strength. As far as he knew, the sonic punch was harmful to people. Then he said to one of his younger brothers, "You guys take Chai Qianchun to the hospital first." He could see that Liu Chen had held back, and Chai Qianchun had just fainted. It didn't take much effort for me to defeat him. Since I'm here today, let's get this over with all at once. Hua Shensun seemed to realize that Liu Chen really didn't waste much energy, so she nodded and said, "Then let's get started." End of this chapter. Chapter 61 The Night Stands. Chapter 61 The Night Stands. The younger members of the Huashan group lifted Chai Qianchun up and rushed him to the hospital, while the rest looked at Liu Chen with resentment. If their boss hadn't been there, they would have rushed over immediately. Kaoru Hanayama tore off his clothes to reveal the tattoo on his back. His body was also covered with various scars. This is the famous Knight Li. In the second year of Yuan He, 1. Liu Chen stood opposite him, confronting him. When Hua Shensun fought, he always accumulated damage first, and then launched a deliberate punch. So he rarely took the initiative. Few people could withstand this punch because of Kaoru Hanayama's high attack and high HP. Judging from their size, Liu Chen definitely wasn't his match. The two of them weren't even in the same weight class. Plus, his style was to take all the damage and then strike back. Therefore, he allowed Liu Chen, the weakling, to strike first. He, Hanayama-sun, was a natural strong man. A real man won't take advantage of others in a fight. Liu Chen asked, "Do you want me to make the first move?" "Yes, come on." After saying that, Kaoru Hanayama stood still with his hands raised, waiting for the incoming attack. Seeing this, Liu Chen said nothing more and spun around to accelerate the muscles in his arms. A sonic boom sounded immediately afterwards. A punch hit Kaoru in the face, and Kaoru fell back a few steps before regaining his footing. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and nose. The value of generosity increases. Huashan still didn't make a move. He was waiting for Liu Chen's attack to take action. Liu Chen threw several punches, and Huashan retreated repeatedly until he leaned against the wall of the bar. Liu Chen shook the blood off his hands and hurled trash talk at Hua Shensun. "You think we're fighting? No. This is a bloodbath. You're not aware enough." Huashan does have his own persistence. Kaoru Hanayama leaned against the wall with her wounded face and replied, "Is this all your strength? You can't defeat me with that level. To me, this is just an ordinary street fight. The current situation is just like the previous battle between Sebek and Huashan." After saying this, Hanayama assumed a stance, gathering his strength. He was about to launch an attack. Liu Chen began to observe Huashan's movements carefully and was ready to dodge at any time. Huashan suddenly swung out his punch, and although he swung it very quickly, this straight attack could no longer hit Liu Chen. Liu Chen bent down and dodged close to Hua Shensun, then took an uppercut and hit Hua Shensun's jaw. Along with the sonic boom, Huashan's head began to tilt back and his feet left the ground. The beaten Kori Hanayama grabbed Liu Chen's arm with her free hand. This time, the speed was so fast that Liu Chen couldn't dodge. Then he landed and squared up again, ready for the next punch. Huashan's grip was so strong that Liu Chen struggled desperately but couldn't break free from Huashan's left hand. The best way now is to use a substitute to stiffen Huashan's muscles and then get away. But Liu Chen wasn't ready to use a stand right now. If he had to use a stand to deal with an enemy as strong as Hanayama, how would he fight an enemy like Yujiro later? So Liu Chen kicked Hua Shan in the crotch. This move was effective even against the primitive man peak. No one could train their defense to the bottom. Although Hua Shan's face was distorted with pain, he still did not let go of Liu Chen's arm. At this time, his right fist had already hit Liu Chen's face. Liu Chen, who had agreed not to use a body double, immediately changed his mind. Now he had to make sure he wouldn't be killed instantly. Liu Chen used his movable arm to protect his face and then hardened the muscles all over his body to block the attack. If Liu Chen hadn't been caught by Hua Shan, he could have used the force-dissipating technique to dissipate the force of the punch. Unfortunately, Liu Chen's movements were restricted and he couldn't use the force-dissipating rotation to avoid damage. Bang! There was a sound of metal colliding. Liu Chen's arm was deflected after being hit, and the hardened muscles were strained by the powerful impact, while Hua Shan's fist was also bleeding. He used his fist to hit a piece of steel with all his strength. Liu Chen endured the pain and relieved the hardening, then took out an iron ball with his injured hand and threw it towards Hua Shan's left arm joint. The spinning iron ball hit Hua Shan's arm. Under the force of the rotation, Hua Shan's tight grip on Liu Chen's arm was loosened. Liu Chen took the opportunity to break free from the restraints, and he must not let Hua Shan grab any part of his body again. Another powerful punch from Hanayama-sun hit Liu Chen. He was very fast, and Liu Chen, who had just broken free, had no time to dodge. So Liu Chen began to rotate along with his force. This is called force dissipation. At this moment, Liu Chen was like a feather blown by the wind. Although the storm was strong, it could not harm the feather flying in it. If Hua Shan didn't have any skills, then relying solely on strength wouldn't be enough to defeat Liu Chen. Eliminating force was very effective against an opponent as powerful as him. The only key was not to get caught by him again. While spinning, Liu Chen used the force of his strike to kick Hua Shan in the face. This strike contained the power of two people at the same time. Hua Shan was kicked to the ground in an instant, while Liu Chen regained his footing. The force of this blow made Hua Shan feel dizzy, and the damage caused this time was no longer comparable to before. Hua Shan climbed up from the ground with blood all over his face, and Liu Chen's next move was already whistling towards his jaw. It was a kick. Liu Chen took a powerful step forward. Using his left foot as support, he lifted his right foot and struck Hua Shan in the jaw. Hua Shan fell backward again and stumbled, taking 2 steps back before he could steady himself. Liu Chen stomped the ground with his right foot, which he used for attack, and leaned forward, his fist sending out a sonic boom as it smashed towards Hua Shan's throat. This is a series of attacks. Seeing this, Hua Shan directly used his forehead to hit the opponent. The distance of his fist swing did not reach the maximum, so the speed generated was naturally reduced. The collision of fist and head made a loud noise. This cry shocked everyone around them. The battle between the two was beyond their imagination. Most people would be killed instantly when facing Hanayama Kaoru. The damage from this punch caused a shock in Hua Shan's brain. He then headbutted Liu Chen, but unfortunately he was a little dizzy and could not attack Liu Chen accurately. Liu Chen dodged and punched him in the face several times. Victory has slipped towards Liu Chen. Kaoru Hanayama once again took a stance of gathering strength, intending to use his most powerful blow to decide the final outcome. It was a pity that he had already lost the chance to defeat Liu Chen. His greatest chance was to grab Liu Chen. His grip was so strong that Liu Chen would not be able to break free without other means. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Hanma Yujiro. Chapter 62 Hanma Yujiro. Hua Shan's punch did not hit Liu Chen, but Liu Chen stepped forward and threw another sonic punch that hit Hua Shan's head. Under the tremendous force, Hua Shan finally fell to the ground. This was the result of the combined effect of his power and Liu Chen's power. At this time, a ray of light accumulated in the door in my mind. It seems that defeating opponents in fighting comics can also accumulate energy. If you don't gain energy by defeating Shiba Shiharu, it means that you have to at least defeat a strong person. The Huashan group brothers around were all ready to rush up and fight Liu Chen. They were still very loyal to their boss, even though they knew they were no match for Liu Chen. Most of these people were holding daggers or short knives or something like that. At this time, one of the gang members actually took out a pistol from his pocket. He pointed a gun at Liu Chen and threatened him, "You just used a weapon, didn't you? You actually used a weapon in such a fair fight." Liu Chen had indeed thrown an iron ball just now to break free from Huashan's restraints on him. However, Liu Chen was dismissive of this ordinary thug's threat of pulling out a gun. To pull out a gun requires the courage to shoot. You're just using it to bolster your courage. You may have shot before, but that was only because you were emotionally charged. You don't have the nerve to shoot now. After saying this, Liu Chen quickly hardened his clothes and skin. He couldn't easily provoke these little thugs. They usually acted without thinking. He didn't have the ability to bet on whether someone's gun was loaded like Yan Zhuangying. "Baka Yero, don't think I don't dare to shoot," Huashan's younger brother said and pretended to be ready to pull the trigger. In fact, he really didn't dare to pull the trigger. Even in a place like this, there was a huge difference between using a gun and a knife. "Everyone, stop and put down your weapons. Don't embarrass our Huashan group in front of outsiders." At this time, Huashan had woken up, and he was still convinced of Liu Chen who defeated him. Even a moment of dizziness in battle could mean death, and I must have been unconscious for several minutes. The people from the Huashan group quickly put away their weapons. The man holding the gun, not knowing what to do, felt especially relieved. The leader's words must be obeyed. After Kaoru Hanayama stood up again, he continued, "My brother's actions just now were very offensive. You are a very good opponent. You are also a real tough guy. I have also benefited a lot from fighting with you today." Liu Chen quickly praised each other with Huashan Sun. Kaoru Hanayama continued, "I won't apologize for what happened yesterday. If they have any complaints, they can come to me again. They have no objection to what happened yesterday, but Guo Haihuang feels they insulted martial arts. So I'm here today to prove martial arts. I don't need your apology." Huashan replied solemnly, "You have already proved your martial arts." Then he picked up a bottle of wine from the messed-up wine rack and threw it to Liu Chen, then found another bottle, uncorked it and took a sip. Huashan invited Liu Chen, "Would you like to have a drink together?" At this time, a tall red-haired man walked into the bar. The visitor naturally took over what Kaoru Hanayama said, "Very good, I'll have a drink." The minions did not close the door when they carried Chai Shiharu out, so the fight here attracted one person's attention. The wild boss, Hanma Yujiro, randomly spawned here. He was waiting for Baki to challenge him, so he had been wandering around all this time. When Kaoru Hanma saw that the person coming was Yujiro Hanma, she took out a bottle of wine from the wine rack and threw it over. After taking it, Yujiro cut the bottle open at the mouth with a wave of his knife, took a big sip, and threw the bottle away. Only then did he look at Liu Chen and say, "You just used the force elimination skill, so you are the future chosen by Guo Haihuang." Liu Chen first made his stand appear. Hanma Yongjiro was not easy to deal with, so he had to be prepared in advance. If he couldn't win, he could just sneak attack. Young people don't have martial ethics. After making preparations, Liu Chen replied, "King Guo Hai is only teaching me martial arts. The future of martial arts can only be shouldered by King Li Hai." Liu Chen, who was destined to leave, had no way of carrying such a heavy burden. Yujiro laughed contemptuously before continuing, "What a flattering excuse. Are you afraid of the strongest man in the world?" Liu Chen, who had just finished a fight, felt that there was no need to provoke Yongjiro, so he followed his words and replied, "People should always be in awe of the powerful. You can only survive if you have a fearful heart. Young man, at least you are not arrogant. Suddenly, Yang Jiro rushed up and punched Liu Chen. He wanted to test Guo Haihuang's disciple. Let's see if the future that Guo Haihuang envisions can rival his own bloodline. As for the fact that Liu Chen had just fought with Huashan Sun, he didn't care at all. The strong don't need to care about what others think. Yujiro is mean now. The power of Yujiro's casual punch is comparable to that of Kaoru Hanayama's powerful punch. Liu Chen immediately activated the force dissipation technique to avoid the damage, and then controlled the substitute's body steel to pass through Yujiro's chest and gently stroke his heart. Now, if Liu Chen activates his stand ability, Yujiro will die of cardiac arrest. Even the invincible Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack. Yujiro will definitely not be immune to this attack. Then Liu Chen made up his mind that if this guy attacked him again, he would make him fall here. Originally, Liu Chen planned to defeat him with martial arts after he became stronger. After all, Yujiro was the last boss in this world, and if possible, he had to use orthodox methods to defeat him. When the stand touched him, Yujiro felt as if his heart was touched by something. He has absolute control over his body, so the feeling just now is definitely not false. Someone is attacking me through unknown means. Yujiro immediately began to think quickly about what it could be. Was it poison? Or an attack like sonic waves? Or perhaps someone had developed some new technology. I looked around and didn't see anything unusual. Liu Chen, who had just finished spinning in the air, had no chance to make any moves, and Hanayama-san next to him was just drinking. If it were sound waves, others might be able to feel it too. When Kaoru Hanayama saw Yujiro's expression suddenly change, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Someone attacked me, and I didn't even notice." "Did you feel anything?" "If it was a sonic attack then everyone would have felt the same." Yujiro shouted angrily, his hair standing on end. He was extremely angry at this unexplained attack. Liu Chen was a little surprised that he could actually sense his own attack. Most people would definitely think that he was hallucinating. Kaoru Hanayama replied, "I didn't feel anything." Liu Chen also nodded in agreement with a confused look on his face, "Me neither." End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Father and Son. Chapter 63 Father and Son. Yujiro's clothes began to tear, revealing the muscles on his back as a demon, his observation abilities even greater in this state. Liu Chen thought that his performance had successfully fooled Yang Jiro, but in fact he didn't. Yujiro asked fiercely, "What method did you use just now, kid?" "It was sound waves, right? How did you do it?" After saying that, he threw a fierce punch at Liu Chen. If Liu Chen took such a punch head-on, he might be killed on the spot. Moreover, Yujiro's attack was so fast that before Liu Chen could see clearly, his fist was almost touching his face. At this time, even if Yujiro's heart was directly melted, it would not be able to avoid this attack. The top priority is to avoid this damage. Finally, between life and death, Liu Chen began to gradually understand how to make his muscles both hard and soft. Just like chain mail, Liu Chen subdivided his skin and muscles into infinite parts, giving them a solid state. He was no longer a whole, but several small pieces connected together. At the same time, the stand evolved, and the heart steel could be given more metal properties, including alloys and those more rare metals. Liu Chen immediately chose the strongest alloy, tungsten steel, to strengthen his defense. Although the movement speed would be slower in this state, it was much better than being unable to move before. The next thing Liu Chen wanted to achieve was to switch states at will. At this time, Yang Jiro punched Liu Chen. In this state, Liu Chen struggled to use his strength, and after spinning several times in the air, he barely managed to avoid the damage of the punch. Liu Chen now has the strength to withstand a blow from Yujiro, so he decides that if Yujiro attacks again, he will kill him directly. Even though Yujiro's heart is as hard as steel, softness is a relative concept. Therefore, as long as Liu Chen feels soft, he can activate his stand ability. These are just like Yubel's abilities. If Yujiro stopped right then, Liu Chen planned to become stronger and defeat him with martial arts. Liu Chen was a relatively traditional gamer. He generally didn't encounter any glitches in his games, except in unusual circumstances. Yang Jiro also lost interest in continuing to consider Liu Chen. He wanted to fight with the man in front of him immediately. In his rage, Yujiro suddenly thought of the agreement he had made with Guo Haihuang. The agreement about 100 years from now. If he killed his apprentice now, would it mean that he was afraid of that agreement? Would it mean that he believed that strength was inferior to skill? Moreover, from Liu Chen's dissipation of power just now, Yang Jiro had already realized that his purity was far inferior to Guo Haihuang's. Although he had some tricks, his heart was also trained. His little tricks were completely ineffective. I have no interest in playing with such an opponent, so I will wait until he becomes stronger. Therefore, Yujiro decided to let Liu Chen go, or perhaps the luck of the saints remains began to play a role. Everything started to develop in a good direction. However, Yang Jiro decided to let his son Jack consider Liu Chen on his behalf. Experiencing battle will definitely make people grow faster. Since he is the one chosen by Guo Haihuang for the future, he will let his most impure bloodline prove that strength is better than skill. If he could defeat Jack, that would be even better. Beiki would definitely be happy to see Liu Chen before he fought him. And Beiki's fangs were almost able to hurt him. Yang Jiro returned to his normal state, glanced at Liu Chen and said, "Boy, your fangs are not sharp enough. When you reach the level of Guo Haihuang, I will come to find you again. I hope that your little tricks will surprise me by then. I will spare your life today. Remember, this is all because of the agreement between me and Guo Haihuang." After saying this, Hanma Yujiro, feeling unhappy, rushed out directly through the wall of Hanayama Keiru's bar. No one knew who he would harm next. Looking at the big hole in the wall, Liu Chen endured the pain and used his substitute to treat himself simply. Then ask, has he always been like this? Of course the strong will not abide by the order of ordinary people. High emotional intelligence and strong people are born free. After being violently punched, Liu Chen secretly slandered in his heart that this was no longer a question of whether to obey the rules or not. How could he leave the door and not go out by banging his head against the wall? This was completely mentally ill. I'll compensate you for the broken wine. But I don't have any money with me right now. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Liu Chen felt that since Tokugawa had given him a lot of money, he should at least compensate the wine rack and the wine. As for the wall, Hanma Yangjiro would have to compensate for it himself. Hanayama-sun didn't care about her loss at all, no need. These drinks are not expensive. Do you want to have another drink? Most of the wines here are the kind where the bottles are more expensive than the wine itself. After all, Keiru Hanayama gets attacked every now and then. Liu Chen put the bottle in his hand on the bar and refused, saying, "I won't drink any more. The punch just now was too strong. I need to go back and rest." A look of regret appeared on Hanayama-sun's face. What a shame. After the battle, I need to have a drink. In Hanayama Keiru's eyes, the situation just now was that Hanma Yujiro suddenly appeared and then left inexplicably in anger, resulting in the fact that now there was no one to drink with her. But it's normal for this to happen to Yujiro. Liu Chen waved at Huashan-sun and said, "We'll have a chance to have a drink together later. I'll leave now. I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm also very happy to fight an opponent like you. You're pretty good." Then Liu Chen also walked out of the bar through the hole that Yang Jiro had knocked out. He also wanted to experience the feeling of not going through the door. Keiru Hanayama looked at the hole in her wall silently without saying a word. The sky was gradually getting dark. When Liu Chen returned, he unexpectedly encountered Guo Haihuang scolding his son, while Long Shuen was also standing beside him and being scolded. "You're not good at martial arts, and you don't have the natural talent of a monster. You don't have the strength of the strong, but you've acquired their arrogance. You're simply neither good nor bad. Why would I give birth to a son like you?" After saying this, his son began to scold him again. "Long Shwen, you have also fallen. Ever since losing to that American, you have lost that indomitable fighting spirit. You are no longer pure now. Is a defeat such a big blow to you?" It can be said that Liu Chen's appearance was at an inappropriate time, or at an appropriate time. Guo Chuncheng naturally did not dare to refute after hearing his father's rebuttal, so he took a look at his father's new apprentice. And Long Shuen could only lower his head and listen in front of Guo Haihuang. Of course, the three of them noticed Liu Chen's appearance. So Guo Haihuang said in a serious tone, "Liu Chen, you didn't embarrass martial arts again, did you?" I feel that if Liu Chen said that he had never fought before, then the next three people would definitely not have a good ending. Liu Chen quickly gave an affirmative answer, "I defeated Huashan Sun. He is indeed a very strong opponent." Guo Chuncheng looked at Liu Chen in surprise. He had not studied martial arts for a long time, but he actually defeated Huashan Sun. This result made him very uncomfortable. Your own failure is terrible, but the success of others is even more worrying. Guo Haihuang was happy when he heard this. It was better for his son to quit the martial arts world. Only the disciple he chose was the one he wanted. The future of technology cannot be transmitted through blood-like force. So Guo Haihuang praised, "Excellent. The glory of martial arts cannot be tarnished again." Liu Chen added at this time, "I also met Han Yujiro, who watched my fight with Hanayama Sun." After hearing this name, Guo Haihuang said calmly, "He deserves the title of the strongest. I am no match for him. Did he just watch the battle between you and Huashan? He threw a punch at me, so I took the opportunity to sneak up on him. Then he punched me again. The force was too strong. I didn't completely dodge it with my force reduction, so I took some damage. He looked at me and suddenly lost interest." After hearing this, Guo Haihuang only felt danger for Liu Chen. He had personally experienced the horror of that punch. "So he let you go?" "Yes, after I took a hit, he suddenly decided to let me go. He said it was because of the agreement we had made." "Very good, you have now withstood the world's strongest blow. Your future is bound to be limitless." Guo Haihuang is now full of expectations for Liu Chen, and he has already gained the upper hand in future competitions. Guo Chuncheng was not convinced by Liu Chen. The appearance of this man made him feel uncomfortable. A talented disciple would always threaten his son's status, especially when his father still cared so much about him. Guo Haihuang certainly saw his son's expression, and he knew exactly what he was thinking. Over 100 years of life had made it easy for him to see through other people's minds. So Guo Haihuang said, "Liu Chen, are you seriously injured? If not, then let Chuncheng see what the difference in talent is. In front of a true genius, his few moves are simply not enough." After hearing this, Guo Chuncheng immediately said impatiently, "Thank you for your advice." There was no trace of modesty in his words. After saying that, he rushed over and punched Liu Chen with all his strength. Guo Chuncheng's strength was far inferior to the other two people he had met today. Liu Chen easily dispersed all of his strength without even spinning in the air. He simply dissipated the strength with the sway of his body. Then Liu Chen took advantage of the situation and swung a punch accompanied by a sonic boom, hitting Guo Chuncheng in the chest. Guo Chuncheng was immediately knocked away. In terms of defensive power, he was also far behind. Guo Chuncheng was defeated again in one move. Guo Haihuang slowly walked to his son who had been knocked away, squatted down, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Do you understand? This is the force dissipating technique you've never been able to learn. And he's only been learning it for less than a month. You're so bad." End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Pulling Fist. Chapter 64, Pulling Fist. This kind of attitude is what Guo Chunchang fears the most. Without expectations, there will naturally be no disappointment. Guo Chunchang wanted to say something, but unfortunately, the only thing that came out of his mouth was an unfinished sentence, I. Guo Haihuang reached out to stop Guo Chunchang from speaking. He no longer wanted to listen to his son's explanation. After seeing Liu Chen defeat Guo Chunchang so easily, Long Shuen also wanted to go up and fight him. He did not have the same idea as Guo Chunchang, he just wanted to see how far he was from this true genius. Guo Haihuang glanced at Long Shuen's expression and made a decision. Liu Chen, fight Long again and let him know where his shortcomings lie. Long Shuen bowed to Liu Chen and said, please give it your all and let me see where you are lacking. If you're seriously injured, we can postpone the fight. Liu Chen returned the greeting and said, don't worry about my injuries. I will do my best. Long Shuen walked towards Liu Chen with his hands in his pockets. His tactics were to have the opponent make the first move, and then he would counterattack to achieve the effect of being the last to strike first. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. Liu Chen punched him, and a sonic boom sounded. A fist that exceeds the speed of sound is naturally extremely fast. Ordinary people have no way to defend against it. Long Shuen had been concentrating on Liu Chen's movements. The moment he saw the fist, he squatted sideways, pulled out his fist from his pocket, and hit Liu Chen's vital parts. His movements were incredibly smooth, his attacks as graceful as a dance. The attacks on the temples, throat, and ears are all aimed at vital points. The moment Liu Chen saw Long Shuen draw out his fist, he switched himself into tungsten steel chain mail. Therefore, all of Long Shuen's moves hit the steel, making a teeth-grinding sound. The speed of the attack was fast enough, but the damage was not enough. He even started to suffer fractures in his hands. The hands of the person who launched the attack were covered in blood, while the person who took the attack was not hurt at all. Even trained hands were not enough compared to tungsten steel. Long Shuen's hands were indeed as sharp as a blade, but unfortunately they were useless against a solid piece of steel. Long Shuen continued to attack, his blood splattering. This was why fists were more common than punches. Punches were more likely to injure the opponent if they couldn't break through the defense. Liu Chen was still enduring the damage and getting closer to Long Shuen. This reminded Long Shuen of the American, who also endured the damage and knocked himself down. Therefore, Long Shuen continued to attack with all his strength, and once a person becomes impatient, his flaws will naturally be easily revealed. His speed also began to slow down. At this moment, Liu Chen released his solid state and took a step forward. He struck Long Shuen in the chest with an iron mountain kick. Then, with his left hand, he grabbed Long Shuen's right hand as he retreated. Then he clenched his right fist and smashed it towards Long Shuen's face at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Seeing this, Long Shuen leaned back and forcibly broke his right arm. He then kicked Liu Chen's jaw with a backward kick. Long Shuen's face was now drenched in sweat and blood. He had only one goal, to win. He had already lost so many times. So this time, he, Long Shuen, was determined to win. Liu Chen, struck by Long Shuen's full-strength kick, released his grip on Long Shuen's left hand, swirling around with the force, dissipating all the energy. He stood unharmed. At the same time, Long Shuen's foot slammed down on the ground, and his body, which had been leaning back, began to stand up again. He planned to rely on his waist strength to stabilize his body. During this process, Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head and rushed towards Long Shuen. Headbutt has a special attack against Long Shuen. Long Shuen was in a state of having no support and was knocked to the ground. Liu Chen then lowered his body and unleashed a series of heavy punches on Long Shuen's face. As a result, Long Shuen lost his means of counterattack and lost to Liu Chen. Guo Haihuang stood by and applauded after watching the battle. He admired this kind of battle that required determination from both sides. Then he commented, "Long Shuwen, your attack is still too weak. While it's enough to attack ordinary warriors, it's ineffective against the strongest ones. Their skin and muscles are like steel. You can't defeat them with just your dominant hand. They can easily defeat you by adapting their attacks to their own rhythm." Long Shuwen climbed up from the ground, grasped his broken right hand, bowed solemnly to Guo Haihuang, and asked, "Guo Haihuang, how should I proceed from now on?" He already felt ashamed of his own weakness. He wanted to become stronger and he didn't want to lose again. Guo Haihuang shook his head and said, "Those of us with mediocre talents can only improve ourselves through continuous hard work. Quick success is often the privilege of geniuses. All we can rely on is time. There is no better way now." Guo Haihuang paused and offered his advice, "Don't use your guanshao anymore. Once you get used to fighting the weak, you'll never be able to catch up with the strong. Give up the claws that sustain your life." Long Shuwen understood Guo Haihuang's advice to him, "Thank you for your guidance. I will practice boxing from the beginning. Guanshao cannot defeat those enemies who are like monsters. Only by returning to boxing can you defeat those opponents you have lost to. Now all we have to do is keep practicing hard, and the rest can only be left to time." Fortunately, Guo Haihuang also has a monster apprentice, who will definitely have a place in martial arts in the future. You've already gotten a glimpse of the basics of force elimination. The next step is to become more familiar with it. Once you're familiar with everything, you'll need to apply force elimination to your attacks. I will train hard." Guo Haihuang shook his head and said, "Training alone is no longer effective. The progress you've made after fighting the world's strongest today is far greater than training here for a long time. So you have to keep fighting. You have to find strong opponents to fight in order to grow rapidly." He became more and more excited as he spoke, and a perfect masterpiece was about to emerge from his hands. Liu Chen nodded repeatedly and said, "I understand. Mr. Tokugawa said before that he would help me contact a strong person for the battle. Next, I will contact him to introduce me to an opponent." "Very good, you are a natural fighter. Your pursuit is also perfect." Guo Haihuang clapped his hands and said, "All right. You two go and rest." After saying this, he left without even looking at his son. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Shechuan Genki. Chapter 65, Shechuan Genki. Liu Chen didn't want to get involved in the family affairs of someone else's father and son, so he left. It didn't take long to return to the residence in the Shinshinkai dojo. Liu Chen sat on a chair and took out 2 iron balls and a pistol. This pistol was no longer useful to Liu Chen. However, he still liked the feeling of carrying a pistol. So Liu Chen made up his mind to find a powerful gun, the kind with magic, when he arrived in another world. The iron ball can actually be transformed into a rubber ball. Its functions will be more varied. After all, rubber and iron are the same to Liu Chen. Then go to the toy store and buy a few suitable rubber balls. After sitting at the table and thinking about it for a while, Liu Chen called Tokugawa. "This is what I got when I was selling the Rokakaka fruit. After all, the underground fighting arena is someone else's place. It's always helpful to keep in touch with Tokugawa." As soon as the call was connected, Tokugawa's regretful voice rang out, "You went to challenge Hanayama Kaoru today without informing me. I heard that even Hanma Yujiro went in the end. If there is such a thing in the future, you should notify me in advance. Today's incident happened suddenly. If something like this happens again next time, I will definitely call you. So why are you calling me now?" Liu Chen directly stated his intention, "I want to challenge the strong man you can contact. I wonder if you can arrange it for me." Under normal circumstances, Beiki would definitely be interested, but right now, all his attention is on the primitive man, Peak. "I'm not sure about the others. Right now, everyone's interest is on the primitive man. Do you want to challenge the primitive man? I can take you directly to the fighting arena. It's not the time to challenge the primitive man peak yet. I will find another opportunity later. Tokugawa said in a very understanding tone, he, I knew that martial artists could not resist the strong ones from ancient times. I heard that you even caught Yujiro's punch. Your strength should be able to fight against primitive people. Master Gonghuo couldn't wait to see Liu Chen being beaten by the primitive people. Liu Chen ignored his suggestion and gave his own goal. Does Mr. Shishuan Goki or Mr. Hanbuizo have time? As for Yudi Tubu, he had fought with him many times in his dojo, and fighting with him would hardly have any effect on Liu Chen. Okay, since you already have a target, I'll help you contact him. Thank you very much. I'll go watch it then. After hanging up the phone, Liu Chen began to prepare for the battle. 2 days later, Tokugawa called Liu Chen and told him that everything had been arranged. Szechuan Genki and Hanbuizang were both willing to fight with Liu Chen. They both had high expectations for Guo Haihuang's disciple. After all, neither of them was planning to challenge the primitive man peak, so they just took this opportunity to see Guo Haihuang's disciple. The primitive man peak occupied the underground fighting arena, so the place chosen by Tokugawa for this battle was a park. This place has a terrain bonus for the headquarters. Liu Chen was also very happy after receiving the news. After defeating these two people, he would go to fight Li Haihuang. Then he could prepare to deal with the primitive man pick. So in the evening, Liu Chen wore a loose cloak and arrived at the agreed park early at the agreed time. It was still a little early than the agreed time, which was Liu Chen's personal style. He liked to do things a little ahead of time. Before his opponent arrived, Liu Chen sat on a bench in the park and recalled the styles and characteristics of the two. Shigawa Goki, the Grand Master of Aikido, known as the Martial Saint, is on par with Uchi, known as the Martial God. It is said that he has perfected the art of self-defense. Motobu is, the founder of Motoburyu Jujutsu, is a master of all martial arts and an expert in environmental warfare. Kaya, the god of war, is his disciple. He was even able to defeat Miyamoto Musashi. The common characteristic of the two of them is that they have no martial ethics. However, Liu Chen couldn't be said to be better than the other two in this regard. Tokugawa brought the two to the park on time, and upon meeting them, he told Liu Chen, Jack Fanma challenged Peak a while ago, and he wasn't a match for Peak. But it was a truly thrilling duel. There is no doubt that primitive people are powerful. Tokugawa casually extended an invitation. Baki is going to have a fight later. Do you want to go and see it? This is a rare opportunity. Then remember to call me when the time comes. Then he spread his hands and explained to Liu Chen, I have made an appointment with the two masters for you. Thank you very much. We will make you satisfied today. That would be great. Liu Chen then greeted the two masters behind Tokugawa and said, Thank you for accepting my challenge. Szechuan Genki took the initiative to speak. How powerful it is. A deep and invisible cliff appeared before my eyes. Only those who appeared before me before such an illusion were the strong ones. Tokugawa took over the conversation. I knew that Guo Haihuang's disciples must be very strong. I don't know who is stronger between him and Li Haihuang. I really hope you can fight. Shigawa said to Hanbuizo, why don't you let me take action first? Just let this old man take over. Although Izomotobu also wanted to take action immediately, he nodded and agreed after hearing Shigawa's words. Szechuan Gang smiled angrily and stretched out his hand towards Liu Chen. Young man, let's say hello and get to know each other first. Liu Chen began to hesitate whether to shake hands with him or not. If he did, he would definitely be suppressed. Even before the battle, Tsuyoshi Shikawa had the upper hand in momentum. The handshake god of war is so terrifying. Thinking of this, Liu Chen made up his mind and directly grasped it. After all, he could still cheat by using a substitute. Then hold it. After Liu Chen grabbed Szechuan's hand, a huge force was applied to Liu Chen. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His strength was different from that of Kaoru Hanayama's grip. Liu Chen instinctively wanted to kneel to the ground. So he began to cheat using a double. His muscles had become a single piece of steel. His Aikido joint techniques were no longer effective. Szechuan Genki saw that Liu Chen was standing still, so he started to change his tactics. Rang suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Liu Chen's left wrist with his left hand, then pulled their arms apart with his hands. Take the heaven and earth with both hands. Immediately Liu Chen was thrown into the air by Szechuan. Liu Chen released himself from his restraints. He suddenly clamped Szechuan's body with his legs, using this fulcrum and the strength of his waist to throw Szechuan out. Then, Liu Chen did a backflip and successfully stood still. After being thrown out, Szechuan rolled on the ground and regained his balance. You are indeed very powerful. I didn't quite believe it when I heard that you could take a punch from Mujiro. Young people are indeed far superior to old people like us. As he spoke, he rushed forward and attacked Liu Chen's feet. This was his usual style. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Fighting. Chapter 66 Fighting. Seeing this, Liu Chen threw a punch in the face. Szechuan was able to dodge the punch by lowering his body slightly due to his short stature. Then he lowered his body and hit Liu Chen's standing feet. Liu Chen stood on the ground as if he had taken root. When his attack failed, Szechuan immediately raised his hand and hit Liu Chen's jaw. The intention of this move was so obvious that Liu Chen would never let him hit him. He locked Szechuan's arms with both hands and simultaneously struck the enemy with his knee. Szechuan used his remaining hand to block his knees, then jumped up with the help of the force of Liu Chen's attack. Then he kicked Liu Chen in the face. Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head and rushed forward to meet the blow. The clogs on Szechuan's feet were smashed to pieces, and his kicked feet were covered in blood. The bones were definitely broken by this attack. Then Liu Chen grabbed Szechuan's arms with both hands and threw him up, and then a fist that broke through the air hit Szechuan's body. Szechuan was knocked to the ground so hard that his artificial eye fell out. You are a rare young person who doesn't know how to give way to the elderly. As he spoke, Szechuan struggled to get up. Liu Chen explained, of course I have to give my all against a master like you. This is all out of respect for you. And he kept an eye out for Szechuan's sneak attacks. Szechuan got into position again. Aikido is a defensive style, so he prepared to let Liu Chen attack first. Seeing this, Liu Chen kept walking forward, and when the distance between the two was almost the same, he suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch. Szechuan grabbed the attacking hand and threw it aside. And this was Liu Chen's feint. Liu Chen kicked out in the direction he threw, and this kick successfully hit Szechuan's neck. Szechuan fell to his knees in a daze. The outcome is decided at this moment. Tokugawa clapped his hands repeatedly and praised with some regret, saying, "It was really wonderful. It's a pity that we didn't see Guo Haihuang's ultimate move to dissipate power." Motobuizo replied with some emotion, "Shigawa's style isn't one for aggressive moves, so force elimination isn't suitable for this situation. Furthermore, Guo Haihuang's disciple has very solid fundamentals. From the very beginning, he didn't give Shigawa a chance to use joint techniques. I heard he has incredible talent for martial arts, which he didn't even know until recently. No wonder he was able to take Yujiro's blow. He's so young. I really want to see him fight with Baki right away." Tokugawa's tone began to become excited. "There's definitely a chance. He's constantly challenging masters. They're bound to face off against each other later. I don't know which of them will be able to defeat Peak first." At this time, Liu Chen had already stepped forward and pulled up Szechuan Genki, who had been knocked down. After regaining consciousness, Szechuan coughed and sighed, "Young people are indeed stronger. We, the older generation of martial artists, have to make way for you. You are also very strong. Liu Chen answered very modestly. Sichuan Genki's handshake kill was quite impressive. Liu Chen wondered if he could learn this move after the fight. Sichuan said with a hint of resentment, "You didn't even use those powerful moves, did you? I heard that Guo Haihuang can punch through a wall with just one punch. This move doesn't work very well for you, does it? Who knows? You're useless." Sichuan replied in a teasing tone. The two walked back from the side. Sichuan calmly spread his hands to the headquarters and said cunningly, "You see, I lost, so from now on you have to win honor for us old people." Hanbu deadpanned, "All I can say is that I'll do my best." He. Liu Chen continued to speak to the headquarters, "I will ask for your guidance from now on." Tokugawa then said, "Don't you need to rest for a while? We have a long evening ahead of us, so there's no rush. Battles need to be savored." He also wanted to savor the battle process just now. Liu Chen thought for a moment and said, "The battle just now didn't take up much of my energy, so I should finish it as soon as possible." Although it may seem a bit disrespectful to Sichuan, but that is the fact. Sichuan couldn't help but sigh, "It's really easy." Tokugawa didn't refuse, "Let's get started. I didn't expect to see 2 games in a row tonight." Motobuazang stared at Liu Chen for a moment before saying, "Can you use weapons?" "Without weapons, I will never be your opponent. Each of you is as strong as a monster. If I don't use weapons and those unorthodox things, I am at best an ordinary warrior with some strength. There is absolutely no chance for me to stand with you." Liu Chen nodded repeatedly and replied, "Of course, I am not the kind of person who only pursues bare-handed combat. I also used weapons in the previous battle with Hanayama Suan. Fighting means giving it your all. Then this kind of weapon is okay." Motobuazo said as he took out a firearm from his clothes. There are various weapons inside the headquarters coat. Seeing this situation, Liu Chen smiled and then took out a pistol from behind. "I used to rely on this weapon for a while, so I brought one with me. I'm sure you don't mind me using it." When the headquarters saw Liu Chen actually took out a pistol, they burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally spoke, "You really suit my taste. The so-called battle is to use all means to win. So fighting is about fighting and military tactics. I agree with you. There's no need for morality in battle. I can see that you are someone who has experienced life and death battles. Your fighting style is different from Retsukaiu and the others. I used to rely mainly on sneak attacks to fight. Even though I've learned some martial arts techniques now, it's hard to change my habits. However, my teacher Guo Haihuang thought my style was pretty good, so he didn't ask me to change it. Then let's get started." As soon as Benbu finished speaking, a smoke bomb was thrown out of his hand. The smoke enveloped all 4 of them, and he didn't even worry about Tokugawa, who was also in the smoke. As for Shibukawa, he was definitely not afraid of such a strong attack. Then 2 flying knives flew towards Liu Chen from different directions. Liu Chen threw up his cloak and rolled up the flying knife. Now Liu Chen had more methods. He was no longer limited to hardening his cloak for defense. Liu Chen felt that this method of hiding was very good, so he decided to bring a few smoke bombs with him in the future. At the same time, several more smoke bombs were thrown out by the headquarters, and his figure completely disappeared in the smoke. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Despicable. Chapter 67 Despicable. Then the headquarters suddenly came across the smoke and chopped towards Liu Chen's head with a wooden sword. Liu Chen raised his right hand to block the incoming wooden sword, and in an instant the wooden sword broke into several pieces under the impact. However, Benbu had not originally planned to use a wooden sword to achieve the effect. He took out a short knife from his clothes with his left hand and stabbed it directly at Liu Chen. The dagger was blocked by Liu Chen's cloak and could not move forward any further. Benbu asked thoughtfully, is steel sewn into the cloak? What a good idea! I will learn this trick in the future. It seems that wearing a cloak is indeed useful in battle. Benbu also learned a trick. He didn't expect Liu Chen to answer his question. Liu Chen actually answered, this is to dissipate energy. Of course, this was a lie. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Chen swung his fist towards the enemy's chest. The power of this punch broke the speed of sound. The headquarters dagger immediately moved to the path of Liu Chen's fist. Boom! The dagger was broken into pieces, while there was only a shallow scratch on Liu Chen's fist. The headquarters was pushed back several steps by this force. At the same time, he threw several simple explosives at Liu Chen the moment he retreated. What a powerful punch! If I hadn't been wearing special clothing that absorbs the impact, that single punch would have defeated me. Several explosions were heard, and he even used words to cover up the fact that he had thrown the explosives. He was constantly distracting Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who was in the center of the explosion, made himself strong and dodged the attack. Although the enemy's attack was very powerful, he did not suffer any damage. However, Liu Chen always felt helpless. From the beginning, the rhythm of the battle was led by Hanbuizo. He was indeed a master who could defeat Miyamoto Musashi. So Liu Chen took out a rubber ball in his right hand, and the power of rotation began to appear in his hand. At this time, the chain in the headquarters hand had appeared in front of Liu Chen, and he had an unknown number of weapons on him. The rubber ball flew towards the head of the group with a whoosh. After all, it was just a challenge and you couldn't really throw it towards an important part like the throat. The weight carried by the chain hit Liu Chen's face with a bang, and the rubber ball had already appeared on Benbu's chest. The power of the vortex kept tearing at the armor that Benbu was wearing, and his technologically advanced jacket was torn apart by the vortex. He was not only wearing one layer of armor, but also another layer underneath his coat. Therefore, his main body was not defeated by this attack. Of course Liu Chen also withstood the damage of the chains, and after sparks flew. Several kunao were hurled at Liu Chen by the headquarters. One of them seemed to be predicting Liu Chen's evasive direction. It passed by Liu Chen and was firmly nailed to the ground. All the weapons he threw were knocked away by Liu Chen's arms. Liu Chen rushed towards the headquarters. The headquarters had more long-range attack methods than himself, so he had to fight in close combat. Firing a gun in such a place would definitely cause trouble, as the sound of the gunshot would definitely attract the police and others to come and investigate. Although Tokugawa might be able to help solve the problem, Liu Chen would still be in trouble. After all, he was a stowaway. Liu Chen had only taken a few steps when he felt something wrapped around his arm. A ring suddenly appeared on his hand, and his words were filled with sarcasm. "You're not going to use your pistol? I'm always on guard. Don't move. I've got a fiber rope wrapped around your arm." He fixed an almost invisible fiber string in the ring behind the kunao and threw it out, while the other end was held in the hands of the master. The middle part of them was wrapped around Liu Chen's arm. It seemed the battle was decided, and the headquarters began to explain. "This was the inspiration given to me by Dorian, one of the 5 death row prisoners. It's said that he used this thing to sever the war god's hand. So, young man, you lose this round. You're already very strong at your age to have this kind of experience." However, Liu Chen's fist didn't stop at all. The fiber line scraped against Liu Chen's arm, sending sparks flying. Although this nanoscale fiber line could easily cut through flesh, this attack was useless against Liu Chen. After all, Liu Chen was in a metallic state at the moment. We didn't expect that Liu Chen could actually break this move. He was hit directly in the chest by this punch without any preparation. The headquarters was directly knocked out. He got up from the ground with blood in his mouth and said, "Did you sew steel wire inside your sleeves? No wonder you used your arms to block the damage before." Young people nowadays really can't be underestimated. They have so much combat experience. Liu Chen quickly said modestly, your move is also very powerful. I have learned a lot from it. This kind of fiber-based move is also very powerful and I can learn it myself. It turns out that you still need to exchange industry experience with such veterans to make progress. The rubber ball is also a very powerful weapon. I will carry it with me in the future. I really gained a lot from fighting you today. But how did you throw the rubber ball with the same effect as the iron ball? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and fired at Liu Chen, seemingly asking a question. In reality, it was to attract Liu Chen's attention. A surprise attack was the easiest way to win. Why would there be so much talk during a fight? The moment Benbu raised his hand, Liu Chen threw his cloak towards Benbu to block his sight. Then he took out all the rubber balls behind him and threw them towards Benbu. Speaking is also a means for Liu Chen to confuse his opponents. One of them spun with such force that the rest flew towards the ground, then bounced back and hit the headquarters, turning into iron balls the moment they hit the ground. The two of them seemed to be exchanging various insidious moves, sharing their own despicable experiences. After this battle, both of them would have new moves. Indeed, sharing experiences with peers is the key to progress. Liu Chen and the two men from his unit continued to fight, countering each other's moves. Tokugawa said to Shibukawa with emotion, the fight between the two of them was really exciting. I haven't seen such a scheming fight for a long time. Most of the recent underground fights are fist-to-flesh combat. Tokugawa hasn't seen this kind of fighting where the focus is on victory for a long time. Szechuan watched the two men fighting and said, indeed. Both of their moves are very powerful. No matter who I was put against, I would have been defeated by now. Tokugawa spoke thoughtfully, I didn't expect Hanbu to be so formidable with weapons. I used to think he was still a ways off from those strong men. Perhaps I should incorporate weapons combat into the competition later. The idea of finding a strong man who could use weapons began to grow in his mind. Who do you think is the strongest person using weapons? Shibukawa Tsuyoshi answered with a teasing look on his face, of course it's Yujiro who is holding a weapon. The other one is the sword master Miyamoto Musashi. Apart from the two of them, I can't think of anyone else who is a master with weapons. He actually wanted to tease Tokugawa. Musashi? What kind of demeanor would the sword saint possess? I really want to see it. Perhaps Musashi's resurrection will be brought forward soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 Portal. Chapter 68 Portal. Shibukawa looked at the main unit firing on the field and asked, is it okay for Izo to shoot casually from this position? Of course, no problem. I'll take care of everything later. You have your own battles, and I have my own battlefield. Determined to revive Musashi, Tokugawa was itching to do so. This little thing was no big deal for him. He just wanted to watch the battle and then go find the scientist, thinking that the scientist who revived the primitive man might be able to help. Shishuan looked at Tokugawa, whose expression had turned lewd, and asked, what idea do you have now? You just gave me a good idea. Thank you so much. Yujiro doesn't know how to use weapons. I can't imagine him using weapons. It's just like Hanayama doesn't know how to learn techniques. He might learn it, as long as there's a strong enough opponent. Tokugawa thought that if it was the sword master Miyamoto Musashi, he might be able to force Yujiro to learn some swordsmanship. There is no such person in the world. The title of the world's strongest naturally has different meanings in the hearts of different people. At this time, the battle between the two people fighting on the field was about to end. The situation was already clear to the two besiegers. Although Liu Chen's clothes were torn, he was not injured at all. So far, neither Szechuan Goki nor Hanbu Izo had caused any harm. On the other hand, Hanbu Izang was now covered in wounds, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And although his clothes were like a treasure bag, he still couldn't carry much. His weapons were almost used up. And Liu Chen didn't even use his pistol, which made the headquarters very concerned. There might be a bullet flying towards him at any time. Of course, the iron ball had been lost. An unused weapon can also distract the enemy, as long as he notices it. Benbu gasped and said, "Young man, you have your weapon out, why don't you use it?" "Don't worry, bullets can't kill me completely. Since I can't hurt you, there's no need to use it. I can't find a place to restock bullets." "What type of weapons?" "I can find some for you later." Liu Chen immediately replied, "A.1890 Colt revolver made in 45. You're using antiques as weapons. How extravagant. Most revolver bullets are universal. I'll find some for you." At this time, Benbu took out the last weapon he had, a rope. He pounced towards Liu Chen quickly, with the rope in his hands, looking like he was ready to tie Liu Chen up. Liu Chen grabbed the rope with one hand, then raised his leg and kicked towards the headquarters. Benbu was also a master of jujutsu, and he immediately dropped the rope in his hand, supported Liu Chen's kicking leg with both hands, and quickly dodged backwards. He used the rope to attract Liu Chen's attention, and as he swung sideways, he casually threw the rope to Liu Chen. Then the headquarters successfully pulled out the pistol that Liu Chen had hidden behind his back. He had seen where Liu Chen had placed the revolver when he first showed it to him. From the beginning, he had planned how to seize the enemy's weapon. And Liu Chen snatched the rope from his hand. After getting the pistol, Benbu rolled over, turned around, half-crouched on the ground, and pulled the trigger at Liu Chen. Everything made sense, the only regret was that no bullets were fired from the gun. There were no bullets in the first magazine of Liu Chen's revolver, mainly to prevent accidental firing. The rope in Liu Chen's hand transformed into a steel rod. Just as Ben Buletin was about to fire his second shot, Liu Chen slammed the rod into Ben Buletin's arm, where he was holding the revolver. The pain caused him to drop the pistol. Then, like lightning, the rod struck Ben Buletin's throat, shoulder, and other vital points. This wave of attack surged towards Ben Buletin like a tide. Then the unit was beaten to the ground with sticks. After seeing the headquarters fall to the ground, Liu Chen released his ability. The rope immediately dropped. "It's just a fight, there's no need to kill." The headquarters also raised its hands to indicate that it admitted defeat. Then the main unit asked, "I lost. Guo Haihuang's disciple is indeed amazing. What was that last move you made, using the rope like a stick? I never thought someone could use a rope to such an effect." Liu Chen lied without hesitation, "This move of mine is called bundling cloth into a stick. It is the essence of Chinese martial arts. But it is a unique skill that can only be used by those with deep internal strength. All kinds of martial arts are superpowers." After hearing Liu Chen's answer, Tokugawa asked Sichuan, "Is there such a move? I have never seen Li Haihuang use it before. Could this be Guo Haihuang's special move?" Shibukawa Goki offered his own thoughts. "Retsukaiu has rarely used weapons. He seems to prefer fighting with his bare hands. The last time he used a weapon was during the 5 death row inmates incident. So it's probably due to their different styles." After hearing the explanation, Tokugawa nodded and said, "Well, what you said makes sense. This kind of fighting with weapons is really exciting. I have to find a strong man who can use weapons." The thought of resurrecting Miyamoto Musashi could no longer wait. He also wanted to know whether Miyamoto Musashi was stronger or the primitive man was stronger, or whether Yujiro was still the strongest in the world. Motobu stood up again and dusted himself off. His clothes were already in tatters. Liu Chen walked up to Tokugawa and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tokugawa. I have gained a lot from fighting with the two masters today." Tokugawa said with a sly look on his face, "You played very well, and I was very satisfied. Don't you want to play against Peak later? I can help you organize it." There will be opportunities later. I'm not ready yet. Okay then. How's your progress on the Rococaca fruit? I have organized scientists to conduct research, and results should be available soon. After talking to Tokugawa, Lu Chen said to Szechuan with a calm face, the technique you use to hold my hand is very powerful. I wonder if you can teach it to me. Szechuan Genki also admired Lu Chen's talent. So he said, if you become my disciple of the Shugawaryu Aikijujutsu, I will naturally teach you all the techniques of Aikido. Partisanship is more common in Japan, and he does not have Guo Haihuang's determination to keep technology developing. For them, their own skills cannot be taught to others casually. They always cherish their own skills and will never pass them on to anyone outside their own sect. Although Lu Chen was jealous of his handshake kill, he had no intention of becoming his disciple. After all, although Lu Chen felt that he had no morals, he still had a master here. There has to be a bottom line. So he rejected Shibukawa Goki's suggestion and said, I see. It seems that my request is too presumptuous. Please don't take my unreasonable request to heart. Szechuan wasn't angry. He could accept someone as his disciple and naturally others could refuse. If you have any ideas later, you can come to my dojo to find me. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Jack Fanma. Chapter 69 Jack Fanma. After picking up the throwing knives, kunao and other weapons that he had thrown on the ground, Motobuizo also came to the three of them. After arriving, he said with emotion, today's battle was really exciting. I haven't fought like this in a long time. Few people can fight me like this. After saying that, he threw the revolver in his hand towards Lu Chen. As for why no one fought with him like this, Ben Buizhang had to look for the reason in himself. Lu Chen took the opportunity to express his needs. Thank you for your guidance. I have benefited a lot today. I wonder if you can sell me a few of your smoke bombs. Of course, it's not something valuable. I will bring you bullets and smoke bombs later. So the reason you didn't shoot before was because you had no bullets. It was obvious that there was a hint of resentment in the tone of the department. I just didn't load the first magazine. I was afraid it might go off accidentally. You know, this antique stuff can go off easily. Have you ever thought about changing to a newer style? Lu Chen couldn't help but shrugged and said, I don't have that kind of method here. Tokugawa interjected excitedly, I can give you a hand, so be sure to call me next time you fight. Thank you very much. It is naturally great to be able to get weapons for free. Tokugawa was still anxious to revive Miyamoto Musashi, so he said to the three of them, since the battle is over, I will leave first. So after he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Mr. Tokugawa seems quite anxious. Maybe he has something important to do in his business. Then he still came to watch our fight. You don't know that. For Mr. Tokugawa, watching the battle is the most important thing. Szechuan stretched himself and said, I have to leave too. It's getting late. Staying up too late is not good for the elderly. Goodbye then. The three of them left immediately. After saying goodbye to Tokugawa and others, Lu Chen also prepared to return to the dojo. Lu Chen was very satisfied with today's battle. After leaving the deserted park, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the half-charged light gate in his mind. It looked like leaving this world was easy. If he defeated a few more powerful people, he would be qualified to leave. However, Lu Chen decided to defeat Hanma Yujiro before leaving this world. In fact, all the goals that can be achieved in this world have been achieved, but defeating the strongest in the world can make Lu Chen feel a sense of accomplishment. It definitely had nothing to do with the punch he had given him before. Lu Chen always thought that he had a very broad mind. There were few people on the streets at night, and the park chosen by Tokugawa was also relatively remote. Silent night. Not long after walking, Lu Chen met a tall figure at the entrance of an alley. Or maybe someone is waiting for him on the road he must take. Jack walked over after seeing Liu Chen. Liu Chen, who is 1.8 meters tall, was half suppressed by Jack, who is 2.4 meters tall. Jack Fanma stared at Liu Chen intently and said, "Let me experience the profound essence of Chinese martial arts. I've been told you're very strong." He grinned, his teeth flashing coldly, and the skin on his sides showed signs of being torn. It seemed that, just as Tokugawa had said, he had already lost to peak. Liu Chen was still very cautious with Jack. This old man often bit people. To him, his whole body was a weapon. Jack's facial muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging. His voice was filled with urgency. Looking closely, he seemed a bit manic. It was obvious that Jack had taken a large amount of stimulants. He is a technological warrior, so it is normal for him to use these things. So Liu Chen said, "I will let you see the power of martial arts." Jack looked at Liu Chen's torn clothes and asked, "Did you just go through a battle?" "Yes, I just challenged Mr. Shibukawa and Mr. Motobu." Jack was a little dissatisfied that the person he wanted to fight had been intercepted by someone else. However, Jack was unwilling to bully someone who had just finished a fight. For him, defeating such an opponent was meaningless. So he suggested, "I don't want to take advantage of you, you go and rest for a day and we will fight again tomorrow." Liu Chen thought about it and agreed with the suggestion. After all, he had just learned a few tricks from the headquarters, and tomorrow he could use Jack to experiment. So he went back tonight and prepared everything. "That's fine too. We'll have this battle tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I'll be waiting for you in the park near here." Jack said with a smile, "Very good, I will come again tomorrow." Before he turned to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, "I heard that you provoked my father before? I didn't expect you to survive. I, Jack Fanma, like opponents like you." After hearing this, Liu Chen also stated his goal, "I will not die until I defeat powerful people like you step by step. Tomorrow I will defeat you. After that, it will be your brother Baki, and finally your father Hanma Yujiro." This sentence irritated Jack. He actually dared to look down on his father like that. In Jack's eyes, his father, Hanma Yujiro, was invincible. No one could defeat him. Even saying such a thing was forbidden. Only one person could defeat Hanma Yujiro, and that was himself. Jack had extremely complicated feelings towards his father. The family relationships in the Fanma family are very complicated. Under the influence of the drug, Jack seemed to be more easily irritated. His tone began to grow angry. "You are truly arrogant. Even your teacher, Guo Haihuang, is no match for our Fanma bloodline. In the grand arena, your people were completely defeated. In the face of absolute power, your so-called martial arts are simply not worth mentioning." His words also stimulated Liu Chen. So Liu Chen also started to mock, "Oh? Fanma bloodline? How dare you, a person with impure bloodline, call yourself Fanma bloodline? Even your father doesn't recognize your existence. How can you be qualified to call yourself Fanma bloodline?" Liu Chen deliberately provoked him, and a confused mind would be more likely to show flaws. He was no longer prepared to postpone the battle with Jack until tomorrow, he had to make him pay for his words now. His previous battle hadn't taken much effort. So he can still fight now, and Jack's condition is not necessarily better than his own. He had just fought the primitive man and was also seriously injured. Although in Baki's worldview, going to the hospital was like refreshing his status. However, Liu Chen was not inferior to him at all. Furious, Jack roared, "I'm going to kill you right here today. How dare you insult me?" Anger had completely clouded his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Bite Road. Chapter 70, Bite Road. Jack Fanma's bulging muscles tore his clothes, and then he swung his heavy punch at Liu Chen. Liu Chen also swung his fist in the same way. With a bang, the fists collided. They were both the same type of people, both yearning to be powerful, but they were just using different methods. The pain from this fist bump is nothing to anyone who has used stimulants. Liu Chen raised his leg and kicked Jack in the crotch. Jack ignored his bleeding right hand and smashed Liu Chen's head with his left fist. Jack's height advantage was clearly on display at this moment. He had previously broken bones and stretched his limbs to gain an advantage in combat. The fists whistling down from above were powerful and forceful. However, the position where Liu Chen kicked was even more deadly. Neither of them had any intention of dodging the blows to their foreheads or crotches, as if they were not the ones about to be attacked. Now it depends on who can't stand the pressure and dodges first, or whether neither of them plans to dodge. As a result, both of their attacks successfully hit their opponents. Liu Chen hardened the skin on his head, but as the force of his fist fell, he felt dizzy. Jack's face was twisted in pain. Even if he took a large amount of stimulants, he couldn't completely suppress the pain of being kicked in the crotch. Liu Chen took a step back due to dizziness, while Jack fell to his knees. The dizziness quickly dissipated, and Liu Chen returned to normal in an instant, so he took the lead in attacking. A sonic boom sounded, and a fist wrapped in airflow hit Jack's face. Jack was too tall, and his kneeling posture was not much lower than Liu Chen. So this location is just right. Jack tried to block with his arms, but he was too slow. A heavy punch hit Jack directly in the face, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground. Jack fell heavily to the ground and fell into unconsciousness. The force of the punch was enough to make him faint. However, Liu Chen did not take advantage of the situation to continue attacking. It was just a fight and it was not yet time to kill. This world still has laws. Miyamoto Musashi was arrested by the police after killing Rei Kaiu. So Liu Chen, who has no plans to leave, doesn't intend to break the law. If this were in the world of JoJo, his revolver would have been empty by now. Liu Chen didn't leave either, at least he had to wait until Jack woke up before leaving. After all, he was the one who knocked him unconscious. Approaching the unconscious Jack, Liu Chen finally took a closer look at him. Jack was truly cruel to himself, his body was covered in scars. The drug overdose had caused his breathing to be unusually rapid, even in his coma. After a while, Jack supported himself with his hands and recovered quickly under the effect of the stimulant. Liu Chen stared at Jack and said, "You've already lost. Facts have proven that even the martial arts you claim are not strong are far superior to your impure bloodline." Jack's blood-soaked face revealed a ferocious expression. He shouted, "Lose? I haven't lost yet. As long as I can stand up, I haven't lost yet. Don't be so arrogant." After saying that, he rushed towards Liu Chen. Liu Chen saw the enemy rushing towards him, so he raised his foot and kicked Jack to the ground. The wounds on Jack's body immediately split open, and his face was covered in blood. It looked very creepy. Liu Chen looked at Jack's miserable condition and said, "Don't fool yourself. You are not strong enough." Jack got up from the ground and said with a determined look, "I want to win today, and I want to keep winning. Even if it means giving up tomorrow." So the second round begins. You are strong, and your martial arts are very strong. But this is no excuse for me to admit defeat. Come on. Then Jack wiped the blood off his face with his hand, threw it all to the ground with a flick of his hand, and got ready for attack again. The second round of fighting began, and Liu Chen took the lead with a straight punch. He dodged Liu Chen's straight punch, bent over and swung a full-strength uppercut at Liu Chen's jaw. This was the punch he was most proud of. Jack thought to himself that God had failed him once, so please favor him this time. He has given up everything to become stronger. However, God never let his gaze linger on Jack. Liu Chen used his force to disperse the damage of the punch, and at the same time used Jack's strength to kick him while spinning in the air. Jack took a few steps back and asked, this attack has no effect on you? It's a really cool move. Then he seemed to understand something and said, but you will lose in the end. I have discovered your weakness. God has given us the most deadly weapon. Then try it and let me see what you understand. You guys are always looking for a cool victory, but I'm different. I'm willing to do anything to win. Liu Chen understood that Jack was going to bite, so he maintained his chainmail form and punched him again, and decided to tie him up after knocking him down this time, so that he wouldn't stand up again. A punch at that speed couldn't hit Jack. Jack dodged the fist that was about to hit his face, then he rushed forward and hugged Liu Chen, and then he bit Liu Chen's shoulder with his teeth. Jack's teeth successfully bit through the coat and began to tear at Liu Chen's skin. His teeth were technologically reinforced, and his bite force was astonishing. But once his teeth reached the skin, they couldn't go in even a millimeter. It was as if the ground beneath his teeth was made of steel. Jack Van Main is a powerful being made possible by technology. He will use every possible means to achieve victory. He will attack his enemies with tooth and claw. He will use every possible means to achieve victory. It's a pity that although his bite force is amazing, human parts are still too fragile in front of steel. Blood flowed from Jack's mouth, and it was different from when he bit people before. This time it was his own blood. Under his extreme bite force, his teeth began to break. Jack's determination to win was so strong that he would bite off a piece of steel today. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. Liu Chen pulled his arm out suddenly, and Jack's teeth fixed in his mouth flew out with the pull. He lost his most powerful weapon. Then Liu Chen's fist appeared in front of him, and Jack Fanma fell to the ground again. You've already lost your fangs. Admit defeat. Don't make me tie you up. Save some face for yourself. Liu Chen took out the rope he had gotten from Zhang in the headquarters. He had thought it might be useful, so he didn't return it to the headquarters. And the headquarters doesn't really care about a piece of rope. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Watching the Battle. Chapter 71 Watching the Battle. Jack's expression was filled with anger and humiliation. He didn't expect that his teeth, which he was most proud of, could not bite through a person's skin. He quickly readjusted his mindset. It was because there were so many strong people in the world that he was so eager to become stronger. Only by defeating the strong can you grow, nothing else matters. Your muscles are as strong as metal. Jack, with blood flowing from his mouth, began to speak unclearly. Technology is your friend. You can replace your lost teeth with real metal ones. They'll be able to chew through metal. So throw in the towel and leave. Liu Chen admired this man who would do anything to become stronger. His awareness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Jack has always been walking on the path he desires, but he just doesn't know whether it is right or wrong. Jack wasn't one to shy away from defeat, so he stood up again and replied, I lost this time. I'll come after you again. When I'm stronger than I am now. When I can chew through metal. I'll wait for you. Liu Chen agreed casually. Liu Chen didn't care at all. By the time Jack could chew metal, he would have left. Then he could bite other people. He couldn't bite him anyway. Liu Chen took a breath as he watched Jack leave. I challenged 3 masters in a row tonight and gained a lot. Although they are not the best, they all have their own characteristics and reasons for fighting. Now it's time to go back to bed. The moon was already high in the sky, and after walking a distance, there were more people on the street. The night in the big city is still very prosperous. Liu Chen walked on the street and looked at the people on the road, some laughing, some dull, and some rushing. This prosperous life is no longer suitable for me, even though this world is very similar to my hometown. But it was all Liu Chen's own fault. So he was very happy, and the feeling of pursuing continuous improvement was simply wonderful. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Liu Chen walked towards the dojo with a determined goal. The next target is the Primitive Man Peak. After returning to the dojo, Liu Chen saw Li Hai Wang sitting in the empty dojo, waiting for him. He had been practicing hard during this period, so he must be sitting here waiting for him. As soon as Li Hai Wang saw Liu Chen, he asked first, "I heard from Guo Haihuang that you challenged Shechuan in the headquarters today. What was the result?" "It was very rewarding. I learned a lot from both of them." Li Hai Wang grinned and said, "It's good to have some gains. I would like to fight with you sometime." "Didn't we fight before?" Liu Chen was a little confused. The main reason why he didn't specifically challenge Li Hai Wang and Yudi Tuobu was that he had already fought with them several times. "We all live in the same temple, so King Li Hai Wang doesn't have to make a special trip to wait for me." Retsukaiu replied seriously, "I'm talking about a battle where everyone gives their all." Liu Chen thought that this was nothing to worry about, so he agreed, "Okay, let's wait until we have time later." After receiving Liu Chen's affirmative answer, King Lihei continued. "Beiki is going to challenge Peak tomorrow, and he invited me to watch. Do you want to go?" This is the reason why King Lihai is sitting here waiting for Liu Chen today. Watching the battle between strong people can also help him grow. Liu Chen agreed repeatedly, "I want to go, I want to go. If there is a lively scene, I can watch it for free, otherwise I will miss it." He really likes to join in the fun. "I'll remember to invite you when I go to the underground fighting arena tomorrow." "About when?" "I'm not sure, so I plan to go there in the morning." Beiki should have gone there early as well. He said he was waiting until Peak was hungry. Early the next morning, Liu Chen found Li Hai Wang and prepared to ask him to take him to watch the fun. King Li Hai just smiled at the excited Liu Chen. It seemed that Liu Chen couldn't wait any longer. So he set off early. Liu Chen followed Li Hai Wang to watch the fight between Beiki and Peak. This was Liu Chen's first time to the famous underground fighting arena. After arriving at the scene, Beiki and Peak were the only ones there. The battle hadn't begun yet. Beiki seemed to be waiting for Peak to get hungry and attack him. The other people who came to watch the game didn't come either, so they were indeed a little early. Liu Chen forced himself to explain, "The battle hasn't started yet, it's really appropriate to come. Rei Kaihu didn't spoil the show, Pike probably isn't hungry yet. But it should start soon." After a while, someone came over pushing dinosaur meat. Peak no longer needed to fight, as he had enough food. He even shared a piece with Beiki. Beiki went up and humiliated Peak, which made Peak angry. A fight ensued, and Tokugawa arrived with the rest of the fighters. Liu Chen said to Tokugawa cunningly, "You're late. The fight has been going on for quite a while." Tokugawa immediately looked a little regretful, "Are we actually late?" At this time, Retsukai Wang said, "The battle has just begun, you have arrived at the perfect time." Tokugawa didn't take it to heart and replied casually, "What a cunning boy." For him, the most important thing now is to watch the game. The battle was extremely exciting, and the onlookers were amazed by the moves made by both sides. The battle intensified. Beiki struck a strange pose, and what was even stranger was that a dinosaur even appeared behind him. Liu Chen looked at the Triceratops phantom that appeared behind Blade Fang and asked, "How did they do that? Is the pictographic fist here so pictographic?" Retsukaiu was the commentator. Beiki imagined all the characteristics of Triceratops, so he used his boxing skills to simulate the Triceratops. Liu Chen suddenly thought of the missile Xing Yiquan in Ken 1, and thought that imitating Gundam would be more powerful. So Liu Chen raised this question, if Beiki imagines Gundam, can he simulate Gundam? Liu Chen nodded as he spoke, feeling very proud of his idea. Driving a Gundam is a man's romance. King Li Hai was a little confused. How could an ordinary person think of this kind of Xing Yiquan? This kind of thing can't be simulated just by imagination, right? Liu Chen shouted, "Xing Yiquan is not such an inconvenient thing." Then he began to think, Yujiro has his own Yujiro Xing Yiquan, if he imitates his own double, can he create another double shadow behind him to confuse the enemy? Heart of Steel Xing Yiquan. If this move were to return to Jojo again, it would definitely surprise the other stand users. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Liu Chen continued, I wonder if I can learn this Xing Yiquan. Rei Kai thought for a moment and replied, that probably requires an endless imagination. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Interlude. Chapter 72 Interlude. Liu Chen understood that this required a clever mind. Indeed, apart from the father and son of the Fan Ma family, he had never seen anyone else use this ability. At this time, Beiki had begun to gain the upper hand, and Peak was suppressed by Beiki. Then Beiki started to urinate randomly in the fighting arena. It's so freeing. The fight continued, and Beiki attacked Peak's crotch again. The intense pain made Peak furious, and the scar on his back began to show. It was a scar that looked like a DNA spiral. Then, as the two continued to fight, Peak threw Beiki to the ground. Tokugawa couldn't help but ask, who do you think won? Rei Kai said with certainty, of course it was Peak, even if he used technology. But winning in battle is winning. Kaoru Hanayama expressed a different opinion. Technology is a tool used by the weak to defeat the strong. The moment Peak used his technology against Beiki, he had already put himself in a position inferior to Beiki. Huashan's reason always feels unreasonable. Tokugawa looked at Liu Chen. This was the last fighter present. Those kinds of things should be judged by those who fight on the field themselves. We just have to enjoy watching. As for who is stronger, everyone has their own opinion. Indeed, we are merely observing the battle. The outcome is up to them to judge. After watching the match, Tokugawa looked very satisfied. When they walked out of the fighting arena, he suddenly said, as if to avenge Liu Chen's previous prank. Hehe, you'll never guess what I've done. I'm sure you'll be surprised when I'm done. This will definitely be shocking news to the fighting world. Liu Chen wondered if Tokugawa had started to resurrect Miyamoto Musashi in advance. It felt like the timeline had been advanced. But thinking of Tokugawa's smug look, Liu Chen decided to cooperate with him. What did you do? Tokugawa rarely kept the secret and said, you will know after I finish it. It will definitely exceed your imagination. Then I'll keep looking forward to it. Tokugawa left here first in a mysterious manner. At the entrance of the arena, Kaoru Hanayama invited the remaining two people, do you want to go for a drink? He is impossible to train, so he is naturally strong. Retsukayu refused outright, no, I have to go to training. It seems that Beiki's battle today made me realize that I still have a long way to go. When he returned to his usual training place, Guo Haihuang was waiting for him. After seeing Liu Chen return, Guo Haihuang sat down and asked, what have you learned from these battles? Liu Chen thought about it carefully. Learn to use smoke bombs and imagine Gundam in battle? Increasing combat experience didn't lead to any progress. That means the opponent you're facing isn't strong enough to unleash your potential. You need to find a stronger opponent to put yourself in a tough fight. Do you have a goal? Hearing the master's question, Liu Chen told his plan, I am going to challenge the primitive man now. Guo Haihuang was a little dissatisfied with Liu Chen's cautious move. It seems that Yujiro's son won the fight. Why don't you challenge the winner directly? I plan to challenge them step by step, and the last one is Yujiro. It is also important to accumulate momentum before the battle. Since you have a plan, just do it. Do you have any other questions? Guo Haihuang was ready to answer some of Liu Chen's questions. I was wondering how to pull off that attack you had earlier. Guo Haihuang demonstrated his attack and elimination power to Liu Chen again. Then he said, now that you've mastered force elimination, you need to apply it to your offense. You need to think carefully about how to integrate force elimination into your attack. This state of mind can't be described in words. You have to experience it yourself. Do I have to find this feeling myself? Guo Haihuang comforted him in a rare gesture, don't put too much pressure on yourself. When I was your age, I didn't even know how to use up my strength. I'll think about it seriously. Guo Haihuang looked at Liu Chen with satisfaction. He would be a masterpiece of the most perfect technique. The status of martial arts would be unquestionable in the years to come. He had already won the bet 100 years from now. Just a few days passed, and the things that the headquarters promised to give to Liu Chen were delivered. Soon after, news broke that Pico had escaped from the lab, but Liu Chen knew he was just living in the sewers, making it easy to find him. Rei Haihuang, who received the news, found Liu Chen and said, Beiki is ready to challenge you. Do you want to fight him now? Liu Chen felt that he was almost ready, so he replied, I plan to challenge Peak first. I think he is stronger than Peak, so I will put him behind. Let's talk about it after I challenge Peak. Li Haihuang nodded and said, since you have made up your mind, I will help you reject him. After you finish these things, you can fight me. Sure. Thank you. Rei Haihuang thought about Peak's news and asked, do you know where Peak is? Liu Chen answered affirmatively, it's easy to find. If no one sees him in the city, his size means he will only be in the sewer. Of course, the main reason why Liu Chen could answer so confidently was because he knew that Peak had escaped into the sewer. This was the process of inferring the result from knowing it. That makes sense. Do you need me to go with you to look for it? King Lihei was a little worried that Liu Chen might be in danger if he went alone. Liu Chen answered confidently, no need. I've mastered force neutralization now. Peak's attacks are useless against me. His fangs and claws also have no effect on me. It's good that you have confidence. I believe you won't make the same mistake as me. In Li Haihuang's eyes, Liu Chen was now very different from before. He began to show the aura of a fighter. And his aura was extremely powerful. Li Haihuang knew that he was no match for Liu Chen with his current strength, so he had privately asked Guo Haihuang to teach him the technique of eliminating power. Although he had learned it, his proficiency was still far behind Liu Chen's. Geniuses do exist. Liu Chen suddenly asked, are you still ready to challenge Peak? Retsukairu replied with certainty, of course. Even if I lose, I still have the courage to challenge you again. As long as I keep training, I will be able to catch up with you one day. As for how long it takes, I don't care. When Liu Chen heard Li Haihuang say that he didn't care, a smile appeared on his face because he remembered an emoticon package. You always don't care. Why bother caring so much? End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Peak. Chapter 73 Peak. Liu Chen loaded himself with various items, including rubber balls and smoke bombs. He then found 2 flashlights, as the sewers were likely quite dark. Finally, he put on the white cloak he had been wearing. After making all the preparations, we will start looking for the primitive man Pick. To this end, he contacted Tokugawa in advance and obtained a portion of dinosaur meat from him as bait. I think that after eating seafood for a long time, Peak would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of dinosaur meat. Liu Chen always felt that if he could carry a large sword and put some sleeping pills, anesthetics, or the like in his flesh, he could play real-life monster hunter. After wandering on the street for a while, Liu Chen finally found a sewer entrance. Liu Chen always felt that the navigation map on his phone was not reliable. This can't be blamed on the navigation team, who was a good person and looked for the sewer entrance on the map. There was a foul smell coming from the sewers, and I didn't know how Pico managed to live there. The slippery roads were covered with moss. After walking in the empty sewer for a while, a voice suddenly rang out. There were heavy footsteps, and then they stopped not far away. At this moment, a huge figure appeared at the corner of the sewer. Liu Chen shone the flashlight over there, and the person coming was indeed Peak. After living in the modern world for a while, Peak has also learned some rules. At least now he will not attack people without reason. Peak is still very smart. He has learned some techniques through fighting before. This time he came here because he smelled the scent of dinosaur meat. After seeing what Liu Chen was carrying, he said, "Meat." Only then did Liu Chen realize that he could actually communicate with primitive people. He could understand what Peak was saying. That's right, even primitive people need to communicate with each other. They should have a simple language. When Liu Chen saw Pico appear, he threw the dinosaur meat in his hand towards him. Then he said loudly, "Yes, this is the food I brought you. Eat it." The sound echoed in the empty sewer. Pike ignored all this and happily took the dinosaur meat, then tore off a piece of it and prepared to hand it to Liu Chen. He seems to have a habit of sharing food with others. Liu Chen quickly shook his head and refused, "These are all for you to eat. After you finish eating, can you fight me?" Peak munched on the food while muttering, "Eat the battle." His thoughts were simple, and his life was all about food and fighting. Or perhaps it was his language that was simple. However, Liu Chen was not a scholar, so he didn't care about this at all. For him, as long as he could carry on with the subsequent battles, it would be fine. So I stood aside and watched Peak eating with big mouthfuls. In this environment, Peak's eating was not affected at all. Liu Chen scanned the surroundings with a flashlight. There were bones of various animals scattered everywhere. It seemed that Peak had lived here for some time. In just a few minutes, Peak had eaten all the dinosaur meat. Then Peak turned around and signaled Liu Chen to follow him, while muttering, "Fight! Let's fight!" After saying that, Peak started running along the sewer, and Liu Chen could only follow closely behind him. A dot of light appeared in the distance, then grew larger. The sewer exit was right there. After running for a while, I finally emerged from the sewer, following Peak's impressive stamina. He didn't even gasp for air. Of course, this may be related to the fact that he was not wearing any clothes. Liu Chen, who was carrying a lot of messy things on his body, was not as fast as Peak when he ran. This is a beach with all kinds of garbage and sewage scattered everywhere. It seems that discharging sewage into the sea is a tradition among the people here. Because it is a place for sewage discharge, the surrounding area is very empty and there are not many people. This is a great place to fight. Pico turned his head to see Liu Chen running out of the sewer and screamed, "Fight!" Then he patted his body. After the battle with Beiki, he would no longer ignore opponents who were smaller than himself. Liu Chen first rubbed the sticky stains on his feet with the sand on the beach, and then put his mobile phone and flashlight in a place where they were not easily accessible. Then he walked up to Peak and said, "Okay, now that you are ready, let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Pico assumed a hunting posture. For him, fighting is a form of hunting, and maybe he can have another meal today. Then he took the lead and ran towards Liu Chen on all fours. Peak has always been an impatient person. Seeing the enemy rushing up, Liu Chen first threw a smoke bomb and tried out the moves he learned from the headquarters. Immediately, smoke began to spread here, and Liu Chen disappeared on the spot with the smoke. Having failed, the primitive man, Pico, looked bewildered. He observed the situation through the smoke. He had never seen such an attack method in ancient times. No dinosaur could have spewed so much smoke. No one in modern times had ever used such a tool on him. At this time, Liu Chen had quietly approached Peak under the cover of smoke. A whistling fist hit Peak's jaw with the sound of a sonic boom. It was a powerful uppercut. Peak fell backwards. Peak was knocked to the ground and rolled twice. The soft sand helped to cushion the impact. But this blow was nothing to Peak. He casually got up. Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, his defense is really amazing. Such a punch couldn't even cause any decent damage to him. Now it was Liu Chen's turn to take the initiative to attack. The moment Peak stood up, Liu Chen moved close to him. The fists that created sonic booms hit Peak again and again, and Peak was beaten back continuously. He quickly leaned against the rocky cliffs near the coast. Then, using the rock wall as a force, he pounced towards Liu Chen. This was Pico's hunting style. In ancient times, he had hunted dinosaurs by stalking rocks and giant trees. Pico charged towards Liu Chen like a cannonball, and his killing move wasn't just about force. His sharp claws could easily slice through a dinosaur's skin. He believed that at this speed, a single strike would be enough to defeat Liu Chen, just like he had done to the enemies before. The moment Peak hit him, Liu Chen used the force-dissipating power of his chainmail state, and his body immediately began to rotate in the direction of the force. Peak's strength is far greater than Jack's, so he turns more circles. At the same time, Pike's sharp claws made an extremely harsh sound as they scratched Liu Chen's body, and a section of his claws was worn away. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Spiral and Attack and Dissipation Force. Chapter 74 Spiral and Attack and Dissipation Force. Standing on the ground again, Liu Chen realized that Pico was much more powerful than any enemy he had encountered before. Although Liu Chen had known this for a long time. A simple sonic punch alone wouldn't do him any harm, so he had to incorporate force dissipation into his attack. When Peak saw Liu Chen land, he swung his fist and punched him again. Liu Chen used force dissipation again to avoid the damage. With the help of Peak's power, Liu Chen kicked out. Peak was kicked back repeatedly. Unfortunately, it still couldn't cause enough damage to him. Liu Chen used his power to dissipate all of Peak's moves. The two of them can't do anything to each other now. Therefore, Liu Chen realized that he had to apply the force dissipation to the attack in order to break Peak's defense. Only a punch like Guo Haihuang could be effective in this situation. But how did Guo Haihuang manage to inflict such damage with such a casual attack? He didn't possess extreme speed, nor did he seem to exert much strength. He seemed completely relaxed. At this time, Liu Chen became a little anxious. If Peak fails to successfully incorporate the force dissipation into his attacking punches before he gets bored, he might just leave. For Peak, an unfun toy will probably get annoying very quickly. Peak kept twisting his arms and launching continuous attacks at Liu Chen. He even took the opportunity to bite Liu Chen's shoulder. However, it had no effect. During the fierce battle, Liu Chen began to have some ideas. Fighting can indeed bring people great progress. The force of rotation accelerated Liu Chen's punching speed. If this force of rotation could be transmitted as attack power, it would cause even greater damage. Imagination is the most critical progress in combat. Although Liu Chen couldn't imagine things like Triceratops and Gundam like Baki, he also had his own imagination. This time, he didn't transmit the spinning force through the spinning iron ball, but through his own fist, transmitting this force at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Liu Chen decided to experiment with this effect. His fist began to tremble under the force of the spin. It was painful for him to have such a powerful force trapped in his fist. If Liu Chen's muscles were not as strong as steel, he would have been covered in blood at this moment. The spinning fist also made a sonic boom, and it took less than a moment from the time the punch was thrown to the time it touched Peak's body. At this moment, Peak was still trying to bite Liu Chen's left shoulder. This punch hit Peak's body and immediately formed a spiral scar on his skin. Then blood flowed out from a penetrating wound, and Peak's muscles twisted together and tore a tiny round hole. The punch penetrated Peak's defense, and the intense pain penetrated his muscles and went straight to his internal organs. However, this was Liu Chen's first punch, so he wasn't very skilled yet. He just randomly chose a spot on Pico's skin and didn't really cause any damage to his internal organs. Ow! The pain made Peak roar loudly. This was a different kind of pain from the slapping blows Baki had used. That move was only meant to inflict pain on the skin, without any danger to the internal organs. It was merely a test of willpower, and this impact had the potential to kill him. Sensing this, Peak changed. A series of scars appeared on his back, starting from his right shoulder and running across his entire back. It was a pattern like a DNA spiral. It seemed like the answer to evolution. From now on, Peak will use all his strength to win. Even Peak has a desire to win. Especially since he just lost to Bakey recently. Moreover, the man before him was far more dangerous than the smaller man. That man only wanted to defeat him, while Liu Chen could kill him. Now, he was no longer hunting out of hunger or the pursuit of victory. At this moment, Peak was hunting for survival. It felt like he had survived a Tyrannosaurus before. As Peak's scars became more visible, his muscles became tougher, and his defense and explosive power increased. Liu Chen began to feel a little relieved now that he had a way to break through Peak's defense. It's like a second form. Peak had no response, he wanted to survive. A large crater appeared in the soft sand, the result of Peak's footwork. He already knew that if he punched Liu Chen, he would have to dodge the damage in that strange way, so he wanted to hug Liu Chen. The moment Peak rushed over, Liu Chen had already thrown another punch with a spinning punch. The punch hit Peak's shoulder, and in an instant a twisted penetrating wound formed on his shoulder. Peak endured the pain and slammed Liu Chen hard against the cliff. A loud noise was heard. In an instant, both of them crashed into the stone wall, forming a deep pit. Due to the vibration and sound, all the seabirds that were originally standing on the cliffs fled from here, where the top predators were fighting. Stones flew everywhere, and the force of the broken stones hit the steel at the sewer outlet, forming dents. The impact made Liu Chen a little dizzy, but he couldn't let Peak attack him at will now. Raise your fist and fight back. At this time, in order to avoid being hit, Peak grabbed Liu Chen, rubbed him against the cliff, and threw him into the distance. In the air, Liu Chen used force dissipation to keep himself relaxed. In a relaxed state, Liu Chen suddenly understood the so-called offensive force dissipation. Force dissipation means relaxing one's muscles to avoid damage. And as Guo Haihuang said, the ultimate relaxation is the ultimate strike. As long as all the muscles in the body are mobilized instantly when contacting the target, the ultimate power can be generated. After figuring this out, Liu Chen stopped spinning and lightly stood on the beach. Liu Chen fell from the sky without even leaving a single footprint on the beach. Now all the muscles in Liu Chen's body began to relax. Peak also pounced on Liu Chen again. So Liu Chen threw a light fist towards Peak. This punch that had no offensive power made Peak feel extremely scared for a moment. This was not the kind of punch that whistled in the wind just now, but the power of this punch made him feel untouchable. He wanted to avoid the punch. But when he realized this, it was too late. Liu Chen's fist had already touched Peak's body. Pico was immediately attacked by an extremely terrifying force. This was indeed not the same force as the rotating force just now. This was another powerful force. The previous punch was penetrating, but this punch is damaging. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Ignorance. Chapter 75 Ignorance. Peak was knocked to the ground, and Liu Chen's attack made him feel scared. What made him even more frightened was when he saw Liu Chen walking towards him with his fist raised. Peak's fighting spirit began to rapidly fade. He wanted to survive. The sound of running away echoed in my mind. Seeing Pai Ke preparing to flee, Liu Chen quickly lowered his hand and shouted, "If you admit defeat, we won't fight anymore. I'll bring you food next time. Thank you for helping me learn these techniques." Peak, who was about to escape, also stopped and said, "I won't fight anymore." Liu Chen habitually praised his opponent, "Yes, no more fighting. I have achieved my goal. You are a very good opponent." Good. Rival. After understanding this, Peak relaxed and sat back where he was. However, if Liu Chen had any intention of attacking him again, he would immediately run away. What do you think of the modern era compared to the past? Liu Chen decided to ask Peak a question in advance. Judging from Tokugawa's attitude, Miyamoto Musashi is about to be resurrected. Peak tilted his head and took a while to understand before speaking, "Good food fight." It seems that Peak has never thought about these problems. The city of steel and concrete is just another jungle to Peak. Miyamoto Musashi's sense of loneliness actually came from the fact that he had his own values but was unable to integrate into another society. Being ignorant is not necessarily a bad thing sometimes. Only those who think too much will feel endless loneliness and desolation. "I'll come see you again. Next time I come I'll bring dinosaur meat." Peak extended his hand, touched Liu Chen's fist and said, "Okay." Liu Chen smiled and said, "We are friends now, right? We are people who don't belong to this era just like me." This sentence made Peak extremely confused. Friends era. Liu Chen waved to Peak, then said casually, "Goodbye." He picked up the flashlight and cell phone that he had placed aside before the battle and walked into the sewer. As a result, this time without Peak to guide Liu Chen, he wandered around for a long time, and finally managed to get out based on some memory. By this time the sky was beginning to darken. Everyone walking on the street deliberately avoided Liu Chen. Because Liu Chen was emitting an extremely unpleasant smell at this moment. It was already late at night when Liu Chen returned to the gym. There were two people in the empty gym. Guo Haihuang was teaching Li Haiwang the technique of dissipating energy. As Liu Chen came in, they both stopped. They were worried about Liu Chen's safety and had not yet gone to bed. Li Haiwang looked at the stained Liu Chen and asked, "So you really went into the sewer?" Liu Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, Pico lives in the sewer." "Is there a strange smell?" "I can't smell it myself anymore. But on the way back, those who were working overtime avoided me." "Did you win?" This was the question that Rei Haiwang was most concerned about. He didn't care whether there was any smell on his body. Liu Chen nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, I won. I defeated Peak." Li Haiwang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a genius! You may take a new step for martial arts." Guo Haihuang smiled and asked, "Do you understand how to throw that punch?" He already had the answer. "I already understand. Remember to show it to me tomorrow." Then Guo Haihuang said to Li Haiwang, "Li, you come and see it tomorrow too." After saying this, Guo Haihuang left the dojo with his hands behind his back. He had nothing more to teach Liu Chen. A genius like him had to rely on his own talents to advance. Retsukaiu said solemnly, "Show me your skills tomorrow." "Well, I'll go clean it up first. It does smell like a sewer." After saying that, Liu Chen also left. Early the next morning. Still at the place where Liu Chen had been training, Guo Haihuang and Li Haiwang were watching Liu Chen demonstrate his attack and force dissipating skills. Guo Haihuang looked around and said, "There aren't many people here, so go ahead." Liu Chen lightly placed his fist on the ground. The moment it touched the ground, a large crater appeared. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. "Very good, Liu Chen, I was right about you. You are the future of martial arts." Guo Haihuang couldn't help but clap his hands, then said to Li Haiwang, "This is the realm you need to reach next. You are also the future." Guo Haihuang couldn't help but feel very happy that martial arts had a future, and he laughed out loud. "This is inheritance." Liu Chen continued to speak to Guo Haihuang, "During the battle with Pico, I also realized a kind of spinning boxing technique." Guo Haihuang said in surprise, "Oh, have you also incorporated that amazing technique of throwing iron balls into your boxing? Then show us." So Liu Chen threw a spinning punch at a big tree beside him. A hole appeared through the tree. Emperor Guo Hai touched the hole with the traces of rotation. This was indeed a force different from the attack dissipating force. It was a force with stronger penetrating power. He then exclaimed with delight, "You have already forged your own path." There is nothing more I can teach you. Martial arts have been greatly developed in your hands. You will become a great figure in martial arts who cannot be ignored. King Li Hai also looked at the damage caused by Liu Chen, and of course he could understand what this punch meant. This made Li Hai Wang feel a little envious, but he quickly put that feeling behind him. He also had to keep moving forward. He hoped Liu Chen was not far away. At this time, Guo Haihuang smiled and said, I will grant you the title of Haihuang. From today on, you are Liu Haihuang. Liu Chen shook his head and said, No, I don't really care about this kind of thing. You must earn this title. This is the recognition of my Emperor Guo Hai. Thank you very much, Master. Ha 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 ha. Only then did Liu Chen say to Li Hai Wang, I want to challenge Beiki in a while. Li Hai Wang, can you help me contact him? After I master what I have learned during this period, I will be ready to fight a stronger opponent. Retsukaiu immediately spoke up, No problem Liu Haihuang, I'm sure Beiki has been wanting to challenge you for a while now. Very good, now let's start with the bloodline of the strongest man. The road to proving martial arts begins now. Liu Chen, I originally wanted to postpone the competition of strength and skills for 100 years. But you have given me a surprise now. You will definitely be able to become the strongest in the world. As he spoke, Guo Haihuang even shed tears, he was so happy. Martial arts must win, and Guo Haihuang almost failed to protect the glory of Chinese martial arts. End of this chapter.